in an endeavor to ensure the unwavering loyalty of their subjects. The sovereign of the glacial domain decreed that, every decade, a member of the ruling family would be dispatched to the most impoverished districts of the realm. This individual would be stripped of all privileges and possessions associated with their noble status, compelled to live amongst the common folk. This was intended to demonstrate the empathy and consideration the ruling family held for its populace. March, Star Calendar 6891, the Ice Spirit Palace Martial Arena in a glacial domain. The expansive training ground was sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so individuals present. 8 figures, adorned in opulent attire and exuding extraordinary auras, occupied the elevated platform to the south. Their eyes gleamed with an indomitable pride, reflecting their unparalleled authority within the glacial domain. These were the 8 most influential members of the royal court, their gazes fixed upon 2 young combatants in the arena below. The 2 youths bore a striking resemblance, both possessing a heroic spirit and handsome features. One, garbed in white robes cinched with a bronze belt, stood poised, hands clasped before him, his gaze unwavering. An ethereal mist, akin to pristine water, swirled around him. His opponent, clad in golden robes with a pure white belt, knelt on one knee, using a hand for support. His face was beaded with perspiration, his breathing labored. The watery mist surrounding him flickered erratically, almost imperceptible. The duel had been underway for some time, and the outcome was self-evident. The youth in the white robe approached the boy in the golden robe with measured steps, assisting him to his feet while gently urging, "Chun Sheng, your water spirit technique is only at the 3rd tier. Continuing to compete is futile." The golden-robed youth grasped the hand of the white-robed boy with desperation, his face a portrait of pleading. "Dongya, you are among our most gifted, and you care for us deeply. You understand that if I lose and end up in that dreadful place, I shall not survive." Dongya comprehended his unspoken fears, yet his own triumph was the fruit of relentless practice over many days. To relinquish victory to his brother, who had slacked in his training, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Chun Sheng implored once more, "Brother, could you truly bear to see me suffer? If you go there, I promise to visit you every day." Dongya's resolve softened after all. They had trained together for 7 or 8 years, forming a bond that could not be easily dismissed. Just as he was about to concede, an unexpected wave of weakness surged through him. The ethereal mist surrounding them began to pulsate, signaling a collapse of the water spirit. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the hand grasped by Chun Sheng emanating dark vapor. He hastily withdrew his hand, but it was too late. Chun Sheng had already amassed a significant reservoir of water spirit energy and struck forth with a mighty hand of mist. As the enormous watery palm surged toward Dongya, he crossed his arms defensively, yet the suddenness of the attack left him unable to gather sufficient water spirit energy to counter the monumental force in such a brief moment. With a resounding crash, Dongya fell to the very center of the training ground, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Chun Sheng, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "The mysterious palm?" remarked an elderly man with white eyebrows, seated at the center of the high platform, as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Beside him, a middle-aged man adorned with a golden crown nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a spiritual technique that can only be mastered at the 4th level of water spirit arts." Both of them possess commendable talent. Having reached the 4th tier, it is truly regrettable to send one to the Lingduo District. The elder continued, "Such is the folly of compassion. How can one command a realm of ice and snow effectively?" "Father is right," the crown man proclaimed, rising to his feet. "In today's contest, Chun Sheng emerges victorious and shall remain within the Ice Spirit Palace. From this day forth, Dongya is no longer a member of the royal family, severed from any ties to the crown. Strip him of the water spirit arts he has cultivated, and exile him to the Lingduo District. No royal shall be permitted to communicate with him. With that, they dissipated into wisps of mist, casting not a glance at the two youths below. Only a noble woman, hidden behind a distant pillar, sat slumped on the ground, her face a mask of despair and confusion, unnoticed by all. In that moment, Dong Ye, his breath ragged and words trapped within him, could not respond, while Chun Sheng coldly mocked, "My dear brother, must one disclose to others the level they have achieved in their training? Resign yourself to your plebeian existence. The glacial sanctum is not befitting of you." What was that tenebrous miasma? Winter's Knight uttered with considerable effort after several attempts at recuperation. He was cognizant of his own capabilities despite having attained the fourth tier of the vernal aqueous spiritual art. It was implausible that he could be reduced to such a state by a single strike. Of what avail is your newfound knowledge now? Imbecile. With that, she turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, for soldiers clad in iron armor entered and dragged Winter's Knight from the martial training grounds. When Winter's Knight regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a disheveled street, his costly white robe replaced by tattered garments barely worth a few copper coins, riddled with numerous rents. Upon rising, he instinctively attempted to regulate the aqueous spiritual energy within his body, only to discover that he could not perceive any semblance of its presence. The Lingduo District was the most impoverished slum in the glacial dominion, and beggars lying in the streets were a common sight, so Winter's Knight did not attract much attention from passers-by. Time elapsed without measure, and Winter's Knight was at a loss as to how to subsist, oblivious to the passage of time. "Oh, so you can speak after all? Well, are you amenable to my proposition?" the gaunt man inquired. "What is it?" Winter's Knight responded, perplexed. I see you begging here, and it's quite pitiful. We can use our connections to send you to the district chief's residence, where you'll have food and drink. Do you agree?" The gaunt man reiterated, with resignation, what he had already stated thrice. Those who beg here would undoubtedly welcome this news with open arms, revering this man as a savior. However, it is uncommon for beggars to possess a visage as striking as Dong Ye's, which has attracted the attention of this couple, intent on selling him to the district chief for profit. The district chief, a single woman in her 30s, is known for her lascivious nature, often seeking out handsome young men to satisfy her desires. Dong Ye shook his head, gradually acclimating to his new life as a commoner after being a prince. He had once lost the will to live, but the failed schemes of Chun Sheng left him with a lingering bitterness. The formidable water manipulation skills he had honed over the years now lay in ruins, and the prospect of battling Chun Sheng again seemed nothing short of a distant fantasy. The gaunt man, seeing Dong Ye's reluctance and unwilling to forfeit the substantial profit, harbored malicious intent and exchanged a glance with the woman beside him. With a fierce glint in her eyes, the woman swung a wooden club, previously concealed behind her, forcefully towards the back of Dong Ye's head. At that moment, a mist of water enveloped Dong Ye, and the club collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding and sending the woman sprawling to the ground. A young man with a square face appeared beside them. Casting a glance at the couple, who promptly fled in terror out on a winter night, Dong Ye cast a surprised glance at the young man, feeling no gratitude, only a profound sense of loss. The spell Water's Refuge, which could be unleashed upon reaching the first tier of water spirit techniques, now seemed utterly unattainable to him. "Follow me." The young man simply uttered these 3 words. Dong Ye followed him down a sparsely populated street, the young man's square face shifting like flowing water, gradually altering its appearance. With thick, dark eyebrows and piercing eyes, he was strikingly handsome. "Dong Shi, is it you?" Dong Ye exclaimed with surprise. Dong Shi was the prince with whom he shared the closest bond. However, after a fleeting moment of joy, he was immediately engulfed by melancholy. Such a simple spell as water's transformation. How could you have concealed it from me before? Dong Shi replied, somewhat remorseful. Dong Ye, I know you lack the assistance of the water spirit. I should not have displayed these techniques before you, causing you distress. But I had no choice. If I did not alter my appearance, I risk being executed if discovered. You should not have come to see me, Dong Yi warned. Fully aware of the rules within the Ice Spirit Palace, he wished to spare Dong Shi from any punishment. Alas, Dong Shi sighed deeply. In the future, I may not dare to visit again. They know of our close relationship, and many are watching me closely. Never come here again. The tone of Dong Yi was stern, while his heart was filled with indescribable bitterness. I took a great risk to see you, to inform you that your mother has been abandoned beneath the Blood Spirit Cliff. The Emperor has decreed that no one is permitted to bury her, otherwise Dong Shi's words trailed off, for these were the long-standing rules of the Ice and Snow Realm, and Dong Yi was acutely aware of them. What? A pang of anguish pierced Dong Yi's heart. He had never considered the possibility of failure, nor had he contemplated the fate of his mother. I must go and give my mother a proper burial. Dong Shi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and advised, without the aid of Water Spirit, you cannot reach the Blood Spirit Cliff. Rest assured, the extreme cold of the Blood Spirit Cliff will preserve her in perfect condition. Very well, take care, my brother. Dong Shi felt a lingering unease in his heart, having refrained from suggesting that he leave, mindful of Dong Yi's emotional state. At that moment, Dong Yi was solely focused on finding a way to bury his mother. He realized he would need to start anew with his water spirit cultivation. This place was not like the Ice Spirit Palace, and it was challenging to sense the presence of water spirit. He searched for locations imbued with water spirit, but within half an hour, his stomach began to grumble in protest. Perhaps it was due to a previous life of comfort. When hunger struck, he unwittingly wandered into the opulent dining hall of the Bell District. Despite being the finest restaurant in the Bell District, not a single dish piqued his interest. Chapter 2. The inn's commotion. Go beg elsewhere. Kindly take your leave. A server issued an eviction notice to Dong Yi before he had even settled in. Dong Yi cast a glance at his tattered garments, while his stomach audibly protested, leading him to swiftly comprehend the server's intent. However, instead of departing, he resolved to indulge in a free meal. What does it mean? Does my ragged attire signify my poverty? Then produce the money. The server, no novice himself, was not easily deceived. It was the first time he had heard of a policy requiring payment prior to dining. Undeterred by the server's insistence, Dong Yi confidently took a seat. Indeed, what do you mean by that? A patron from a nearby table rose to defend Dong Yi. The server frowned at the individuals at the adjacent table, clearly recognizing them from previous encounters, and reluctantly turned to Dong Yi, inquiring, "What would you like to order?" "I'll have one of everything you offer that's most extravagant." Since he had decided to enjoy a free meal, it must be a lavish one. "Please hold on." Aware that the situation had escalated beyond his control, the server refrained from further argument and promptly made his way to the back kitchen. A short while later, four individuals emerged from the back, led by a strikingly beautiful woman with delicate eyebrows, a pert nose, and cherry-red lips. The group bypassed Dong Yi entirely and approached the adjacent table, where the woman inquired, "What do you intend to do now, young Master Ming?" "Miss Du, we mean no harm. We are merely dining here in peace. Let us not resort to bullying," young Master Ming said, stroking a few sparse hairs on his chin. "Humph. My influence pales in comparison to that of Master Ming. You are not welcome here. Kindly take your leave along with your dog." Miss Du gently tapped the table, producing a resonant sound that sent chills down the spine. Her delicate, snow-white hand spread a waft of white mist around, causing the dishes on the table to dance like waves. Lo and behold, Master Ming's table of 7 or 8 was simultaneously shaken, sending them sprawling in all directions. Yet Master Ming remained poised, savoring his meal. A water elemental mage? The enchanting maiden before him was indeed a water elemental mage, a power that Dong Yi was all too familiar with. This was merely a manifestation of the abilities bestowed by the water element. Not everyone possesses the aptitude to cultivate water elemental magic. The royal lineage of the ice and snow domain typically possesses the ability to summon water elementals and become water mages. Furthermore, many of the water mages from the common folk have already been recruited by the Ice Spirit Palace. Thus, Dong Yi found it peculiar to encounter a water mage. Though such knowledge was gleaned through years within the Ice Spirit Palace, the true number of hidden water mages among the populace remained a mystery. Master Ming abruptly stood, enveloped in swirling mist, wielding a flowing broad blade in his left hand, and with a single stroke, cleaved the entire table in two, sending soup and shattered dishes flying in all directions. Do not assume you are the only water mage here. Master Ming advanced toward Miss Du, step by deliberate step. Dong Yi furrowed his brow, not in surprise at the emergence of yet another water mage, but in confusion as to how they could harness water elementals. With a swift motion, Master Ming aimed to strike at Miss Du's brow. She deftly traced a few lines in the air with her delicate pink fingers, summoning a snow-white shield that appeared a foot in front of her. Boom! A resounding crack echoed through the air as the floor beneath Miss Du and Master Ming began to splinter. A wicked smile graced Master Ming's face as he conjured a cloud of pure white mist, which he then cast downward. The mist flowed gently, soon curling around Miss Du's delicate legs like tendrils of a vine, climbing upward. A startled cry escaped Miss Du's lips, causing her to tremble. The shield before her and the surrounding mist scattered instantaneously, sending her tumbling sideways into Winter Night's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she indignantly exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" Winter Night thought to himself that it was she who had stumbled into him, but he had no desire to bear such an accusation, quickly attempting to push Miss Du away. However, her soft fingers pressed gently against his waist, as if to caution him against such an action. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Master Ming burst into laughter, taunting, "Huh. Thankfully, you reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I wonder how you would face others in the future." At that moment, a young man wielding a folding fan appeared like a specter, draping his cloak over Miss Du's shoulders. His gaze was fixed on Master Ming as he solemnly inquired, "Fong Ming, your focus should be on enhancing the quality of your service and cuisine, rather than causing chaos here." Although one could easily evade with a graceful flutter, such a skill belonged to the second tier of water spirit arts, a mastery evidently beyond the capabilities of the siblings before him. As the battle erupted, the patrons who had filled dozens of tables fled in disarray, rendering a day's worth of business futile, save for a few curious onlookers who hid at a distance. "Concentrate and employ your water walking technique." On a winter night, a voice echoed, alerting the young man. Observing the immense power of Fong Ming's strike, which could undoubtedly threaten his life, the young man, upon hearing the warning, acted without hesitation and successfully evaded the blow. With a resounding crash, the blade struck the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Fong Ming's weapon gradually faded from his grasp, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate. He could no longer summon more water essence to unleash his spiritual techniques. Today, he would have to concede, casting a disdainful glance at the Winter Night. "You wretched beggar, I extend my assistance, and you dare to turn against me. It is evident to any discerning eye that you sought trouble in this establishment, and I was merely a pawn in your game." Winter Night remained composed, each word articulated with clarity and strength, exuding the aura of a true master. "Let us depart." Fong Ming, aware of his own depleted water essence and recognizing the young man's recent guidance that allowed him to evade a fatal strike, refrained from further argument. He presumed Winter Night to be a formidable opponent. "No need to see me off." The young man, cognizant of his own limitations against Fong Ming, spat out these words in frustration without pursuing further. As Fong Ming and his companions exited the restaurant, the onlookers hurriedly dispersed, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Miss Du rose gracefully from her position beside Winter Night, swiftly wrapping herself in the cloak her brother had just draped over her. Though her movements were remarkably swift, the remnants of her tattered garments cascaded down like snowflakes, revealing her fair skin and striking figure, which Winter Night could not help but behold. On a winter's night, Dong Yi instinctively tilted her head, realizing why she had earlier prevented him from pushing her away. Her garments had already been ruined by Fong Ming. The fact that one could wield the power of the water spirit in such a manner was something he could never have fathomed within the confines of the Ice Spirit Palace. "Ah, I believe I am younger than you, so please do not call me senior," she remarked with a smile. If you are willing to provide me with this meal, I shall be thoroughly content. How could a master like you have fallen to the status of a beggar? Du Tang inquired, bewildered. May I ask your esteemed name? Me? Dong Yi took a deep breath, pondering how she had come to such a plight. This is my younger sister, Du Wei. She speaks rather bluntly. So do not take offense. Du Tang offered an explanation. I am by no means a master, Dong Yi replied with a wry smile. Humph. I find that hard to believe. How then did you know to advise me to use stepping on water to evade Tiger's blade? Du Wei, having had physical contact with Dong Yi and feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, sought to challenge him to regain her sense of balance. When it came to the intricacies of water spirit techniques, Dong Yi remained serious. Rising, she stated, it is impossible to completely evade Tiger's blade when it is unleashed with full force. Just now, Fong Ming aimed to catch us off guard, hence the speed of his strike. The power of the water spirit was only half of the authentic Tiger's blade, which is why I instructed Brother Du to employ stepping on water with all his might to avoid it. Had I harbored even a modicum of water spirit energy, I would have sustained an attack. Du Tang nodded, deeply resonating with her words. You articulate this so clearly yet claim not to be a master. Even a level 2 spirit master would not possess such precise calculations. Du Wei took a couple of steps to Winter Knight's side, seizing his collar and demanding, what is your true intention? Do not be disrespectful. Du Tao chided, though he harbored his own suspicions. However, given that Winter Knight had just saved him, he felt assured that Winter Knight was not an adversary. Never before had Winter Knight been so affronted. He forcefully pried Du Wei's hand away, expressing his displeasure. If you two do not wish to assist, then what is the purpose of resorting to violence? Spirit masters, when not utilizing their water spirit abilities, were no different from ordinary individuals. Due to their frequent practice of water spirit techniques and neglect of other forms of training, they were significantly weaker than the average person, thus allowing Du Wei to easily push him aside. Du Wei furrowed her brow, gathering a sphere of water spirit energy in her hand and hurling it directly at Winter Knight, who was caught entirely off guard and fell unconscious. What are you doing? Du Tao admonished his sister, rushing to Winter Knight's side, calling out, Young Master Yi, Young Master Yi, what are you pretending for? Du Wei approached with dissatisfaction. While observing other spirit masters engage in combat, Winter Knight, through years of training, could devise strategies to counter them. Yet, in this moment, he found himself devoid of water spirit assistance. Any spirit master could easily take his life. Chapter 3, Spirit Spring Mountain. Noticing the bruise forming on Winter Knight's forehead, Du Wei stuck out her tongue, thinking, surely, there is no need to play the part so convincingly. Hey, Yidong, enough, he truly has fainted. Du Tao sighed, acknowledging that while his sister's actions were misguided, it was also something he had been curious to test. Observing the situation, it was clear that Yidong was not merely feigning, which raised the question of why he was so familiar with spirit techniques. Could it be that he was such a skilled actor? Surely he does not intend to impose on our household. Du Wei rolled her eyes. Quickly, help him inside. Du Tao gestured to Du Wei. Why don't you go? Du Wei responded with some reluctance. Am I the one who knocked him out? Du Tao shot her a glance. Sighing, Du Wei lifted Dong Yi, ascending the stairs. As she supported one of Dong Ye's arms, his unconscious state rendered him unmanageable, causing his hand to sway inappropriately before her bosom, occasionally brushing against her. This left Du Wei feeling both embarrassed and anxious, her brows furrowing as she cast several furtive glances at Dong Yi, increasingly convinced that he was merely feigning his unconsciousness. Upon entering the room, she hastily flung Dong Yi onto the bed, brushing herself off. A soft groan escaped Dong Yi as he stirred. It turned out her careless toss had caused him to collide with the headboard. Du Wei turned in surprise, realizing that she had inadvertently brought this individual into her own bed. Immediately, she seized Dong Yi, exclaiming in irritation, "Don't dirty my bed." However, in her agitation, she exerted too much force, causing herself to topple backward with a thud, losing consciousness upon hitting the floor. Dong Yi, having already been injured, was inadvertently pulled down with her, landing atop her and slipping back into unconsciousness. It's him, brother. Tell me, is he attempting something against me? I knew he was no good. Get him out of here. She huffed. What are you thinking? Du Tao expressed a sense of helplessness towards his headstrong sister. Is there a brother like you? Allowing someone to bully your own sister. Du Wei was resolute in her desire to expel Dong Yi, yet he nodded slightly, conceding, yes, he is. Once Du Tao carried the unconscious Dong Yi away, Du Wei covered her flushed face, alternating between excitement and anger as she exclaimed, "Did he kiss me? How despicable! A person as wicked as he must have." Then she paused. Wait, it was I who pulled him over. He couldn't have seen, right? I see you are weak in constitution, yet possess a keen understanding of water spirit techniques. If my conjecture is correct, you must have been deprived of your innate water spirit power. Dong Yi nodded in acknowledgement. I wonder if Brother Du has any lucrative work to offer? Du Tao replied, given your frail condition, you certainly cannot manage the tasks in our shop. Instead, why not become a master to my sister and me? Although you have the assistance of water spirits, your cultivation techniques are undoubtedly more refined, despite Du Tao's genuine desire for him to be their mentor. Dong Yi perceived it as a pitying remark. He resolutely declined, saying, thank you for your kind offer, Brother Du. But I believe it is best for me to be self-sufficient. After saying this, Dong Yi rose to leave. Du Tao, not wanting to insist, proposed another idea. Young Master Yi, there is a spirit spring mountain in Lingduo District, abundant in water spirits. Perhaps it could assist you in regaining your ability to harness water spirits. The prospect of reclaiming his water spirit techniques had always been Dong Yi's aspiration. Upon hearing this, he was greatly invigorated and turned to Du Tao, bowing in gratitude. If he were to truly regain his water spirit techniques there, such a profound kindness would be deeply appreciated. Du Tao smiled. It is still too early for thanks. Wei, please guide young Master Yi there. It turned out that Du Wei had been eavesdropping on their conversation outside the door. She shot Du Tao a glare and muttered, what a meddlesome heart. However, she did not leave without Winter Night, departing first, while Winter Night politely uttered, after you. Along the way, Winter Night contemplated his plans. Once he acquired the water spirit technique again, he would first eliminate Fong Ming for the sake of the siblings, and then proceed to the blood spirit snow cliff to bury his mother. Du Wei had intentionally avoided conversing with Winter Night, feeling somewhat shy about the events of the previous day, yet she could not help but steal glances at him. To her dismay, it seemed as though Winter Night was entirely oblivious to her presence, leaving her in a state of mild melancholy. Upon reaching the foot of Lingquan Mountain, Du Wei discreetly glanced at Du Tao before effortlessly employing the water spirit technique to ascend over 100 meters, pausing to observe Winter Night struggling to climb. Having barely scaled 30 meters, Winter Night was already breathless. He bore no resentment towards Du Wei for not assisting him. The more challenges he faced, the stronger his desire to grow in strength became. Alas, his body was not as resilient as his will. Upon reaching a height of over 50 meters, he found himself unable to continue. The steepness of the mountain made it difficult for him to maintain his footing. In a moment of inattention, his left hand grasped at nothing, and his body began to tumble backward. Du Wei swiftly employed her water-walking ability to reach Winter Night's side, gripping his hand and urgently pulling him toward the summit. In a matter of moments, they arrived. To his astonishment, this place was even more sacred than he had imagined. Winter Night had always believed that the Ice Spirit Palace was the nexus of water spirits. Yet he discovered that this location possessed a density of water spirits surpassing that of the Imperial Palace. He bent down, preparing to scoop a mouthful of the crystal-clear spring to savor. Don't touch, Du Wei suddenly shouted in alarm. Huh. Winter Night looked at Du Wei, who was now visibly panicked. Let us focus on our cultivation without delay. Du Wei recalled the times when she would bathe in the spring water hidden within. It always felt peculiar after drinking from it. Well, never mind. Dong Yi did not dwell on such thoughts during the Winter Night. She merely felt that Du Wei was admonishing herself, reminding her that there was little time to waste. What on earth? I used to practice here all alone. Yet my brother insists on bringing someone else along. Du Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered to herself. Dong Yi continued onward, stepping into the cave entrance when suddenly, a white tiger lunged at him with a fierce roar. In a moment of instinctive reaction, he conjured a mist shield and a translucent, white barrier materialized before him. The tiger's charge was somewhat mitigated by the shield, yet Dong Yi was still propelled backward over 10 meters, scraping his back against the ground and drawing blood. The tiger, thwarted in its initial assault, leaped again, aiming for Dong Yi. Meow? Stop it! Du Wei shouted, but her warning came too late. The tiger could not halt its momentum, leaving her with no choice but to summon another mist shield while executing a water-walking technique to swiftly position herself in front of Dong Yi, intercepting the tiger's attack. The tiger was repelled a considerable distance, and upon recognizing Du Wei, it refrained from retaliating, curling up on the ground like a small kitten. Dong Yi seethed with anger at Du Wei's antics, yet his body was too pained to move. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he remembered his current state of incapacitation and decided to hold his tongue. To his surprise, Du Wei turned her ire upon him. "You scoundrel! Did you not claim you could not perform water spirit techniques? How did you manage to use magic just now? What are your true intentions?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Dong Yi swung a palm toward Du Wei. She had not anticipated his aggression and instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the blow. On that wintry night, there was no ethereal water essence to be found. Thus, this strike bore no trace of its power. Du Wei, retreating too hastily, stumbled and fell into the hot spring. Chapter 4. An Unexpected Turn? Huh. Observing the drenched Du Wei floundering in the water, Dong Yi could not suppress a chuckle. Her soaked garments clung to her form, accentuating her voluptuous silhouette, while her fair skin was tantalizingly visible through the wet fabric. "Look at you." Du Wei, both embarrassed and enraged, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She quickly submerged herself, with only her head remaining above the surface. For this was the second time this insufferable fellow had taken advantage of her. The white tiger, lying on the ground, immediately responded to Du Wei's command, letting out a loud howl. However, upon realizing it was Dong Yi, it paused for a moment, seemingly recalling the earlier events, before returning to its slumber. Du Wei was nearly beside herself with fury. "You ungrateful beast. No, you're a white-eyed tiger. I've treated you so well." The white tiger huffed a couple of times, whining in a manner that suggested its own grievances. "You're not even wearing clothes," Dong Yi remarked, yet he turned away. "Just wait here for a moment." Du Wei's voice was low, tinged with irritation, as she quickly harnessed the water essence to enter the cave. At this moment, Dong Yi no longer dwelled on Du Wei's enchanting figure. The ice spirit palace was filled with countless alluring maidens. What concerned him more was how, despite the complete suppression of his water essence, he had managed to wield a fraction of it moments ago. Suddenly, a cold smirk crossed his lips. "It seems my fate is not so easily sealed, Spring Saint. I shall come for you soon. You also admire Prince Chun Sheng, hee. It seems we share a common appreciation." Du Wei has already changed into a new outfit. The light blue silk gown is considerably more loose-fitting than her previous attire, yet still exudes an enchanting beauty. Winter Night typically refers to him as Chun Sheng Dongya, adding those two words to avoid arousing Du Wei's suspicion. For Prince Chun Sheng is indeed remarkable. Memories of past moments spent with Chun Sheng flood Winter Night's mind. Had it not been for the battle at the training grounds, he would still believe that Chun Sheng is the most deserving prince to ascend to the throne as the next lord. From your tone, it seems you harbor doubts about our esteemed Prince Chun Sheng. Du Wei's cheeks flushed with excitement. Winter Night felt a wave of panic. Could it be that his feelings were so transparent? However, Du Wei's next words eased his worries. She reassured him, saying, "It is only natural to feel a twinge of jealousy. After all, Prince Chun Sheng is so exceptional. If I could meet him even once, it would be worth it." "I will take you to see him," Winter Night declared, clenching his fists. "Humph, stop boasting," Du Wei replied with a disdainful expression. "All right, I've brought you to the spot. You practice, and don't disturb me." "Okay, thank you." Winter Night settled cross-legged on a square stone at the edge of the cliff, holding his breath and concentrating on controlling the numerous water spirits surrounding him. "Wow, it's so high, aren't you afraid?" Du Wei asked in astonishment. On a winter night, as I cast a fleeting glance at the seemingly bottomless abyss, I felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over me. Suddenly, it struck me that I was no longer the individual who once wielded the power of the four-tiered water spirit technique. A flicker of panic coursed through my heart, and I sighed. Had you not mentioned it, I might have been able to meditate in peace. But now, I find myself unable to concentrate. Really? Are you too scared to get up? Let me see if you've wet your pants. Du smiled broadly, unable to contain her amusement. Do you really want to see? Winter Night replied, a casual smile playing on his lips. Du lightly shuffled closer to the edge of the stones, and upon reaching a little over a meter from Winter Night, she noticed the playful expression on his face, which incited a surge of anger within her. It was evident he was toying with her. Winter Night remained absorbed in his thoughts, oblivious to Du's calls, which only exacerbated her irritation. Yet, due to her timid nature, she hesitated to approach the precipice too closely, opting instead to summon the power of the water spirit to reach out to him. With her delicate, fair hands, she gestured in front of her chest, enveloped in a faint blue mist that seemed to dance in the air. With a gentle push of her left arm, a stream of azure vapor surged forth, striking Winter Night in the left rear of his back. With beads of sweat dotting her forehead, Du gasped, "Why are you so difficult to budge? I cannot gather the water spirit, and I am utterly powerless to counter any of your actions following its use." Winter Night, filled with reluctance, retorted, "You called me, yet I did not respond." Du lamented, pulling him up with a sudden force, unaware of Winter Night's inability to harness the water spirit. Her grip proved too strong for him. On a wintry night, unable to maintain his balance, Dong Yi nearly fell once more, instinctively reaching out to grasp Du Wei. One hand clasped her waist, while the other inadvertently landed upon her chest. "You rogue, what are you doing?" Du Wei exclaimed in indignation, forcefully pushing Dong Yi away with even greater vigor this time. He was propelled through the air, landing more than 10 meters away. At the moment she struck him, Du Wei realized the gravity of her actions. Having just plummeted from the precipice in a moment of desperation, she had disregarded her fear of the cliff's edge and rushed forward. Trembling, Du Wei turned her head and gasped in shock. "Yidong, you're not dead?" Upon uttering the question, she became acutely aware of the powerful aura of water surrounding him, her heart racing uncontrollably as if it might leap from her throat. A flurry of thoughts surged through her mind. Surely he was merely pretending. Was he now intent on ending my life? "What do you intend to do? Let me go?" Du Wei, in a state of panic, regretted her words and puzzled over the man's sudden ferocity. "Oh, I beg your pardon." Dong Yi, regaining some composure yet still visibly exhilarated, remarked, "I figured out how to harness spiritual techniques." Oh. Du Wei sighed in relief. "You don't hold it against me?" Dong Yi attempted once more to summon the power of water, only to find himself unable to do so. He had accessed it in his moment of peril, but now that the danger had abated, the ability eluded him. "You just mentioned knowing how to wield spiritual techniques. Please, enlighten me." Du Wei quickly diverted the conversation. "Well, regarding that, on a wintry night, I initially intended to share my thoughts, but considering Du Wei's fiery temperament, I feared that should she take a disliking to me, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, I refrained from disclosing the erratic nature of my magical abilities, as I could not guarantee their efficacy in life-threatening situations." Du Wei's expression was somewhat grim, likely due to her familiarity with the man cloaked in black. The man wore a smug, malevolent smile, remarking, "What's this? After a day of silence, you've sought companionship elsewhere." "Lin Feng, cease your nonsense," Du Wei retorted. Her cheeks flushed, betraying a hint of trepidation towards the man before her. "Am I speaking unwisely? Out so late, just the two of you? I was right not to acquiesce to you back then." Lin Feng's tone dripped with disdain and condescension. "I have no connection with him." Du Wei hastily stepped aside, creating distance between herself and me. This action only served to bolster Lin Feng's arrogance as he approached me, scrutinizing me with a mocking gaze. "Not much to look at, are you?" "I truly have no ties to him," Du Wei reiterated, desperately attempting to clarify the situation. Chapter 5. The Warrior to Those Who Do Not Believe You. No amount of explanation will suffice. Why waste your breath on them? I shook my head in response. Do you have a say in this matter? Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand, aiming to strike me. Instinctively, I lifted my hand to defend myself, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng nearly stumbled backward. He retreated a couple of steps, his face betraying panic as he pointed at me, exclaiming, "You are a warrior? A warrior?" This term, which rarely graced my existence, echoed in my mind. I glanced at my hands, a torrent of thoughts swirling within. As one who engages only in the intricate matters of the mind, diligently honing his spiritual techniques and relying solely on them in combat, the prince had never before resorted to physical confrontation. In this moment, on a winter's night, he realized he was not as powerless as an ordinary spiritual practitioner, yet he was mistakenly perceived as a warrior. The term warrior exists in contrast to that of a spiritual practitioner. Not everyone inhabiting the spirit star can become a spiritual practitioner, as the vast majority are incapable of achieving such a status. Consequently, many individuals opt to endure harsh conditions to fortify their physical forms, subjecting themselves to relentless training to mitigate the damage inflicted by spiritual techniques, ultimately striving to confront and vanquish spiritual practitioners. However, the formidable power of spiritual techniques can obliterate all in its path, no matter how tirelessly a common person trains. They cannot withstand the devastating effects of high-level spiritual techniques unleashed at will by adept practitioners. Some individuals resort to special substances to augment their physicality, while others seek to enhance their strength by offering sacrifices to spiritual practitioners. Typically, the warriors forged through rigorous training are passionate youths, referred to as red warriors, whereas those who have altered their bodies through substances, often ravaged by these chemicals, are known as white warriors. The warriors who sacrifice their souls to spiritual practitioners, rendered akin to soulless husks, are called black warriors. Even with these transformations, they remain powerless against spiritual practitioners. Thus, when facing warriors, it is paramount for the spiritual practitioner to maintain a distance. Winter Night pondered that, astonishingly, Ling Feng had mistaken him for a warrior. And now that he was unable to wield the power of water spirits, if he did not seize Ling Feng in this moment, his life would be forfeit. As expected, Ling Feng swiftly distanced himself from Dong Yi, beginning to gather the ethereal power of water in preparation for an attack. Dong Yi, without a moment's hesitation, stepped towards Ling Feng, blocking his advance with his left foot, which immediately interrupted Ling Feng's incantation, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Panic-stricken, Ling Feng gazed up at Dong Yi, his voice trembling as he declared, "My father is the commander of the scattered soldiers in Lingduo District. If you do not relent, you shall meet your demise." The title of commander had once been a mere jest to Dong Yi, and though he was no longer a prince, he harbored no fear towards the son of a leader commanding a mere few thousand. He had no intention of harming Ling Feng, yet he understood all too well that should he release him, Ling Feng would rise and seek his life. "You must let go," Du Wei urged, her anxiety palpable. Ling Feng was not only the object of her affection, but any turmoil would also implicate her and her brother. At that moment, 3 armored figures approached in the distance, clad in helmets and wielding large swords. They were patrolling soldiers from the vicinity, who, upon witnessing the commotion, decided to intervene. The trio, with voices that varied in pitch, called out, "What is happening here?" One among them recognized Ling Feng, a sly grin spreading across his face. Instead of admonishing Dong Yi to release him, he remarked sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this young Master Ling Feng?" Ling Feng cast a disdainful glance at the 3, fully aware they sought to capitalize on the situation. With a resigned tone, he replied, "Indeed, it is I. Should you assist me today, I shall ensure that your visit to my residence in the future will be met with generosity." Dong Yi recognized the armor they donned, which belonged to the regular troops of the Ice and Snow realm. In the realm of Ice and Snow, each district can host countless informal military units, yet there exists only one formal battalion. Informal units can be established merely with financial means, while formal battalions can only be created or abolished by the Lord of the Ice and Snow domain. Consequently, despite being mere ordinary soldiers. They command a respect that informal units dare not challenge. Thus, even though Ling Feng harbored intentions of eliminating Dong Yi, he refrained from acting overtly. Gritting his teeth, he shot a fierce glance at Dong Yi and addressed the three soldiers. I am grateful to the three officials for standing up for me. The soldiers responded graciously. Young Master Ling, you overstayed our efforts. This is simply our duty. Brother Yin, are you on duty today? It must be arduous work. Du Tao coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment and whispered, surely he lacks the capability to harm a spirit master? Yin replied, if you wish for me to release him, you need only ask. I can grant you that favor. However, I expect a complimentary meal at your place tomorrow. Du Tao assured him, that is but a trifling matter. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Ling Feng's face bore unwillingness, yet he dared not express his frustration openly. His mind racing with thoughts of vengeance against them all once he summoned his master. What? Do you have any objections? Yin felt no qualms about going back on his word to Ling Feng, as spirit masters typically held themselves in high regard, often looking down upon soldiers, who predominantly comprised the ranks in the ice and snow realm. Their disdain for spirit masters ran deep, and thus, they would only assist Ling Feng if he offered them some benefit in return. Du Tao had never displayed any spiritual abilities before them. They simply regarded him as an ordinary individual, which is why they treated him like a brother. Ling Feng took a deep breath, cast a sidelong glance at Dong Yi, and forced a smile as he said, I, of course, have no objections. Dong Yi nodded with a smile and replied, having only been here for such a short time, you not only think of helping me cultivate my water spirit power, but you have also saved me multiple times. Even I, though not the sharpest, can discern your genuine goodwill towards me. Du Tao, eschewing excessive sentimentality, continued to express his thoughts. For both our sakes, we presently face two choices. I am uncertain whether you are a warrior or a spirit master, but 70 miles away lies a village that is more prosperous than ours, home to two mercenary groups, one named Dragon Capture and the other Skybreaker. Dragon Capture consistently recruits warriors, while Skybreaker is in perpetual search of spirit masters. To speak candidly, both groups have been struggling with business, leading to a constant influx and departure of members, hence their ongoing recruitment. Are you suggesting that regardless of whether I am a spirit master or a warrior, there is a place for me there? Dong Yi found this proposal quite appealing and silently contemplated where she should go. Of course, this is not to urge you to leave, rather, it is a matter of circumstance, Du Tao said, his voice lacking confidence. Dong Yi laughed heartily. If you wish to send me away, you could have done so on my very first day here. Thank you for your understanding, Du Tao replied, feeling much more at ease. It is I who should express my gratitude. However, great kindness does not require words of thanks. Your assistance and the advice you have offered me during these past few days will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. On a wintry night, Dong Yi bowed deeply to Du Tao, marking the first instance in his life that he had ever bowed to anyone other than his lord. A sense of unease stirred within Du Tao, prompting him to quickly assist Dong Yi back to his feet, saying, it is only natural for us to help one another. There is no need for such formalities. I actually have a matter for Brother Yi to assist me with. What is it? I shall certainly help. Dong Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. My younger sister, Xiao Wei, is studying at the Lingdong Academy in that village. I hope you can take care of her while you are there, Du Tao mentioned casually. Why should he take care of her? I managed quite well on my own before, didn't I? He should focus on taking care of himself first, Du Wei retorted, turning her head aside and gently shaking her leg. Chapter 6. Departure. Du Tao's final request for assistance was clearly intended to ease the atmosphere, and Dong Yi naturally chose not to expose it, readily agreeing. That is only proper. I will need Xiao Wei to guide me. Is that what you call her? Du Wei huffed, still irked with Dong Yi. My apologies, I meant Miss Du. Dong Yi quickly corrected himself. The following day, before dawn had broken, Du Wei had already packed her belongings, and Du Tao roused the still, slumbering Dong Yi. Once Dong Yi had hastily gathered his things, Du Tao led two fine steeds and stated gravely, we must depart now. Otherwise, we won't reach our destination before nightfall. Dong Yi, intrigued, noted that the journey spanned a mere 70 miles, and that typically, one could amble along and arrive in half a day. Given the urgency in Du Tao's demeanor, he inquired, "Brother Du, you do not seem to jest. How could we possibly fail to cover a mere 70 miles in a day? Dear Brother Yi, you may not be aware that the 70-li stretch is a proper thoroughfare, while the Lingduo District is the most impoverished area in the entire region. Countless beggars, con artists, and robbers lurk along those roads, making it perilous for anyone lacking significant influence to traverse. The path you must take is a rarely traveled route, requiring a considerable detour of over 100 additional li, and it is fraught with difficulties and rugged terrain," Du Tao explained. Du Wei, standing nearby, expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Are you even from the Lingduo District? How can you be so ignorant, like a fool? Xiao Wei, mind your words. You will rely on him more than you realize on this journey," Du Tao admonished, his usual affability towards Du Wei replaced by seriousness. "Humph. Who will rely on whom is yet to be seen," Du Wei muttered under her breath. Du Tao refrained from further discussion, simply handing the reins to the two and advising, "Be cautious on your journey." The two mounted their horses, flicked their whips, and gradually disappeared from Du Tao's sight. The winter night offered little guidance, as it followed closely behind Du Wei. The steeds chosen by Du Tao proved to be exceptional, covering over 20 li in little more than a tea's brewing time, arriving at the base of two towering peaks. Du Wei halted, her expression tense. Although she had traversed this path many times before, it had always been with her brother's guidance. Now, feeling a surge of anxiety, she attempted to appear strong in front of Dong Yi. "Now, only one of us can proceed ahead. You must keep close, for if you lose me, I shall not be responsible." "Understood," Dong Yi replied with a nod. Du Wei gritted her teeth, struck her horse with the whip, and charged into the depths of the forest. On a frigid winter night, he dared not lag behind and hastily urged his steed onward. However, to his surprise, the horse beneath him halted abruptly after merely a few strides. Fortunately, he held the reins tightly. Otherwise, he would have tumbled to the ground. Raising his gaze, he noticed that Du Wei's horse had also come to a stop, barely 5 meters ahead of him. Both horses were restlessly pacing in place, unwilling to advance further. Du Wei pondered the peculiar behavior of her mount, bewildered by its reluctance to perform properly upon encountering a stranger. In irritation, she shouted, "Giddy up," and struck the horse sharply with her whip. The horse neighed and took a few steps forward before halting once more. Du Wei, now furious, lashed out with 2 more strikes, thinking that this would surely amuse the scoundrel beside her. Yet, regardless of her attempts to spur it on with force or fury, her horse remained obstinately immobile. Winter Night sensed that something was amiss and remarked, "Miss Du, perhaps you should cease striking it. I suspect there may be something ahead that is causing the horses to hesitate." Hearing Winter Night finally speak, her mood lightened slightly, yet she retorted, "What do you know? Who has traversed this path more, you or I?" "Humph." As soon as her words left her lips, a low, mournful howl echoed in the distance. The sound was not ear-splitting, yet it sent shivers down her spine, causing her horse to take a few steps back. After a moment, she began to gather her magical energy. Winter Night, perplexed by Du Wei's sudden hostility towards him, pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "Miss Du, you truly are an intriguing character. I assure you, I have not sought to target you in the slightest during our journey." Du Wei cast him a glance and remarked, "With your dull demeanor, you hardly utter a word along the way. Your presence or absence makes little difference." Dong Yi replied, "So, Miss Du finds me uninteresting? I assumed you preferred my silence. Rest assured, your brother and you have lent me considerable assistance. It is my duty to protect you and ensure your happiness. I shall endeavor to converse more and alleviate your boredom." "Humph, who desires to listen to you?" Du Wei, her inner thoughts laid bare, felt a flush of embarrassment as she once again spoke contrary to her feelings. Dong Yi, not lacking in perception, understood her true intent and chuckled softly. Suddenly, they were jolted by a thunderous rumble. A section of the mountainside 20 meters ahead fractured, sending rocks scattering. A deep, mournful howl echoed forth this sound. Clearer than the previous one, unmistakably emanated from the recently shattered terrain. Their mounts, sensing danger, immediately turned to flee. Dong Yi was thrown to the ground, while Du Wei, having harnessed her water spirit energy, gracefully descended from her steed. Useless creatures, she scolded the two fleeing horses. Encountering an armored beast. Few ordinary animals dare approach within 100 meters. These two horses performed admirably, Dong Yi stated earnestly. Du Wei's expression turned grave at the mention of the armored beast. A Tier 3 spiritual creature. Her current cultivation was inadequate to contend with such an entity. She gazed at Dong Yi with a mixture of fear and confusion. For despite traversing this path no fewer than 10 times, she had never encountered any spiritual beast, let alone one of Tier 3. Indeed, it is in pursuit of its master. If my suspicions are correct, its master is currently on the brink of death. The Winter Knight is not alarming. Within the royal palace, Winter Knight has encountered numerous spirit beasts. Such situations typically arise when a master encounters danger without their spirit beast, prompting the creature to heed the call of the soul bond and assist its master. Thus, this armored beast is singularly focused on locating its master and will not be deterred by anything else along the way. How do you know? Observing Winter Knight's calm demeanor, Du Wei unconsciously inched closer to him. Rest assured, it will not harm us, Winter Knight replied nonchalantly. Ah, that is a relief, Du Wei said, gently patting her elevated chest. However, it is in haste to find its master. So there remains a considerable chance that it might inadvertently harm us as it passes by. Winter Knight added with a hint of caution. Du Wei furrowed her brow, lightly nudging him with her jade-like hand. You are deliberately trying to frighten me. Winter Knight chuckled softly. I possess no abilities. How could I possibly instill fear? Before he could finish his thought, the armored beast crouched and sprang forward, landing directly in front of them, letting out a low growl. Grr. The armored beast, though not large, about the size of a person, resembles a crocodile, its scales extraordinarily tough and its speed remarkable. It always opts for the shortest route to its destination, shattering any obstacles with its formidable head and swift velocity. Its roar is capable of intimidating foes, instilling fear without inflicting tangible harm. Both individuals trembled simultaneously. Feeling an overwhelming loss of control, the sudden encounter was indeed quite terrifying. On a wintry night, I held my breath, striving to calm myself swiftly. Turning my head, I beheld Du Wei. Her eyes rolled back, collapsing towards the ground. Regaining my composure, I reached out to catch her, but in my urgency, I exerted too much force, drawing her into my embrace. The intoxicating scent of the young girl and her soft, delicate form set my heart racing, disrupting the previously pure and unblemished tranquility of the winter night. Du Wei, having been startled into unconsciousness, offered no resistance, leaving me bewildered. At that moment, however, the third-level spirit beast once again opened its maw, revealing its sharp fangs. Suddenly, a disheveled man tumbled down from the mountainside to my left, gasping for breath. He was the master of the armored beast. With a shout, he called out, and the armored beast swiftly approached him, laying down on the ground. The man stepped onto the beast's back and weakly uttered, "Hurry, let's go. Look, turn around." Du Wei's face flushed with anger. "You've lost your composure." "But this only signifies your beauty," I teased. "My friend, which part are you referring to as beautiful?" questioned a flamboyantly dressed man who emerged from the same place as the disheveled figure. He was followed by two others clad in black, adorned with red sashes at their waists, likely the flamboyant man's attendants. Of course, I meant the person. What else could it be? I replied casually. Yet, the flamboyant man fixated his gaze lewdly on Du Wei's chest, leering, "Naturally, this part is exquisite. Ha ha ha." His two attendants erupted in laughter, while Du Wei, incensed, once more gathered her water spirit energy. Chapter 7. The Journey on a Winter Night. Dong Yi stroked his chin, reflecting on the stark contrast between the refined individuals he typically encountered in the palace and the thoughts of those around him here. It seemed prudent to adjust his demeanor. Otherwise, he would appear utterly out of place. Ah, a spirit master, nonetheless. A flamboyant man swiftly approached Du Wei, abruptly pulling her forward, interrupting her concentration. "Release her." Dong Yi sensed that these individuals were far from benign, But it was too late. As soon as he uttered those 3 words, he was restrained by the 2 lackeys of the flamboyant man. Ha ha. The flamboyant man laughed heartily. I must say, Wenba, I have gained some insight today. A spirit master dares to act alone. After a moment's hesitation, he regarded Dong Yi with derision. Surely, you cannot be the warrior tasked with her protection? Perhaps you should train for another 2 years. Once again, Dong Yi was labeled a mere warrior, without time to ponder the implications. A plan to extricate himself formed in his mind. You do understand she is a spirit master, and how could a spirit master not have several trusted warriors for protection? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the men shifted simultaneously. Bi Wenba slightly recoiled, his demeanor growing more cautious, while his 2 lackeys tightened their grip on Dong Yi, preventing any escape. The lackeys, feeling the softness of Dong Yi's muscles, quickly discerned that he bore no semblance of a trained warrior. One of them turned to Bi Wenba and said, Young master, this fellow is merely bluffing. He lacks any real strength. Enraged, he declared, How dare you deceive me? Allow me to show you the consequences of your folly. With that, he released Du Wei and hurled a punch towards Dong Yi. On a frigid winter night, he was firmly restrained by 2 of his subordinates, unable to move even the slightest bit, destined to endure the punch. Ah, young man, there is no need for such fury. It would be unfortunate to accidentally harm an old man like me. Just as it seemed that he would inevitably receive the blow, an elderly gentleman, his hair a cascade of white, suddenly materialized beside them, effortlessly deflecting the forceful punch that Bi Wenba had mustered with all his strength. He ambled gracefully between the 2 men, and while they were still in a stupor, his seemingly slow steps vanished from their sight in an instant. Each movement was so natural, so nonchalant, as if the old man had never existed at all. Who was that person to you? Bi Wenba exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, as his subordinates, dazed, released their hold on Dong Yi. He was merely a passerby. The habits cultivated over years within the palace imbued Dong Yi's demeanor with an air of confidence. Thus, despite speaking the truth, Bi Wenba felt a mix of apprehension and suspicion. That elderly figure was certainly no ordinary warrior, as one would rarely intervene to assist a mere stranger. After contemplating the pros and cons, he remarked, Ah, we are but passers-by. Let us part ways here. Indeed, however, we seem to have lost our horses, and it appears we may not reach our destination in time. Du Wei lamented disheartenedly. The stranger replied, My dear lady, there is no need for concern. This armored beast beneath me can easily carry 2. We shall reach the Jade Seal Academy in just over 2 hours. Du Wei's face lit up. Not merely because they could swiftly reach the academy, but rather due to the evident flattery from the individual before her, who remained silent. His gaze fixated on the wintry night. Winter Night remarked, However, we are but 2 people, and we express our gratitude for your brotherly goodwill here. The man continued, To be candid, as a spirit master, I did not seek a warrior for protection solely because I coveted this armored beast. Since this armored beast comes in pairs, I purchased both to avoid separating them, leaving me without funds to hire a warrior. Du Wei interjected then, Wouldn't it be more perilous for the 3 of us to stay together? Are you not a warrior, my good fellow? The man inquired curiously. Just as Winter Night was about to explain, Du Wei tugged at his clothing, preemptively stating, Indeed, while he may not be a formidable warrior, he is more than capable of protecting me. Then I kindly ask both of you to accompany me. This is Xiao Hui, a companion of Haizi. As he spoke, the man held his breath, gathering his spirit, placing his arms before him. A soft blue light cascaded from his fingertips like flowing water. With a sudden burst, another armored beast appeared on the ground. This new beast was slightly smaller than the first, its skin a deeper hue, and the 2 armored beasts greeted each other, as if they had not met for quite some time. Upon hearing that they were from the same academy, Du Wei felt a surge of excitement. My name is Yi Dong, merely accompanying her on this journey, Winter Night succinctly stated. The literary friend, seemingly indifferent to his appellation, offered a perfunctory nod before turning his gaze, laden with affection, towards Du Wei. Du Wei, he intoned suavely, shall we embark on Haizi? While young Master Yi avails himself of Xiao Hui, let us hasten our departure. Indeed, Du Wei responded. Her initial wariness of the literary friend had dissipated upon learning of his senior status, replaced by a burgeoning fondness. The literary friend mounted Heisey, adjusting his position towards its fore, and extended a hand to assist Du Wei. The remaining space was limited, and their proximity would inevitably lead to physical contact. Du Wei hesitated momentarily before gently nudging Dong Yi. Perhaps, she suggested, you could accompany this fellow, while I ride Xiao Hui alone. Dong Yi jested. I never imagined you possessed such timidity. Dong Ye's words evoked memories of her exposed form and several intimate encounters, causing her to pinch his waist playfully. With crimson cheeks, she sought refuge behind him, retorting, What are you insinuating? Continue with such nonsense, and you shall face my wrath. Despite Du Wei's palpable reprimand, the literary friend perceived their interaction as deeply affectionate, leading to a sense of disappointment. Very well, then he conceded. His initial stratagem thwarted. He engaged Du Wei in lively conversation throughout their journey, while Dong Yi remained largely silent. Through their discourse, Dong Yi gleaned insights into the esteemed Jade Seal Academy. The Jade Seal Academy comprises 7 groups, each consisting of 5 levels. The first level is attained at the initial stage of water spirit powers, and upon reaching the second stage, one progresses to the second level. Subsequently, levels 3 and 4 correspond to the third stage of water spirit arts, and with further cultivation, one can ultimately graduate as a 5th-level student. Although Dong Yi was unfamiliar with the prestigious name of the Jade Seal Academy, he was well aware that each year, the Ice Spirit Palace selects a number of exceptional spiritual masters from various academies to serve in the realm of ice and snow. Thus, he was not entirely alien to such institutions. A thought began to take shape in his mind. If he were to study at the academy, he could eventually return to the royal palace to lay his mother to rest. However, he refrained from inquiring about the admission procedures, fully aware that his current ability to cultivate spiritual energy was quite lacking, and it was unlikely that any academy would accept him. The speed of the armored beast was indeed extraordinary, as it arrived in just an hour. The official opening day was still a day away. Yet the Jade Seal Academy was already bustling with activity. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, they encountered 3 boys striding towards them, their gazes seemingly fixated on Du Wei, who stood beside Dong Yi. The trio stood out in the crowd, clad in striking red, purple, and green attire. The boy in red tossed a crimson rose into the air and declared, Xiao Wei, this is a flower I picked from Rose Mountain, specially for you. Before Du Wei could accept it, the boy in red quickly attempted to undermine the gesture. Don't listen to Rong Ziyu's nonsense. That rose in his hand was plucked from his backyard this morning. Look at the true treasure I have prepared for you. The boy in green chimed in. Niegu is absolutely right. Ziyu's cultivation level is nowhere near that of Rose Mountain. This pearl in Nie Ji's possession is worth a fortune, infused with water spirit essence. Several pairs of eyes were immediately drawn to the resplendent pearl resting in the palm of Nie Hongji's left hand. Even under the direct blaze of the midday sun, the pale blue pearl radiated its brilliance, suggesting that, were it night, it would illuminate the entire sky. Nie Hongji, the sole heir of Nie Tianyuan, the wealthiest man in the Lingduo District, regarded this pearl as merely a month's allowance, insignificant in his eyes. Yet, in this frigid and impoverished realm, no one could resist such an alluring temptation. Faced with such a precious gem, Du Wei found herself captivated, seemingly unable to restrain her hands. She recalled that during the last holiday, Nie Hongji had mentioned surprising her upon their return to school. Brother Nie, last night, as you were sweating in my presence, you promised to gift me this pearl. Who is she? A captivating, delicate voice floated from behind the crowd. Chapter 8. Joining the mercenary group. It must be said that this voice rendered all the men present utterly enraptured, as they instinctively turned to behold its owner. The speaker's beauty rivaled that of Du Wei, clad in a semi-transparent, pale green veil that draped over her graceful form, her snow-white skin visible through the gossamer fabric. With a seductive sway of her hips, she approached the gathering slowly. In a moment of distraction, Nie Hongji instinctively lowered the hand that held the pearl. leaving Du Wei to gaze longingly at it as she lowered her own half-raised hand. Nia Hongji frowned slightly. He was notorious in Yuan Academy as a notorious playboy, and given his family's wealth, no one dared to comment on his unconventional relationships with several women. Moreover, the women surrounding him feigned ignorance, and no one interfered with his flirtations. The alluring woman before him was a stranger, yet his fleeting doubts dissipated quickly. To him, no beautiful woman was to be overlooked. He said, "Then I shall gift you this pearl. How delightful it would be to visit you again tonight. Oh, but do not be like last night." For it was utterly unsatisfying. The enchanting woman delicately took the pearl in her slender hand and gracefully navigated through the crowd, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. Yet no one dared to touch her gossamer veil, let alone make any physical contact. Regardless, Nia Hongji and his companions unabashedly swallowed hard, their hearts racing with excitement, their gazes fixated on the woman. Having encountered countless women in the palace, Dong Yi hesitated to declare that she was not extraordinary. However, he sensed that his admiration for her differed from the allure he typically experienced with other beautiful women. After pausing for a moment, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, "I suppose you have no need for my assistance." Nia Hongji, known for his domineering presence at the Jade Seal Academy, was infuriated by the audacity of someone daring to disregard him in public. He immediately lost his temper, denying Du Wei any chance to speak, and forcefully shoved Dong Yi. Bellowing, "I am addressing you. Are you deaf, or what?" "Wow, brother Nia, you are quite fierce," the enchanting woman added, stoking the flames further. Dong Yi cast a glance at her, pondering, why does this woman seem intent on targeting me? "Oh, and you dare to look? My woman is not someone you can behold." The moment the alluring woman lavished praise upon Nia Hongji, his pride soared to unprecedented heights. He then berated Rong Ziyu and the other literary friends, barking, "You all should stop staring and get out of my sight. How can such a cacophony exist in this world?" As Dong Yi was about to gather the ethereal essence of water to purify the surroundings, he suddenly realized that his powers had dissipated entirely. He clenched his fists in silent frustration, unsure of how to proceed. "Haha. Why are you clenching your fists so tightly? Do you wish to strike me? Come on. In all my days, no one has ever dared to hit me." Nia Hongji taunted, waving Dong Ye's fist before his face, reveling in his arrogance. However, to his astonishment, Dong Yi was not one to shy away from confrontation. He unleashed a punch that landed heavily on Nia Hongji's face. Given Nia Hongji's pampered upbringing and status as a spirit master, he was sent sprawling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dong Yi himself was taken aback, staring in bewilderment at his own fist. "I possess such strength? Have they stripped me of my water spirit powers only to grant me abilities beyond the ordinary?" Confounded, Dong Yi felt compelled to test his hypothesis. He approached the fallen Nia Hongji, seized his garments, and hoisted him up, preparing to deliver another blow. Nia Hongji immediately pleaded for mercy. "Brother, brother, brother, I was wrong." Yet, while he begged, his shifty eyes darted toward Rong Ziyu and the others, seemingly signaling them to come to his aid. However, the two individuals remained utterly motionless, making every effort to avoid meeting Nia Hongji's gaze. They had endured considerable hardship in his presence before. Assisting him had yielded no benefits, and any slight dissatisfaction from him could result in even greater misfortune. Dong Yi did not genuinely intend to strike him. Upon witnessing his plea for mercy, he relented. At that moment, three figures approached from a distance. Leading them was a dashing young gentleman, flanked by two companions whose attire bore no significant distinction from his. Yet, their demeanor conveyed a clear hierarchy, suggesting either a subordinate or servant relationship. The young gentleman clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, your skills are impressive. However, to casually release a spirit master is not the conduct befitting a warrior. Qin Long, what brings you here?" Du Wei exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. "Didn't your brother mention you would arrive later in the evening? Why are you here so early? He said he found you a capable assistant to accompany you. Who might that be?" The young gentleman surveyed the five young men before his gaze ultimately settled on Dong Yi. Though he did not regard Dong Yi as particularly exceptional, He appeared significantly more competent in comparison to the others. So, your brother sent word ahead. That explains the coincidence. He continued. It's him. After all, you were just praising him. Du Wei shot Dong Yi a pointed look, her tone somewhat irritable. Once it was confirmed that Dong Yi was indeed the one, Qin Long's demeanor shifted, becoming more serious. Brother, joining us is not merely a matter of dealing with a few feeble spirit masters. You will need to possess the fortitude to endure. Are you truly prepared for this? Longgu, discussing this here may not be appropriate. Xiao Wei has just arrived. Let us first enjoy a meal. To the left of Qin Long, a subordinate made a suggestion. Qin Long nodded slightly, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he approached the enchanting woman, saying, Fair Lady Jing, do not presume that your modest talents grant you the liberty to toy with others. Should you encounter someone formidable, you may find it quite unbearable. Upon hearing that Qin Long was acquainted with this woman, Nia Hongji hastily inquired, What is your esteemed name, my brother? Young Master Nia, your reputation precedes you. It seems no beauty escapes your notice. However, no matter how affluent your family may be, it appears that the exquisite Jing Wenin shall remain out of your reach. As the leader of a mercenary group, Qin Long typically relied on affluent patrons to commission tasks, thereby securing the operational funds for his band. Ordinarily, he would avoid offending them. Yet, Nia Hongji disregarded Qin Long's warning, clapping his hands in delight. What a splendid name. Truly splendid. A beauty whose name is equally enchanting. This gem is yours. The impact of Qin Long's words weighed heavily upon Jing Wenin. She was no longer the composed figure traversing among the 7 or 8 individuals, but was now flustered, barely registering Nia Hongji's remarks. With pursed lips, she cast a glance at Qin Long before turning away, her steps light and swift as she made her way several dozen meters away. Nia Hongji, clutching the metaphorical gem, hastened after her, calling out, Inin, do not depart. With Nia Hongji's departure, the lively atmosphere dissipated. Qin Long and his companions, including Dong Yi and Du Wei, arrived at the Qin Long Dining Pavilion, a restaurant owned by the Qin Long Mercenary Group, which was quite well known locally and of considerable size, featuring a common area on the first floor and a VIP section on the second. Upon reaching the upper level, Du Wei pointed to a roasted chicken in the ice chamber and exclaimed, I wish to have that. Qin Long chuckled, I knew you would desire it. I prepared it for you long ago. Du Wei was evidently not visiting this place for the first time, and upon entering, Dong Yi surveyed his surroundings. There were only 4 VIP rooms, all vacant, devoid of guests. The scale felt diminutive to him, prompting an involuntary sigh. What's wrong? Have you never encountered such a grand establishment? Du Wei inquired with a smile. Dong Yi hesitated, forcing a wry smile as he shook his head, yet nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Xiao Wei, what is your relationship with that literary friend from earlier? He seemed quite eager to join us. Why didn't you bring him along? Qin Long asked as he took a seat. He is Xiao Wei's admirer, Dong Yi replied casually. How ridiculous. Xiao Wei frowned, playfully pinching Dong Yi's waist. I never suggested you liked him. Why are you so agitated? Dong Yi chuckled in response. Indeed, I found him quite agreeable, refined and cultured, Qin Long remarked, sipping his tea. Brother Qin, please refrain from further comments. Du Wei's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Qin Long felt a weight lift from his heart, visibly relieved. Yet he maintained a courteous demeanor, saying, Oh, I see. I had intended to collaborate with young Master Yi, but considering his lofty ambitions, it would be inappropriate to intrude upon his aspirations. Dong Yi smiled faintly, thinking to himself that such formal speech was reminiscent of courtiers in a palace, indeed uncomfortable. At that moment, a young man clad in blue armor rushed upstairs, the character for dragon emblazoned upon its center. Breathing heavily, he addressed Qin Long, President Qin. President, you inquired whether we would accept the security task for the Baichao auction venue. They're about to set up the venue, and it is imperative to decide which mercenary group will handle the security. Qin Long furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply, remaining silent for an extended period. The young man appeared anxious, yet dared not urge him. Observing the situation, Dong Yi politely inquired, Is there something troubling you, young Master Qin? Upon hearing Dong Ye's words, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qin Long. He exchanged a glance with his two subordinates, sighed, and said, "Might I request your assistance, young Master Yi? Before we find another solution, the Baiqiao auction house mandates a security personnel count of 20, and we are unfortunately one short. We have yet to find a suitable candidate. Should you not mind assisting us?" Chapter 9. Capturing the Dragon Mercenary Corps. Dong Yi did not immediately acquiesce, not out of pride, but rather because he realized that Qin Long had no regard for him. Even if this task concluded, he would still face a predicament of having nowhere to turn. "Rest assured, young Master Yi, during your stay, we shall duly compensate you according to standards for the tasks you undertake." Qin Long presumed Dong Yi was contemplating the remuneration and hastily clarified. A narrow path of blue stones led directly to a 3-story loft, where Kong Bo Ho elaborated. "Our mercenary brothers are typically out on assignments. Although it appears our headquarters is understaffed, we actually have over 1,000 members." "Oh, what types of tasks do you usually undertake?" Dong Yi inquired, having little knowledge of mercenary operations. "Tasks of every kind, as long as the employer provides adequate payment. We are inclined to accept nearly any job," replied Kong Bo Ho. "And what if the tasks contravene our field's regulations? Would you undertake such missions?" Dong Yi asked, astonished. Kong Bo Ho paused for a moment, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "That ultimately depends on whether the funds are in place. In due time, you shall come to understand." As they conversed, the duo arrived at the entrance of the loft. Upon entering, they were greeted by a plaque adorned with golden characters on a black background, inscribed with the words, "Conference Hall." To the far left and right of the hall stood 2 staircases, each marked by its own sign. The left bore the inscription, "Accounts Office," while the right read, "Training Pavilion." Kong Bo Ho led Dong Yi up the left staircase, just as an elderly gentleman, distinguished by a slight sprinkling of white hair, descended. Kong Bo Ho promptly greeted him, "President Yu." The elder nodded with a smile, then glanced at Dong Yi and inquired, "Is this the new recruit?" "Indeed, President Yu." Kong Bo Ho replied earnestly, then introduced Dong Yi. "This is President Yu, who primarily oversees the task assignments for the mercenary group." "Ah, how fortunate you are, young man." President Yu continued, "The bounty offered by Baiqiao is quite generous. A few days in there could earn you more than a month's worth of tasks elsewhere." As he spoke, he made his way down the stairs. "Do not rejoice too soon. Whether you can pass Sister Shuang's scrutiny will depend on your fortune," Kong Bo Ho remarked, his expression betraying a mix of indifference and resignation towards the woman he mentioned. "Is it not up to young Master Qin to decide?" Dong Yi pondered, a sense of frustration brewing within him. Previously, Qin Long had employed various tactics to dismiss him, only to later use Xiao Wei to entice him to stay. Now, it seemed he was merely toying with him. Upon entering the accounting room, the trio retrieved a square, azure stone from the cabinet and placed it upon the table. A gentle touch to the stone elicited a palm-sized blue shadow. "This is a memory stone," Sister Shuang explained. "Lay your left hand with fingers spread upon it. This will serve as evidence of our pact with the Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps. Should either party fail to fulfill their obligations as stipulated, a grievance may be lodged with the Mercenary Guild's General Union." Winter Knight nodded, placing his left palm atop the blue shadow. Sister Shuang cast a sidelong glance at him, extending her hand to pry his fingers apart, her irritation evident. "Did you not hear what I just said? I will ask the questions, and you shall respond. Understood?" Kong Bo had his reservations regarding Sister Shuang's actions. Despite her masculine attire and bold demeanor, she had never engaged in any intimate interactions with men before, making her recent behavior all the more surprising. Winter Knight nodded once more, but Sister Shuang was not pleased. "Did you comprehend that? Speak." "Understood." Winter Knight furrowed his brow, bemused by the disparity between her charming appearance and her fierce temperament. "Name?" Sister Shuang demanded succinctly. "Yidong." "Age?" 16. "Place of origin?" Winter Knight inhaled deeply, pondering his response, yet remained silent. Both individuals regarded him with curiosity, and remarkably, Sister Shuang refrained from displaying hostility this time. "Can you abide by the rules of the Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps?" Will you fulfill the obligations of the Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps? Sister Shuang eschewed the previous question without hesitation, proceeding directly to the next. Yes. The Dragon Capturing Mercenary Corps allocates 20% of the bounty from each mission to the members who successfully complete it. Additionally, in the absence of assignments, a monthly stipend of 1 gold coin is provided for basic living expenses. Is there any dissent regarding this arrangement? What? Still not satisfied? Which affluent family do you belong to? If you wish to avoid the judgments of others, you ought to improve yourself. It is disheartening to bear grievances without having achieved anything. Kong Boheo knows Sister Shuang all too well. He would not heed her request to let Dongye stay. He grasped Dongye's hand and did not relent. Although Dongye had heard Sister Shuang's words, he could not voice his rebuttal as she was no longer listening. After contemplating, Dongye shook his head and replied, "She is right. When venturing beyond one's home, one must inevitably endure certain grievances. Only by becoming stronger can one cease to be beholden to the opinions of others. Do not harbor anger towards Sister Shuang. She is a kind person. She is the cousin of President Qin and lost her parents at a young age. Despite her seemingly tough exterior, it is merely a facade to conceal her fragile heart." Kong Boheo remarked with a hint of regret. "Ah, you seem to understand her quite well. Do you have feelings for her?" Dongye inquired with a gentle smile, casting a meaningful glance at Kong Boheo. Blushing, Kong Boheo chuckled shyly. "It is simply that she keeps herself distant. She is merely 16, perhaps even a few months younger than you. Yet she insists that all our brothers call her Sister Shuang, clearly wishing to maintain a certain distance from us. That is because you have not truly touched her heart," Dongye replied with a smile. The two refrained from further discussion about Sister Shuang and soon arrived at the Baiqiao auction house. The venue was modest in scale, capable of accommodating no more than 200 individuals. Members of Baiqiao were busy preparing the hall, while the 20 members of the Dragon Capturing Mercenary Corps were arranging the personnel for the following day. As winter night descended, and the soldier's stature was notably low in comparison to others, Qin Long summoned him merely to fulfill a numerical requirement. "Why are you standing there foolishly? Go find a comfortable place to sleep," Kong Boho remarked seriously to Winter Night, who was vigilantly stationed at the entrance of the venue. "What? Aren't we supposed to keep watch at night?" Winter Night inquired, bewildered. "That's merely a saying. Don't take it so seriously," Kong Boho yawned, turning away to seek a cozy spot for slumber. Shaking his head, Winter Night mused to himself about the stark difference in how they approached their tasks compared to the palace guards. After enduring a lengthy spell of tedium, fatigue began to creep upon him. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, the entrance to the venue swung open, and Winter Night perked up to investigate. To his surprise, a stooped old woman appeared, leaning heavily on a sturdy iron staff, her slow steps carrying her further inside. "Excuse me, madam, but entry to the venue is currently restricted. May I kindly ask you to return tomorrow morning?" Winter Night addressed her. "What did you say?" The old woman's raspy voice echoed eerily in the stillness of the night. "I must insist that you cannot enter at this moment. Please come back in the morning." Winter Night reiterated, noticing the woman showed no sign of halting her advance. He promptly reached out to block her path. To his astonishment, her hand felt remarkably smooth, leaving Winter Night in a state of perplexity. The old woman shot him a fierce glare, but due to the dim candlelight, he could not discern the expression in her eyes, only sensing that she had glanced up at him momentarily. Subsequently, the elderly woman leaned to one side, and Dong Yi instinctively approached to offer support. However, upon feeling her hunched back, he discovered it was soft and devoid of the firmness of human bones. Dong Yi gazed at the woman in astonishment, and she, aware of her exposure, proceeded to lie down upon the ground. "Oh, if you do not wish to let me in, then do not. Why push an old lady?" Her tone was markedly different from the previous raspy voice, her speech considerably quicker. "I am unaware of your intentions for entering the venue at night. If you wish to keep your identity concealed, it would be prudent to depart now," Dong Yi stated, refraining from assisting the elderly woman who lay on the ground. "You young man, how can you be so lacking in respect for the elderly and the young? You push an old lady to the ground, and do not even offer a hand to help her up. Truly, you possess no moral character." The woman lay motionless, mumbling in protest. "I fear that should I assist you, I might be accused of impropriety." Dong Yi remained unmoved, gesturing towards the exit. "Humph." The elderly woman swiftly regained her footing and, with a few strides, exited the premises. No other visitors arrived afterward. The following morning, Dong Yi sought out Kong Bo Ho and inquired, "How often is this auction held?" "Once every 6 months. Why do you ask? You truly did not sleep last night, did you? Look at those dark circles under your eyes." Kong Bo Ho replied, shaking his head. "Oh, has anything unusual ever occurred at this auction before?" Dong Yi pressed on. "Not at all. Our place is impoverished and lacks valuable items. Who would come here to cause trouble?" Kong Bo Ho asserted confidently. "Ah, I see. On a winter night, having heard no prior incidents, I chose to remain silent about the peculiar situation I encountered the previous evening." Soon, a multitude of merchants, warriors, and spiritual masters began to arrive, swiftly filling the venue to capacity, with many more still approaching from outside. "The turnout this year is indeed remarkable," Kong Bo mused. Yet he did not dwell on it. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on the 4 tall, elegantly dressed women at the center of the hall. Not only were these women strikingly attractive, but they also held in their hands the items that were to be auctioned next. Although the items for auction were not particularly rare, they were undeniably valuable, akin to the esteemed members of the dragon-capturing mercenary corps, who were seldom seen in such gatherings. Indeed, in previous years, the venue had never been half-filled. A clear yet commanding voice broke through their thoughts. "Sister Shuang, what brings you here?" Kong Bo Ho exclaimed with delight upon noticing Chun Sheng, who had mysteriously appeared behind them. "This is bound to expose some who have never attended before," Chun Sheng remarked, casting a glance at Bai Dongye. Adhering to the principle of a gentleman not quarreling with a lady, Dongye chose silence and turned to exit. "Where are you going?" Just as he was about to express his annoyance, Kong Bo Ho quickly gestured and interjected, "Sister Shuang, with so many people today, Supervisor Bai is overwhelmed, which is why we were asked to assist." Chun Sheng scoffed, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Pulling the two aside, she spoke in a hushed tone. "The reason for my presence is that I have received news that someone at this auction will be offering the 100-spirit pill." "What?" Kong Bo Ho gasped in astonishment. "The miraculous Bai Ling Dan possesses the remarkable ability to swiftly replenish the water spirit expended by spellcasters, a rare elixir even within the palace confines." Dong Yi had previously consumed a few, acknowledging its life-saving potential for spirit masters in times of peril. "Lower your voice," Chun Sheng admonished, casting a glance at Kong Bo Ho. "Thus, our focus for this mission has shifted when the seller of Bai Ling Dan makes their appearance. We must ensure the safety of the venue, allowing both the sellers and buyers to transact smoothly." "Understood," Kong Bo Ho responded confidently. "But do not be complacent. Given the immense value of Bai Ling Dan, it is certain that unscrupulous thieves will attempt to seize it. Exercise utmost caution," Chun Sheng emphasized. "Very well, let us proceed." Kong Bo Ho nodded, and he along with Dong Yi made their way toward the venue. As Chun Sheng observed their departure, her gaze lingered on Dong Yi, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged silence, she called out, "Xiao Yi." The woman then addressed the audience, "Esteemed buyers, I am here today to auction the coveted Wu Lu." Upon the utterance of this name, the hall erupted in excitement. Initially, the attention was drawn to the woman herself, adorned in fresh attire with an alluring presence. However, it was now the precious treasure she held, Wu Lu, that captivated the crowd. The rarity of Wu Lu is on par with that of Bai Ling Dan, while the latter serves as a lifeline for spirit masters. Wu Lu represents a transformative elixir for warriors. Wu Lu has the power to transform a frail scholar into a robust and agile beginner warrior. Legends speak of only 3 locations across the Spirit Star where Wu Lu can be found: the Malin Peak in the Snowy Domain, the Beast Blood Waterfall in the Spirit Beast Domain, and the Lava Cave in the Fire Rock Domain. These 3 locations are renowned as forbidden zones within the entire realm of Spirit Stars, and it is rare to hear of anyone having ventured there, let alone obtaining the coveted martial essence. The atmosphere in the auction hall was charged with excitement, as nearly everyone clamored for the opportunity to bid, raising their paddles in a frenzy, transforming the spacious venue into a chaotic marketplace where no voice could be discerned. Suddenly, all sounds coalesced into a singular stream, flowing in an orderly manner toward one direction, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone took their seats, eager to hear the lady's bid. Kong Bohu stepped onto the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Vortex of pure water." Winter Knight recognized this spiritual technique, one that could only be deftly employed by a practitioner of the third tier of water spirit arts. As Winter Knight scanned the surroundings, it became evident that this spell was not cast by Kong Bohu, who was merely a novice warrior. He quickly pinpointed the source behind him, Chun Sheng, who emanated a gentle blue mist, with a massive whirlpool of flowing water forming above her head. Apart from the voice of Kong Bohu, all other sounds converged toward this vortex. Chun Sheng. Winter Knight instinctively uttered her name, though no sound escaped his lips. Chun Sheng understood his gesture and responded with a subtle smile. The sight of her cherubic face lighting up was truly enchanting, prompting a smile to grace Winter Knight's own lips. However, to his surprise, Chun Sheng soon adopted a more serious expression. Surrounding her stood 4 members of the Dragon Capture mercenary group, standing rigidly while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, for spiritual masters are most vulnerable to ambushes by warriors. Winter Knight had not anticipated that she was a spiritual master proficient in the third tier of water spirit arts. Yet it was evident that a mercenary group could scarcely thrive without such a practitioner. After a brief period, the crowd managed to rein in their emotions and quieted down, allowing Chun Sheng to cease her spell. The masked woman on stage spoke once more. As is widely known, the rarity of martial duel is unparalleled, and its value is immeasurable. Today, I do not seek to fetch a high price. I merely wish to encounter a fated individual. I shall set an opening bid of 10,000 gold coins for your consideration. However, the final decision of whether to sell and to whom rests solely with me. From the front row, a scruffy middle-aged man was the first to rise in protest. "My dear lady, once you enter the auction hall, it is your prerogative to set any price you desire. However, it is unreasonable to accept bids and then withdraw the item." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, if you wish to ascertain its value, you should go to the boutique. Once you are at an auction and bids are made, the highest bidder should rightfully win." Kong Bohu, experienced in security tasks, was adept at maintaining control over the situation. The crowd remained silent, awaiting further words from the masked woman. She blinked a few times, then put away the ornate box and declared, "Then I shall not sell it." Once again, it was the scruffy middle-aged man who spoke up. "How can you possibly decide not to sell?" Kong Bohu added, "My lady, you have already set a price. It seems rather irregular to withdraw now." The masked woman replied, "I understand the rules, but I believe there are no shortage of warriors present. Every warrior knows that the martial duel seeks its rightful owner. It can only be truly utilized by one who is fated to possess it. I trust that none of you wish to squander this rare opportunity to acquire such a treasure." Chapter 11. Wulu haha. My dear, you are absolutely right. However, your sale does not imply that we shall only utilize it to enhance the abilities of some worthless individuals. We shall make the most of it, asserted the middle-aged man in the front row, his determination for the Wulu evident. Indeed, as you have articulated, every warrior yearns for the Wulu to be employed to its fullest potential. Why should you be concerned? Kong Bohu encouraged. The masked woman shook her head, replying, "Though that may be true, who wouldn't prefer to apply it directly to themselves? Who does not desire to reap rewards without toil? Well then, it shall depend on who offers the highest bid." Kong Bohu conceded, acknowledging her point while still feeling the weight of his responsibilities, striving to maintain decorum. "Very well," the masked woman said, a hint of resignation in her tone. "Now, we shall have supervisor Bai continue with the auction," Kong Bohu announced, stepping back. Supervisor Bai of the Baijiao auction house approached the podium. "The young lady here has already set the starting price." Each bid must increase by 100 gold coins. Let us commence. Does anyone wish to start at 10,000 gold coins? The middle-aged man in the front row raised his paddle, but a pale-skinned youth behind him suddenly shouted, "Since this young lady considers the Wu Lu so precious and is reluctant to part with it, why not simply exchange it for another item? What does everyone think?" "What did you say?" "Absolutely not. No exchanges." The bearded middle-aged man turned around, his eyes nearly bulging with indignation as he glared at the youth behind him. "Please, do not rush, my good sir. Allow me to finish my statement," the youth urged. The young gentleman rose, a hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. The value of Wu Lu, exquisite and priceless, could not be measured in mere coin. To assign a worth of 10,000 gold coins to this lady would be a disservice to her true value. Those who offer the highest price may claim her, allowing her to remain untouched by the indignity of selling herself, while still granting the highest bidder their desires. Would you not agree? Chun Sheng, with a commanding presence that overshadowed his, retorted, "Do you think you can act so brazenly simply because you are a spirit master?" The young man, elegantly seated, raised his left hand, fingers dancing in the air. Soon, a faint blue mist materialized in his palm. He, too, was a spirit master. Shadows of several individuals flickered in Chun Sheng's mind as she furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "You are Lin Ku. Sharp-eyed, aren't you?" Lin Ku responded, leaping from the table, enveloped in a swirling blue mist. "Lin Ku of the Iron Dragon Mercenary Corps." Kong Boho blurted out, "You come to disrupt our capture of the dragon, not to meddle in by Qiao's affairs," Chun Sheng stated coldly. "Indeed, Miss Qin, your wit remains unparalleled," Lin Ku replied with an air of nonchalance. "Let us settle this outside," Chun Sheng declared, striding towards the door. "Agreed." Lin Ku readily acquiesced, aware that the Iron Dragon Mercenary Corps maintained business ties with Bai Qiao, and he had no desire to openly offend them. "Sister Sheng, teach this brat a lesson. We are here to support you, so fret not," Kong Boho assured her. In the gathering, many individuals exhibited a greater interest in the mysterious Wu Lu. Before the two figures could exit, one person exclaimed, "You present a delicate box claiming it contains Wu Lu, and here you shout a price of 10,000 gold coins without opening it to let everyone behold its contents. Surely, this is rather inappropriate." The interlude between Lin Ku and the others did little to diminish the fervor of the crowd towards Wu Lu. As if spurred by a leader, 7 or 8 others began to vocally press the masked woman to unveil the ornate box for all to see. Some among the throng, their eyes glinting with malice, were already contemplating a brazen act of seizing both the woman and her treasure. In desperation, the masked lady gestured her intent to open the box, which immediately silenced the crowd. As she slid the lid of the silver-hued box, a dazzling golden light burst forth. In truth, those present were rather unsophisticated, with scarcely a few possessing any genuine understanding of what Wu Lu truly resembled. Upon witnessing the golden glow, many gasped in admiration, with some boldly declaring a price of 20,000 gold coins, intent on claiming it for themselves. Yet, the masked woman appeared perplexed, scanning the room as if in search of something, her expression a mixture of astonishment and delight. Do not be deceived by her. The true Wu Lu is merely a crystalline dewdrop. How could it possibly emit such a resplendent glow? Remarked a middle-aged man in the front row. Indignation etched across his face. His words reverberated through the hall like thunder, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. "Is that so?" inquired Bai Guanzhu, a seasoned host of the Baijiao auction house, whose discerning eye for people and objects was unparalleled. He observed that several individuals in the 3rd and 4th rows were frequently exchanging glances, clearly plotting to seize Wu Lu. At the moment when Wu Lu revealed herself, many were convinced of its authenticity. However, upon Mr. Gu's remark, they felt their ignorance exposed. When Supervisor Bai spoke, they naturally chose to believe him, prioritizing their own pride. One person audaciously proclaimed, "Mr. Gu, if you cannot afford the price, do not pretend otherwise. If you don't wish to purchase, many are eager to buy." Another chimed in, "Could it be that your recent business losses have caused you to fear losing face?" "Indeed, I have seen Wu Lu. and that radiance she exhibited could only emanate from a genuine Wu Lu. Only true Wu Lu possesses such qualities. I offer 30,000 gold coins. The crowd babbled nonsensically, and Mr. Gu found himself unable to counter their multitude of voices, ultimately conceding. The masked woman, however, furrowed her brow in confusion as she regarded Supervisor Bai, who subtly gestured towards the 3 or 4 rows of individuals seated below. She sighed softly, regaining her previous demeanor. Yet, who could have anticipated that this bidding would possess no upper limit? The increments began at 10,000 gold coins and escalated up to 470,000. Soon, someone called out 50,000, clearly indicating that some were intentionally disrupting the process. Just as the crowd's curiosity peaked regarding the escalating bids, Supervisor Bai's concerns materialized. The dozen individuals seated in those 3 or 4 rows sprang to their feet, drawing several 5-star throwing darts from their waists and launching them towards the masked woman. One after another, they leaped onto the stage, and Kong Bo Ho also jumped forward, positioning himself between the masked woman and Supervisor Bai, unsheathing his flexible sword to deflect all the darts. Simultaneously, 8 other members of the dragon-capturing mercenary group ascended the platform, creating a standoff. How could they possess weapons? Supervisor Bai remained utterly composed, exhibiting remarkable calm. It appears that this has been a premeditated act. Kong Bohu, wielding his soft sword, remained vigilant, not daring to relax his guard. The bosses seated below displayed an air of calmness. Few showed signs of panic in such a situation. Boss Gu was the first to rise, inquiring, "Who are you? Do you intend to disrupt the Baiqiao auction?" An elderly man with a white beard added. The Baiqiao auction has been held for several sessions, and many have attempted to cause chaos, yet none have ever achieved a favorable outcome. You ought to think twice. Baiqiao has deep roots and is well known, but today, this martial display is imperative. A young warrior spoke, launching a 5-star dart into the air, exclaiming, "5-star formation." Instantly, a dozen individuals encircled the masked woman, darting about as they hurled their throwing knives, creating an illusion of a myriad of attackers. As if hundreds were converging upon the center. A mere parlor trick. Kong Bohu wielded his soft sword, and after a brief skirmish with the dozens in the 5-star formation, he found himself physically drained, having not harmed a single adversary. However, his face was adorned with a smile. Suddenly, he pointed his sword skyward, leaping into the air, bellowing, "Break the formation." The remaining members of the Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps, upon hearing his command, surged into the formation, using their long knives and sharp swords to sever the tendons of those within. With a resounding crash, a dozen fell to the ground almost simultaneously, causing the dazzling array of throwing darts to vanish swiftly. Bosku remarked, "The Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps remains as steadfast and reliable as ever." Kong Bohu humbly replied, "Oh, it is nothing. It is all thanks to everyone." Just then, he suddenly realized that the masked girl auctioning the martial item had disappeared. "Oh no, Miss Meng," he exclaimed. "Where are you?" As instructed by Kong Bohu, Dong Yi indeed perceived a fleeting shadow about to glide past him. He instinctively reached out, only to have a delicate hand slip through his fingers, leaving him with a silver brocade box. Was it her? Dong Yi paid little heed to the box in his grasp, focusing instead on the hand that had resembled the old lady's from the previous day. Kong Bohu hurriedly approached Dong Yi, casting a glance at him and then at the brocade box, a look of confusion crossing his face. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly seized the box from Dong Ye's hands and ascended the stage, proclaiming in a loud voice that Miss Meng had an urgent matter and had entrusted Director Bai to continue the auction on her behalf. It was not uncommon for individuals to appoint proxies for auctions, and Director Bai, without a second thought, accepted the box with a nod, smiling as he announced, "The previous bid has reached 500,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? If not, this priceless treasure, the Wulu, shall belong to the young gentleman on my left." In truth, this was merely a temporary measure devised by Kong Bohu to safeguard the reputation of the Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps. Should the seller be abducted in plain sight, it would likely deter future clients from seeking their services. Chapter 12. The misconsumption of Wulu after handing the item to Director Bai. Kong Bohu whispered a few words to another member of the Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps before hastily returning to Dong Ye's side, pulling him outside with urgency. What did she tell you, Miss Ming? He inquired, his anxiety palpable. Indeed, Dong Yi replied absently. On a wintry night, I pondered the situation. This young lady, Ming, was able to swiftly place the treasured weapon, Wulu, into my hands while being held captive herself, and she exhibited no signs of struggle. It was evident that her abduction was deliberate. Kong Bohu was at a loss for words. This individual possessed martial prowess that undoubtedly surpassed his own. Acting rashly would only tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Capturing Mercenary Corps. Humph. The gaunt man cast a disdainful glance at Kong Bohu. I have no desire to seize this valuable Wulu. I merely cannot abide by your actions. When did the master ever state that this item should be entrusted to you for auction? Oh, it appears you did not notice earlier. Kong Bohu retorted as he shifted his attention to the crowd. I believe everyone witnessed when Miss Ming entrusted the brocade box to my brother from the Dragon Capturing Corps. Is that so? The gaunt man scoffed. Then let us summon your brother here to inquire whether Miss Ming instructed him to auction it on your behalf. Kong Bohu was filled with disdain. This man possessed great martial skill, yet exhibited such foolishness. How could a member of the Dragon Capturing Corps fail to defend his own? He confidently declared, Very well, Yidong, please come up and recount what Miss Ming conveyed to you earlier. Dong, without hesitation, ascended the stage. He did not consider the gaunt man to be dim-witted, but why should he step forward to validate the truth? Would speaking honestly truly place him at a disadvantage? Before Dong could fully contemplate this, the gaunt man interjected, I am fully aware of every movement made by those present. Think carefully before you speak. Kong Bohu's heart jolted. This Yi Dong, having recently arrived, hardly comprehended the true nature of his character, yet he might have inadvertently revealed a truth out of fear. Winter Night, however, remained unfazed. Well aware that his recent arrival meant no one would target him so directly, yet he could very well become a catalyst, leading to an unfavorable conclusion. Fongsu, why do you interfere with my dragon capture while neglecting your spirit beast? A resonant voice echoed from the vicinity of the venue. Belonging to a formidable mid-level warrior, it was Qin Long. Seizing upon this lifeline, Kong Bohu exclaimed with uncontainable delight, President Qin. In the next moment, Qin Long descended from the sky, landing amidst the gathering. Qin Long, you are well aware of my principles. I detest deceit above all else. And I shall certainly address this matter. Fongsu showed no signs of retreat upon Qin Long's arrival. Oh, may I inquire, President Fong, what did your earlier remark imply? Are you attempting to threaten me? That would seem contrary to your usual conduct. Understanding that this auction would not be ordinary, Qin Long had arranged for Qin Shuang to frequently check in, while he himself discreetly observed from the shadows. Should your words prove false, I shall enact punishment. If they are entirely truthful, I shall not lay a finger on him. Such is my way, as the world is well aware. Fongsu laughed heartily, adopting an air of righteous indignation. Qin Long, of course, would not allow him to prevail, setting aside whether Winter Night would reveal the truth. Even the mere act of acknowledging Fongsu's claims would tarnish his reputation. Without further ado, he thrust his palm towards Fongsu, while simultaneously reaching for the brocade box in Fongsu's grasp. Fongsu, demonstrating considerable prowess, reclined slightly while clutching a brocade box, then slid back a distance of 2 or 3 steps. The missed strike from Qin Long did not deter him. With a deft flick of his toes, he leapt over 2 meters into the air, diving towards Fongsu. In response, Fongsu forcefully struck the ground with his left foot, causing the vast stone platform to crack immediately. Members of the Qin Long Mercenary Corps hurriedly assisted Director Bai in descending from the stage, while Dong Yi accompanied the crowd down as well. Yet, with the precious Wu Lu already in his possession, and given his formidable strength, it seemed almost impossible for anyone to impede his escape. What, then, motivated his actions? Was it merely to humiliate me? With a sharp crack, Fongsu tightened his grip on the brocade box, which shattered into countless fragments. revealing a crystalline droplet that floated above his palm. The droplet emanated a brilliant radiance, causing Fong Su's previously joyful expression to shift to one of astonishment as he glanced behind him. In that fleeting moment, Qin Long, misconstruing Fong Su's intent to utilize the Wu Lu, unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Fong Su's chest. Instantly, Fong Su raised his hands to block, sending both the Wu Lu and Dong Yi soaring into the air. However, his hasty defense paled in comparison to the force behind Qin Long's long-prepared strike, resulting in Fong Su being propelled into the center of the once desolate ruins of the high platform were suddenly transformed into a small hillock of gathered individuals. With a resounding clap, none paid heed to the winter night's chill, their eyes fixated solely on the trajectory of the luminous Wu Lu. Among them were those of considerable skill, swiftly repelling others who sought to seize the prize. Ultimately, 4 individuals remained, each unwilling to allow the others to triumph. In unison, they launched their attacks, their combined strength colliding with one another, only to be forcefully repelled by the very power they wielded. Subsequently, those who rushed forward were likewise knocked down by the 4, leaving all to helplessly witness the radiant Wu Lu descend toward the center of winter's night. A woman's startled cry emerged from the rear of the crowd, yet it garnered no attention. Their sole focus remained on the elusive Wu Lu, now just out of reach. Fong Su, witnessing this scene, was consumed by fury. With a forceful clap of his hands against the ground, he propelled himself before Qin Long, exclaiming, "Qin Long! Qin Long!" His teeth clenched in rage, retorted, "Are you pleased now? You dared to launch a surprise attack on me." Fong Su's fists cracked ominously as he declared, "Do not feign ignorance to conceal your intent to claim Wu Lu for yourself." Qin Long, equally enraged, was determined to confront Fong Su, regardless of the latter's approach. However, upon hearing Fong Su's words, he halted his punch mid-air, questioning, "You accuse me of attempting to pilfer Wu Lu? Did you not see its brilliance?" In his moment of confusion, Qin Long recalled the instant Fong Su shattered the brocade box, when Wu Lu had shone with such light, and blurted out, "There are others here with Wu Lu. Your strike, we no longer know whose it is." Fong Su had regained a sense of calm. He had no intention of engaging in conflict with Qin Long. However, the deceitful antics of Kong Bo Ho compelled him to intervene. With the situation having escalated to this point, he felt no desire to linger. He uttered a parting remark and departed. Among the several hundred attendees, it was plausible that some skilled individuals were concealing themselves. At this juncture, locating the person who previously possessed the Wu Lu was an impossibility, given the chaotic scene. As the head of security, he was obligated to address the matter promptly. Meanwhile, as the Wu Lu seeped into Dong Ye's brow, it swiftly coursed through his entire being. He soon felt an overwhelming heat surging within him, as though his very veins might burst, rendering him completely uncontrollable. The pain from his previous injuries dissipated entirely, and he experienced a rapid healing process, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength had been awakened. The members of the Qilin Mercenary Corps carried him aside to rest. To the onlookers, he merely appeared unconscious, drenched in sweat, as though afflicted by a severe illness. Due to the destruction of the high platform, the auction was compelled to relocate to a backup venue. Although such incidents were rare at the Baiqiao auction, preparations for the alternative venue were always made. Despite the gravity of the situation, none of the several hundred patrons seeking treasures chose to depart. They remained orderly, adhering to the arrangements of the venue. For another precious item, the Bailing Dan, which held a value comparable to the Wu Lu, was yet to be unveiled. After a considerable passage of time, dusk descended, and Dong Yi finally regained consciousness. In the room, 5 individuals were present: Qin Long, Qin Shuang, Kong Bo Ho, Miss Ming, and Dong Yi himself. Miss Ming leaned against the doorpost, her demeanor somewhat melancholic, while the Qin siblings wore expressions of deep contemplation. Kong Bo Ho cast a hesitant glance toward Qin Shuang, as if wishing to speak, yet restraining himself. The 4 individuals awoke on a winter's night, their expressions and behaviors unchanged, as if they had not witnessed anything at all. After a brief moment, Long apologetically addressed Miss Ming. Miss Ming, regarding the unfortunate incident with Wu Lu. Before he could finish, Miss Ming responded with a hint of sorrow in her voice. This is the esteemed Qianlong Mercenary Corps, led by the illustrious President Qin. Alas, I am not in a position to seek your assistance. I should be looking for by Qiao instead. Chapter 13. The 100-spirit pill. Miss Ming remained veiled. Her face obscured, yet her sense of helplessness palpable. I recall the last bid was 500,000 gold coins. Now that Wu Lu has come into my possession, should I not provide you with that sum? Winter Knight pondered that Long would undoubtedly refuse to part with such a fortune, and he would assert that he had only just arrived and was not part of the mercenary group. You? The entire Qianlong Mercenary Corps might barely be worth 500,000, wouldn't you say? What could you possibly offer me? I truly should not have come to this wretched place, surrounded by such unsavory characters and unreliable circumstances. Miss Ming's final words were scarcely above a whisper, seemingly not directed at them. Winter Knight let out a cold laugh, contemplating that President Qin must have already expelled him from the mercenary group. Indeed, 500,000 was beyond his means. How did he intend to deal with him? Long expel you? Do you not realize what a treasure you are now? Countless individuals outside are clamoring for you. Do you even know what Wu Lu signifies? It's astonishing that you still consider yourself a warrior. Miss Ming inhaled deeply once more, lamenting the loss of Wu Lu, which had fallen into the hands of a fool. What sin have I committed? Miss Ming, might we consider this approach? From this moment forth, all of Xiaoya's income from tasks, as well as the living allowances we provide him, will be directed to you until the debt is repaid. Long's statement subtly affirms that he has no intention of dismissing Dongye, while also recognizing that Miss Ming is not genuinely in need of the funds. Miss Ming let out a cold laugh. Am I to follow an imbecile from now on? With that, she shook her head, opened the door, and slowly walked out. Her visit to this Baichao auction venue was prompted by her master's guidance, indicating that she could encounter another possessor of martial aura here, someone who would assist her in becoming a spirit master. Yet, upon her arrival, she was met with such an outcome. The piercing scream that echoed through the venue was her own. Is martial aura truly that formidable? Dongye inquired casually, his mind occupied with other thoughts, perpetually feeling remorseful towards Miss Ming, yet feeling powerless to repay her kindness. He could only hope that one day, when he regained his strength, he might cross paths with her again and make amends. Under normal circumstances, your current martial prowess should rival that of Shao Kong. With merely a year of diligent training, you could catch up, perhaps even less than a year. There was a hint of envy and jealousy in Long's tone. Is it truly possible to transition from a spirit master to a warrior in such a manner? Unlike the average person, Dongye, who had misused his martial aura, felt a sense of desolation instead of excitement. No matter how powerful a warrior may be, they can at most contend with a spirit master of the 5th tier, posing no threat whatsoever to a spirit master of the 6th tier. Those spirit masters of the 6th level and above are seldom encountered in the realm of ice and snow. The Ice Spirit Palace boasts 7 guardian emissaries, all of whom have long transcended the 6th level, recognized as the 7 Towers of Ice and Snow. They represent the very foundation of the ice and snow realm as the most formidable domain of Lingxing, concealed within the surrounding space of the Ice Spirit Palace. Their existence is largely unknown. However, Dongye is aware of these 7 powerful spirit masters, one of whom is the Rainbow Mirror Emissary, stationed at the sole entrance of the Blood Spirit Snow Cliff. To secure a proper burial for his mother, he must overcome the Rainbow Mirror Emissary. Now transformed into a warrior, would he not be forever deprived of seeing his mother, let alone burying her? With a sense of despondency, Dongye rises and inquires, Brother Qin, what method can be employed to transfer Wu Lu to you? Long experiences a fleeting moment of glee, quickly replaced by skepticism, retorting disdainfully, if it were possible to transfer, you would have been taken by someone else long ago. Xiaoya, with Wu Lu's assistance, you will undoubtedly find it advantageous for your aspirations. Qin Shuang's observations are far more astute than her brother's. She suspects that Dongye harbors greater ambitions. Dong Ye is taken aback, realizing that Chun Sheng has discerned a hint of his intentions. He promptly offers a sincere smile and hastily explains, I possess no ambitions. I merely feel my talents are lacking and Wulu is wasted on me. If it could be bestowed upon Brother Chun, our dragon-capturing mercenary corps could become the preeminent mercenary organization in our ice and snow realm. Ah, the youth is indeed youthful. Chun Long gently shook his head, pondering that even if each of them consumed a piece of Wulu, it would hardly guarantee their names a place among the top 10 mercenary groups in the ice and snow domain. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chun Long resolved to devote himself to rigorous training following the Winter Night's auction and took his leave. Meanwhile, Winter Night found himself awakened by Chun Sheng's earlier words. He realized that he could not sense the presence of water spirit, rendering him incapable of practicing spiritual techniques. With the assistance of Wulu, he could at least consider himself a true warrior. He had heard of individuals who cultivated both martial and spiritual paths. It was not out of the question to seek methods to restore his ability to practice spiritual arts in the future. The second day of the auction swiftly passed, as everyone awaited the arrival of the Bai Ling Dan on the third day, resulting in little noteworthy activity. However, due to the turmoil surrounding Wulu, those who originally intended to sell Bai Ling Dan requested that they be collected from their inn to ensure their safety. Naturally, the auction continued to flourish, and Chun Long arranged for Chun Sheng and Winter Night to fetch the seller. The individual resided not far away, merely 2 streets from the venue. Upon arriving at the room number provided by the seller, they found 2 burly men armed with knives standing at the door, preventing their entry. Chun Sheng called out from behind the door, Young Master Han, we are from the Chilean mercenary group here to escort you to the auction. What? The Chilean mercenary group? I dare not open the door. I heard that just the other day, you snatched a piece of Wulu from a young girl. Young Master Han's voice was not particularly gruff, yet it carried a distinctly roguish tone. The security for the Bai Chiao auction is managed by our Chilean mercenary group. If you do not trust us, then feel free to sell elsewhere. Chun Sheng, possessing a fiery temperament, was not swayed by his taunts. After speaking, she turned to leave, leaving Dong Yi in a state of bewilderment, forcing him to follow. Wait. The door creaked open, revealing a young man who stepped out. I want to see if you possess the ability to protect me. Chun Sheng halted and inquired, how do you intend to do that? If you can defeat these 2 inept guards, I shall believe in your capability. Mr. Han retreated a step, and with a resounding slam, the door was shut tight. Before Dong Yi could ponder on his newfound agility, another assailant surged forward with a blade aimed at Chun Sheng. In a swift motion, Dong Yi stepped in front of her, raising his arm just as the guard's wrist collided against his own. He stood firm, while the guard staggered back several paces, eliciting a cold sweat from Chun Sheng as she observed Dong Yi's silhouette, stirring a flicker of unease within her. The 2 guards hesitated, their weapons raised but unwilling to advance. Gradually, Dong Yi acclimated to the changes in his body from inadvertently consuming the martial elixir, his tone growing more assertive. Mr. Han, I believe you must have gathered our strength to protect you by now. Mr. Han opened the door, clapping his hands in approval. The Dragon Capture Mercenary Corps lives up to its reputation. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills. I noticed this young lady was on the verge of employing her spiritual techniques, even summoning spirit masters for my sake. You truly demonstrate sincerity. Chun Sheng, maintaining her icy demeanor, retorted, do not flatter yourself. No one else in our group could come. Hence I was summoned. Regardless, as a beautiful and noble spirit master, you have come for my assistance. Mr. Han, far from offended, found himself rather fond of Chun Sheng's haughty nature. With a disdainful snort, she chose not to respond and proceeded down the stairs. Young Master Han, with an air of audacity, approached with vigorous strides and said, since you are indeed the spirit master, allow me to present you with this 100-spirit pill as a token of friendship. Such treasures are best paired with exquisite individuals. How delightful it is. Chun Sheng, however, paid him no heed. Dong Yi sensed the tension, having just observed young Master Han stride past him with remarkable strength. It was evident that his martial prowess surpassed that of his two attendants. He placed a hand on Han's shoulder and remarked, "As a warrior, it is rather inappropriate for you to be so close to the spirit master. This appears to be a nefarious intent." Young Master Han's eyes darted mischievously, and he feigned to stoop, responding, "Oh dear, I am hardly a warrior. Your grip is rather excessive, wouldn't you say?" Upon hearing Dong Yu refer to Han as a warrior, Chun Sheng instinctively took a couple of steps back, glaring at him in indignation. "Sister Shuang, what troubles you?" she heard him ask. The mention of this title made Chun Sheng's cheeks burn even more. She gently extricated herself from Dong Ye's grasp and hastily moved to the forefront, leaving Dong Yi looking bewildered. Once they arrived at Bai Qiao, young Master Han took to the stage to commence the auction for his 100-spirit pill. With Wu Lu's prior presentation as a foundation, the auction for the 100-spirit pill proceeded with a far more stable atmosphere than that of Wu Lu, and the fervor among the attendees seemed to have cooled somewhat. Dong Yi remained steadfast in his position at the back, diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. To his left sat a burly man with a bushy beard, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze flitting over each bidder. Yet he refrained from placing a bid himself. At this juncture, the price for the 100-spirit pill had escalated to 300,000 gold coins, and it appeared that few were willing to bid further. Director Bai, standing upon the stage, repeatedly inquired if anyone would offer a sum higher than 300,000. As it seemed, the 100-spirit pill was on the verge of being secured by a fair-skinned young man seated in the front row. Abruptly, the burly man beside Winter Knight arose, bellowing, "I bid 1,000,000. In a flash, the entire assembly of the auction house turned their gazes upon him, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. After all, the 100 spirits pill was not as scarce as martial dew, and its effects were merely fleeting, not enduring. 300,000 was already an exorbitant price. Naturally, at such a figure, no one would dare compete with him. Young Master Han was beside himself with elation. Clutching the 100 spirits pill, he disregarded the possibility of further bids and proceeded directly towards the burly man. At that moment, the burly man seized Winter Knight's hand and proclaimed, "This is my young master. I am bidding on his behalf." Winter Knight stared at the burly man in incredulity, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective upon the lunatic. However, he sensed the delicate smoothness of the burly man's fingers against his own. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he realized, Miss Ming? Having inadvertently consumed Miss Ming's martial dew previously, and now being subjected to her jest, the benevolent Winter Knight reasoned that this was only just and offered no defense. The burly man, however, seemed taken aback. Young Master Han, equally bewildered, presented the brocade box containing the 100 spirits pill to Winter Knight, inquiring, "Here is the item. And the 1,000,000 gold coins?" Winter Knight, of course, did not possess such a sum. His countenance grew grave, and he sighed, lamenting, "In the end, I cannot elude this tribulation. I have no funds. What would you have me do? Little Kong, eject him." Qin Long hesitated, for standard procedure would dictate immediate dismissal. However, he was loath to part with Winter Knight, who had only just imbibed the martial dew. "Pray, why would you expel him? My young master is flush with coin," interjected the burly man, restraining Winter Knight, who was about to be led away. On a wintry night, I had no choice but to approach the bearded man and softly inquire, "Miss Ming, must we resolve our matters in this manner?" The bearded man's expression flickered with surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure and replied, "You figured it out? Quite perceptive. Nevertheless, I intend to resolve this in my own way. Are you suggesting I act as if nothing has transpired? You are well aware of my financial predicament. It would be far more merciful to end my life in one swift motion." Still speaking in hushed tones, I retorted, "How naive you are. I intend for you to experience the agonizing pain of helplessness. Do bear in mind, selling a single ling and at this price is no simple feat today. You must purchase it, regardless of the circumstances." The bearded man immediately embellished his words. "Indeed, once a price is set, it must be honored. My young master has never uttered a word against the purchase. Is it reasonable to treat a person in such a manner?" This left Director Bai in a quandary. But he claims he has no money. At that moment, Qin Long approached with a furious expression, ready to personally eject the two individuals. Suddenly, Han Gongzi stamped his foot, causing the ground to fracture into 3 enormous cracks, shattering the surrounding furniture and sending guests flying across the venue. I dare anyone to attempt to expel him today. In a fit of rage, Han Gongzi then cheerfully presented the ornate box containing the Ling to me. Quickly, hand over the money. With the situation reaching an impasse, I resolved to take a bold stance and declared, "What do you intend to do? By placing me in such a predicament, what do you stand to gain? Killing me will resolve nothing. Kill you? Ridiculous. I could dispatch you with the greatest of ease. As I mentioned on my way here, your mercenary group is graced by a striking spirit master, to whom I am willing to bestow this precious 100-spirit pill, provided she is willing to accept this gift on your behalf. Thus, you may consider it a purchase." Young Master Han finally unveiled his intentions. "Are you plotting against my sister?" Upon hearing that this individual harbored designs on Qin Shuang, Qin Long rushed forward in fury. Young Master Han casually waved his right arm, sending the charging Qin Long hurtling through the air, crashing through the roof before he plummeted heavily to the ground. In a swift motion, young Master Han executed a backflip, resembling a darting blade, and appeared beside the fallen Qin Long, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In the meantime, Dong Yi, on the verge of losing his balance, grasped Miss Ming's thigh. She furrowed her brow and, with a forceful toss, sent them both tumbling. Dong Yi found himself buried in her bosom. Before he could savor the softness of her embrace, she promptly pushed him away, inadvertently exclaiming, "Get off." The moment the words escaped her lips, she clamped her mouth shut. Fortunate that the others were engrossed in the fierce clash between young Master Han and the Qin siblings, leaving no one to notice the peculiarities of the bearded man. Only Dong Yi cast her a glance and couldn't help but smile. Miss Ming shot him a glare and coldly remarked, "What's this? Are you distressed to see a beauty mistreated? I stand with her. She is a spirit master, and it is my duty to protect her." Dong Yi rose and helped the bearded man to his feet. "You, at least, have a sense of righteousness," Miss Ming remarked with a hint of admiration. "However, should you abandon that principle, I imagine the weapon would vanish without a trace. Evading? That is not my style." On a winter's night, Dong Yi's heart was heavy with worry for Qin Shuang, and he hurriedly made his way towards her. This time, the burly man did not obstruct him, watching in perplexity as Dong Yi departed. Despite his apparent ordinariness, there was an undeniable aura of a sovereign about him. Upon approaching, Dong Yi witnessed Qin Long once more fell to the ground by young Master Han, blood spilling from his lips. At last, Qin Shuang unleashed her second spell. A great sword, formed from swirling mist, descended from above, aimed directly at young Master Han's forehead. The tiger slashing blade was a technique that could be mastered with mere rudimentary spirit arts, yet Qin Shuang took an inordinate amount of time to channel the water essence. It appeared that neither she nor her brother stood a chance against young Master Han. Young Master Han, composed and focused, crossed his arms above his head, not even furrowing his brow as he braced himself against the impending strike of the tiger-slashing blade. The water essence solidified into a colossal sword, scattering into the surroundings and reducing everything within a 10-meter radius to dust, while young Master Han merely perspired slightly at the roots of his hair. "Stop!" Qin Long called out urgently as he noticed young Master Han preparing to launch another attack on Qin Shuang. However, it was too late. Like a swift swallow, young Master Han swiftly approached Qin Shuang. Sensing the imminent danger, Dong Yi leaped forward to shield her with his own body. With a resounding thud, despite the vast disparity in strength between him and young Master Han, the latter did not intend to harm Qin Shuang, merely seeking to toy with her. Thus, he did not exert much force, resulting in both of them being pushed back a few steps. On a wintry night, Dong Yi found himself beside Qin Shuang, who was struggling to breathe heavily. The depletion from her 2 recent uses of the water spirit had left her physically drained, having been holding on until now. The sight of Dong Yi felt like a beacon of hope, and she suddenly lost all strength, collapsing into his embrace. "Oh, young lad, do you think you can stand against me just because you have Wu Lu?" Young Master Han stroked his chin, seemingly in no rush to take action. Qin Long staggered to his feet and said, "Young Master Han, is it amusing for you, as a high-ranking warrior, to bully us?" High-ranking warrior? Young Master Han was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had never attained the level of a high-ranking warrior. He had deliberately withstood the strike of the tiger blade, which he could have easily avoided, merely to project an image of toughness and impress those around him. Little did he expect that Qin Long would mistake him for a high-ranking warrior. Aside from Qin Long, the onlookers were merely a collection of novice warriors and a few scattered spirit masters, none of whom would discern his true capabilities. Thus, Han chose not to clarify. Bursting into laughter, "Ha! This is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Did you only just realize this?" With that, he tossed a white spirit pill towards Qin Shuang. Dong Yi caught it deftly and clenched his fist, declaring, "I will repay you in full." "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You shall never be able to repay me in this lifetime." Young Master Han's intentions lay elsewhere, as he turned to Qin Long, saying, "Consider this a gift for you, as well as my betrothal present. Once I choose an auspicious day, I shall come to wed this beautiful spirit master." The group was left at a loss for words, while young Master Han continued to laugh heartily as he departed, clearly leaving yet another dilemma for Dong Yi to confront. Reflecting on the day spent in the Ice Spirit Palace, where one indulged in luxury and devoted oneself solely to the practice of spiritual techniques, it is now painfully clear how arduous the world truly is. Lacking strength renders one vulnerable to exploitation, and at this moment, Winter Knight's yearning for power eclipses all else. The auction that lasted 3 days concluded on an exceedingly disheartening note. The Qinlong Mercenary Corps not only failed to earn a single coin, but also had to compensate Bai Qiao with 50,000 gold coins, merely to avoid being placed on the security blacklist for the next event. Upon learning that young Master Han intended to marry Qin Shuang, she did not weep or wail, but rather became even more taciturn, her face perpetually adorned with a frigid demeanor. The Qinlong Mercenary Corps, having suffered from this auction, found itself bereft of employers for several days, with the majority of mercenaries regarding Winter Knight with disdain, believing that the misfortune was entirely his doing. Were it not for his martial prowess, he might have already faced expulsion to pacify the disgruntled. Winter Knight chose not to engage in any disputes with them. Instead, he immersed himself in relentless training. In just a few short days, his combat prowess had ascended to near that of a mid-level warrior, leaving few within the Qinlong Mercenary Corps capable of matching him, and the number of those who murmured against him had significantly dwindled. Chapter 15. Enrollment. Another morning dawned, and as was his custom, Winter Knight arrived early at the training pavilion. He had a lingering sensation of being followed, and instead of practicing, he simply sat in contemplation. After a brief interval, the figure trailing him finally emerged. It was none other than Qin Shuang. "Sister Shuang?" Winter Knight exclaimed, somewhat surprised, as it had been a while since their last encounter. "Why are you not training?" Qin Shuang's voice was notably flat and rigid, as if she too had not spoken in ages. "Huh." Winter Knight exhaled deeply. "I fear I may disappoint you. It is not your burden. Master Han has his own schemes, so do not feel overly guilty." Qin Shuang's words were meant to provide comfort, yet her tone was indeed heart-wrenching. "Rest assured, I shall surely defeat him when he returns." Dong Yi encouraged himself during the winter night. "Hiki." Qin Shuang chuckled softly, though it was hard to discern whether it was a laugh of disdain or of bitterness. "If you truly wish to effect change, focus on completing this task." "Task?" Dong Yi rubbed his temples. "Do we have a task now? If we do not receive any assignments soon, the mercenary group will surely disband." Qin Long and Kong Boho approached. It was nearly an open secret that she was the daughter of Director Mu, and few dared to act against her, so it sufficed to keep a watchful eye from the shadows. However, having been pampered since childhood, it was challenging to ensure she refrained from engaging in perilous endeavors. "Are you confident?" Qin Long articulated the task quite clearly. "I am not a spirit master. How am I to enter the Jade Seal Academy?" Kong Boho interjected. "Are you not a local? Individuals like us, who are inherently incapable of becoming spirit masters, can only enter the academy through special recruitment. Once admitted, there lies the opportunity to embark on a career path. This is the unique aspect of the Jade Seal Academy. It's astonishing you are unaware of this and show such a lack of ambition. Qin Xuan shot Kong Boho a glare. What manner of speech is that? He is far superior to you. Indeed, superior to me. Kong Boho felt a twinge of imbalance within but chuckled, murmuring, "Isn't it merely due to Wu Lu's assistance? If I had Wu Lu, I would already be a mid-level warrior. Oh, then what must I do now? And when shall we depart?" On a winter night, Dong Yi, unperturbed by Kong Boho's remarks, calmly inquired, "The paperwork has been completed. You can go directly to Yu-In Academy tomorrow and seek out mentor Wu Lingfeng." Qin Long handed a light gray box to Dong Yi. "All right, I shall prepare at once." Receiving the box, Dong Yi turned and exited the training pavilion. Qin Long nodded. "This task may take some time, so do not forget to diligently cultivate." Dong Yi softly replied, thinking to himself, "I desire to become powerful even more than you do." Once Dong Yi had left the sight of the others, Kong Boho, filled with resentment, remarked, "Qin Ge, you are too biased toward him. He only has Wu Lu's assistance. His innate talent is not necessarily superior to mine." Qin Long sighed. "For the Qilin Mercenary Corps to thrive, we must have the support of the Ice Spirit Palace. Each member of our mercenary group is too unruly. He is the best candidate. Brother, Xiaoyi has only been with our mercenary group for a mere dozen days. Are you not afraid that he will forget us once he gains strength?" Qin Shuang asked, somewhat bewildered. Qin Long smiled. "Are you afraid?" "I." Qin Shuang was momentarily at a loss for words. "If you were truly afraid, you would have opposed this long ago." With a meaningful statement, Qin Long leisurely departed from the training pavilion. As night fell, Dong Yi had prepared everything early and sat quietly on his bed, contemplating the nature of this task. The door creaked open, revealing a young girl draped in a thin, snow-white blanket, her hair cascading down her shoulders. "It's so late. You're still awake?" she asked. "Sister Shuang." On a winter night, upon hearing a voice, I realized it was Qin Shuang. I hastily leapt from my bed and lit a candle. Gazing at Qin Shuang, her hair still damp and her face unadorned, I couldn't help but swallow hard. "Is there something you need?" I inquired. Qin Shuang, noticing the flicker in my eyes, suddenly recalled that she had just finished washing up and, feeling the hour late, had hurried over. It was only then that she sensed the awkward atmosphere, her face flushing with heat as she blurted out, "What are you thinking?" With that, she quickly exited the room, shutting the door with a resounding thud. I opened my hand to reveal a remarkably exquisite, translucent jade stone, suspended from a woven red cord, bearing a hint of fragrant perspiration. One could imagine the weight of the decision Qin Shuang must have faced when she gifted this stone to me, yet I remained oblivious to such thoughts. The following day, I ventured alone to the Yu-In Academy, following the route indicated by Qin Long, arriving at the office of Wu Lingfeng. After examining the contents of the box, a look of delight spread across Wu Lingfeng's face as he scrutinized me and asked, "Are you Yi Dong?" "Yes, Mentor Wu," I replied, perplexed by his exuberance. Sighing, Wu Lingfeng lamented, "The reason the Lingduo District is the most impoverished area in the entire icy realm is that the minds of its people remain utterly unenlightened. If one is not a spiritual master, they either serve the wealthy as servants or join mercenary groups, with few aspiring to enter the academy for study. Content with petty gains and lacking grand ambitions. Are there rarely any warriors that come here?" I inquired. "Indeed," he responded. Wu Lingfeng nodded. Although the martial arts hall was merely a special recruitment hall of the Yu-In Academy, the pace of martial prowess enhancement here was remarkably swift. And entering the Ice Spirit Palace to realize grand ambitions was certainly within the realm of possibility. Perhaps they were reluctant to confront the intricate machinations of the officialdom. On a winter night, he mused, "How do I even begin to explain this to you? Come, let me guide you to the dormitory. You should attend the martial arts hall for practice this afternoon." Wu Lingfeng picked up a blue stone and walked ahead. This was a memory stone, which Dong Yi had encountered in the dragon capturing mercenary corps. It was a rather inexpensive recording artifact. Along the way, Wu Lingfeng incessantly imparted various inconsequential advice about diligent training and future prospects, to which Dong Yi merely responded in agreement, offering little in return. Upon reaching dormitory 10, Wu Lingfeng, having additional teaching duties, informed him that his room was 205 before departing. As Dong Yi opened the door to room 205, an unpleasant odor assailed him like a wave, causing him to wrinkle his brow. He hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The room was in disarray, and to his surprise, it was shared by 4 occupants. One bed was devoid of bedding, presumably reserved for him. However, it was cluttered with an assortment of items, creating a chaotic scene. After spending the better part of the morning, Dong Yi finally managed to clear a small space on his bed and lay down, exhaling deeply. For over a decade, he had always slept in immaculate quarters, and he found it incomprehensible how he could endure such an environment and still find repose. Chapter 16. The Ice Condensation Hall. I think I shall refrain from going. I am still quite unfamiliar with this place, Dong Yi said, taken aback by the sudden warmth of enthusiasm directed at him. Unfamiliarity only necessitates a visit, for it is the path to becoming acquainted swiftly. The tall, slender young man unceremoniously pulled Dong Yi from the bed, dragging him towards the door. Do not drag me, Dong Yi protested. In the palace, he had never been treated in such a manner. Such rudeness could lead to imprisonment at best, or death at worst. However, time had passed, and Dong Yi felt no anger, merely a tone that lacked warmth. The slender young man released his grip and introduced himself. You probably do not know my name yet. I am Lu Tiannan. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Nan, as they both do. After a moment's hesitation, Dong Yi replied, Brother Nan. Do not be so formal. If you prefer, simply use my name. It is merely a title, Lu Tiannan continued, his chatter unceasing since their first encounter. Wait, Brother Nan. What are the names of the other 2 we are living with? Dong Yi yearned to fully embrace his new identity as a resident of Lingduo District. For he had to start anew, and this was his first step. Fatty and Squinty, Lu Tiannan replied. Fatty, Squinty, those are nicknames, right? Dong Yi inquired. Oh, not at all. Those 2 have escaped as well, Lu Tiannan remarked, pointing to the boys running towards them in the distance. One was indeed stout, short of breath after only a few paces, while the other was robust, with a handsome face that belied his nickname. Brother Nan, how could you? You did not even call us. Fatty exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. Brother Nan, is this the new arrival, Yidong? You brought him out so soon after his arrival? Isn't this inappropriate? With a sidelong glance, Dong Yi remarked. Hello. I am Yidong. May I inquire how you are addressed? Dong Yi politely asked. What? Didn't Brother Nan tell you? Pang Dun looked at Lu Tiannan in astonishment. I did mention it. He asked for your real names. Lu Tiannan quickened his pace, nearing the entrance of the ice hall, with Pang Dun and the sidelong-eyed companion hastening their steps in pursuit. Whatever he wishes to call us will suffice, Pang Dun said with a hint of impatience. After all, he is Brother Nan, joked the sidelong-eyed one, as they crossed the threshold of the ice hall. Dong Yi followed the 3 into the hall. Despite the absence of any visible figures, the air was filled with a variety of flowing sounds. One area resonated with a gentle trickle, while another echoed with the roaring rush of a waterfall. Yet, there were no signs of water stains anywhere. As Dong Yi pondered this curiosity, the trio adeptly made their way through a small door on the far left. They left the door ajar, and after a moment of contemplation, Dong Yi approached. As he reached the threshold, he glanced up to find the word bath inscribed in delicate blue liquid above the entrance, prompting him to halt in his tracks. He thought to himself, surely this cannot be a place for females to bathe, yet why were they allowed entry? His curiosity piqued. He looked up and saw a vast pool nearby, its waters crystal clear, reflecting the graceful figures of several young maidens. On this wintry night, Dong Yi found her current behavior rather unbecoming, yet she could not help but steal a few more glances. It was then she noticed that the women around her were adorned in an array of exquisite garments, and their movements suggested they were not engaged in bathing. The sudden arrival of 4 young men seemed to elicit no surprise from them. At this moment, a figure known as Rai pulled Dong Yi aside, a lewd grin playing upon his lips. Look at those practitioners, but our true objective lies here. Following Rai's gaze, Dong Yi observed a young maiden in the southwestern corner of the pool, clad in diaphanous pink gauze, frolicking in the water. She was the epitome of beauty, an oval face, a delicate nose, large sparkling eyes, a slender waist, and skin as fair as snow. At that moment, she was performing various alluring poses, tempting one into transgression. However, Dong Ye's interest waned after a mere few glances. It was not that she lacked experience with beautiful women, but rather that this beauty seemed devoid of authenticity. There was an ineffable quality about her that felt fragile, as if she might shatter at any moment. Did you just say they are practitioners? Practicing what? Dong Yi seemed to have forgotten the half-clad beauty entirely. Goodness, you've missed the point, exclaimed Fatty, who had approached and patted Dong Yi on the shoulder. True to form, Raya is always the first to spot a beauty. Are you all still willing to bet today? Lu Tianen followed closely behind. If you can manage to win her over tonight, I will take your wager. Fatty shook his legs in excitement. Underestimate me, will you? Lu Tianen refused to back down. I will have her tonight. Enough of that. She is not the same as the ugly crush from a few days ago, Fatty scoffed. Darling, here I come. As several individuals continued to discuss the enchanting beauty before them, a rugged voice suddenly resonated from behind. Moments later, a dark figure leaped into the pool with a splash. After a brief interval, the dark figure emerged from the water, launching itself directly towards the beautiful woman. Startled, she quickly rose and took 2 steps back, pouting playfully. How annoying. You arrived so late. Go away. Laughter erupted from the rotund fellow and the one with the crooked eye, with the former exclaiming, Are you still boasting? You're killing me. The cabbage has long been ravaged by the pig. The crooked-eyed one laughed so hard that he could hardly stand. However, their raucous antics drew the attention of both the beauty and the dark figure. With a disdainful glance at the group, the beauty remarked to the man in black, Darling, they're calling you a pig. Although the man in black had initially chosen to ignore them, he felt compelled to respond, especially after his partner's comment. Gradually, he emerged from the water, swaying as he approached the group. Lu Tianan and his companions were unfazed. In the entire academy, there existed only one martial arts hall, while the rest were filled with spiritual masters. At such close proximity, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of besting him. Who uttered those words? The man in black assumed an imposing stance, ready to take on all 4. Lu Tianan from the martial arts hall? Surely you've heard of me? Lu Tianan boldly stepped forward. Trash. The man in black snarled, raising his hand to strike Lu Tianan. Unmoved, Lu Tianan stood his ground, while the crooked-eyed fellow deftly restrained the man's arm. A loud thud echoed in the air, as the crooked-eyed figure hurled the man in black out. Suddenly, a column of water erupted from the center of the 5 individuals, dispersing like fireworks and sending them all reeling. Lu Tianan and his companions were thrust into the pool, while only Dong Yi, at a different angle, crashed against the stone pedestal by the poolside. Water Thunder Technique. Dong Yi silently recited this spell, a skill only attainable by a second-tier water mage. In the past, when he was a mage himself, he had not perceived its true power, but now he realized that his physical strength was utterly inadequate against it. The bathhouse was intended as a place for cultivation, not a battleground for ferocity. The one wielding the spell was a student from the ice condensation hall, currently immersed in her training. Hearing the commotion, the others turned their gaze towards the center of the pool. She was half submerged in the water, donned in a form-fitting light yellow dance attire, with not a trace of moisture upon her. Her curvaceous figure was shrouded in mist. The Water Thunder technique required water as a medium for its execution, yet there seemed to be no necessity for training within the water itself. Dong Yi pondered, having once been a water mage. He had never encountered such a method of cultivation. The quality of the training environment was solely dependent on the abundance or scarcity of surrounding water spirits. Could it be that the Yuan Academy employed such a gimmick to attract students? Suddenly, before the yellow-clad maiden could respond, another column of water materialized in the center of the pool, transforming into a water arrow the thickness of a person, shooting straight towards her. The yellow-clad girl could hardly anticipate that another water mage would launch a surprise attack at this moment. In a flurry, she summoned a small amount of water spirit energy to conjure an ice shield. However, this was merely a second-tier spell, the Ice Arrow. rendering the first-tier ice shield virtually ineffective and unable to mitigate the damage. Bang! The girl in the yellow dress was flung into the sky, only to descend moments later, landing upon the recently revived Dong Yi. Ugh! Dong Yi expelled a mouthful of bile. Even though a beauty had fallen into his embrace, the circumstances were rather harsh. Thank you. The girl in yellow seemed unconcerned about her predicament and instead expressed her gratitude. Were it not for Dong Ye's fleshly cushion, a fall from such heights would have surely resulted in severe injury or death, rendering a mere apology a grand fortune. No need for pleasantries, Dong Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm, hoping such an incident would not recur. A flicker of apology crossed the girl's face as she replied, I'm sorry. I didn't intend for this to happen. It was the enchanting beauty they had been discussing, who now exuded an aura of mist, calm and composed. She could easily unleash a couple of spells without concern. Mu Bingxiao. Dong Yi was taken aback, as he had thought it would take ages to learn about such a prominent figure, only to discover her on the very first day at the academy. Under such curious circumstances, wasn't it common knowledge that she was the daughter of the district chief? Why were others so brazenly attempting to confront her? Mu Qinyu, you wish to compete with me in everything, yet none of your skills surpass mine. Mu Bingxiao leaned against Dong Yi, choosing to remain there, aware that further conflict was futile with the instructor's imminent arrival. Upon hearing Mu Qinyu's name, Dong Yi quickly pieced together his earlier perplexity. It seemed she was also the district chief's daughter. How was he to protect her? Is that so? Not a single realm in which you excel? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. He had even deceived himself. Mu Qinyu gradually released the gathered water spirit around her, allowing it to gently descend by the edge of the pond. Both of you are distinguished members of the Ice Condensation Hall. Your sparring should serve as an example for the other students. Why have you ceased? A voluptuous woman in her 20s sauntered in through the doorway, her movements languid and deliberate. Teacher you. The dozen or so individuals present exclaimed in unison, save for Dong Yi, Mu Qinyu, and Mu Bingxiao, while even Lu Tiannan and his companions called out. Teacher Yu was renowned as a formidable figure at the Jade Seal Academy, rumored to possess a powerful backing. Fearless, she held steadfast to her rules, engaging relentlessly with anyone who dared to challenge her, earning her the moniker of Piranha. Cough, cough. Dong Yi cleared his throat several times before inquiring of Mu Bingxiao. Miss Mu, may I presume you can rise now? Are you not inclined to do so? How many young men yearn for such close proximity with me yet remain unfulfilled? Finding the situation amusing, Mu Bingxiao chose to remain seated. Mu Bingxiao, be mindful of the occasion and rise. Teacher Yu admonished sternly. How tiresome. Mu Bingxiao cast a disdainful glance at Teacher Yu, but eventually complied after a moment of hesitation. Teacher Yu refrained from further comment, her gaze sweeping over the male students present, her smile lacking genuine warmth. Are there not only 2 male students in our Ice Condensation Hall? Why, then, are there so many who wish to study here today? Forgive us, Teacher Yu. We inadvertently wandered in. We shall take our leave now, Lu Tiannan declared, pulling his 2 roommates along as they made their way toward the exit, casting furtive glances at Dong Yi. Dong Yi nodded in acknowledgement and stood to follow suit. But unexpectedly, Mu Bingxiao called out to him, Hey, you cannot leave. Today, you may very well be considered my half-savior. I must repay you. Observing her demeanor and tone, it was evident that she did not genuinely wish to express gratitude. Dong Yi hastily replied, There is no need. It is merely a coincidence. Miss Mu, please refrain from teasing me. I bid you farewell. Finally seizing an opportunity, Dong Yi turned and swiftly exited through the door. Given the authority of the mentor, she had no choice but to concede. While watching the gleeful Mu Qinyu, her teeth clenched in frustration, resolved to engage her in a more serious contest. Thus, she approached Mu Qinyu, who remained oblivious to their exchange as the mentor continued to expound on the principles of his years of cultivation. Mu Bingxiao, observing the man in black, remarked to Mu Qinyu, At that time, when I sought a pig to serve as a shield, you were eager to snatch it away. Now that I have a new boyfriend and you have a husband, you can only watch helplessly. He has not consented to be your boyfriend. Mu Qinyu understood that Mu Bingxiao was provoking her, Yet she could not suppress the urge to engage in a contest with her. Sooner or later, I will secure your agreement. You cannot obstruct me now. With a leap of joy, Mu Bingxiao dashed out of the bathhouse. Chapter 17. Spiritual Awareness. Mu Qinyu pondered deeply. Feeling that something was amiss, she approached the man in black and playfully tapped him on the shoulder. He turned with a cheerful smile and inquired, "What is it, my dear?" At this moment, she declared, "From now on, we are no longer together. You are you, and I am I." Without even granting him a glance, Mu Qinyu hastily uttered her words and turned to leave. "What?" The man in black was taken aback, but by the time he comprehended her words, Mu Qinyu had already vanished from sight. Upon emerging, Dong Yi finally gleaned the distinctive characteristics of the Ningbing Hall from the nonsensical chatter of Lu Tianan and his companions. It became apparent that each training hall within the Yuan Academy possessed its unique methods and techniques for cultivation. The Ningbing Hall primarily harnessed the water from its bathing pools to enable spirit masters to acquire an abundance of water spirits. This was no ordinary water, but rather spring water transported from Lingquan Mountain, which Dong Yi had visited in the past. Indeed, the water spirits there were plentiful, and he had even inadvertently utilized spiritual techniques on 2 occasions. Given the remarkable properties of the spring water from Lingquan Mountain, the practice of spiritual techniques varied from person to person. Some individuals could swiftly master new techniques due to the abundance of water spirits, while others became overly reliant on the water spirits, leading to a gradual deterioration of their abilities. Over time, those unable to access the spring water found themselves incapable of condensing water spirits, rendering them increasingly feeble and ultimately incapable of employing spiritual techniques. In the realm of the Lingxing spirit masters, who were revered and powerful, no one desired to forsake their abilities and become an ordinary individual. Consequently, the number of students in the Ningbing Hall who utilized the spring water for cultivation was limited. Only those with resolute determination and a spirit of adventure could reap the rewards of their efforts. Additionally, those naturally weak in their ability to condense water spirits could gradually reach the level of an ordinary spirit master here. The predominance of female students in the Ningbing Hall could be attributed to the strict nature of its instructor, known for her harshness towards students, particularly male ones. Her reputation had spread widely over the past decade, resulting in minimal male students opting to attend the Ningbing Hall. After lunch, Dong Yi finally commenced his first lesson, arriving at the Wujijiang Hall. In contrast to the Ningbing Hall, the Wujijiang Hall was considerably smaller, consisting of an open area furnished with some equipment and a solitary changing room. The modest assembly of merely 22 individuals within the martial arts hall did not convey a sense of crowding. Wu Lingfeng, standing above in the changing room, surveyed the group and, upon confirming their presence, proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "This morning, we reviewed strategies for confronting warriors, and each of you engaged in essential practice. Now let us discuss how to contend with spirit masters." Most attendees appeared lackluster, with only a few, including Dong Yi, actively listening. Dong Yi, intrigued by the subject, reflected on their previous focus on defending against warriors, having had little direct engagement with them within the palace. Wu Lingfeng scanned the crowd and called upon Lu Tianan, "Young Lu, as the head of our martial arts hall, please share your insights on how you would approach a spirit master." Lu Tianan rose confidently, without hesitation, and declared, "Naturally, I would disrupt their gathering of water spirit, and then I would triumph. It is as simple as that." Wu Lingfeng's expression remained unremarkable as he gestured for Lu Tianan to sit down. Turning his attention to Dong Yi, "Yi Dong, as a newcomer, I encourage you to share your perspective to familiarize yourself with everyone. If it were indeed that simple, why is it that in every domain of the spirit realm, the leaders are invariably spirit masters?" Dong Yi articulated a query that was, in truth, common knowledge. However, it genuinely piqued his curiosity. After allowing Dong Yi to take his seat, Wu Lingfeng continued, "Our advantages against spirit masters lie in our speed, strength, and robust physiques. Conversely, our disadvantage is that we must approach them closely to pose a threat. For spirit masters of the first, second, and third tiers, With diligent training and by becoming advanced warriors, coupled with cautious movement, we can indeed subdue them. Are we truly powerless against a fourth-tier spirit master? A petite girl with a doll-like visage spoke, her chin resting on her hands, and upon closer inspection, one might mistakenly believe her to be no older than 10. How could that be? It is simply not that straightforward. Wu Lingfeng paused momentarily. Yuwensi, could you refrain from such trivial chatter? The chubby boy beside them regarded Yuwensi with an expression of bewilderment. Yuwensi stuck out her tongue at him, making a playful grimace. Mind your own business. As a fourth-tier spirit master reaches a certain level of cultivation, they will comprehend a specific ability known as spirit perception. The distinction between a spirit master who possesses spirit perception and one who does not is nothing short of astronomical. Wu Lingfeng elucidated. Spirit perception? Many were taken aback, including Dong Yi, who had not previously encountered this concept nor had anyone mentioned it to him. Among the gathered, few had ever seen a third-tier spirit master, let alone a fourth-tier. Yuwensi inquired further, what exactly is it? Spirit perception is akin to the five senses. Possessing it grants one an additional perception that others lack. Strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as a spiritual technique, nor do spirit masters formally define it as such. It is merely an enhanced sense compared to ordinary individuals. Wu Lingfeng observed the previously restless group of children transform into attentive listeners, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. But what of spirit perception? What makes it so formidable? Yuwensi pressed on, this time echoing the curiosity of the others. If someone intends to harm him, he will sense it before they even approach. He would have already countered or distanced himself from them, Wu Lingfeng explained. It was indeed a feeling. No wonder none had ever spoken to me about it. Had I comprehended the essence of spiritual perception during the battle against the Spring Saint, he would have been unable to lay a hand upon me. On this winter night, I reflect upon that day's circumstances. How vast is the realm of spiritual perception? Yuwensi is filled with a myriad of questions. No sooner had Wu Lingfeng finished speaking than new inquiries arose. How should I know? I am not a spiritual master. Wu Lingfeng chuckled lightly. Can spiritual perception detect if someone is following? What about natural disasters such as avalanches, floods, or earthquakes? Moreover, can it sense if someone harbors affection for him? Yuwensi bombarded him with a series of questions. Enough. The chubby one interjected once more. Yuwensi rolled her eyes at him and continued to gaze eagerly at Wu Lingfeng, awaiting his response. Wu Lingfeng, however, paid no heed to her frivolous questions and continued. In short, to contend against a fourth-tier spiritual master, one would likely need to ascend to the level of a divine warrior. These are merely hypotheticals, as it is quite rare for us to encounter fourth-tier spiritual masters in our daily lives. There is no need to dwell on it. Just as Wu Lingfeng was about to speak, several individuals nearby stood up in unison and exclaimed, "Be quiet." Now, having discussed so much that bears no relation to our course content, let us return to the main focus. Wu Lingfeng cleared his throat and approached the students. When encountering a spiritual master, our strategies typically fall into three categories. The first, as Xiaolu just mentioned, is to directly seize the spiritual master. The second involves disrupting the spell-casting process of a spiritual master who is already concentrating on the water spirit, primarily by disturbing the surrounding environment. Subsequently, Wu Lingfeng eloquently elaborated for half an afternoon, finally urging everyone to practice based on his earlier instructions before taking his leave. Is it true, Nan? Your charm is truly exceptional to have drawn her here, said the crooked-mouthed boy, admiration evident on his face. Dong Yi then lifted his gaze, only to realize that the girl was none other than Mu Bingxiao, whom he had encountered earlier in the ice-gathering hall. What could be her intention for coming here? He overheard Lu Tian confidently proclaim, "Are you looking for your boyfriend at the Martial Peak Hall? Besides me, who else is worthy of you?" Mu Bingxiao paid no heed to Lu Tian's words, her enchanting eyes scanning among the 22 individuals in the Martial Peak Hall. Dong Ye's heart skipped a beat. Could she be searching for me? He hurriedly turned his head, pretending to focus on his training. Who are you looking for? Mu Bingxiao. Not only strikingly beautiful, but also the daughter of the district chief, was well aware of the attention she commanded wherever she went. Instantly, a A crowd gathered around her, bombarding her with questions. However, Mu Bingxiao ignored their inquiries, her brow furrowing slightly as she muttered, "Could they have deceived me? Is he not in the Martial Peak Hall? Who is it? We only have a few male students in the Martial Peak Hall." The crooked-eyed boy, drawing closer, feigned concern while his gaze frequently wandered toward Mu Bingxiao's prominent figure. "Where are your eyes wandering?" Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the classroom. And with a sideways glance, a man was hurled into the air. The members of Wuji Hall immediately dispersed, assuming a defensive stance. However, the assailant seemed oblivious to their presence, his gaze fixated solely on Mu Bingxiao. As the crowd parted, Mu Bingxiao caught sight of Dong Yi, exclaiming in delight, "Oh!" But her joy was abruptly silenced, replaced by a bitter expression upon encountering the pallid young man before her, who appeared to be in his 20s. "Xiaoer, why do you not know how to protect yourself?" the young man said gently, striding towards Mu Bingxiao. "White-skinned fellow, where do you hail from?" Lu Tianan, noticing the man with the sideways glance being struck, approached without hesitation. The two stood at comparable heights, though Lu Tianan's physique was notably more robust. Yet, the young man continued to disregard Lu Tianan, merely stating, "Do you know who I am? If you wish to live, keep your distance. Regardless of who you are, anyone who dares to harm my brother must answer to me, even if it is the Lord of the Realm." Lu Tianan's boldness in defending his comrade was commendable. Chapter 18. The Battle of Wuji Hall. The young man thrust his fist towards Lu Tianan's abdomen, but Lu Tianan reacted swiftly, retreating a step and crossing his arms to shield his midsection. Yet, the impact was still forceful enough to send him flying over 10 meters, his arms trembling in pain, unable to lift them. In disbelief, Lu Tianan gazed at his own arms, only to find the young man standing before him, having approached with such stealth and speed that it felt as though lightning had struck. The young man's second punch was already imminent, poised to strike. Based on previous experience, this blow threatened to render Lu Tianan's head a bloody mess. Yet, Lu Tianan found himself unable to move his arms, leaving him defenseless. "Liao Yu, what are you doing?" Mu Bingxiao, who had been reluctant to engage with the young man, finally spoke up, attempting to halt the impending violence. However, Liao Yu seemed undeterred, his punch landing with brutal force. In the nick of time, Dong Yi surged forward, intercepting Liao Yu and sending him staggering back several meters. Liao Yu's fist connected with a training stone, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the room. Liao Yu regarded Dong Yi with surprise. Anyone capable of knocking him off balance in the Jade Seal Academy was bound to be renowned, yet he couldn't recall ever having seen this individual. Lu Tianan, having faced imminent danger, experienced a surge of relief and elation, marveling at Yi Dong's prowess. Liao Yu swiftly regained his footing and lunged toward Dong Yi, aiming a kick at his head. Dong Yi reacted swiftly, leaning back, while simultaneously launching a counter-kick. Mu Bingxiao once again intervened, prompting Liao Yu to finally relent. He stepped back, allowing Dong Yi to fall to the ground. As Dong Yi neared the ground, he subtly hooked his left hand around a nearby stone, mitigating the force of his descent and executing a nearly flawless flip to land on his feet. "For Xiaoer's sake, I'll spare you today. But mark my words. Stay away from her, and do not engage in any disrespectful behavior. Otherwise, I shall compel you to wish for death rather than life." Liao Yu exhibited an air of arrogance, impervious to the disdainful gaze of Dong Yi, who coldly remarked, "You are merely a warrior, forever destined to be a mere jester, achieving nothing of significance in your lifetime. Do you consider yourself formidable?" As Liao Yu approached Mu Bingxiao, he abruptly redirected his path towards Dong Yi, preparing to strike once more. "I may not be formidable, but I certainly shall not be as ignorant as you." Dong Yi did not intend to provoke Liao Yu. He merely spoke the truth, for even the mightiest warriors are insignificant before the higher echelons of spiritual masters. Few would take pride in their martial prowess alone. Dong Yi's words seemingly struck a nerve within Liao Yu. With a furious roar, Liao Yu surged forward like a bolt of lightning, colliding forcefully with the unprepared Dong Yi's chest. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the martial arts hall, lingering long after the impact. Dong Yi, along with the once sturdy walls now reduced to rubble behind him, was engulfed in a cloud of dust that gradually spread throughout the hall. The sudden spectacle left everyone in stunned silence, astonished not only by Liao Yu's unparalleled strength, but also by his fiery temperament. For a prolonged moment, no one uttered a sound, save for the slow trickle of shattered stones. You have killed him just like that? Mu Bingxiao stammered, her words laced with fury. Liao Yu, filled with arrogance, declared with smugness, I believe you all have seen quite clearly just now. Who dares to approach Jiao? I estimate that no one could meet a more excruciating end than he would. You all wish to avoid death. Just as Liao Yu was speaking, a pile of stones suddenly gave way, and Dong Yi emerged from within, brushing off the dust from his clothes as though he had suffered little harm. Many in the martial arts hall wore expressions of disbelief, akin to witnessing a miracle. Liao Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not vanquish a warrior of merely intermediate rank, and the fact that he had been interrupted while boasting was utterly intolerable. Thus, as Dong Yi dusted himself off, Liao Yu launched another assault, this time with even greater ferocity. No, Mu Bingxiao cried out in alarm. At that moment, Liao Yu resembled a frenzied beast, impervious to restraint. Just when everyone anticipated that Dong Yi would be driven into the depths of the earth once more, he instinctively summoned a spell, and a shield of ice, roughly the size of a person, materialized before him. Bang! Liao Yu's heavy fist struck the icy barrier, causing it to shatter into a fine mist that dissipated into the air, yet Dong Yi was still sent flying over 10 meters. The shield had absorbed the majority of the impact, leaving Dong Yi relatively unscathed, and the mist of water spirit enveloping him vanished in an instant. No one had anticipated that he had just employed the ice shield. The emergence of the ice shield instilled a profound fear in Liao Yu. Though it was merely a first-layer spiritual technique, its origin from an unknown realm rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. For a warrior, a spiritual master who could not be approached was akin to an invincible entity. After a brief moment of silence, Liao Yu surveyed his surroundings, his trepidation intensifying. Only Mu Bingxiao stood as the lone spiritual master within the arena, and he was acutely aware of her capabilities. She had never intervened to thwart him. This adept could adeptly conceal her presence, indicating that she was either a dual practitioner of martial and spiritual arts or a master of the fourth layer or above, capable of casting spells from 100 meters away. Regardless of the circumstance, he could not hope to best her. Contemplating his predicament, Liao Yu forced a semblance of calm and smiled. So that's why you dare to confront me. It seems you have a formidable ally in the shadows. However, you would do well to keep them hidden, for should they reveal themselves, I shall ensure their demise is a most tragic one. In this fleeting moment, Liao Yu contemplated extensively. The hidden ally's reluctance to show themselves surely stemmed from fear of the power he commanded, and there was no need for him to panic. It seemed prudent to grant this boy a temporary reprieve. Winter Night, gasping for breath, remained silent. Liao Yu's 2 recent attacks had indeed dealt him significant harm. Were it not for Wu Lu, he might have been reduced to a mere pulp. Wu Lingfeng regarded Winter Night as though he had encountered a rare treasure. Grinning broadly as he observed him for some time before speaking, just when I was seeking a candidate, Yi Dong, you possess such remarkable martial prowess that it brings great satisfaction to the mentor. Our martial arts hall shall finally gain renown. What on earth is happening? Lu Tianan implored, eager to uncover what event could elicit such joy from Wu Lingfeng, even amidst the destruction of the martial arts hall. This time, the expedition is to Malin Peak. As everyone knows, a proficient combat team requires far more warriors than spiritual masters. However, since nearly all the students from our 5 academies are spiritual masters, the requirement this time is for each academy to send 5 warriors, 5 spiritual masters, and an accompanying mentor. Wu Lingfeng recounted the basic requirements of this competition. Isn't Malin Peak a forbidden zone? Why are we allowed to explore it now? Yu Siwen inquired, her round eyes blinking curiously. Perhaps only in such perilous situations can one's true abilities be revealed, Lu Tianan casually remarked. Indeed, Were the previous warnings merely exaggerations? Someone chimed in. I've heard the flowers at Malin Peak are especially beautiful, and there are trees with leaves that are quite refreshing to eat. You ought to possess a modicum of common sense. Those are poisonous. The crowd erupted into animated discussion. Wu Lingfeng chuckled lightly, but did not respond. He raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, Lu Tiannan and Yi Dong must go. Who else wishes to join? Yu Siwen was the first to declare. Yet, she was the only one to volunteer, for the dangers of Malin Peak had long etched a profound impression in people's minds. Without the spirit of self-sacrifice, anyone would deliberate carefully before making a decision. Chapter 19. The Mu sisters. Upon finishing his remarks, Wu Lingfeng departed, his step somewhat hurried. He had always acted with transparency and believed that the best way for all students to participate was through fair and just competition. Yet, he did not adhere to this principle, for the sake of the reputation of the martial arts hall. He had already included a student slated to join it in the participant list. In truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with his actions. For one of the new recruits joining the martial arts hall is a mid-level warrior, who would undoubtedly bring greater glory to the hall than the current 22 members. Although this matter lacks a definitive right or wrong, Wu Lingfeng still felt a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach, choosing to leave early to avoid the gazes of his fellow students. Meanwhile, the students themselves treated it as a trivial affair. Pang Dun generously offered his spot to Yu Siwen, as he had no desire to attend in the first place. Had it not been for Lu Tiannan's threats, he would not have registered at all. Lu Tiannan expressed a hint of regret, pondering how wonderful it would be if everyone in the dormitory could attend. Sigh. I too am reluctant to part with my brothers. How could a magnanimous person like me possibly compete with a young girl and become flustered? Pang Dun feigned sorrow as he spoke. Oh, come now. Although Rai Ai's gaze was not focused on the four at the table, his ears were keenly attuned to the conversation. So, what benefits did she promise you? It wouldn't be that she's offering herself, would it? Lu Tiannan inquired with a playful grin. The group burst into laughter. Hey, there's a beauty, Rai Ai exclaimed, turning his head, prompting the other three to glance in the direction he had been observing. As expected, a tall woman swayed her hips as she entered through the main door. Upon closer inspection of her features, Lu Tiannan and Pang Dun immediately lowered their heads to continue their meal, while Dong Yi Duo lingered for a moment. Memories of the bathhouse flashing in his mind. Is it her? Goodness, could she possibly have taken an interest in me? Lu Tiannan muttered to himself while eating, then turned to Pang Dun and asked, doesn't she usually avoid dining in the cafeteria? Indeed, it seems that someone is being sought after. We shall merely pretend not to notice. The plump girl lifted her bowl and began to eat. The others assumed she was merely passing by, unaware that she would stop beside the table of four, directly sitting next to Dong Yi. Miss Mu, what brings you here? Lu Tiannan inquired, mustering his courage. It's none of your concern, Mu Chenyu replied, delicately brushing her slender fingers across Dong Ye's cheek. Dear sir, shall we practice together shortly? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Dong Yi, prompting him to shift away slightly. Miss Mu, you are a spirit master, and I am a warrior. How can we practice together? He retorted. Oh, just call me Xiaoyu, she said, wrapping her soft arm around Dong Ye's neck. Who says we cannot practice together? Besides, a spirit master requires protection. Do you not wish to protect me? But you have a boyfriend. He can protect you, Dong Yi replied, removing her arm and returning to his meal. Very well, let me finish my meal, and then we shall practice together, he conceded. Wow, South brother, looks like you've met your match, the plump girl exclaimed teasingly. Lu Tiannan smiled lightly, feigning indifference, yet feeling a twinge of disappointment. After all, during the battle at the martial arts hall with Aoyu, Yi Dong had stolen the limelight, and he should be grateful, given it was to save him. Once regarded as the prince of romance, able to charm any woman he pursued, he had never before been so publicly confessed to by a girl. After their meal, Dong Yi and Mu Chenyu arrived at the ice condensation hall, only to find that Mu Bingqiao was absent. Mu Chenyu felt a tinge of disappointment. She had sought Dong Ye's company solely to impress Mu Bingqiao, and in her absence, she refrained from any flirtatious gestures towards Dong Yi. Dong Yi, who harbored no interest in her, busied himself finding a corner to meditate, barely exchanging a word with Mu Chenyu. As the clock struck midnight, fatigue began to set in for Mu Chenyu. With the bath now devoid of other patrons, she stretched languidly and, casting a curious glance at Dong Yi, who sat quietly by the poolside, inquired, "You're quite adept at this charade." Pretending to meditate like a warrior. Dong Yi paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "I aspire to become a spirit master." Mu Chenyu scoffed, "Let us go. With your fervent dedication to cultivation, why didn't she come today?" "Who?" Dong Yi inquired, following her closely. "None of your concern," Mu Chenyu retorted coldly. Just as they stepped out of the ice condensation hall, they noticed a forlorn figure squatting by a nearby brook. Mu Chenyu's expression darkened. Though they were cousins and had been rivals for over a decade, she had never witnessed Mu Bingqiao in such a state. "On the first day of next month, I am to marry Liao Yu," Mu Bingqiao stated, her tone laced with resignation. "Haraha, you are finally marrying the esteemed Chief Liao. Isn't that your long-held dream?" Mu Chenyu exclaimed with laughter. In the past, had anyone dared to mention Mu Bingqiao marrying Liao Yu, she would have flown into a rage, and Mu Chenyu relished provoking her with such remarks. Who would have thought that she would take the initiative to speak out this time, and yet remain silent in the face of Mu Chenyu's mockery? Instantly, Mu Chenyu's laughter ceased, replaced by a peculiar sense of loss, as if she were both questioning and murmuring to herself, "So soon? Isn't it still the 10th of September? Today, Liao Yu came and informed me that my father lost to his uncle in the game of red blood Qilin. My father is reluctant to part with it. Thanks to him." Before Mu Bingqiao could finish her words, Mu Chenyu interjected, "Did uncle gamble again?" Mu Bingqiao nodded and continued, "Fortunately, he discussed with his uncle about hastening the marriage between the two families. Then we would truly be one family, and the issue of red blood Qilin would cease to exist. He speaks nonsense. Although my uncle is fond of gambling, he would never stake something so substantial. It is undoubtedly a prearranged scheme with that shameless uncle of his. No, I must confront him now." Mu Chenyu, possessing a fiery temperament, declared as she prepared to leave. "There's no need for that." Mu Bingqiao retorted sharply, "This time, I refuse to evade. Sooner or later, I must marry." Mu Chenyu halted in her tracks, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if at that moment she had lost her most significant companion, a fate that would soon befall her. "After the conclusion of the 5 Courtyards Red Order event, I will withdraw from school," Mu Bingqiao continued in a calm tone. "Are you going to participate?" Mu Chenyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, this time you won't be competing with me, will you?" Mu Chenyu's thoughts lingered on Mu Bingqiao, her brows furrowing as she questioned. Why would she want to engage in such a perilous event? Because she desires death. Dong Yi had already seen the situation with clarity. "What are you babbling about?" Mu Chenyu was engulfed in fury, her hand raised as if to strike Dong Yi, only to pause midway in a moment of clarity. She truly intended to. I believe she had sat here for quite some time, pondering deeply, aware that you would inevitably be here training. She was waiting for you, deliberately uttering those words to dissuade you from accompanying her to her demise. Dong Yi, as an outsider, remained remarkably lucid. Indeed, Mu Chenyu covered her mouth, unable to contain her tears any longer, burying her head into Dong Yi's embrace, sobbing softly. She did not wish to marry. Why seek death? If she perished, who would challenge me? This expedition to Malin Peak was jointly organized by the 5 major academies, with participants being inexperienced students. Surely there would be someone covertly ensuring their safety. She might not encounter any peril. Dong Yi lowered his gaze upon Mu Chenyu, whose shoulders trembled, unable to bring himself to push her away. At that moment, Mu Chenyu seemed to lose her grasp on reason. She believed whatever Dong Yi said without a second thought. Suddenly lifting her head, her tears transformed into a smile as she exclaimed, "Really? Then I shall go too." Dong Yi merely speculated. There would undoubtedly be protection, yet Malin Peak, renowned as a forbidden ground of lynching, was not without reason for its ominous reputation. They could not guarantee the safety of all who ventured there. But out of compassion for the charming figure before him, he refrained from shattering her hopes, instead inquiring, "Wouldn't that mean you are disregarding her good intentions?" Chapter 20. The Journey to Malin Peak. Enjoying yourself, aren't you? It's been such a long time. Fat Dun wore a lewd expression, his complexion flushed, clearly brimming with vitality. Lu Tianin also sported a mischievous grin. To have someone deliver themselves to your doorstep all day and linger so late. It's evident they're not of good character. South brother, you certainly have not suffered a loss. With a bemused glance, Yin concluded his thoughts and leapt onto the bed to retire for the night. Young man, you still have your youth ahead of you. Do not be easily swayed by beauty. Take care of your health, Lu Tianin remarked, patting Dongye's shoulder with the sagacity of one who has experienced much. Dongye shook his head, too weary to offer an explanation, and soon prepared for bed himself. In the following 3 days, the various halls selected the remaining spiritual masters to participate in the competition for the Crimson Order through trials of spiritual prowess. The martial arts hall had already finalized its participants, leaving little of interest to report. Each day, Mu Qingyu would insistently drag Dongye to the ice condensation hall for training, deliberately concealing her relationship with Mu Bingqiao. However, Mu Bingqiao had ceased her rivalry with her, speaking far less than before. Given that only 3 days had passed, her transformation went largely unnoticed by others. The Moro heralded their journey to Malin Peak, where the dean of Yuyin Academy gathered the 10 chosen individuals for a motivational briefing. The group comprised 4 from the martial arts hall and the 2 Mu sisters, a combination Dongye was already aware of. To his surprise, the remaining 4 were all familiar faces: Jing Wenin, Wen Yu, Bei Wenba, and the long-acquainted Du Wei. After a round of self-introductions, Lu Tianin remarked with a hint of amusement, "You 4 must be related, as your names all contain the character one." The 4 exchanged glances, realizing the curious coincidence. Yuwensi, being the more vivacious among them, exclaimed with delight, "Why don't we become sworn brothers?" The other 3 remained silent, and Yin retorted with exasperation, "She is a spiritual master. How could she possibly be interested in you? Spare us the folly." Upon hearing this, Jing Wenin's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Do not underestimate the warriors. Without them, the spiritual masters would struggle to exert their capabilities. It is a simple fact. Spiritual masters of the 4th tier and above are often difficult for warriors to approach, and those with exceptional skills do not require the protection of warriors. It seems that besides appreciating beauty, you are quite earnest in your studies, aren't you?" Jing Wenin paused, finding herself somewhat perplexed by this notion. Indeed, powerful spiritual masters may not need the assistance of warriors, but that does not imply they are superior. Nor have I ever heard that our warriors are deemed inferior. Lu Tianin interjected. With a smirk that barely concealed his skepticism, the man known as Squint let out a couple of hollow chuckles, lacking the optimism of Lu Tianin. "Let us quiet down," he urged, as the others, now familiar with one another, gathered their attention. Tomorrow, the personnel from the 5 great academies would embark together from the foot of Malin Peak. The academy that first seizes the Crimson Order will receive a reward of 100,000 gold coins, along with a coveted opportunity to serve as a lord within the Ice Spirit Palace. The headmaster began by presenting this enticing reward. Among the 10 individuals present, aside from the 4 from the martial arts hall and Du Wei, the rest were scions of affluent families, who showed little interest in the gold but were notably excited about the prospect of entering the Ice Spirit Palace. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, the headmaster continued, "Thus, we must set off immediately to establish our camp at the base of Malin Peak." Now, within less than an hour, they arrived at the foot of Malin Peak. Minter Wang divided the group into 5 teams, perfectly matching 5 males with 5 females. However, he assigned only Wen Yu and Du Wei to a single team, while the others consisted of boys with boys and girls with girls. 2 tents were erected, one for the males and one for the females, while Minter Wang declared he would stand guard. That first night, excitement enveloped everyone, and tranquility only descended in the early hours of the morning. The sounds of snoring from the boys' tent were incessant, and the girls' side was hardly quieter. In the dead of night, Bei Wenba suddenly sat up, glanced at the 4 around him, and quietly donned his clothing before stealthily exiting the tent. Lu Tiannan, with his keen eye and soldier-like physique, along with the others, were instantly alert the moment Wenba stirred. All three had awakened but pretended to be asleep until he departed. Eyebrows raised, the mischievous one whispered, "Surely he isn't sneaking a peek at the towering mountains in the neighboring tent?" Lu Tiannan scoffed, "Do you really think everyone shares your trivial pursuits?" Just as they conversed, a sudden female scream pierced the night, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. It was Du Wei's voice, unmistakable to Dong Yi, who furrowed his brow. Lu Tiannan's expression shifted, and he gently tapped the mischievous one on the head, exclaiming, "You were right after all." The next morning, Mentor Wang woke them one by one, accompanied by a symphony of yawns. They were oblivious to the fact that, after a night's rest, they were still the only representatives from their academy in this place. Following the teams assigned the previous day, they set off in search of the Crimson Orders, with plans to reconvene beneath the blooming red plum tree that evening. Instructor Wang gestured towards a striking red tree located over 10 miles away. In this area, surrounded by a sea of green foliage, that solitary red tree stood out prominently. "I have already conducted a reconnaissance and found that this is the only red plum tree in the vicinity, and it is currently in bloom. As esteemed scholars of the Academy, I believe you all possess the capability to locate it. Instructor Wang, shall we not wait for the representatives from the other 4 academies?" asked Yuwensi. In truth, the competition had commenced long before the notification was sent to the dean. The timing for entering the mail-in peak was left to the discretion of each academy. Instructor Wang elucidated. "Oh, I had hoped to catch a glimpse of the handsome youths from the other 4 academies," remarked Jingwenin, though she spoke sparingly. Each word was imbued with an enchanting allure. Her mere utterance drew the attention of several male students, who could not help but steal glances at her, as she lingered for but a fleeting moment amidst the winter night. It was this barely perceptible pause that caused Dong Yi to feel a sense of unease, as if she could unveil his innermost thoughts. Unconsciously, Dong Yi averted his gaze, only to catch sight of Du Wei, who appeared flustered. Her head bowed, as if in the presence of someone she particularly feared. Scanning the group once more, Dong Yi pondered that Du Wei's startled cry last night was certainly not merely a reaction to encountering the indisposed Bei Wenba. Lu Tiannan was grouped with Dong Yi, and without a particular direction in mind, they ventured forth. What kind of incompetent instructor is this? A spirit master ought to be paired with a warrior. Having 2 spirit masters together is exceedingly perilous, Lu Tiannan complained. The inner turmoil of fear surged rapidly, leaving them utterly disoriented. No assailants threatened them, nor any predators sought to devour them. Simply a shift in their environment had robbed them of their bearings. What should they do? Lu Tiannan, stripped of his former confidence, spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Let us go." Dong Yi was equally at a loss regarding their direction. Despite his fear, his past brushes with life and death taught him that moving forward was the only viable escape. Chapter 21. The Four-Winged Sparrow Driven by Curiosity. Dong Yi and his companion paused. The vibrant green bird perched upon a branch not too high, just at the level of Dong Yi's forehead, easily visible to them. They observed the bird closely for a prolonged moment, while the creature gazed back with bright, unwavering eyes, showing no sign of fear. Unable to resist any longer, Lu Tiannan reached out to seize it, prompting the bird to spread its wings. "Be careful," Dong Yi cautioned. With a flutter, as the little bird unfurled its wings, its size suddenly expanded to that of a human. Its wings stretched an impressive 2 meters wide, and in that instant, the towering tree beside it cracked ominously under the strain, seemingly on the verge of toppling. Simultaneously, both individuals were propelled several meters away, crashing into 2 massive trees. Had it not been for the abundance of surrounding trees, they likely would have vanished without a trace. "The Four-Winged Sparrow," Dong Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen one in the palace before and read in books that it was a 4th-tier spiritual beast, an excellent mount for travel, ranking among the top 3 in speed among all spiritual creatures. Its dual forms, large and small, made it particularly beloved. It was indeed a splendid choice for fleeing or traveling, though it possessed no other abilities beyond that. It possesses merely 2 wings, So how can it be referred to as the four-winged sparrow? The warrior, born with commendable physical attributes, nonchalantly twisted his neck, seemingly unfazed by the previous collision. When accelerating in flight, it would reveal a pair of even larger wings, approaching speeds beyond imagination. Dong Yi couldn't help but reminisce about the time spent with his mother, riding the four-winged sparrow to the Fire Rock domain, where the exhilaration of speed was unparalleled. Observing the changing expressions on Dong Ye's face from joy to sorrow, Lu Tianen inquired, "What troubles you? Are you recalling some distant memory?" "It's nothing." Dong Yi quickly composed himself. "I was just pondering why it might be here." The notorious Merlin Peak typically sees 10 individuals enter for every one that emerges. No one reveals what lies within, only the terrors that await. Well, I consider myself optimistic. Thank you very much. A 1 in 10 ratio is already quite exaggerated. The true statistic is that for every 1,000 who enter, only one might escape. Though Lu Tianen expressed such sentiments, he felt significantly more invigorated than before. "Perhaps this time, you shall be the one to emerge," he added, having faced numerous dangers. "Your success is inevitable. Enough with the idle chatter. Our priority now is to devise a method to tame this four-winged sparrow. If it truly flies as swiftly as you claim, escaping Merlin Peak will be a mere trifle." Lu Tianen had already set his sights on the four-winged sparrow. "That may be so, but given our prowess, I fear it may not even regard us." With a huff, Lu Tianen struck the air with his fist, prompting the four-winged sparrow to unfurl its wings and ascend into the sky. Enraged, Lu Tianen exclaimed, "What are you doing? The punch just now was undoubtedly effective." "Indeed. But can you truly bring it down with a single blow? It would immediately take flight." Dongye and he began to argue. "If you do not restrain me, I am certain I can manage." Lu Tianen spoke out of frustration, fully aware of the impossibility of his claim. "If it were not for its own evasion, my attempt to grasp you would not have prevented your fist from striking it. However, that important part had already been dodged, rendering your blow insignificant to it. It would only serve to enrage it, prompting a swift departure." After shaking off Lu Tianen's grip on his ankle, Dongye expressed his irritation. "Yet, have you not allowed it to escape nonetheless?" Lu Tianen retorted angrily. Just then, as if in response to his words, the four-winged sparrow began to descend slowly in a graceful spiral. The two exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Tianen mused, "An opportunity has arisen." He was fully prepared to charge at the moment the four-winged sparrow alighted on a branch. Without delay, as soon as the sparrow touched down, he leaped forward, aiming to pounce upon it. This time, Dongye was swifter than before. Although he was reacting later, he arrived first, intercepting Lu Tianen mid-flight. Lu Tianen, truly at a loss for words, swung his fist towards Dongye's face, shouting, "Are you genuinely intent on opposing me?" Due to Dongye's quick intervention, the four-winged sparrow remained grounded, its large, fist-sized eyes fixed curiously upon the two, intrigued by their antics. Dongye firmly grasped Lu Tianen's swinging fist and, striving for calmness, articulated, "Your actions will only hasten our loss of the opportunity to capture the four-winged sparrow. Must you insist on obstructing me today?" Lu Tianen's gaze was intensely fixed on Winter Night. "If you wish to defeat the four-winged sparrow, you must first overcome me." Winter Night stood his ground resolutely. "Very well. I shall make you acquainted with the taste of defeat." With a swift motion, Lu Tianen charged forward, but Winter Night deftly grasped a nearby branch, executing a graceful leap onto the tree. Lu Tianen's attack missed its mark, and it was now Winter Night's turn to retaliate. With a swift pivot, he aimed a kick at Lu Tianen's chin. True to his reputation as a top student of the martial arts hall, Lu Tianen, despite his rapid approach, managed to stabilize himself, seizing Winter Night's toes with both hands. With a powerful grip, he attempted to twist, but Winter Night swiftly countered, avoiding the dislocation of his foot. Not one to be outdone, Winter Night retaliated with a kick aimed at Lu Tianen's chest. It was evident that Lu Tianen lagged behind Winter Night in terms of speed, as he failed to evade the strike. However, his robust physique allowed him to retreat only 3 steps before regaining his stance. The blow left him momentarily off balance, hindering his ability to launch a counterattack. Yet, Winter Knight's next punch was already upon him, landing squarely against his face. In that moment, Winter Knight realized Lu Tiannan had not raised any defense. He understood that his friend was at a disadvantage. How could he allow Lu Tiannan to take this hit? While the punch was neither light nor excessively heavy, it possessed enough force to incapacitate an ordinary spirit master. Ultimately, Winter Knight restrained his punch, delivering it with diminished power, akin to that of a regular spirit master, and his movements slowed considerably. Lu Tiannan, having regained his composure, retaliated with a kick aimed at Winter Knight's abdomen. On a winter's night, Winter Knight effortlessly intercepted the kick, yet he allowed Lu Tiannan to strike his abdomen, sending him soaring over 10 meters before crashing down and breaking several branches. Lu Tiannan did not pursue further. Instead, he looked at Winter Knight with a hint of embarrassment. Winter Knight turned his gaze towards the four-winged sparrow, prompting Lu Tiannan to follow his line of sight. After capturing the sparrow, the two sat beneath a tree, gently stroking the creature in silence. After a brief moment, Winter Knight remarked, "You truly are impressive, South Brother, having defeated me and captured the four-winged sparrow in one fell swoop." Lu Tiannan chuckled sheepishly, responding, "I was too impulsive. Had I employed my previous method, it would have surely flown away." Indeed, the four-winged sparrow is merely a fourth-tier spirit beast possessing a low intellect. Just now, it thought we were merely playing, and in its amusement, it let down its guard, Winter Knight explained. "I feel rather foolish. Why didn't I think to catch it after it shrank? Thankfully, I didn't scare it off with my first attempt." Lu Tiannan expressed his relief. "Truth be told, I hadn't anticipated capturing it after it shrank either. Inspiration struck only upon witnessing its transformation. Your first attempt didn't scare it away. It simply did not comprehend that you intended to strike," Winter Knight admitted, his excitement evident as he recounted the events. "I must say, I realize you are indeed far more astute than I." Lu Tiannan sincerely mused. "Do not belittle yourself. Did you not claim that defeating me meant you had triumphed?" Winter Knight replied, feeling a touch bashful from the praise. "Enough. Please refrain from berating me further. Let us contemplate our next steps." With the acquisition of the four-winged sparrow, Lu Tiannan's confidence for the journey to Malin Peak has significantly increased. "There is no need to rush. Let us first nurture this little bird until it is well behaved, and then we shall venture forth without fear. If we cannot prevail, we shall take flight. Who could possibly pursue us?" Gently placing the four-winged sparrow into his pocket, the two continued their journey. Initially, the sparrow struggled incessantly, but each time it attempted to extend its wings, they swiftly restrained it. Gradually, the sparrow seemed to comprehend that they bore no ill intent, and its resistance subsided. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived. Towering trees surrounded them, their branches lush and abundant, as the midday sun filtered through the gaps, casting dappled light upon the ground. Chapter 22, Lanting Academy. On both of their stomachs began to protest. At this moment, the surrounding trees had returned to a vibrant green, and they had grown accustomed to the alternating hues of red and green. To their dismay, after a morning of travel, aside from their brief encounter with the four-winged sparrow, they had come across nothing else that was not a tree. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The four-winged sparrow in the pocket suddenly poked its head out and called out a few times. It appeared that the sparrow was not trying to escape, following its gaze. They noticed a leaf swaying gently. Dong Yi approached the leaf and picked it up, revealing 4 or 5 small white worms nestled beneath it, with 2 more precariously clinging to the leaf itself. Dong Yi brought the leaf and the worms over to Lu Tiannan, and the little four-winged sparrow joyfully leaped out of the pocket, eagerly devouring one of the tiny white worms, chirping excitedly once more. "Ah, a few insignificant insects have managed to buy you off," Lu Tiannan remarked, a smile of delight gracing his face. As the two sat idly, a sudden tremor rippled through the ground, prompting them to become alert and glance around. In but a moment, a colossal shadow surged toward them from afar, crashing against the ancient tree they leaned upon with a resounding thud. The tree groaned and split in two, while the immense shadow slowly descended from its boughs. The two instinctively retreated several meters, gazing upward to behold a magnificent two-headed wolf, one head as dark as night, and the other a deep shade of gray. At that moment, the beast was drenched in its own crimson blood, a gaping arrow wound the size of a man's arm rendering it incapacitated. The eyes of the two men met the wolf's gaze, filled with despair. "This is the work of a spirit master. It seems we are about to encounter others," Dong Yi said, directing his gaze towards the direction from which the wolf had fallen, anticipating the arrival of others. Obviously, the wolf was propelled from this direction, so it must have come from here. "But what makes you so certain it was the doing of a spirit master?" Lu Tianen inquired. "Ordinary warriors wield either weapons or their bare hands. This arrow wound bears no arrow. Do you truly believe the wolf removed it itself?" Dong Yi retorted. Lu Tianen scratched his head, realizing how simple it was and suddenly feeling hungry, pondering if they might have provisions. "How do you know whether they are friend or foe?" Dong Yi chuckled. "Here at Malin Peak, everyone is eager to escape. They are far too preoccupied with confronting spirit beasts and the treacherous environment to consider turning against one another." "Is that so?" A voice, unfamiliar and chilling, echoed through the air, not belonging to Dong Yi. The two individuals instinctively stepped back, gazing skyward as a man clad in a flowing blue robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, descended gracefully. "You need not be apprehensive," he reassured them, "though I do not concur with his statements, I assure you. I have no intention of causing you distress." Lu Tianen whispered to Dong Yi, "I never anticipated that Lanting Academy would dispatch Etian. It seems they are determined to secure victory this time. So what of it? Our academy has you, does it not?" Dong Yi teased Lu Tianen. "While I am uncertain of his true capabilities, being referred to as the foremost guardian suggests he must possess formidable strength, at the very least a high-ranking warrior. Just moments ago, you asserted it must be the work of a spirit master. How mistaken you are." As Lu Tianen's voice grew louder, he noticed Etian turning his gaze towards him and promptly fell silent. Etian, unperturbed by his words, had indeed overheard everything clearly. "Young brother," Etian remarked, "it is indeed our students who utilized spirit techniques to injure it. I merely came to assess the situation. They will arrive shortly." Lu Tianen, feeling a wave of embarrassment, ceased his chatter as both men silently observed Etian draw a sharp, curved dagger from his waist. With deft precision, he made several incisions along the back of the two-headed wolf, which then slid down from the branch. Unlike ordinary avian creatures, spirit beasts, even those classified as non-defensive at the first level, possess skin tougher than that of common livestock such as pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep. Yet, with just a few elegant strokes, Etian had effortlessly severed the skin of a third-level spirit beast, the two-headed wolf. This could only indicate one of two possibilities. Either Etian's martial prowess was extraordinary, or the dagger in his hand was an unparalleled weapon. Evidently, Etian belongs to the former category. The two gazed at him intently for quite some time, their hearts brimming with admiration and fervor for his martial prowess. Before long, the distant sound of scattered footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of the remaining 10 members of Lanting Academy. They, too, comprised 5 males and 5 females. Yet they donned identical attire, each embellished with the golden characters of Lanting Academy embroidered upon their chests. "How is it that you all arrived together?" Dong Yi inquired of Lu Tianen. "Were you not supposed to act independently?" The speaker was a petite male student from Lanting Academy. "You certainly possess an extraordinary level of audacity," Etian replied. "We merely traversed the outer regions of Malin Peak, where significant danger is unlikely. Each academy has its own distinct methods for seeking the Crimson Order." The group of over 10 individuals collectively gasped, a mix of relief and disappointment washing over them. With a serious demeanor, Etian continued, "Malin Peak, renowned as a sacred forbidden ground, is not merely a title without merit. The lord of this domain would never allow you to recklessly endanger yourselves. Even if you inadvertently ventured into the inner sanctum, there would be individuals to either prevent your advance or guide you away. Then this is yet another tedious activity, already predetermined," the petite male remarked despondently. Upon hearing that they were hungry, Tian offered a hind leg of the two-headed wolf to Lu Tian-nan, choosing not to address the petite boy's comment. Lu Tian-nan promptly declined the wolf's leg, courteously stating it would be far more enjoyable to share a meal together. Dong Yi interjected, pulling Lu Tian-nan aside. Clearly, they have issued an eviction notice. We should take our leave. Oh. Lu Tian-nan nodded, carrying the wolf's leg, and said, let us proceed. Tian murmured in agreement. Yet within that fleeting moment, he scrutinized Dong Yi 4 times. The two continued their journey for over a mile, and Lu Tian-nan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, isn't it merely an event? Why do they make it seem as though we are attempting to steal their intelligence? Must they be so wary of us? Dong Yi, preoccupied with his own thoughts, found it curious that Tian had taken notice of him, and inquired, did you notice how he kept staring at me just now? Who? Tian. He merely glanced your way. Do not be so self-important. Besides, even if you are handsome, he doesn't have such inclinations. Lu Tian-nan remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Tian's demeanor. Unexpectedly, as soon as his words faded, Tian's voice emerged like a specter behind them. Young man, you are indeed far more perceptive than an ordinary soldier. You are not a red soldier, but a white soldier, am I correct? A shiver ran through Dong Yi, yet he did not turn around. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to speak the truth. Indeed, I have reached my current level with the assistance of Wu Lu. Aware that this matter was impossible to conceal, he spoke candidly. Suddenly, Tian unexpectedly hurled a sharp, curved dagger from his waist with astonishing swiftness, rendering the blade's trajectory nearly invisible. By the time Dong Yi sensed the danger, the dagger had already embedded itself in his chest. He felt no pain initially. He only observed the blood slowly trickling down from the wound. What are you doing? Lu Tian exclaimed, taken aback by Tian's violent act. Upon witnessing Dong Yi's injury, he rushed forward. However, Lu Tian's martial prowess was utterly inadequate before Tian. By the time he charged towards Tian, the latter had already initiated his actions, moving with an ethereal grace that allowed him to swiftly appear before Dong Yi. After Lu Tian's futile attempt, he frantically searched for Tian, only to catch sight of him again amidst Dong Yi's muffled, agonized groans. Tian unsheathed his dagger once more, and a copious amount of blood gushed from Dong Yi's chest. Unperturbed, Tian retrieved a white silk ribbon from his pocket, accompanied by a vial of powdered medicine, which he sprinkled onto the ribbon before pressing it against Dong Yi's bleeding wound. Miraculously, the blood ceased its violent flow, and the once fainting Dong Yi quickly regained his composure. Chapter 23. The disappearance of Qiao Heir. Tian had accomplished several tasks by the time Lu Tian-nan launched his second attack. Once again, Tian did not spare him a glance. With a mere flick of his hand, Lu Tian-nan was forcefully hurled several dozen meters into the air. Indeed, he was a warrior of remarkable caliber. If you truly possess the talents of a martial genius, you may accompany me, and I shall ensure you secure your position within the warrior realm, Tian asserted with an air of authority, as if Dong Yi were already under his command. To his astonishment, the swiftness of the warrior was beyond his expectations. Dong Yi, having seldom engaged with warriors in the Ice Spirit Palace, was aware that the most straightforward and effective method for a warrior to subdue a spirit master was to swiftly close the distance and overpower them. Yet he had never personally experienced the staggering speed of a warrior. Upon hearing Tian's words, he mistakenly believed that Dong Yi had been profoundly awed by his formidable presence. Convinced that accepting him was a foregone conclusion, achieving the status of a divine-level warrior was merely a matter of time, provided he followed his teachings diligently. In the previously tranquil jungle, a chilling wind suddenly swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. To his astonishment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Like a tempest, the snowflakes swirled exclusively towards Tian, transforming the leaves and branches they touched into a state of disarray. A sense of foreboding washed over him. A spirit master was near. Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he sprinted towards Dong Yi, but the biting cold wind rendered him nearly immobile. his speed reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. At that moment, Dong Yi gracefully ascended from the ground, swiftly distancing himself by several meters. He recognized this spiritual technique, snowflake stasis, one he had aspired to master during his own time as a spirit master. Tian pressed on with all his might. Yet the snowfall intensified around him. Each snowflake that landed upon him felt like a piercing needle, and gradually, his movement slowed until his feet became entirely encased in snow, rendering him powerless. Ultimately, Tian was encased in ice, stripped of his combat capabilities. At that juncture, any individual could shatter this icy prison, leading to his utter obliteration. It was then that the practitioner behind him emerged, revealing himself to be Wang Zhiping, the leading instructor from the Yin Academy. The ice sculpture began to melt from top to bottom, restoring Tian's ability to speak. Wang, with an air of authority, remarked, Tian, I understand your talent-seeking intentions, but your methods are misguided. Moreover, this is one of our Yin Academy's students. Is your behavior not rather unethical? Unethical? Wang, you dare lecture me on morality? Even calling you a dog would be an undue compliment, Tian retorted, unperturbed by his precarious situation. Fully aware that Dong Yi would not be leaving with him today, Master Wang showed no sign of being bothered by Tian's insults, and with a gentle demeanor, he remarked, each must rely on their own abilities to seek the Crimson Order. Do not set your sights on my student. With a wave of his hand, the ice encasing Tian instantly melted into water, flowing away in all directions. Tian, offering no further words, turned and departed. Time is of the essence. You should proceed to the designated location and wait. I shall check on the other students, Master Wang added before taking his leave. The two were left in confusion. Yet they soon found themselves standing before the red plum tree that Master Wang had pointed out that morning, its proximity leaving them in deep contemplation. Mu Chenyu, feeling somewhat irritable, walked past Dong Yi. Dong Yi grasped her arm and inquired, do you know the entirety of this event? Mu Chenyu hesitated several times, ultimately letting out a sigh and confessing, alas, it is precisely because we are aware that we cannot find her. Mu Bingxiao is well versed in all the routes and has deliberately evaded them. As Dong Yi had surmised, the situation was indeed as he had predicted. Well, this is just as you said. She is intentionally seeking death. Mu Chenyu's brow furrowed in distress. Do not fret. I have heard from the people of Lanting Academy that there are dedicated individuals guarding the inner layers. She will be safe, Dong Yi reassured her. I hope so. Mu Chenyu replied, her concern unabated as she gazed at Dong Yi in silence for a moment. Suddenly, she seized his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, imbued with a hint of moisture. What is it? Are you longing for a woman? Come find me. A more sultry and enticing voice emerged from behind a tree, accompanied by a graceful silhouette that peeked out, striking a bewitching pose. As night had fallen, the face was nearly indistinguishable, and the attire was rather unremarkable, rendering it impossible to identify the individual. However, upon hearing that enchanting voice, Dong Yi immediately recognized it belonged to Jing Wenin, having been provoked by her on multiple occasions. Dong Yi resolved to confront her this time to uncover the reason behind her provocations, and thus approached the figure concealed behind the grand tree. At last, you have cast aside your nobility to meet with me, he remarked. Rather than approaching him like a starved temptress, Jing Wenin uttered a phrase laden with significance. What do you mean by that? Dong Yi surmised that she might be aware of his past identity, yet he could not recall ever encountering such a character. What do you mean? You understand me better than I do. In any case, I am here to inform you that taking such a considerable risk for a woman like this is not worthwhile, Jing Wenin stated, her tone shifting from seductive to earnest. How is it not worthwhile? She is the daughter of the district chief. If I accomplish great deeds, I shall gain fame and fortune in the future. There was an undertone of melancholy in Dong Yi's words. That which is meant for you will always be yours. I have faith in you. Jing Wenin replied with unwavering seriousness. Who are you really? Dong Yi finally inquired. Someone who could not approach you in the past, cannot assist you now, and will rely on you for the rest of my life. Jing Wenin answered playfully. She then added, "Among the three statements I just made, one is false. One is true, and one is what I desire. Hiki, goodbye now." There was a hint of nervousness in her final words, and she swiftly departed as if fleeing. Later that night, Dongyi was startled awake by a faint gasp, a sound so subtle that it did not disturb Lu Tianan and the others. "Do not worry. Just call out. It will only heighten my excitement." Accompanied by this lewd remark, Winter Knight was utterly astonished to recognize the voice of Minter Wang. Instinctively, he sprang from his bedding, hastily donned an outer garment, and dashed outside. Less than 100 meters from the tent, beneath a cluster of dense trees, a faint glow emanated. Winter Knight raced toward it, only to discover a young girl, bare and bound by ropes, hanging from a branch, while a man in black was indecorously roaming his hands over her. In an instant, Winter Knight lunged at the man, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, he sliced through the ropes binding the girl, causing her to tumble to the earth. He then draped his outer garment over her and turned, glaring at Minter Wang, who had transformed his appearance through the manipulation of water spirits, yet still radiated a menacing aura, poised to strike. Given the nighttime urgency of the situation, Winter Knight furrowed his brow, questioning whether this truly was Minter Wang. Before he could fully comprehend the scenario, a colossal hand formed from the night sky descended upon him. With a swift motion, he scooped up the girl and, lightly stepping on a nearby branch, leaped to another clearing. With a resounding crash, the gigantic hand, conjured from water spirits, obliterated several surrounding trees, awakening all the other students in the vicinity. In no time, the remaining students gathered at the scene, and Minter Wang reverted to his original form, angrily pointing a finger at Winter Knight, exclaiming, "Yi Dong, our Yuan Academy is a place of such purity. How dare you compel a girl to engage in such despicable acts?" Winter Knight felt a sinking sensation within, incredulous that the villain was casting the first stone. In a moment of urgency, Dong Yi had hastily donned only a single coat, which now enveloped the young maiden. The scene had unfolded in such a way that Dong Yi appeared disheveled while cradling the heartbroken girl, seamlessly aligning with the narrative that Minter Wang had woven. Even if Dong Yi possessed 100 tongues, he could not elucidate the situation. The other students were swiftly swayed by the prevailing atmosphere, each casting disdainful glances. However, Jing Wenin fixed her gaze upon Minter Wang with an intensity that suggested she might eliminate him should no one else be present. "Minter Wang, your ability to adapt is truly remarkable," Dong Yi thought, maintaining his composure, for he believed that the girl in his arms would clarify everything on his behalf. Yet, he was mistaken. The young lady unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him and declared, "We have long since pledged our lives to one another. What business is it of yours?" Chapter 24. The Battle of Wits against the 4th level Water Spirit Master Duwei. Upon hearing the voice of Duwei, Wen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Duwei and Dong Yi had been acquainted for quite some time, a fact known to all, and their lifelong pact seemed entirely reasonable. However, Minter Wang was unaware that he had fortuitously stumbled upon the two in an intimate moment, leading to a mere misunderstanding. Duwei's utterance effectively convinced everyone that this was merely a farce, and for the sake of his reputation, Minter Wang chose to remain silent. Observing Duwei and Dong Yi, a devious smile crept upon his lips, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "I cannot face him alone, but with my brother's assistance, we shall surely make him flee in terror. My brother should arrive before dawn," Duwei mused eagerly, entirely disregarding the disparity in strength between them and Minter Wang. Winter Knight, momentarily at a loss for words, inquired with an awkward smile, "My dear lady, how old are you this year?" Subsequently, upon his arrival, Du Tao courteously addressed Mu Chenyu, expressing his gratitude. "I extend my sincere appreciation, Miss Mu, for your willingness to furnish us with the map." Mu Chenyu responded, "I have long desired to bring him to account, that lecherous fiend." Winter Knight, perplexed by the unfolding events, greeted Du Tao with politeness. Du Tao reciprocated with a nod, his countenance darkening as he remarked, "Had I known him to be such, I would have dissuaded my sister from participating." "Are you referring to Instructor Wang?" Winter Knight ventured to ask. He is nothing more than a cur masquerading as an instructor. I spit on him. Mu Chenyu retorted vehemently. Young Yi, you are unaware that upon receiving my sister's missive yesterday, I made inquiries and discovered that this Wang Zhiping is, in fact, a libertine, who has sullied numerous maidens under the guise of the sacred water spirit. Du Tao revealed, his fists clenched in incandescent fury. Does the Jade Seal Academy condone his presence? Winter Knight inquired. He seems to possess influential patrons and rarely antagonizes those of power. Moreover, as a fourth-level water spirit master, he is able to reside comfortably within the Jade Seal, Mu Chenyu explained, recounting the information she had gleaned from her father the previous evening. Now that we have a lady of your stature to confront him, he is left with no recourse but to await his demise, Winter Knight declared. Finally comprehending that the group had conspired to bring about Wang Zhiping's downfall. However, upon hearing his words, Mu Chenyu, typically fearless, betrayed a hint of apprehension. Biting her lip as she confessed, when I inquired of my father yesterday, he advised that the individual's backing remains unclear, and unless he provokes us, we should refrain from interfering. Does the Mu family hold him in apprehension as well? Du Tao felt a twinge of unease. He had anticipated a formidable ally, yet the outcome was far from his expectations. Mu Chenyu, wishing to alleviate the disappointment of those around her, softened her expression and remarked, perhaps he merely intends to prevent me from causing a scene. Together, we shall deal with him today. There shall be no complications. At that moment, two figures emerged from the woods, Qin Long and Kong Bohu. Upon spotting Dong Yi, they appeared unsurprised, as though they had anticipated his presence. With furrowed brows, they stated, we have located that scoundrel's hideout. It seems he has been shadowing you and the young lady, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. What? Then we must hurry. Where is he? Du Tao exclaimed, filled with indignation. Follow me. I, along with Kong Bohu and Yi Dong, will lead the charge. The rest of you should wait for the opportune moment to subdue him all at once, Qin Long instructed, striding ahead with urgency. The group remained silent, yet nodded in agreement, hastening to follow. Wang Zhiping was not far behind. He navigated around several trees to an area sparsely populated with only a few small trunks, relatively open, concealed behind a large tree. They observed Lu Siwen and Wen Yu as they searched for something. Silently, Wang Zhiping approached them, employing a technique akin to gliding over water. With his right hand, he deftly gathered moisture from the air, forming a small orb of water in his palm. He then gently propelled the orb toward the two. Like an arrow released from its bow, the orb soared through the air, resulting in a startled cry from Wen Yu as he collapsed to the ground. Wen Yu! Wen Yu! Lu Siwen, stricken with fear, anxiously called out to her fallen companion. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Long immediately charged towards Wang Zhiping, closely followed by Kong Boheo, who acted without awaiting orders. As Dong Yi prepared to join them, he suddenly noticed Wang Zhiping casting a disdainful glance towards the large tree where the three were positioned, accompanied by a sneer. This was alarming. They had been detected, Dong Yi murmured softly. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Long and Kong Boheo, who rushed towards Wang Zhiping, collided with an enormous ice pillar that had mysteriously materialized. Instead of retreating from the imminent threat posed by the attacking warriors, Wang Zhiping, utilizing his water spirit, floated towards Qin Long and Kong Boheo. He raised his hand, summoning a colossal, conical ice sculpture from the heavens. Rendering Qin Long and Kong Boheo seemingly frozen in place, their movements sluggish, unable to escape the impending descent of the ice. Dong Yi dashed forward, leaping into action, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Wang Zhiping's chest. Wang Zhiping's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the presence of another assailant behind the tree. He hastily conjured an ice shield before him. However, Dong Yi's kick was formidable, shattering the ice shield and causing Wang Zhiping to be propelled to the ground. Though he sustained no injuries, merely interrupted the incantation he was casting. The ice spikes on the ground, a manifestation of second-tier spiritual magic, posed little threat to him. Yet they remained, making progress exceedingly difficult. Slowly rising to his feet, Wang Zhiping, wary of potential reinforcements, refrained from advancing towards Dong Yi to showcase his prowess. Dusting off his hands, he spoke languidly. "You Dong, are they your friends? Why, upon witnessing your mentor under attack, do you choose to assist them instead? We are all too familiar with your character. What purpose does this charade serve? Our intent today is to enact justice and expose you as the lecher you are." On a wintry night, though his lips spoke of resolute bravery, his heart silently beseeched the several spirit masters not to take action. It was evident that Wang Jiping had already mastered spiritual perception, having sensed the impending attack. The recent ambush by Dong Ye had caught him off guard. Yet he was now aware of the presence of additional adversaries. In a state of preparedness, they believed they could vanquish a fourth-tier spirit master. But such an endeavor would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone. "Is it just the three of you? Surely, there must be more. Come forth." Wang Jiping sought to deceive Dong Ye. "Dealing with you requires no additional allies." Dong Ye feigned ignorance regarding the true prowess of a fourth-tier spirit master. "Ha, Wang Jiping. It seems you have indeed lowered your guard. Even if you brought 30 more, I could effortlessly reduce you to mere remnants." While he reveled in his arrogance, a massive ice arrow suddenly materialized above Dong Ye's head, hurtling towards Wang Jiping. Startled, Wang Jiping quickly summoned the power of water spirits, encasing himself in a mist-like barrier. The colossal ice arrow relentlessly battered against the periphery of his shield, yet the barrier remained unyielding, showing no signs of compromise. Dong Ye inwardly lamented that they were merely first- and second-tier water spirit masters. Their spiritual techniques posed no threat to a fourth-tier water spirit master. Wang Jiping seemed to overlook this crucial detail, his composure faltering as he remained oblivious to the tier of the spirit master casting spells from behind. Quick-witted, Dong Ye seized upon this moment, sneering, "Are you starting to feel fear now? Who exactly are you? I have perused your records, and prior to the age of 16. You were nothing." Wang Jiping was meticulous in his calculations. Before arriving at Malin Peak, he had thoroughly investigated all the students' information, which was the reason he chose to target Du Wei. "You have investigated me?" Dong Yi was taken aback, startled by the revelation. Fortunately, he had not uncovered his connection to the Ice Spirit Palace. Indeed, if such a character could uncover their dealings, the palace would have long since perished. Enough of this prattle. To deal with a mere spirit master like me while hiding in the shadows suggests you are not as formidable as you may believe. Wang Jiping pondered the situation for a moment and quickly realized that Dong Yi was merely wielding borrowed authority. They deemed you an opponent unworthy of their attention. Dismissing the idea of confronting you directly, Dong Yi rambled on, yet he did not pause in his movements. The ice spikes surrounding his feet began to shatter one by one. However, his words revealed a flaw. Wang Jiping chuckled maliciously, saying, "They? Ha! It seems there is more than one, then. I must prepare thoroughly." Dong Yi swiftly recognized his slip of the tongue. If there were indeed water spirit masters more powerful than Wang Jiping, there would be no need for multiple individuals to confront him. Inadvertently exposing the fact that his side comprised several water spirit masters of lesser strength. Chapter 25. Wu Lu demonstrates his might. Indeed, Wang Jiping became increasingly audacious, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as a substantial amount of water spirit energy coalesced around him, preparing to unleash an even more potent spell. On a winter night, an ominous sense of impending danger enveloped him as he sensed the imminent release of ice vines, a most potent technique for searching and controlling enemies within a 100-meter radius. From the caster's center, countless icy tendrils would rapidly sprout, ensnaring any adversaries within this range. Once ensnared, a mere tightening of the vines would seal the fate of the captive. The thought of this spell being unleashed filled him with dread, as the frail spirit masters behind him would fall prey to Wang Jiping's whims. In a fit of urgency, he shattered several ice spikes underfoot and surged towards Wang Jiping, who was poised to complete his incantation. Wang Jiping furrowed his brow and stepped back, raising his hand as a sphere of water spirit surged toward him, instantly freezing him in place. He crashed to the ground, ice shards scattering around him, while his own body felt as though it had been torn asunder. The agony beyond words. Fortunately, his intentions bore fruit. Wang Zhiping's ice vines were delayed. As the technique was of the 4th tier, it required a considerable amount of water spirit, compelling Wang Zhiping to pause and regain his composure. Unbeknownst to him, the distant figures of Mu Qinyu and Du Wei mistook this moment as an opportunity to strike Wang Zhiping. They hastily began to gather water spirits, with Du Wei unleashing the Tiger Slash and Mu Qinyu releasing an ice shard arrow. Wang Zhiping scoffed at their recklessness, casually waving his hand as a series of water spirits emerged, conjuring an ice pillar beneath the feet of the two, causing them to tumble to the ground and interrupting their spells. "Ah, they are still my apprentices," he remarked with a hint of disdain. Wang Zhiping observed that those who sought to confront him were gradually appearing, and thus he decided against casting any further spells. With a lewd grin, he approached Du Wei and Mu Qinyu. The helpless Dong Yi, slumped on the ground, let out a resigned sigh, remarking, "How could a level 4 spirit master be so easily dealt with?" Wang Zhiping cast a surprised glance at Dong Yi and replied, "At least you possess some common sense. My dear beauty, I am merely regulating my breathing to cast ice vine spread. It is quite effortless for me to unleash a 2nd-tier spirit technique like Ice Spike. Moreover, my ability to condense water spirits is swifter than yours. What do you intend to use against me?" Coughing twice, Mu Qinyu rose to her feet and declared, "Wang Zhiping, since you have perused our files, you must know who I am. Be wise and revive them all, then leave. We do not require a beast like you as our mentor." Suddenly, Wang Zhiping burst into loud laughter. "Mu Qinyu, I had no intention of harming you, but you dared to join forces with them against me. Tonight, I shall let you experience my prowess. You dare." Mu Qinyu was taken aback by her own revelation of her identity, as Wang Zhiping displayed such a demeanor, causing her to feel a twinge of insecurity. "Why should I not dare? Your father is merely the financial overseer of the Lingduo District, having attained his position through his brotherly ties with the district head. Do not forget, the district head's beloved daughter was lost in my grasp, and I fear nothing." Wang Zhiping's expression grew increasingly lascivious as he reached out to caress Mu Qinyu's face. "Mentor Wang, what are you doing?" Originally, Lezuan, who was distant, had already been drawn to the commotion of the fight, grasping the intricacies of the situation to a certain extent. However, she could scarcely believe that the person before her, Master Wang, was a lecherous fiend cloaked in a facade. "You've come too? It seems I shan't indulge myself tonight," Wang Zhiping declared, no longer concealing his true nature. His lascivious demeanor rendered him utterly repugnant. "You must be silent." Lezuan attempted to protest, but Wang Zhiping waved his hand, sending forth 2 jets of water, one directed at Lezuan and the other at Du Wei. As the jets struck, both women were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. Wang Zhiping dismissed them from his mind and advanced toward Mu Qinyu, his desires now consuming him entirely. "Stay away from me." Mu Qinyu's voice trembled, marking the most terrifying moment of her life. Instinctively, she summoned her water spirit, conjuring an ice shield, yet Wang Zhiping offered her no chance to resist. With a swift flick of his hands, Mu Qinyu soared into the air, her garments torn to shreds, cascading around her. Stripped bare and ensnared by Wang Zhiping's water spirit, she was rendered immobile in midair, every inch of her body laid bare, as humiliation brought forth tears of despair. All of this was witnessed by Dong Yi, whose fury reached a boiling point. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of the water spirit. Without time for elation, he unleashed an ice shard arrow, a massive, white arrow soaring toward Wang Zhiping, who was poised to assault Mu Qinyu. In a moment clouded by lust, Wang Zhiping remained oblivious to the impending arrow, only feeling a chill as it approached within a mere meter of him. However, as a 4th-tier water spirit master, he managed to conjure an ice shield within such a brief span of time, significantly diminishing the force of the incoming arrows, which merely sent him retreating to the side. Wang Zhiping's expression grew tense once more. He swiftly cast a water spirit spell to encase the exposed Mu Qinyu in ice, his eyes darting around as he muttered to himself, "Are there other spirit masters?" He was acutely aware that such a stealthy attack from behind could not be the work of an adversary on his level. Yet, What he intended to pursue was far beyond mere carnal pleasure between man and woman. He sought to harness this method to enhance his water spirit powers. This was also one of the pivotal reasons for his relentless pursuit of youthful women for intimate encounters, and during this process, he had no time to spare for anyone else. Even the slightest interruption from an ordinary person could jeopardize his efforts, rendering all his previous accumulations null and void. Thus, he dared not let his guard down and was determined to unearth the hidden spirit master lurking in the shadows. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhiping narrowed his eyes slightly, and the water spirits around him began to circulate in a rhythmic pattern. Gradually, the density of the flowing water spirits intensified, and his complexion improved markedly. Dong Yi understood that he was preparing to recast the ice vine extension, but despite his desire to interrupt, he found himself powerless, the pain coursing through his body rendering him immobile. Although Dong Yi had managed to gather water spirits to utilize his spells, he had not entirely lost the ability to condense them, yet he seemed to have barely achieved the control of a second-tier spirit master over the water spirits. The earlier use of the ice spike sword had drained a significant amount of his energy, leaving him unable to gather enough water spirits to cast another spell in the near future. Like creeping vines, everything visible in their path became ensnared. The individuals previously ensnared by Wang Zhiping's icy vines now found themselves no differently bound, as if tightly wrapped by ropes of considerable girth. Dong Yi, Qin Long, Kongbo Heo. And when you were akin to being firmly tethered, the three unconscious bodies trembled instinctively, frozen by the chilling grasp of the vines. Dong Yi, however, felt the penetrating cold of the ice tendrils but had regained a modicum of his water spirit power, allowing him to barely suppress his shivering body. In just a few blinks, the icy vines had enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters. Wang Zhiping, puzzled, mused, It appears no one remains. They must have fled. A self-satisfied expression crept onto his face as he noticed the stark difference with Dong Yi and others. With a playful glint in his eyes, he remarked, possessing martial prowess indeed sets you apart. Your constitution is formidable. Even under my icy vines, you managed to survive. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Zhiping's eyes as he clenched his right fist, causing the vines entwined around Dong Yi to constrict violently. A blood-curdling scream escaped Dong Yi's lips as he felt an overwhelming pressure crush his entire being, as if his flesh had been rendered void of space. In an instant, Dong Yi sensed an intense heat radiating from his abdomen, a wellspring of energy surging forth to invigorate his limbs. The wounds that had previously afflicted him began to heal rapidly, the pain dissipating in an instant. With a sudden surge of resolve, he sprang to his feet and leaped gracefully behind the still-dazed Wang Zhiping, delivering a swift strike to the back of his head. Wang Zhiping collapsed to the ground, utterly oblivious to the identity of his assailant. On a winter night, deep contemplation enveloped the atmosphere. The fourth-tier spirit master, in the interlude of casting spells, appeared remarkably vulnerable. Glancing at his own powerful hands, he mused that had he not unexpectedly become a warrior, he would have never fathomed this critical weakness of spirit masters. He then held his breath and concentrated, attempting to coalesce the water spirit once more. To his delight, he discovered that the power of the water spirit had not diminished after the crisis. Unlike previous instances, unable to contain his exuberance, a smile graced his lips. With a resounding crash, the ice encasing several individuals shattered as Wang Zhiping, having been rendered unconscious and devoid of the water spirit's support, regained their mobility. Although they had been encased in ice, their consciousness remained intact, and they all witnessed the fleeting brilliance of the winter night, clearly exhibiting the prowess of an intermediate warrior. However, they had no time to marvel at this transformation, as their immediate concern was to deal with the now unresponsive Wang Zhiping. Mu Qinyu instinctively shrank back, finding refuge behind the winter night. Her first words were not to request clothing, but rather, "Why did you not kill him?" Out of politeness, Winter Night instinctively turned to converse with Mu Qinyu, but he was captivated by her striking figure, swallowing hard and rendered speechless. With a gentle yet commanding touch, Mu Qinyu turned his head back, admonishing, "Turn away." At that moment, Lu Siwen realized that Mu Qinyu had nearly faced indignity and hurried to her side, hastily retrieving an article of clothing from the bundle for her. Meanwhile, Du Wei had successfully completed the water spirit condensation for the tiger blade spirit technique, conjuring a massive blade of misty water poised directly above Wang Zhiping. Amidst the individuals present, it was Du Wei, second only to Mu Qinyu, who harbored the most profound animosity towards Wang Zhiping. This strike would have undoubtedly extinguished any hope of survival for Wang Zhiping. Chapter 26. The White Deer Lion, however. At that precise moment, a violent tremor convulsed the earth beneath their feet. Yet, Du Wei's tiger-slaying blade had already been unleashed, descending upon Wang Zhiping. With a sickening thud, Wang Zhiping's body was cleaved into several pieces, his flesh and blood splattering in every direction. Simultaneously, a dazzling white light erupted from the very spot where Wang Zhiping had stood, ascending directly into the heavens. Startled by this sudden turn of events, everyone retreated more than 10 paces, exchanging bewildered glances before turning their collective gaze upon Du Wei. Du Wei frantically waved her hands, repeatedly exclaiming, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't cast any spell." Of course, the others knew it couldn't have been her, as she had just been in the midst of casting her spell, and her actions were merely instinctive. The group speculated about the nature of the white light, and after a brief interval, it began to gradually dim, its radiance diminishing in scope. Driven by curiosity, everyone cautiously approached the source of the light. Slowly but surely, the white light completely dissipated, leaving behind a white sphere, roughly the size of a human head. However, its true nature remained indiscernible to the naked eye, as it seemed to reflect light in a manner that made direct observation difficult. Qin Long, being the eldest and most formidable among them, took the lead and reached out to touch the white sphere. A piercing shriek emanated from the white sphere, which suddenly expanded, emitting another burst of brilliant white light. Although it was merely a circle of radiance, its power was undeniably formidable. Apart from Winter Knight, who had only retreated a couple of steps, everyone else, including Qin Long's, was propelled dozens of meters away by the sudden burst of white light. The white sphere became discernible, transforming from a mere orb into an animal the size of a kitten. It sported a horn of finger width atop its head, while its face was adorned with a profusion of fur. Its body, however, was largely smooth, with minimal fur. The mouth and nose protruded forward, reminiscent of a lion's muzzle. Yet the nose bore a striking resemblance to that of a deer. Its entire form was snow white, including its fur, save for its eyes, which were half blue and half purple. It was a white deer lion. Qin Long, seasoned by years of missions and possessing vast knowledge, recognized it instantly. I know. It is a level 7 spirit beast." Lu Siwen exclaimed joyfully. "No wonder you're the king of questions. Your knowledge is vast." A fellow scholar remarked with an undertone of flattery. "Hee, the level 7 spirit beast is mine," Mu Qinyu declared, stepping forward to embrace the white deer lion. As the most influential among them, her assertiveness dissuaded others from contesting, and they regarded her with a mixture of envy and admiration. Unexpectedly, the white deer lion did not linger long in Mu Qinyu's noble embrace. It wriggled free and trotted to Winter Knight's feet, nuzzling against his calves in a display of affection. Winter Knight knelt down to stroke the young white deer lion, which offered no resistance, instead closing its eyes in apparent enjoyment. "Ah, why is its fur so damp?" Winter Knight inquired, noticing that the creature's coat was both wet and sticky. Upon hearing this, Qin Long approached and gently touched the white deer lion, which appeared slightly irked but did not resist. Instead, it nestled closer to Dong Yi, seemingly seeking protection. This must be a newborn white deer lion. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Long remarked while surveying the ground around them, nodding affirmatively, "Indeed. It was just birthed due to the stimulation it received from all of you earlier. Wow, to possess such spirit right after birth." Mu Qinyu gazed at Dong Yi with envy. "Why is it so affectionate towards Yi Dong? He is not a spirit master." "Don't spirit beasts typically lean towards spirit masters?" Lu Siwen lightly tapped the white deer lion and inquired. You are correct. Yet most spirit beasts tend to regard the first living being they see as their mother. Earlier, we were all repelled by its power. And only little Yi was closest to it. Hence it likely perceives little Yi as its mother, Qin Long elucidated. Dong Yi pointed at his own nose, smiling bashfully. Me? Is that possible? Doesn't it discern gender? Moreover, I hardly resemble it in appearance. Enough. Don't act coy after reaping the benefits. Why should all the good fortune be yours alone? This is a 7th-level spirit beast. It already belongs to you without any need for training. Kong Boho shook his head, complaining. Don't be so unconvinced. Had it not been for Yi Dong's intervention, we would likely be the ones lying here. And this white deer lion would belong to that lecher. Du Wei, for once, defended Dong Yi. The others nodded in agreement, leaving Kong Boho no choice but to sulk in silence. Oh, little Yi, did you defeat a 4th-tier spirit master? Qin Long grasped Dong Yi's shoulders with both hands, his face alight with excitement as he inquired. Dong Yi offered an awkward smile, responding, I merely subdued him during the brief interval of his spellcasting. Yet, Qin Long could not contain his inner thrill, exclaiming, to confront a 4th-tier spirit master engaged in battle, even during a moment of casting pause. It would be impossible to defeat him without the prowess of a mid-level warrior. I never anticipated that you would ascend to mid-level warrior status so swiftly. It appears my assumptions were indeed accurate. Dong Yi recognized that his growth rate, in the eyes of most, was remarkably rapid, yet he felt distant from his own aspirations. With a simple, earnest smile, he hastily redirected the conversation, saying, Since this is a newly born white deer lion, its biological parents must be nearby. We should depart from this place as soon as possible. An adult 7th-tier spirit beast could easily eliminate the few of them with a mere breath. A statement that was not an exaggeration. However, Qin Long remained composed, patting Dong Yi's shoulder as he reassured him, Do not panic. The white deer lion is hermaphroditic, with a reproduction cycle of 10 years. Observe this juvenile white deer lion. It possesses but one antler. In 5 years, it will grow a second, at which point it will shed the first and bury it in the ground. After absorbing the various nutrients and spiritual energy from the earth, it will mature into a new white deer lion within 5 years. Does that mean its parents are not present? Dong Yi finally relaxed. It has been stated that it is hermaphroditic. What need is there for parents? Mu Qinyu shot him a glance. Those are not parents. What should they be called then? Dong Yi retorted. They should be referred to as the previous generation. Indeed, the preceding generation. Mu Qinyu pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, it is more appropriate to refer to it as the previous generation. Qin Long nodded and continued, stating that when the time approaches for it to take shape, if stimulated by spiritual energy, it will emerge prematurely, just as you have witnessed today. Are you implying that it was born ahead of schedule? Dong Yi inquired. Precisely, otherwise, such a tremendous commotion would not have occurred. The energy it unleashed was a form of self-protection, he explained. Does that mean it could be endangered during its gestation? After gently stroking the head of the white deer lion, Dong Yi rose and remarked, There seemed to be no necessity for that. Who would notice it buried underground before its birth? Lu Siwen opined that the actions of the white deer lion were utterly futile. Hee. Qin Long chuckled lightly. The struggles among spirit beasts differ greatly from the hypocrisy and long-term schemes of humans. For lower-tier spirit beasts, their conflicts primarily revolve around survival, simple and straightforward. However, higher-tier spirit beasts, such as the white deer lion, possess significantly greater intelligence, and their confrontations bear a closer resemblance to human behavior. Oh, I see. So, during its 5-year gestation, the white deer lion was relatively vulnerable, and the previous generation deliberately exerted power upon it to ensure the survival of their offspring, Lu Siwen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure while articulating his conjecture. Precisely, you have grasped it perfectly, Qin Long praised, while Lu Siwen shyly smiled in response. Qin Long continued, the white deer lion, as a 7th-tier spirit beast, stands as a formidable entity among spirit creatures. Lower-tier spirit beasts, in their quest for survival, often wish for its unsuccessful emergence, leading to frequent attacks during the gestation period of the white deer lion. However, once it is born, spirit beasts below the 5th tier dare not challenge it. Just as Chun Long spoke, several low growls echoed from several meters away, carrying an ominous warning. Wow, you're armored beast. With Du Wei's exclamation, everyone turned to the source of the sound. Indeed, it was Wenyo's black armored beast. Upon seeing his spirit beast, Wenyu beamed, walking towards it while calling, Xiaohei, why are you here? Come here. Yet, no matter how he called, Xiaohei glared at the white deer lion, continuing to emit low growls. Mu Chenyu, feeling a surge of maternal instinct, quickly positioned herself in front of the white deer lion, saying, Wenyu, hurry and drive away your foul armored beast. It's frightening Xiao Bailu. Dong Yi looked at Mu Chenyu in astonishment, wondering why it had become Xiao Bailu. Wenyu, feeling displeased at Mu Chenyu's ire towards his Xiaohei, merely pouted in response to her status and continued forward. Is the armored beast truly intimidating the white deer lion? Chun Long asked in an exaggerated tone. Mu Chenyu, seemingly oblivious to his implication, reproached Chun Long. Moreover, didn't you say that spirit beast below the 5th tier wouldn't dare to do anything to Xiao Bailu? How can it still intimidate it? As he spoke, he crouched down, comforting the white deer lion as one would soothe a child. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. It will be driven away shortly. Chapter 27. The search for Qiao Chun Long, taken aback by the comments, helplessly remarked, the call of the armored beast is not meant to frighten the white deer lion. It is merely an attempt to bolster its own courage. You see, it does not dare approach from such a distance. It's as if it is saying, do not come near. I am formidable, in truth. Should the white deer lion take even a single step towards it, it would immediately flee far away. Du Wei chuckled at Chun Long's explanation. Brother Chun, why do I feel that the white deer lion is not intimidating it at all? It still appears quite cautious. In reality, the white deer lion was entirely oblivious to its presence. Thus, it was implausible for it to engage in any behavior against the armored beast. The disparity in their levels was simply too vast. Within the realm of the white deer lion, the armored beast was nearly non-existent. Unless two spirit masters brought their respective spirit beasts into proximity for their master's sake, such encounters were unlikely. Chun Long swallowed, feeling somewhat parched after speaking so much. All right, you all should abandon your fanciful thoughts. This white deer lion undoubtedly belongs to Xiao Yi. No way. I want it. Let us name it Jiao Jiao. Mu Chenyu suddenly exclaimed, stretching out her slender arms and pouting. Very well. It shall be called Jiao Jiao, Winter Knight replied, scratching the back of his head. In the Ice Spirit Palace, 7th-level spirit beasts were indeed rare, yet to him, they were not particularly precious treasures. A 7th-tier spirit beast is an exceedingly rare sight for an ordinary person, particularly one that has just come into existence. Even without the extraordinary fortune of being regarded as a mother like Dong Yi, one must find ways to tame it as their own spirit beast. After all, a newly born white deer lion is considerably weaker than its mature counterpart. It is astonishing that he would unconditionally relinquish it, even if Mu Chenyu were indeed his girlfriend. Such an occurrence would be nearly impossible. Everyone present gazed at Dong Yi in utter astonishment. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chun Long spoke up. Miss Mu, if you desire it, it is not unattainable, but it will not be as effortless as Xiao Yi. I understand. It is merely a matter of taming it. A trivial task, Mu Chenyu replied, exuding confidence. Chun Long let out a cold laugh, remaining silent, contemplating that even this newly born white deer lion would be beyond the capabilities of a 2nd-tier water spirit master like her to tame. Unaware of Chun Long's expression, Mu Chenyu continued to playfully tease the little white deer lion, which showed clear disdain for her, much like a child at play, eliciting a knowing smile from Dong Yi. Indeed, Chun Long nodded, we cannot afford to offend young Master Han. Otherwise, the entire mercenary group could vanish. I am aware of young Master Han's formidable strength. But if we exert our utmost effort, can we not contend with him? How could I allow Sister Shuang's lifelong happiness to be jeopardized by my actions? Dong Ye's final words lacked conviction. We cannot contend with him, Qin Long replied calmly, a hint of resignation in his voice. If only you could progress a bit faster. If you were to hold a significant position within the Ice Spirit Palace, we would not have to fear the power of the Han family. That is not an option. I cannot allow Sister Shuang to endure such humiliation. I shall seek out young Master Han immediately. As Dong Yi spoke, he prepared to depart. Do not act impulsively. Confronting him now will only hasten his union with Shuanger, Qin Long admonished sternly. Has he set a date with you? Dong Yi inquired, turning back. The 15th of next month. There are still 20 days remaining. Remain here and diligently fulfill your mission. Perhaps you will earn Director Mu's approval. And then you need not fear the influence of the Han family, Qin Long replied, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. He regretted revealing to Dong Yi that young Master Han intended to wed his sister. Should Qin Shuang marry young Master Han and gain the backing of the Han family, the prospect of securing a position in the Ice Spirit Palace for Dong Yi would become significantly more attainable, especially with the dragon capturing mercenary corps rising to prominence in the realm of ice and snow. Unaware of Qin Long's calculations, Dong Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, Indeed, Brother Qin possesses great foresight. I shall not disappoint you. Qin Long nodded, beckoning Du Duo and Kong Bo Ho to approach. He then continued, Wang Zhiping has been dealt with. We shall take our leave. Please take good care of Xiao Wei. And he did not finish his sentence, simply casting a glance at Mu Qinyu, subtly indicating that Dong Yi should be attentive to the young lady. Dong Yi, oblivious to the subtleties, merely nodded. As the three departed, Mu Qinyu remarked irritably, What purpose did those three serve? It all rests on you. What shall we do now? Dong Yi replied with an honest smile, choosing not to engage with Mu Qinyu's words. Now that the mentor has passed away, we should gather the remaining individuals and take action, suggested a literary friend. Humph, your plans are of no concern to me. We must pursue our own matters. Come, Yi Dong. Without hesitation, Mu Qinyu stood up, grasping Dong Ye's hand, ready to depart. With that, she swiftly summoned her water spirit, enveloping herself in mist, and soared eastward with Dong Ye. However, after flying less than 3 miles, Mu Qinyu began to feel a depletion of energy and had a halt. Dong Ye, puzzled, inquired, Why the haste? I sense that Xiaoer is in danger, not far ahead. Mu Qinyu pointed towards the east. You are merely cousins, are you not? Can there truly be a spiritual connection? Dong Ye remarked. Yet inwardly, he contemplated the situation Mu Qinyu had described. He had briefly glanced at the map she had produced earlier. Their current location, aside from the red zone, suggested a significant likelihood of Mu Bingxiao being nearby. I cannot explain why, but I can feel her presence. When we were young, I often dreamt of similar occurrences, Mu Qinyu elucidated. Then lead the way, but do so with caution, Dong Ye replied, stepping aside to allow her passage. I'm feeling a bit apprehensive. Mu Qinyu tentatively glanced at Dong Ye. What should we do? I cannot sense her. Dong Ye furrowed his brow, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood. He crouched down and parted several large blades of grass. Ah, blood! Mu Qinyu exclaimed, pointing at the thicket Dong Ye had disturbed. Dong Ye advanced a few steps further, discovering another pool of blood a few meters away. The bloodstains grew increasingly closer until they culminated at a precipice. He hastily came to a halt, leaning forward with his left hand, gesturing to Mu Qinyu to cease her advance. Having ventured beyond the boundaries marked on the map, Mu Qinyu felt a sense of trepidation as she closely followed, failing to notice the sudden stop of Dong Yi, and consequently collided chest-first with his outstretched palm. Beneath the sprawling tree, there resided a peculiar spirit beast, characterized by an elongated neck and a body reminiscent of a tiger or leopard, yet possessing 2 remarkably slender legs, each extending 3 meters in length, ending not in paws, but in 4 formidable claws. This strange creature extended its tongue, licking something upon the tree, which appeared to be a bloody figure. Dong Yi could no longer discern whether it was Mu Bingxiao. However, if Mu Qinyu identified it as such, it was undoubtedly true. At present, rescuing the individual posed a significant challenge. The distance to the tree from the precipice was neither far nor near, approximately 100 meters. Chapter 28. The Reunion of Water Spirits. Yet, the cliff was exceedingly steep. Typically, a spirit master at the second tier of spiritual arts would possess sufficient energy to soar to the tree and rescue Mu Bingxiao, while a novice warrior could rely on sheer physical strength to ascend. However, a fearsome spirit beast lurked there, and Dong Yi had never encountered a creature of this caliber. Even if it were merely a standard third-tier spirit beast, it would require a third-tier water spirit master or an intermediate warrior to handle it with ease, as they would retain ample water spirit power and combat capability upon reaching their destination. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this bizarre spirit beast had not fortuitously fallen onto the tree. Rather, it seemed to be indulging in its meal with grace, suggesting it frequently frequented this area. Its adeptness at navigating the terrain without wings indicated that it was undoubtedly beyond the third or fourth tier of spirit beasts. It is utterly improbable for the newly minted mid-level warrior, Dong Ye, and a frightened second-tier water spirit master to rescue the individual trapped beneath the trees at the precipice. With a flicker of concern, Dong Ye gazed at Mu Qinyu and cautiously approached the edge of the cliff. In a swift motion, he leaped down, driving his right hand forcefully into the rugged cliffside, creating a gaping hole in the solid rock. With a powerful kick from his left foot, another deep pit emerged. Releasing both his left foot and right hand, he descended instantly, seizing the newly formed hollow with his right hand, and with a vigorous push, he created yet another cavity. Progressing in this manner, 2 meters at a time towards the ancient tree, Mu Qinyu seemed to regain her composure, her fear of the towering cliff dissipating. She leaned forward and called out to Dong Ye with a voice tinged with desperation, "Yi Dong, you will die?" Her exclamation, laced with a sob, was fueled by her belief that Mu Bingxiao had perished. Overwhelmed by guilt for not stopping Dong Ye in time, her heart was besieged by fear and loneliness, leading to an uncontrollable flood of tears. Unexpectedly, her cry captured the attention of the peculiar spirit beast, which emitted a piercing shriek and turned to charge towards Mu Qinyu. The beast's elongated legs traversed the sheer cliffside with ease, covering several meters in a single bound, leaving Mu Qinyu frozen in shock. "Run!" Dong Ye shouted, quickly scaling the cliff along the deep holes he had created, with both man and beast racing at an equal pace. In a fleeting moment, they reached the cliff's summit. The peculiar spirit beast, indifferent to the presence of Dong Yi, charged towards the dazed Mu Qinyu, aware that her current strength was insufficient to sway this bizarre creature. Dong Yi realized she must first remove Mu Qinyu from harm's way in order to save her. With a slender waist akin to a willow branch, Mu Qinyu was swiftly embraced by Dong Yi, who then leapt towards another direction. The spirit beast, lacking the agility of Dong Yi, was unwilling to let its prey escape so easily. It lashed out, its elongated neck snagging Dong Yi's leg. With her footing compromised, Dong Yi fell to the ground about 4 to 5 meters away, but she managed to turn just in time to prevent Mu Qinyu from crashing down with her. Though Mu Qinyu's eyes remained brimming with tears, gratitude began to overshadow her sorrow. The situation was dire, leaving no room for her to utter a word of thanks. The spirit beast relentlessly pursued them once more. With all her strength, Dong Yi hurled Mu Qinyu into the air, shouting, "Quickly go save your sister." Her words were abruptly cut off as the beast's neck descended upon her like a massive tree, resulting in a sickening crack as several of Dong Ye's ribs shattered. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, instantly rendered incapable of further combat. The spirit beast clawed at Dong Ye's chest, its talons gripping her collarbones tightly, while it licked her blood with its tongue. As Mu Qinyu reached the precipice, he cradled the bloodied Mu Bingxiao in his arms and ascended to the cliff summit, finally feeling a sense of relief, only to succumb to unconsciousness. Just as the peculiar spirit beast was about to advance towards the grand tree in the abyss, Mu Qinyu, seizing the last vestiges of his water spirit energy, swiftly unleashed a barrage of icicle arrows. The creature did not flinch. The pristine, frigid arrows pierced its elongated neck, cascading into a flurry of snowflakes. It merely shook its neck, releasing Dong Yi from its grasp, as if dismissing a mere pebble that had inadvertently slipped from its hold. Dong Yi lay motionless and unresponsive, while Mu Qinyu had exhausted the final remnants of his water spirit energy, with the gravely injured Mu Bingxiao awaiting salvation by his side. The situation had devolved into a stalemate. The peculiar spirit beast approached Dong Yi once more, intent on dragging him away, however, with a single swipe. It tore through Dong Yi's storage pouch. The creature abruptly halted, its body jolting as it leapt back a step, cautiously shaking its claw. After retreating more than 3 meters from Dong Yi, it fixated its gaze on the ruptured storage pouch. Mu Qinyu, witnessing this scene, stifled a gasp, enveloped in a sudden, oppressive silence. He could only feel the rapid thumping of his heart, the cold sweat trickling down his brow, and the faint sound of Dong Yi's breath. From the torn pouch emerged a writhing tuft of pristine white fur, followed by a grayish-brown horn. Mu Qinyu, in a state of anxiety, called out, "The horn!" Nearby, the white deer lion squinted, its eyes heavy with sleep, as if it had just been yawning. Suddenly, I noticed the winter night lying beside me, and I hurried over to gently lick its cheek with my tongue. The winter night awoke, struggling to open its eyes, and found only the white deer lion before it. Realizing that it was the white deer lion that had scared away the spirit beast, it endured the pain in its body and, with a faint smile, remarked, "Had I known you were this formidable, I would not have had to endure such suffering. Alas, I still lack sufficient knowledge from my studies." "You are awake?" Mu Qinyu approached tenderly, her concern evident as she stumbled over. "Are you all right?" Winter Night exerted all its strength to sit up. "What about Shower? How is she?" She is likely in grave danger," Mu Qinyu replied, her voice choked with emotion. Winter Night's expression darkened, regretting the absence of the water spirit's assistance. If only it were still a 4th-level water spirit master, it could easily save both of them with a simple 3rd-level spirit technique. As the two found themselves helpless and resigned to their fate, the white deer lion suddenly dashed toward the cliff. Winter Night quickly reached out and shouted, "Where are you going? You'll fall to your death." "Oh." Winter Night clutched its chest and coughed up blood. Mu Qinyu immediately knelt beside it, saying, "Stay calm. Speak less. After all, the white deer lion is a 7th-level spirit beast. Its intellect is second only to that of humans." Indeed, the white deer lion halted at the edge of the cliff and began calling out to the two, gesturing for them to approach. Mu Qinyu supported Winter Night as they walked closer. The white deer lion directed its attention to the large tree in the center of the cliff where the peculiar spirit beast had previously resided. Waving its short limbs, the white deer lion gestured repeatedly. After much effort, the two finally comprehended its message. "Are you saying that the tree below can heal us?" Winter Night inquired. Bailu Lion nodded fervently, exclaiming joyfully. However, he could only wait until my spiritual energy was restored before proceeding. Mu Qinyu felt a tinge of concern that Mu Bingxiao might not endure until that moment. "There's no need to wait. I can descend now," he declared, with Dongya's assistance. He had regained considerable strength, yet it was still insufficient for the descent. Nevertheless, he had previously discovered his ability to control a modicum of water spirit energy, and now he merely wished to experiment with combining the physical prowess of a warrior and the power of the water spirit, which might yield remarkable results. "Really?" Mu Qinyu gazed at Dongya with excitement. "Do not overexert yourself. My duty is to protect you all. This is of little consequence," Dongya proclaimed with righteous resolve. "Who asked you to protect me? Do not indulge in self-importance. Even if you saved me several times this time, I still would not develop feelings for you." Mu Qinyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot Dongya a sidelong glance. Dongya spoke the truth, yet he did not anticipate that Mu Qinyu would misunderstand. With a leap, he returned to the previously prepared path. However, as soon as he landed on the cliffside, he felt an immediate weakness in his arms. Unable to support his own weight, the cliff was steep, and Mu Qinyu could not possibly discern the precise situation on the other side of the precipice. His grip on the cliff face gradually slipped, his arms resembling a taut rope tethering his body, with sweat cascading down as his consciousness began to fade. At that moment, Dongye did not contemplate the imminent danger of a catastrophic fall. He was solely focused on gathering the faint water spirit energy. Fortune favors the diligent. Just as Dongye's awareness began to vanish entirely, his body suddenly felt as light as a feather, and a long-forgotten mist of gathered water spirit enveloped him once more. He had succeeded. Although this water spirit is scarce and seemingly inconsequential, it is a manifestation of his own cultivation, no longer a mere product of a desperate circumstance. He remains a spiritual master, destined to return to the Ice Spirit Palace in the near future. Chapter 29. The blood command bird. Upon hearing Dong Ye's furious roar, Mu Chunyu glanced down in alarm, her heart racing with trepidation. She was infuriated by the sight of Dong Yi, who sat calmly meditating atop a grand tree, and she found herself at a loss for words, her frustration boiling over. After a brief moment of meditation, Dong Yi sought to comprehend the benefits of merging the water spirit with the physique of a warrior. The advantages were strikingly evident, yet he struggled to quantify the extent of the enhancement. After a moment, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, if a spiritual master possessed the physical prowess of a warrior, not only would they be unafraid of sudden attacks from ordinary warriors, but they could also unexpectedly subdue more powerful spiritual masters. Such a brilliant method must not be my discovery alone. However, why are there so few accounts of individuals practicing both spiritual and martial cultivation? Though puzzled, he refrained from delving deeper into the matter, aware that the urgent task of saving Mu Bingqiao could not be delayed. After steadying his breath and focusing his mind, he transformed his arm into a blade, simultaneously invoking water spirit protection. With a powerful strike, he severed the massive tree that spanned the chasm, its cut surface as smooth as that of a finely honed blade. Subsequently, Dong Yi hoisted the tree onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the cliff summit. The steep incline felt as level as the ground beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the top. Ing! Ing! The white deer lion called out excitedly, as if applauding Dong Ye's efforts. Mu Chenyu was about to inquire if everything was well after hearing a call, but upon witnessing the radiant winter night, she abruptly changed her mind. Have you been secretly indulging in some treasures down there? Dong Ye chuckled innocently, offering no response as he busily followed the gestures of the white deer lion to gather the enormous leaves from the towering tree. I've already consumed them. How could you partake? Dong Ye gazed at Mu Chenyu, finding her both childish and assertive, unable to suppress a smile. Then I shall consume you. Mu Chenyu, displaying displeasure, paused for a moment before her face flushed crimson. Gripping Dong Ye's arm, she declared sternly, you are not allowed to think such things. Dong Ye was puzzled. What am I thinking? In any case, just don't. Mu Chenyu retorted as she carried 2 leaves to the other side where the elder stood. The 2 of them squeezed the juice from several leaves into a large one, allowing it to steep before feeding the clear liquid to Mu Bingqiao. After a brief while, Mu Bingqiao's complexion remained pale, showing no signs of improvement. Both looked questioningly at the white deer lion, which was joyfully frolicking on the ground, clearly delighted. It's playing us for fools. Mu Chenyu fumed. Dong Ye raised his hand, poised to strike, but the white deer lion immediately stood upright, raising its forepaws in a gesture of surrender. Just as Dong Ye withdrew his hand, a gentle white light emanated from the antlers of the white deer lion, gradually cascading over Mu Bingqiao. Soon, the color began to return to her skin, and vitality gradually infused her delicate form. After a short while, the white deer lion retracted the light and, appearing fatigued, lay down to sleep peacefully. As the bright light dissipated, a pristine figure lay before the 2 individuals. Mu Bingqiao found herself devoid of any clothing. Even her most intimate garments were mysteriously absent. Dong Yi gazed in a daze when suddenly Mu Chenyu shouted, "Aren't you going to turn around?" "Oh." Dong Yi promptly turned away. "What's wrong?" Mu Bingqiao, now awake, was still oblivious to her predicament. She abruptly sat up, a hint of panic in her eyes. This fellow had indeed feasted his eyes upon beauty today, first his sister and then his younger sister. Mu Chenyu hurriedly moved to shield Mu Bingqiao, intending to remove her own clothing to offer to her sister, only to realize she too was dressed in someone else's attire. She then shouted at Dong Yi, "Hey, take off your clothes." Ah, it was at that moment Mu Bingxiao realized she was completely unclothed, letting out a piercing scream as she curled into a ball. "What are you doing? I won't wear his clothes." As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the scene. The two sisters exchanged a silent glance, and Mu Bingxiao paused, seemingly coming to an understanding, before disdainfully donning Dong Yi's outer garment. Once Mu Bingxiao had dressed, the air remained still for a considerable time until she finally spoke. Did he see anything?" Her words were hesitant. "No one was around. I just meant his eyes were wandering." "Oh, I understand now. It's just shut up." Before Mu Bingxiao could finish her sentence, Mu Qinyu interjected, questioning, "What are you doing here all alone? Do you wish to throw your life away?" "I initially intended to seek death, but who prompted you to save me?" With a deft change of tone, Mu Bingxiao remarked, "Considering you saved my life, I shall divulge a secret. My arrival here was not in vain." "What secret? Are you willing to risk your life?" Mu Qinyu discerned from Mu Bingxiao's tone that she had relinquished any desire for self-destruction, which brought her considerable relief. "Have him leave at once," Mu Bingxiao commanded, pointing at Dong Yi without a hint of politeness. "Very well, go ahead and speak," Mu Qinyu conceded, intent on keeping Dong Yi around. After recent events, he had become an indispensable source of comfort for her. Mu Bingxiao elongated her tone, her incredulous gaze scanning Mu Qinyu from head to toe, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she teased, "You can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? Will you speak or not?" "Less chatter, just stay put." Mu Bingxiao shot a glance at Dong Yi, then at Mu Qinyu, suddenly bursting into laughter. Mu Qinyu gently chastised her. "Enough of that. We are outside the red zone, so let us not linger and move along." All right, I will tell you." Mu Bingxiao finally relented and recounted the circumstances that had led her there. Initially, she had come to escape her marriage with Liao Yu and sought to end her life. Therefore, she left the designated area on the very first day and ventured into a perilous zone. By sheer chance, she stumbled upon a package containing a map that pinpointed the exact location of Qi Ling. Those who find Qi Ling would not only receive substantial rewards from the Ice Spirit Palace, but also have the opportunity to meet the Lord Sovereign, who is inclined to grant one request. However, this information has not been disclosed by the Academy. It was only through her desperate pleas that Mu Bingxiao, the daughter of the district chief, managed to uncover it. Consequently, she altered her decision and sought to obtain the Qi Ling, requesting the Lord Emperor to annul her engagement to Liao Yu. After following the map, she ended up here, only to be captured and rendered unconscious by the Blood Order bird. Subsequently, she was revived by Dong Yi and his companion. So, that peculiar spiritual beast was indeed the Blood Order bird? Dong Yi nodded, committing this to memory. "Why does it lack wings?" Mu Qinyu inquired. "I learned about the Blood Order bird from the small booklet in that package. It stated that the Qi Ling is guarded by the 5th-level spiritual beast, the Blood Order bird, which collects fresh blood daily to nourish the Qi Ling tree. The reason I wasn't immediately killed was that it was continuously feeding this grand tree with my blood." Mu Bingxiao's tone was icy, her gaze fixed menacingly on the tree. "Ah, no wonder the sap of this tree can restore you to your former self." Dong Yi rose and circled the tree several times, observing that aside from its slightly larger leaves, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. "You just mentioned that the Blood Order bird specifically guards the Qi Ling, and this tree is also called the Qi Ling tree. Could it be that the Qi Ling is hidden within this grand tree?" "Indeed, that is precisely how it is recorded in the booklet. I initially intended to seize the tree while the Blood Order bird was away, but I never anticipated it would turn out this way," Mu Bingxiao replied. "Well, it appears we have no choice but to proceed in this manner." On a wintry night, Winter Knight shaped his right hand into a palm and forcefully struck the center of a grand tree. With a resounding crack, the bark split open like human bones, releasing a gush of crimson fluid. Winter Knight hurriedly leaped towards the two women, grasping their hands and urgently commanding, "Quick, step aside." After retreating 7 to 8 meters, he anchored himself in place, oblivious to the fact that the two women were spirit masters. Without the aid of water spirits, they could not possess his level of stability. Ouch! Both women stumbled to the ground, 3 meters behind Winter Knight, their heads colliding together, and their arms and knees sustaining various degrees of abrasions. What are you doing? Mu Qinyu furrowed her brow in mild anger, while Mu Bingxiao began to summon water spirits, intent on chastising this thoughtless individual who lacked sensitivity towards delicate matters. Fortunately, Winter Knight reacted swiftly, rushing to the two and embracing one of them, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize this tree could spout blood. I was momentarily distracted and failed to ensure your safety. Turning to Mu Bingxiao with an apologetic smile, he added, there was no need to resort to spirit magic. Mu Bingxiao, cold and unyielding, ignored him, yet ceased her summoning of water spirits, her words still sharp. Don't take advantage of me. Let go. In contrast to Mu Bingxiao, Mu Qinyu's interactions with Winter Knight were different. She not only did not feel slighted, but also harbored a flicker of anticipation in her heart. Thus she refrained from voicing any complaints. Oh, Winter Knight nodded and immediately released his grip. Mu Bingxiao let out a soft exclamation, and as Dong Yi had not yet fully supported her, she lost her balance and fell once more. In her haste, she grasped Dong Yi's arm, her body pressing against his back, her chest inadvertently resting upon him. A rush of warmth flooded Mu Bingxiao's cheeks, reaching down to her collarbone. And as soon as she regained her footing, she instinctively stepped back. Chapter 30. The Crimson Order. Dong Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, secretly amused. His earlier actions had been intentional, though not meant to embarrass Mu Bingxiao, merely a playful whim. This only served to infuriate her further, and she stood aside, glaring intensely at the pair for several moments. Mu Qinyu, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing," Mu Bingxiao replied in a voice that was both short and subdued. Overwhelmed by shame, she wished to vanish into the ground, yet she refrained from any further movement, turning her face away from them and falling silent. Crack! Crack! The Crimson Order tree finally ceased its bleeding. Fissures began to spread from the gashes inflicted by Dong Yi, with the bark peeling away in flakes. Once fully shed, the trunk revealed a substance akin to liquid, resembling water, yet possessing a thicker consistency, its hue not as vividly red as blood. This phenomenon was not lost on the Blood Order bird, and Dong Yi was acutely aware of it, his heart fluttering with unease. Previously, he had been oblivious to how the white deer lion had managed to drive away the Blood Order bird, but now, with the white deer lion soundly asleep, it seemed the bird had sensed this and approached with skepticism. What could have prompted its return? "Jiao Jiao, wake up and drive it away." Mu Qinyu was already quite apprehensive about the peculiar spirit beast, and after hearing Mu Bingxiao's description, her fear intensified. How had Jiao Jiao managed to defeat the Blood Order bird? Dong Yi recalled that Mu Bingxiao had witnessed everything and thus inquired if there might be a solution. "I am not certain. All I know is that I saw it emerge from your pocket, stretch lazily, and then that long-necked creature fled." "Why do you heed its words so readily? Are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" Mu Bingxiao felt quite displeased seeing the camaraderie between Mu Qinyu and Dong Yi. Previously, the two had often clashed to irritate one another, but this time, she sensed that Mu Qinyu was genuinely concerned for Dong Yi rather than merely attempting to vex her. "Xiaoer, our previous antics at home or in the academy were harmless, but now we find ourselves at Merlin Peak, which is deemed a forbidden zone throughout the Spirit Star." Mu Qinyu, disregarding the opportunity to further persuade her sister, was acutely aware that the Blood Order bird was drawing perilously close, less than 50 meters away. Dong Yi, cradling the slumbering Jiao Jiao, pondered, this must be the innate spiritual might possessed by powerful spirit beasts, allowing other beasts within a certain proximity to sense its presence. Weaker spirit beasts would naturally feel fear and retreat, while stronger ones would instinctively flee. All spirit beasts possess spiritual might, but those below the 6th level have a relatively limited range, making it challenging to perceive from a distance. This spiritual might expands as the spirit beast matures, primarily correlating with its strength. However, Lingwei exists at all times. It manifests during eating, excretion, walking, and sleeping, only dissipating upon the death of the spirit beast. Why did the blood command bird dare to approach while Jiao Jiao was asleep? Dong Yi pondered aloud, lost in thought. Mu Qinyu, still not comprehending Dong Ye's words, was interrupted by Mu Bingxiao's sharp retort. That is because the Crimson Command Tree is the mission of the Blood Command Bird. When the Crimson Command Tree is in peril, the Blood Command Bird must come to its defense, unless it meets its demise. What should we do? Mu Qinyu exclaimed, anxiously shaking Jiao Jiao, urging it to awaken and defeat the threat. It's futile. Dong Ye's expression turned grave. Why? Mu Qinyu pressed, bewildered. Although the white deer lion is a 7th-level spirit beast, Jiao Jiao has only recently been born and lacks any training. It cannot even contend with a 4th-level beast. Dong Yi gently placed Jiao Jiao into a storage bag, clenching his fists in preparation for battle. Why did that monster flee upon seeing Jiao Jiao? Mu Qinyu questioned, skeptical of Dong Ye's explanation. It is certain that when you did not disturb the Crimson Command Tree, the Blood Command Bird, encountering a formidable spirit beast, instinctively fled. Now, however, it must resist to protect the Crimson Command Tree. What are you doing? Mu Qinyu asked in alarm, her thoughts racing. Fearing her sister might embark on some reckless endeavor. Humph, you spend all day arguing with me, learning nothing, yet you come to lecture me. Mu Bingxiao continued her tasks, ignoring her sister's distress. In that moment, as the Crimson Command Tree was manipulated, the Blood Command Bird's initially sluggish pace suddenly accelerated, racing toward Mu Bingxiao with urgency. Mu Bingxiao had long been prepared, utilizing her water-walking technique to swiftly approach the precipice, accompanied by the Crimson Order Tree. The Blood Order Bird pursued her with equal fervor, almost stepping into her footprints as she reached the edge of the cliff. No, Mu Qinyu cried out. Don't come any closer. Mu Bingxiao shouted back. In a flurry of thoughts, Mu Qinyu hastily manipulated her water spirit, employing the same technique, and soon found herself at the cliff's edge as well. What she did not anticipate was the relentless pursuit of the ferocious Blood Order Bird behind them. Dong Yi, having not abandoned the tree, grasped it and realized that the Crimson Order Tree was violently shaking and rapidly expanding, as if on the verge of exploding. He understood that this was a precursor to the emergence of the Crimson Order, and he could not afford to give up. However, the Blood Order Bird continued its relentless chase, clawing at him as he used the Crimson Order Tree as a shield. Unlike ordinary trees, the trunk of the Crimson Order Tree was composed of a viscous liquid. The Blood Order Bird's claw became ensnared within it, akin to sinking into a quagmire, rendering it unable to extricate itself. In an instant, the confrontation between man and beast culminated in a sudden explosion as the Crimson Order Tree burst apart, scattering crimson liquid in all directions. On the opposite side of the cliff, the sisters, suspended by the water spirit, were startled by the sound of the explosion. Mu Qinyu spoke first, her heart heavy. Isn't this too cruel to Yidong? After a brief hesitation, she sighed and revealed her reasons for not wanting to ascend. Sigh. There's no point in going. We have already faced that monster before. Even if we go up, it would merely mean sacrificing 2 more lives. Then, shall we? Mu Bingxiao paused several times. Isn't this just what you desire? Mu Qinyu said calmly. That's true, Mu Bingxiao nodded stiffly. Although I summoned Yidong, he never once considered his own safety in his quest to save you. Mu Qinyu's voice quivered. Are you all right? He is merely a commoner. Are you misplacing your affections? Mu Bingxiao felt a swell of emotion, yet she did not wish for it to deepen, deliberately uttering such classist remarks. Indeed, he is just a commoner, insignificant and incapable of anything. A multitude of thoughts flooded Mu Qinyu's mind. An identity obstructed far too much. If Chaoer were not bound by that identity, perhaps she would not have to marry Liao Yu. Yidong, despite his virtues, remains beyond her reach due to his commoner status. Chapter 31. Resurrection Yu. Why are you still crying? Mu Bingxiao hurriedly wiped away her tears, her heart heavy with unspoken sentiments. At the cliff summit, a deluge of crimson liquid stained the entire space, a shield-shaped red token dangling from a slender branch, emblazoned with a blue seal in its center, occasionally radiating brilliant blue light. The Blood Order bird soared alongside Dongya toward the tree where the token hung. With no restraint left, Dongya harnessed his water spirit powers to traverse the water, and with his intermediate warrior level, his speed surged beyond double. In just a few swift steps, he ascended the branch and grasped the token, just as the Blood Order bird arrived beneath the tree. As the winter night descended, the blood-commanding bird suddenly retreated 3 steps, tucking its claws beneath it and resting its head on the ground, as if bowing in submission to the winter's embrace. Though the winter night did not comprehend its intentions, one thing was certain: this bird would no longer pose a threat. Is this the legendary Blood Command? Winter Night idly toyed with the blood-commanding artifact in his hand, pondering how it had come to be outside the mapped regions. Was it intentional to keep it hidden from the other students? The long-sought artifact was finally within his grasp, allowing Winter Night to experience the warmth and chill of humanity, the intricacies of good and evil among people. A slight, awkward smile crossed his lips as he glanced at the bird lying on the ground and remarked, "Perhaps, regardless, the Blood Command is now ours, Qiao. Your wish can be fulfilled." Observing the Winter Night, who had consistently mocked her yet now showed no hint of reproach, casually offering the hard-earned Blood Command to her, Mu Bingxiao felt tumultuous waves surging within her. Her perception of him had been completely transformed, even overturning her long-held views of others. A myriad of questions swirled in her mind, yearning to be posed to this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily remarkable young man. Suddenly, she found herself profoundly intrigued, gazing intently at his face as if attempting to unravel his mysteries. Finally, she slowly extended her hand and softly uttered, "Thank you." Mu Qinyu was somewhat taken aback. These 3 words seemed unlikely to emerge from Mu Bingxiao's lips. Given her understanding of her, she was certain that she would never desire this Blood Command. Yet, not only had she accepted it, her demeanor and actions were unlike anything Mu Qinyu had ever witnessed. "It matters not. Protecting you is my duty." On a wintry night, observing her indecisive demeanor, I mistook her hesitation for shyness and spoke candidly. "Duty?" Mu Bingxiao was taken aback, suddenly recalling her father mentioning a covert guardian for her before her entrance into the Jade Seal Academy. Could it be him? This very remark had just been uttered by Dong Yi to Mu Qinyu, who merely perceived it as playful banter stemming from Dong Ye's affection for her. Without considering any deeper implications, casting a glance at Mu Qinyu, Dong Yi pondered whether to dishearten her, but ultimately opted for discretion, replying, "Indeed. Otherwise, how could I be so dedicated?" Unexpectedly, Mu Qinyu's expression darkened, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her. It dawned on her that this individual was merely fulfilling a task, devoid of genuine affection. "What's wrong? Are you displeased by someone safeguarding you?" Mu Bingxiao toyed with the crimson insignia in her hand and approached the sullen Mu Qinyu. "Not at all," Mu Qinyu retorted curtly, her mood unsoftened, striding ahead. Mu Bingxiao shot a flirtatious glance at Dong Yi before eyeing the hastily retreating Mu Qinyu, as if to convey, "Look, this person is rather peculiar." Dong Yi stood perplexed, bewildered by Mu Bingxiao's sudden intimacy and puzzled by Mu Qinyu's inexplicable anger. The conversation abruptly shifted. "You are merely a bodyguard. There seems to be no necessity for this. Has that lecher perished?" Mu Bingxiao inquired. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Dong Yi, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Yet, Dong Yi remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated ahead as if witnessing something extraordinary. Following his line of sight, Mu Bingxiao observed Mu Qinyu slowly retreating, her body trembling slightly. Looking back, a slender man clad in black stood less than 50 meters away. This was none other than Wang Zhiping, who had recently been reduced to mere flesh by Du Wei's tiger blade. Mu Qinyu retreated until she found herself in front of Mu Bingxiao, who seized her arm and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't he dead?" Taking a deep breath, Mu Qinyu shook off Mu Bingxiao and hid behind Dong Yi, finally allowing herself to breathe heavily. Dong Yi grasped her small hand reassuringly. "Do not be afraid. If he intended to seek revenge, he would have acted already. Mu Bingxiao, witnessing their exchange, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy and questioned, "What are you doing? Be mindful of your actions." Unaware of the previous events, she could not comprehend why they were so frightened upon seeing Wang Zhiping, who had been undeniably witnessed being killed by them. Suddenly, Wang Zhiping opened his eyes, and a shard of ice erupted from the ground 10 meters in front of him. Dong Yi was unable to halt his momentum and crashed into the ice pillar, resulting in a cacophony as it shattered, scattering shards across the ground. Dong Yi lay among the fragments, his body marked by cuts from the jagged ice. "Yidong, what are you doing? Why attack the mentor?" Wang Zhiping rose and leisurely approached Dong Yi, his voice now restored to its normal tone, albeit slightly higher than before. "Yidong," the two women exclaimed in unison, fearing Wang Zhiping would continue his assault. However, he did not. Instead, he cautiously helped Dong Yi to his feet, using Dong Ye's body to shield himself. Then whispered in his ear, "You are quite remarkable, both a spirit master and a warrior." Listening to Wang Zhiping's piercing words, a shiver coursed through Dong Yi on that wintry night. A thought struck him. This man is not Wang Zhiping. He has discerned all the strategies I employed against Wang Zhiping. How is it that he can restore Wang Zhiping's form? What is that ominous black mist? I can accept that there are those capable of defeating me through their own prowess, yet my desire for vengeance remains unquenched. In Chapter 32, The Real and the Fake Red Command, it is peculiar that upon encountering him, the three individuals fell into a profound silence. Logically, one would expect a discussion to ensue in the face of such bizarre occurrences. "Du Wei, Du Wei, Du Wei." Dong Yi called out thrice, yet Du Wei remained unresponsive, akin to a marionette devoid of life. Reluctantly, Dong Yi approached Wen Yu, calling out to him repeatedly, but received no reply. Finally, he reached Lu Siwen, who sat upon a stone, idly toying with a blade of grass. Dong Yi gently called out, "Lu Siwen." To his relief, Lu Siwen responded, Dong Yi exhaled in relief. "When did you see Wang Zhiping? What did he do to you?" Hee, pung. Lu Siwen replied with an innocent chuckle. "What did you say?" Dong Yi inquired again. Hee, pung. Lu Siwen continued to giggle foolishly, repeating the same words. Dong Yi fell to the ground, fists clenched tightly. Muttering to himself, "Do not worry, I shall heal you all." Yet hee pung was all Lu Siwen could utter. What, then, is that sinister entity? Dong Yi pondered aloud. With a swift motion, Jing Wenin approached Dong Yi, pressing herself against him. Dong Yi reacted quickly, taking 2 steps back, causing Jing Wenin to nearly stumble, her body almost grazing the ground before she regained her balance. "What are you doing?" she asked with a mischievous smile. "Your Highness has certainly gained quite a bit of strength in just 2 days. Dong Yi regarded Jing Wenin thoughtfully before suddenly inquiring, "You wouldn't happen to be affiliated with him, would you?" With a playful giggle, Jing Wenin covered her mouth, her laughter like the sound of silver bells. Enchanting and captivating. Dong Yi found himself involuntarily swallowing hard, shaking his head as he replied, "I believe you are not a member of the ice and snow domain." Jing Wenin paused, her fingers visibly trembling for an instant, but she quickly resumed her previous demeanor. "Indeed, I am a spy sent from the fire and lava domain. Come, capture me, my prince." At her words, Dong Yi became even more flustered, rushing forward to pull her close, covering her mouth with his hand. He glanced around, relieved to see that no one was present. "What do you intend to do?" Jing Wenin did not pull away, gently prying his hand from her mouth as she spoke softly. Noticing her breath, fragrant and soothing, Dong Yi stepped back, taking a deep breath to calm the fluttering in his heart. "Do not speak such things carelessly in the future. It may attract unnecessary trouble. Do not deceive yourself. How could such a precious treasure simply be found at your leisure?" A voice rang out, a slender young man shouting loudly, "Surely, it cannot be as poor as what you have in your hands. It seems you merely gathered some weeds to concoct this," sneered another boy, his sarcasm dripping with disdain. Laughter erupted from several others, echoing his ridicule. Quickly, Qi Ling sat up, donned his clothing, and ventured outside, only to find nearly all the members of the 5 academies gathered. After overhearing the discussions among a few students, he learned that several individuals had indeed acquired the Qi Ling decree. Excitement buzzed in the air as they had risen early to boast about their newfound possession, only to discover that others had similarly claimed to possess one. Each declared their decree to be genuine while dismissing the others as fraudulent, leading to a heated argument. Counting the individuals present, Dong Yi noted that 6 were brandishing their respective decrees, and with Mu Bingqiao's, that made 7. A sudden realization struck him. When they initially sought the decrees at Malin Peak, there had been no description or guidance regarding their appearance. All the students had been searching blindly, yet today, they had all coincidentally discovered various forms of the decree. This had to be a deliberate design by the orchestrators of this adventure. Unsure of their intentions, Dong Yi concluded it would be prudent to keep the decrees acquired by himself and his companions a secret. Therefore, he hastened to locate Mu Bingqiao. As fate would have it, he had scarcely taken a few steps when an elderly man with a long white beard and eyebrows, thick enough to nearly obscure his entire face, emerged from behind the crowd. The old man proclaimed loudly, "Instructors from each academy, please gather your students." The crowd was sparse, allowing everyone to quickly assemble according to their respective academies. The elderly man with a white beard stroked his beard and remarked, "You've all worked diligently these past 3 days. Have you found the Crimson Order? The academy that discovers it will receive a generous reward." His words were a mere formality, as Winter Night grumbled in response. "What a pointless question. Who is this old man?" he inquired, leaning closer to Lu Tiannan. "He is Fei Yuan Kuei, the dean of Lanting Academy and the head of this Crimson Order expedition, a 4th-tier water spirit master," Lu Tiannan replied. "Only a 4th-tier water spirit master? Our mentor is one too," the curious individual remarked, finding Fei rather unremarkable. "Do not underestimate him. Dean Fei has been at the 4th-tier water spirit master bottleneck for quite some time, but he has recently made significant progress and will soon reach the 5th tier. He is far superior to me, and no one at the 4th tier stands a chance against him in combat," Lu Tiannan asserted. "Excuse me, you 2 students. What are you discussing? I am speaking, and yet you continue to converse, which shows a lack of respect. Do you understand?" Fei Yuan Kuei admonished. Lu Tiannan promptly produced the token he had acquired the previous day, stating, "Dean Fei, we were just about to show you the Crimson Order." "Oh." Fei Yuan Kuei feigned surprise, though he appeared entirely unfazed. Upon seeing Lu Tiannan display the token, the other token holders eagerly revealed their own, each clamoring to assert, "Dean Fei, mine is the genuine one." The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos, but with a gentle wave of his hand, a veil of mist enveloped Fei Yuan Kuei, silencing the clamorous voices of the students. After a while, the noise finally subsided, and Fei Yuan Kuei spoke. "It is commendable that everyone has found the Red Order. But there is only one, and we cannot ascertain whose is genuine." A chorus of over 50 voices echoed in agreement. The students, aged between 12 and 18, were generally pampered spirit masters, their minds not yet fully matured. With a little coaxing and deception, those possessing the Red Order willingly relinquished their tokens. Coincidentally, one academy had just one token. The Jade Seal Academy was the 4th to present its token. Lu Tiannan, peering at the remaining 3 tokens in Fei Yuan Kuei's grasp, disdainfully set down his own, proclaiming with an air of superiority, "Mine is undoubtedly the authentic one." At that moment, Mu Bingqiao, succumbing to the crowd's influence, also revealed her token. Upon seeing it, Fei Yuan Kuei's previously concealed eyes, now momentarily exposed, widened in surprise. His expression shifted noticeably, and the hand that clutched the 4 tokens trembled slightly. Clearly, this was an unforeseen development for Fei Yuan Kuei. He glanced behind him, where a younger curly-haired female mentor stood some distance away. She nodded at him, gesturing with her right hand in a downward motion, indicating he should place it at the bottom. Every subtle movement was keenly observed by Dong Yi. In the instant Fei Yuan Kuei turned his head, Dong Yi swiftly approached Mu Bingqiao, pressing down on her left hand that had just withdrawn the Red Order from her pocket, simultaneously placing a token into her right hand. Chapter 33. The Truth. Reluctantly, Fei Yuan Kuei was compelled to retrieve the token from the next academy, which happened to be his own, Lanting Academy. Upon noticing the arrival of the dean, a certain student hastily rummaged through his pockets for the token. However, after a thorough search of his person, he found it mysteriously missing. "Where is your token?" Fei Yuan Kuei, already in a foul mood, wondered how something he had just seen could have vanished. "I don't know, it was just here," the student exclaimed. As he continued to search, he suddenly spotted the verdant token in Fei Yuan Kuei's hand. Was it not the very one he had lost? "Isn't this it?" "Dean, you took it without telling me," he gasped in surprise. In response, Fei Yuan Kuei delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "If you haven't found it, then you haven't found it. Don't stand there grinning at me." The student, clutching his face, looked at Fei Yuan Kuei with a mix of grievance and fear, yet he dared not utter another word. In truth, Fei Yuan Kuei was aware that the verdant token indeed belonged to Lanting Academy, as all procedures were meticulously orchestrated. He was merely seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Suddenly, Dong Yi, witnessing the student's unwarranted reprimand, could not suppress a chuckle, for it was he who had taken the token. "What are you laughing at?" Fei Yuan Kuei bellowed. Dong Yi quickly silenced himself, but his momentary lapse revealed a crack in his demeanor, raising Fei Yuan Kuei's suspicion. A glance towards Mu Bingxiao confirmed his suspicions. He was certain that the crimson token was in the possession of these two individuals. After gathering 6 distinct red orders, Fei Yuan Kuei feigned profundity, leaning on his experience as he remarked, "Indeed, quite commendable. Although it is inevitable that some of these 6 red orders may be counterfeit. Each academy has managed to find at least one, which demonstrates the earnest efforts of all involved. They represent the rare talents of the ice and snow domain's future. In the past, we would have simply awaited rewards, but this time is different, for they have uncovered the genuine red orders." After approximately half an hour, only the 10 members of the Jade Seal Academy remained in the open space, accompanied by Fei Yuan Kuei and a curly-haired female instructor. With a jovial smile, Fei Yuan Kuei gestured for everyone to sit within the tent. "Your performance at the Jade Seal Academy has been remarkable. Please, share with me how you discovered them and the challenges you faced. I would like to relay your legends to the fools at our academy." "Director Fei, I believe it is unnecessary to squander words on this matter," Wang Zhiping stated, his tone more commanding than inquisitive, showing little regard for Fei Yuan Kuei. "Oh, quite right," Fei Yuan Kuei replied, his demeanor betraying a hint of trepidation. Without further inquiry, he pointed to Dong Yi and then to Mu Bingxiao, saying, "You two will accompany me to witness the authentication of the red orders." "Yes, you should follow Director Fei. It is an honor for you. And be sure to learn from him," Wang Zhiping said nonchalantly. Neither Dong Yi nor Mu Bingxiao responded. Mu Bingxiao looked down upon engaging with them, while Dong Yi had never regarded the search for the red orders as a mere adventure. The sights and experiences along this journey have progressively validated his thoughts. At this moment, only he and Mu Bingxiao remained, as he pondered the intentions of Fei Yuan Kuei and the forces behind him. Fei Yuan Kuei stood still, conjuring water spirits, and suddenly pointed to the sky. A beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip, and before long, a resplendent crimson bird soared down from the heavens. With a swift dive, it seemed poised to crash into the ground, yet it abruptly halted, standing like a statue beside the group. This magnificent creature possessed a rigid, elongated beak and bore a striking resemblance to an eagle, albeit on a colossal scale. Its wings were as vast as a thatched cottage. Its feathers were a vibrant red, with hues deepening from tail to head, creating a stunning spectacle. It was the fire hawk. Dong Yi had encountered this bird in the Ice Spirit Palace, and it was indeed the same one he had seen before, known as Wildfire. A fire element spirit beast captured by General Kai Yu during the war in the Huayin territory 2 years prior. True to the adage that fears often manifest, Fei Yuan Kuei declared, "Come, climb atop Wildfire. You two are quite fortunate. I shall take you to the Ice Spirit Palace for a glimpse." Dong Yi gasped in trepidation, contemplating the situation. He had never seen this character in the palace and presumed he was not of significant stature. likely barred from entering the inner sanctum of the Ice Spirit Palace. Although he had surmised that he would not encounter anyone familiar, he still mulled over various unexpected scenarios and how to handle them. This preoccupation left him with a somber expression, even while riding on the smoothly gliding Fire Hawk. "Are you afraid of heights?" Mu Bingxiao, feeling quite vexed, inquired. Having initially been in high spirits due to the acquisition of the Crimson Order and the prospect of visiting the Ice Spirit Palace. However, throughout the entire journey, she found herself surrounded by individuals capable of speech, yet every attempt to engage Dong Yi in conversation was met with an unsettling silence, as he seemed lost in his own thoughts, hardly acknowledging her presence. How could this be? Dong Yi dismounted from the Fire Eagle, grinning sheepishly as he remarked, "Why does your expression appear so grim?" Mu Bingxiao extended her delicate hand to Dong Yi, requesting his assistance in descending. "Oh, is that so?" Dong Yi mused, absent-mindedly touching his own face, his gaze drifting towards the towering walls of the Ice Spirit Palace, filled with a myriad of reflections. Clearing her throat softly, Mu Bingxiao coughed lightly and shook her hand, reminding him, "It suffices for you to help me down. Why do you not let go?" Yet, Dong Yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by the profound significance of the Ice Spirit Palace, rendering her soft hand in his grip akin to a mere stick. Furrowing her brow, Mu Bingxiao glanced at the hand that Dong Yi held and then looked up at him, only to find him gazing around, seemingly captivated by the ordinary walls that surrounded them. Meanwhile, a complete map of the Ice Spirit Palace unfolded in Dong Yi's mind. This location should be in close proximity to General Kai Yu's residence, on the very outskirts of the Ice Spirit Palace. Given Dong Yi's years of cultivation within the palace, it was improbable that anyone would recognize him here. The quartet entered a courtyard through a narrow door barely wide enough for a single person to pass. To their astonishment, the entrance was guarded by 4 soldiers, who patrolled the grounds in overlapping circuits. Upon spotting Fei Yuan Kuei, the soldiers assumed a defensive posture, but their vigilance was relaxed only when one of the leading soldiers instructed them to resume their patrols. Fei Yuan Kuei then inquired of the leading soldier, "How is he faring?" "Rest assured, my lord, I have not permitted even a fly or a mosquito to enter. Has anyone else visited?" "Apart from you, not a soul has set foot here." "Excellent, splendid. Please, attend to your duties." With that, he cast a knowing glance at the captain of the guards, who instantly grasped the unspoken message. The matter was understood. With a signal, he summoned 2 squads of patrolling soldiers, encircling the duo, Dong Yi and Mu Bingxiao. Dong Yi drew a deep breath, prepared to act at any moment, only then realizing he still held Mu Bingxiao's hand, as he intended to release it. She tightened her grip instead. They exchanged a tacit glance, Mu Bingxiao wearing a fierce expression, as if to convey, "You refused to let go when I asked, and now you dare to withdraw your hand. Dean Fei, what is your intention?" Dong Yi was aware that Fei Yuan Kuei harbored no benevolence from the outset, yet he remained oblivious to his true motives. "Do not forget that Director Mu's daughter is present." Dong Yi understood that Qi Ling was not an ordinary matter. Fei Yuan Kuei and Wang Zhiping were undoubtedly allies. With Wang Zhiping's inexplicable dark aura, they would inevitably become adversaries. Thus, Qi Ling would never be delivered into their hands through Dong Yi. Mu Bingxiao, possessing an inherently stubborn disposition, had rarely encountered opposition throughout her life. Thus, when faced with resistance, she was determined not to yield. It seemed that in Fei Yuan Kuei's calculations, she merely scoffed disdainfully and proceeded towards the underground area of the hall. "Young brother, I possess countless methods to compel you to surrender what our Lord desires. Allow me to take you on a tour." The captain of the guards, full of arrogance, turned and also made his way towards the underground region of the hall. Upon entering, the lead soldier deliberately cast a glance at the wall before feigning a casual look, prompting Dong Yi and Mu Bingxiao to follow suit and observe the wall. It turned out the wall was divided into 4 tiers. The topmost layer was adorned with countless arranged crossbows and neatly placed arrows. The middle tier displayed a row of long spears, their tips exceptionally sharp, The lower layer was filled with numerous hollows containing iron spheres, roughly the size of a human head. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they encountered several long spears, stained with traces of dried blood. The lead soldier remarked, "Do you see? This is the fate of those imprisoned in the Fey Manor who attempted to escape. Not too shabby, is it?" He gestured toward the entrance of the passage. Did he intend to instill fear in us? Dongya felt no trepidation at all, yet Mu Bingxiao was a different story. Her palms were already slick with cold sweat, and the more she was frightened, the more she felt compelled to resist. Chapter 34. The escape neither exhibited a semblance of panic. Instead, they appeared increasingly at ease, occasionally exchanging knowing smiles. The lead soldier, infuriated by their demeanor, pondered briefly before escorting them to the cell of a prisoner currently being interrogated. This individual had recently endured severe torture, his body seemingly drenched in blood, with not a single spot untouched by it. His garments were thoroughly soaked. The one speaking was Fei Yuan Kuei. "Ha." The prisoner laughed hoarsely, his mirth unabated. "Fei Yuan Kuei, you worthless fool, you needn't attempt to deceive me. I, Shang, have navigated this realm for decades. I have witnessed your feeble tricks countless times. Had you found me, you would have already slain me." Dongya found the name Shang vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall any further details. "Is that so?" Fei Yuan Kuei swung open the prison door, gesturing toward the winter night and the two figures of Mu Bingxiao, declaring, "You have searched for the Red Decree for so many days. You must be able to sense its presence, correct?" Upon seeing the two, Shang's expression shifted dramatically, not because he sensed the location of the Red Decree, but because he noticed a finely woven red cord ornament adorning Mu Bingxiao's hairpin. To prevent the Red Decree from falling into the hands of others, Shang crafted a false map, the same one that Mu Chunyu had given to Lu Siwen, marked with a red area. At Meilin Peak, Shang prepared 2 packages, leaving the one containing the true map outside the red zone, while he deliberately allowed himself to be captured by Fei Yuan Kuei, thus misleading them into searching according to the false map. This red area had already been scoured by Fei Yuan Kuei numerous times, yet nothing had been found. To cover up their indiscriminate trespass into the forbidden zone in search of the Red Decree, Fei Yuan Kuei and his companions intentionally petitioned the Lord Emperor to allow the students to seek the decree. This would not only mask their unauthorized ascent to Meilin Peak, but also curry favor with the Lord Emperor under the guise of training the academy. When Shang beheld the red cord ornament, he instantly believed everything Fei Yuan Kuei had claimed. However, he was certain of one thing. The Red Decree had not yet fallen into Fei Yuan Kuei's grasp. The purpose of Fei Yuan Kuei bringing these two before him was to ascertain the authenticity of the Red Decree, and Shang's demeanor revealed everything. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shang made a decisive move, shouting, "Run. Do not allow the Red Decree to fall into anyone else's hands." An unforeseen transformation had taken everyone by surprise. Shang, a seasoned warrior, despite his severely injured state, managed to muster the strength to break free from all his chains. He seized a chain and hurled it towards Fei Yuan Kuei. Yet, Fei Yuan Kuei was no ordinary adversary. He was but a step away from attaining the 5th level of water spirit mastery. The moment Shang made his move, he sensed the impending danger. Fei Yuan Kuei swiftly utilized his agility to escape the confines of the cell, and Shang's initial strike missed its mark, a scenario he had anticipated. As a near 5th level water spirit master, Fei Yuan Kuei had undoubtedly honed his instincts. Once he sensed the intent to kill, he would inevitably be aware of it. Shang's intention was merely to lure the soldiers into attacking him, allowing Dong Yi and himself to seize the opportunity to escape. Indeed, the lead soldier rushed in with weapons drawn, accompanied by 2 squads. Undeterred by the multitude of weapons aimed at him, Shang shouted to Dong Yi and the others, "Why aren't you fleeing yet?" Dong Yi had long been prepared for battle. The moment Fei Yuan Kuei emerged, he leaped high and struck down towards the back of Fei Yuan Kuei's head. Fei Yuan Kuei was caught off guard and fainted instantly. Although he sensed the danger, he mistakenly attributed it solely to Shang. thus failing to guard against Dong Ye's sudden assault. By this time, Dong Ye had matured into a competent intermediate white warrior, and a full-force attack on an unsuspecting 4th-level spirit master was bound to succeed. The lead soldier, engrossed in combat with Chun Sheng, remained oblivious to the fact that his superior had already been subdued. Dong Ye lifted Fei Yuan Kuei and bellowed, "Cease your actions at once." Mu Bingqiu swiftly concentrated her water spirit, poised to unleash her magical prowess at any moment. The sound of footsteps echoed outside, growing steadily louder until the entire cell was filled with soldiers from the Fei family, none daring to move. The leading soldier, sensing something amiss, turned his head, momentarily flustered and at a loss for words. After a brief pause, one of the soldiers managed to extricate himself from the throng. He was the steward of the Fei family, garbed in attire indicative of his affluent status. Observing the unconscious master in Dong Ye's grasp, the steward recognized that any demands from the enemy must be acquiesced to at this juncture. "What do you wish to propose?" the steward inquired. "First, allow us to exit," Dong Ye replied, casting a glance at Chun Sheng. "Very well." The steward dared not utter another word, promptly gesturing for the soldiers to clear a path. "My leg is broken. You may proceed without me." "Remember what I just said." Chun Sheng prepared himself, ready for the inevitable. As the two departed, he resolved to take his own life. Dong Ye glanced at Mu Bingqiu, who nodded in agreement, using her water spirit to pull the incapacitated Chun Sheng closer to them. Thus, as Dong Ye supported one and Mu Bingqiu manipulated the other, they made their way to the entrance of the passage. When they reached the threshold, Dong Ye deliberately paused, stealthily observing the leading soldier. As anticipated, he was activating a mechanism. With a swift motion, arrows shot out wildly from the uppermost part of the wall. Dong Ye seized one, turning to hurl it at the commanding soldier. The arrow pierced through 3 of the cell's door posts, unerringly aimed at the leader. However, the soldier, being of intermediate rank, easily evaded the projectile by leaning slightly backward, allowing the arrow to embed itself into the wall. "Foolishness," he muttered. The commanding soldier, unabashed and proud, drew an arrow from his quiver and hurled it back towards Dong Ye. With no obstacles in between, Dong Ye effortlessly grasped the arrow, holding it firmly as if it were nailed to a wall. He then turned to the steward, his voice icy. "Do you wish for your master to survive?" The steward, quick-witted, immediately grasped Dong Ye's intent and glanced at the commanding soldier, responding, "I will handle this." The commanding soldier, still brimming with self-importance, believed he was untouchable. "I demand that you kill him now." Dong Ye's tone was unwavering. "Seize him," commanded the steward. In an instant, 7 or 8 men surged toward the commanding soldier, launching an assault. "What are you doing? Do you dare strike me?" he bellowed, and for a moment, the assailants hesitated. Enraged, Dong Ye uttered a single word, "3." The steward casually picked up an arrow from the ground, and, with a swift motion, it sliced through the crowd. In the next heartbeat, he stood before the commanding soldier, the arrow having pierced his throat. "Do not let them escape," he shouted. The soldiers, in unison, retreated 3 steps, creating a wide avenue in the middle. One must commend the soldiers of the Fei residence for their disciplined training. Over 100 men retreated simultaneously, their movements synchronized and exhibiting impressive cohesion. Yet, in Dong Ye's eyes, this was of little consequence. He recognized that this display was merely a performance, a superficial effort to appease superiors, and that few among them possessed true combat prowess. On a wintry night, Dong Ye signaled to Mu Bingqiu to lead Chun Sheng ahead, while he himself lagged behind, dragging Fei Yuan Kuei along with a swaying gait. Ever vigilant of the Fei family members, it was evident that they held Fei Yuan Kuei's safety in the highest regard, for not a single soul stirred once they exited through the side gate of the courtyard. After stepping outside, Dong Ye slammed the door shut with a resounding bang and proclaimed loudly, "We shall leave your esteemed Fei Lord intact 10 miles away at Huaitinggang. But you must withdraw all pursuers and ambushers within this distance. Otherwise, the life of Fei Lord shall be in jeopardy." Wod? How did you come to know?" Chun Sheng exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Dong Ye and whispering. Huaitinggang was renowned within the Ice Spirit Palace as Awiyodi, a territory governed by the civil official Ji Wenguang, who remained indifferent to matters concerning the realm of ice and snow. Having served in the Ice Spirit Palace for 30 years, he had entered the palace for discussions fewer than 100 times. Each occasion was accompanied by a myriad of excuses for his absence, and though his official rank was modest, his household boasted 3 fifth-tier water spirit masters, and he himself was rumored to be of the same caliber, though he had never displayed such prowess. As he had committed no transgressions, the ruling lord refrained from deploying resources to monitor him closely. Ji Wenguang had little interest in the greater affairs of the ice and snow domain, but held a particular fondness for Huaiting Gang, where he resided daily, meticulously maintaining order within a 100-mile radius. Anyone who entered Huaiting Gang was forbidden from engaging in violence. They could only admire the scenery, compose poetry, or play chess, activities befitting literary gentlemen. Should anyone defy this decree, Ji Wenguang would not inquire into the reasons and would swiftly execute both parties involved. Due to the presence of 3 formidable 5-tiered water spirits stationed there, no one dared to confront Ji Wenguang, and over time, Huaiting Ridge transformed into a haven within the Ice Spirit Palace. Many sought refuge there. Consequently, 80% of the inhabitants of Huaiting Ridge possessed extraordinary experiences. It was rare to find ordinary individuals. Despite its modest size, should Ji Wenguang mobilize all its residents, it would manifest as a formidable force. The reputation of Huaiting Ridge as a sanctuary was known only within the Ice Spirit Palace, with few from other districts being aware of it. In Shiqing's perspective, anyone casually captured by Fei Yuan Kuei could not possibly belong to the Ice Spirit Palace. However, Dong Yi was cognizant of the sanctuary's location, leaving him with lingering doubts. Chapter 35. Ji Wenguang, little girl, you need not worry. Once we reach Huaiting Ridge, we shall be safe, Shiqing reassured. He scrutinized Dong Yi once more, sensing an exceptional aura about the youth, and inquired, young brother, may I ask if you hail from the Ice Spirit Palace? Is he from the Ice Spirit Palace? Mu Bingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, as though she had stumbled upon an extraordinary marvel. If he is indeed from the Ice Spirit Palace, then I dare say he might belong to the royal family of the ice and snow domain. Senior, I have spent my life in the Bell District, so I must disappoint you, Dong Yi remarked with a heavy dose of irony, though the two were oblivious to his underlying tone. One should not speak thus. The Bell District is merely impoverished. If the Lord of the Realm were to take notice, I believe its inhabitants would be no less than those of other districts. Shiqing responded. Indeed, Dong Yi replied, unwilling to linger on the topic. He swiftly redirected the conversation. Senior Shi, earlier I noticed your anxious expression upon seeing Miss Mu. Could it be that the Qi Ling we discovered is the genuine artifact? Did you really find it according to the directions on the map in the package? Shiqing inquired. Yes, indeed. I discovered the package beneath that tree, which resembles it at the bottom. Look at this red string. I took it from the parcel. Isn't it lovely? Mu Bing deftly removed the red string ornament from her head. Shiqing regarded the ornament, feeling a stir of emotions within him. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Young lady, you must keep it safe. Dong Yi felt that Shiqing's suggestion was somewhat excessive. Although they had endured hardships together, they had only recently met, and such a proposal seemed inappropriate. He then inquired, Senior Shi, why should we entrust it to Ji Wenguang? And if the Qi Ling is an ominous object, why does the Lord still support its search? After considerable reflection, Shiqing resolved to disclose the truth about the Qi Ling. The reason it is called the Qi Ling is due to its bloodthirsty nature. The Qi Ling craves blood, luring its possessor to harm living beings to satisfy its insatiable thirst. Now it makes sense, Dong Yi thought. No wonder the bloodling bird seeks fresh creatures to feast upon. It is indeed driven by the Qi Ling. While he found this explanation plausible, he still harbored doubts about the Qi Ling's immense power, capable of controlling the essence of life itself. Indeed, the Qi Ling can render a person ferocious, inciting an unprovoked desire to kill, leading one to lose their inherent nature. You are all still young. Soon you will fall victim to the Qi Ling. If someone stronger than you acquires it, the consequences would be dire. Shi Qing spoke with a piercing gaze, veins of crimson visible in his eyes, his expression contorted, as if he had foreseen the calamities he described. "Pfft. I refuse to believe that," came the dismissive retort. "I perceive that you wish to seize our crimson order. Yi Dong. Let us depart." From the very beginning, Mu Bingqiao harbored profound distrust towards Shi Qing, and her increasingly outrageous assertions rendered her unable to continue listening. She grasped Dong Ye's hand, determined to leave. Dong Ye, having only learned of the Crimson Order during their recent expedition to Malin Peak, had not yet acquired as much knowledge about it as Mu Bingqiao. Given the recent events, which all revolved around others attempting to seize the Crimson Order, he was more inclined to believe Mu Bingqiao. After a brief hesitation, he followed her. As the two were about to depart, Shi Qing, in a state of desperation, called out loudly, "You may choose not to believe me, but please allow me to finish my words." Dong Yi paused, as he had always regarded Shi Qing as a trustworthy individual. Without turning around, he uttered a single word, "Speak." Shi Qing, in a fit of excitement, scrambled to Dong Ye's side, exclaiming, "Little brother, if you abandon me here, I shall have no complaints in death, but you must, without a doubt, leave." Mu Bingqiao retorted angrily, "He fears death and seeks our rescue. Yet he still desires to take our Crimson Order. You are usually quite astute. How is it that you are so foolish now?" Dong Yi pondered for a moment and noticed Shi Qing's earnest demeanor, though his words were merely a repetition of the same few phrases. He smacked his forehead and moved forward. "Little brother," Shi Qing called out once more, but Dong Yi did not halt. Shi Qing continued to shout, "The sole mission of Fei Shi in recent times is to seek the Crimson Order. If you encounter someone named Shi Ting, please convey to him that Shi Qing of Fei Shi has failed to protect the Crimson Order and, feeling unworthy before His Highness, shall take his own life as an apology." Fei Shi? On a winter night, he paused momentarily, for he was all too familiar with the memory. It was during his 12th year, as he was advancing from a level 2 water elementalist to a level 3, having faced a bottleneck for many days. Suddenly, Dong Shi approached him, revealing that he had joined an organization known as Fei Shi, which answered solely to him. That very day, with the assistance of Fei Shi, Dong Yi gained entry to the Ling Yao Hall, a sacred training ground accessible only to the Lord of the Realm. Within, the water element flowed as freely as air throughout the hall. He had scarcely spent a stick of incense's time there before he broke through to level 3. "Is it so? Uncle, you really expect me to believe that? Why would you resort to such drastic measures?" Mu Bingqiao's expression was one of displeasure. "I never imagined you would come to his aid," Dong Yi remarked, taken aback. Mu Bingqiao replied, "Though I harbor doubts about him. He does not appear to be deceiving us. His words ring true." "I am certain of it," Dong Yi asserted. "My young friend, there are intricacies you remain unaware of." Shi Qing sighed. "Let me reveal everything to you. The quest for the Crimson Order was originally a task assigned to us by His Highness. However, somewhere along the line, someone leaked the secret to Kaiyu. Kaiyu then petitioned the Lord of the Realm to allow the 5 great academies to seek the Crimson Order as a means of training. But you just said the Crimson Order poses a tremendous danger. How could the Lord of the Realm consent to that?" Dong Yi inquired. Shi Qing replied, "You must understand that upon obtaining the Crimson Order, you should be aware that it is guarded by the Blood Order bird. Which among the 5 great academies possesses the strength to contend with the Blood Order bird?" "Oh, how astute of you. Acknowledging that we could never acquire the Crimson Order negates the subsequent risks," Dong Yi mused. "Yet, you still managed to acquire it," Shi Qing chuckled. "Hee hee. And you have me to thank for that." Mu Bingqiao spoke with an air of triumph. Why is Dong Shi searching for the Red Decree in such secrecy? At this moment, Dong Yi finally grasped the entire situation. "Little brother, please address him as His Highness Dong Shi," Shi Qing gently reminded. "Your Highness Dong Shi?" Dong Yi paused momentarily and then quickly added, "I almost forgot my own identity." "Really? Is the education in Lingdao so lacking?" "This is the bare minimum," Mu Bingqiao said incredulously. "His Highness has his own decisions to make. We need not concern ourselves too deeply. Now that I have clarified the matter, may I request the Red Decree, so that I may present it to His Highness?" He respectfully extended his hands, ready to receive the decree. Mu Bingxiao hesitated, but ultimately handed it over. After all, he was a prince. However, Dong Yi snatched it away forcefully, exclaiming, "No? Huh." Both Mu Bingxiao and Shi Qing were taken aback simultaneously. "I intend to deliver it to him personally," Dong Yi added, tucking the red decree away. "Are you all right? How do you plan to give it to him?" "You will never see him in your lifetime," Mu Bingxiao remarked, her words not entirely lacking in pessimism. For an ordinary commoner, the likelihood of encountering a member of the royal family was exceedingly slim. Dong Yi chose to ignore her, resolutely moving forward. Dong Shi had ventured out alone to search for the red decree on behalf of his father, and there had to be something amiss. Dong Shi was the only one who had visited him after his demotion to commoner, and he shared the closest bond with him among all the princes. Now that Dong Shi was in trouble, he could not remain indifferent, regardless of his own status. The chill of the winter night was undeniable. The earlier conversation had brimmed with an air of dominance. Moreover, the acquisition of the Crimson Order rested solely upon Dong Yi, leaving no room for others to dictate its handling. After half an hour, the trio finally arrived at Huitinggang, just as Fei Yuan Kuei regained consciousness. Realizing he was not under Dong Yi's control, in a flurry, he dispersed swiftly, retreating 100 meters away from Dong Yi and his companions. Unfazed by his surroundings, he bellowed like a vengeful spirit, "Yi Dong, I know the Crimson Order is in your possession along with her. Surrender it now, and I shall overlook the events that just transpired." Chapter 36. A clever duel with Fei Yuan Kuei. "You do love to prattle," Dong Yi retorted. "There is no way I shall relinquish the Crimson Order to you. Today, allow me to experience the power of a so-called fifth-tier water spirit master." Provoked by the influence of the Crimson Order, Dong Yi had unwittingly become combative. "Very well, that is your declaration." Fei Yuan Kuei seethed with rage. Initially, he had intended to restrain Dong Yi with his third-tier spiritual abilities, seize the Crimson Order, and administer a minor punishment. However, Dong Yi's words struck a nerve. Fei Yuan Kuei had long been stagnated at the fourth tier of water spirit techniques, and though others often regarded him as a fifth-tier master, he had long since adopted the mantle himself. It had been ages since anyone had dared to call him merely a fourth-tier water spirit master. Although Dong Yi referred to him as fifth-tier, the term pseudo shattered his facade, igniting his fury. Dong Yi spread his hands in a dismissive gesture, exuding an air of nonchalance, offering no defense or caution whatsoever, clearly dismissing Fei Yuan Kuei as a threat. Shi Qing felt a twinge of panic and said, "Little brother." At this moment, Ji Wenguang remains unaware that a duel is unfolding here. Once he discovers this, Fei Yuan Kuei will have already eliminated us. I am well aware that if he employs a fourth-tier spiritual technique against us, a single spell could reduce us to ashes. Dong Yi, who once was a fourth-tier water spirit master, surely understands the formidable power of such techniques, yet he seems inexplicably indifferent. Fei Yuan Kuei was gathering water spirits in the air, the swirling essence surrounding him extending over 2 meters in width, shimmering in a pale blue hue as it reflected the sunlight. Even in broad daylight, he appeared as a radiant beacon suspended in the sky. The crowd below began to swell, with some pointing at Fei Yuan Kuei, marveling at his remarkable powers, while others chastised him for his reckless audacity, accusing him of breaching the established order. Even the slowest of minds began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Fei Yuan Kuei found himself in an untenable position. Raising his long brows, he proclaimed, "Yi Dong, you are astute, but your arrogance is your downfall." Dong Yi shook his head. "I simply wish to experience the might of a fifth-tier water spirit master." "Very well," Fei Yuan Kuei declared, vigorously waving his arms. A robust, pale blue column of water spiraled skyward, sealing the city. He unleashed his technique with fervor. In an instant, the sky darkened, as 2 colossal black clouds raced across the heavens in accordance with Fei Yuan Kuei's gestures, crashing into one another with a thunderous roar that echoed deafeningly. In the underground, some covered their ears while others fled in a frenzy. A portion hurriedly employed their magical defenses, and the warriors held their breath, clenching their fists, prepared to endure the impending onslaught. Due to Shi Qing's injuries, She fainted on the spot, while Mu Bingxiao managed to conjure a protective water spirit around herself. She had initially shielded Dong Yi, but he had declined her protection. "What do you intend to do?" Mu Bingxiao inquired anxiously. "Whether you protect him or not makes no difference. With this strike sealing the city, no one here will survive," Dong Yi responded resolutely, relying on sheer willpower and the modified strength from Wu Lu to maintain his stance. What? Mu Bingxiao had never experienced the potency of a fourth-tier magical technique, let alone the full force of a water spirit's assault. Fei Yuan Kuei raised his arms high, delaying the descent of the two dark clouds, before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Yidong, is this the outcome you desired? Do you still hope for Ji Wingguang to rescue you? To be frank, he wouldn't dare confront me directly. I might be doomed, but you will not get away unscathed." Dong Yi aimed to halt Fei Yuan Kuei through the command of Qi Ling. At a height of 100 meters above the crowd, many were already incapacitated by the overwhelming pressure. Dong Yi was forced to drop to the ground. His hands braced against the earth. Boom, boom. Two resounding crashes echoed as the dark clouds descended, causing the ground within a radius of several hundred meters to sink by 4 or 5 meters. All who were on the ground felt as if they had been struck by countless tons of force, suffering injuries or succumbing to death. Only a few remained conscious. They observed the ground caving in and felt the impact upon their bodies, yet they did not witness the dark clouds land. Among the awakened, Dong Yi stood as a solitary figure. On this winter night, he struggled to lift his gaze, only to behold two ominous clouds hovering perilously close, within a mere meter. Yet they refrained from descending. Did he truly recoil? This was the initial thought echoing in Dong Ye's mind, as a wave of regret washed over him for his previous actions. Typically, he approached matters with meticulous consideration. How could he provoke such a fate when he knew it would lead to his demise? Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of rushing water. Following the sound, he noticed that the crimson talisman had slipped from his grasp, while the blood of many injured or deceased individuals was relentlessly flowing towards the token. Is it truly this formidable? Dong Yi gasped in astonishment. And yet, this is what you cannot endure? You aspire to experience the power of a fifth-tier spiritual master? The voice emanated from the left front of Dong Yi, belonging to a portly man in his 50s, his visage round and fleshy, with eyelids nearly obscured by the fat. "Are you Ji Wingguang?" Dong Yi inquired. "Others refer to me as Lord Ji Qing," Ji Wingguang replied, tugging at his numerous chins. "You must be seeking trouble intentionally. Were it not for my timely intervention, shielding you from the brunt of the impact, you would have been reduced to mere scraps of flesh." "Thank you, Lord Ji," Dong Yi expressed with profound embarrassment, unwilling to utter more. He cast a glance at the crimson talisman and sighed deeply. "However, this fool dares to look down upon me. I must find a reason to teach him a lesson." Ji Wingguang bore no significant resentment towards Dong Yi. The light of protection? Fei Yuan Kuei glanced at a halo beneath the dark clouds that perfectly shielded all the victims. "How long did you take to summon it?" The light of sanctuary is a 3-tiered spiritual technique that requires a certain duration for the condensation of water spirits upon release. The higher the level of the water spirit technique, the swifter the release. Fei Yuan Kuei typically requires 30 seconds for a single release and possesses lesser strength. He had never witnessed the brilliance of Ji Wingguang, and by the time he did, the light of sanctuary had already been fully unleashed. If it were indeed quicker than 30 seconds, it would undoubtedly surpass his own capabilities. Should Ji Wingguang have been lurking in the shadows, meticulously prepared, dealing with him would be rather effortless. "What? Are you testing the veracity of my strength?" Fei Yuan Kuei recognized Ji Wingguang's trickery immediately. "I am a 5th-tier spirit master, known to all. Are you not as well? What is there to fear?" The probing inquiries sent a chill down Fei Yuan Kuei's spine, yet he stubbornly refused to concede. "I merely asked how long it took you to arrive here." "Why such slowness? How many have perished in your city?" "Enough of this pretense." Ji Wingguang stamped on the ice beneath his feet, instantly condensing the water spirit, and pointed towards Dong Ye's location, unleashing a surge of water spirit that flew forth, liberating Dong Yi at once. Ji Wingguang continued. It is rumored that no one can surpass you among the 4th-tier water spirit masters, yet you have never ascended to the 5th tier. As a 5th-tier water spirit master, engaging you tenfold would be an act of undue bullying. His words were not exaggerated. As one ascends to higher tiers, the disparity in power becomes increasingly pronounced. A 6th-tier water spirit master would utterly dominate a 5th-tier counterpart, rendering any number of 5th-tier masters ineffectual against one 6th tier. So, what do you intend to do? Fei Yuan Kuei could only concede defeat, recognizing the undeniable gap in strength, given his failure to reach the 5th tier. This is my Whiting Ridge, a place known far and wide for the Ice Spirit Palace. Even the Lord of the Realm would not dare to be so audacious. Very well. Upon seeing the significant damage within this mere few dozen meters, Fei Yuankuai felt it could be easily repaired, and thus readily agreed. Ji Wenguang nodded and then addressed Dongya. You as well. Although you did not engage directly, you instigated this situation. Let this waste be a lesson to you as a form of punishment. Chapter 37. The Blood-Calling Order. All right. You are the city lord. Your word is law. When did you become so merciful? It is not mercy. You are merely being reckless, which serves no purpose. Enough! Enough! Gather the townsfolk swiftly. We must not harm them further. Is that necessary? The cloaked man leaned back, his form floating in midair, then assumed a backstroke position. I reckon. In no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he would collapse into a puddle of muck upon the ground. Fei Yuankuai shook his head, the sense of humiliation intensifying. He was at a loss for any phrase that might sound more palatable. There are countless spiritual techniques. If he could teach you 10 within this brief span, it would be commendable. Oh, is that so? Dongya nodded, then inquired, are 10 techniques insufficient to defeat you? You. Seeking death. Fei Yuankuai perceived this duel as inherently humiliating. No matter the outcome, it would be a disgrace, and now he faced further indignity. He resolved to dispatch this fellow first to vent his frustration. Raising his right arm, a massive blade materialized in his grasp, and he swung it forcefully towards Dongya. The tiger's blade? Dongya mused softly. This seems rather trivial for me. On a wintry night, with a graceful wave of his hand, Dongyi effortlessly appeared behind Fei Yuan Kuei, placing his hands before his abdomen to begin gathering water essence. Moments later, a colossal hand materialized above his head. Fei Yuan Kuei swung his blade downward, yet the figure vanished. Looking down, he found nothing beneath him. Could it be that the tiger-slashing blade had reduced him to mere ashes? You just declared it impossible. Dong Ye's voice suddenly resonated from behind Fei Yuan Kuei. A shiver coursed through Fei Yuan Kuei's body. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Pivoting around and reclining backward, hastily retreating into the air. However, that gigantic hand relentlessly pursued him, an elusive palm. Fei Yuan Kuei gasped. This mystical technique was not only formidable, but also possessed tracking capabilities. He had to employ magical defenses. Otherwise, a single strike would spell his doom. Utilizing an ice shield would merely preserve his life, leaving his body severely injured and unable to continue the fight. In contrast, invoking the light of sanctuary could completely negate the damage from the elusive palm, yet the gathering of water essence required considerable time. Thus, he resolved to combine swift movements with the accumulation of water essence, preparing to deploy the light of sanctuary. Indeed, Fei Yuan Kuei resorted to this final strategy, however. Due to the insufficient time for gathering the water essence, the light of sanctuary shattered upon blocking the elusive palm. Just as Fei Yuan Kuei caught his breath, a robust ice arrow shot toward him from the sky. He quickly conjured an ice shield, which shattered upon impact with the arrow, descending gently to the ground. Relying solely on rudimentary magical techniques for seamless attacks seemed promising in theory, yet proved ineffective due to their feeble power. Fei Yuan Kuei stroked his beard. Now it was time for me to counterattack. Was it truly so? On a wintry night, with one hand raised above his head and palms facing the heavens, a colossal orb of water spirit coalesced in his palm, surrounded by 10 smaller ice orbs. Ah? Fei Yuan Kuei exclaimed, the ice bomb technique. This technique, a formidable 4-tiered spell, unleashes a multitude of ice spheres from the sky, which upon impact, explode with a ferocity that sends shards of ice flying, each shard retaining a lethal sharpness capable of wounding. Against ordinary foes, this spell could easily repel hundreds. You are defeated. There is no need for 10 spells. With a swift motion, countless ice spheres fell like a torrential downpour from the heavens, leaving Fei Yuan Kuei with no place to hide, forcing him to descend rapidly. Yet, the ice spheres cascaded relentlessly downward, and once they struck the ground, evasion was futile. In a desperate bid, Fei Yuan Kuei summoned an ice shield above him while hastily gathering his water spirit. Winter Night pursued him closely, concealing his intentions. Yet it was evident that his water spirit was coalescing slowly, regardless of the spell. It could muster no more than the potency of a two-tiered water technique, hardly a cause for concern. Upon his landing, the ice shield would vanish, leaving him reliant solely on his spirit shield. The spirit shield, a protective barrier that instinctively materializes in dire circumstances, could absorb a portion of spiritual damage but was inadequate against the direct physical onslaught of a warrior. Even with the spirit shield's assistance, he could merely preserve his life, unable to launch any further attacks. Just as Winter Night felt assured of victory, he suddenly sensed a sharp pain in his back. Turning to investigate, he found nothing amiss. However, upon extending his hand, a minuscule flying insect, no larger than a fingertip, landed in his palm, staining his hand with blood. As the flying insect fell into his palm, it immediately began to frantically burrow into the center of his hand, causing a sharp pain akin to the sensation felt on his back, accompanied by a tingling numbness. Soon, the Winter Night enveloped him in a wave of weakness, prompting him to glide gently toward the ground. Just as he neared the earth, his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. In his stupor, the ice sphere dissipated. Yet one essence remained, focused on Fei Yuan Kuei. Fei Yuan Kuei possessed the physique of a spirit master. Even a slight attack would render him incapacitated. Despite the eventual assistance of spiritual protection, he succumbed to the darkness. Inside the room, Ji Wenguang sat, and after a considerable time had passed, he grew anxious at the absence of Fei Yuan Kuei. Suddenly, he sat up and mused, could it be that this fellow is mistreating the corpse? I must go and check. He made his way to the arena of their duel, first spotting Fei Yuan Kuei sprawled on the ground. Ji Wenguang tugged at his chin and called out, "Haidu." The cloaked figure appeared by his side instantly. What happened? Did you do this to him? You seem awfully soft-hearted. Ji Wenguang sighed. Don't wrongfully accuse me. To be fair, your experiment was indeed successful this time, if not for some hidden assistance. Even a worthless opponent would have been unable to land a blow, Haidu replied, extending his hand to display the already deceased insect. A micromosquito? Did you witness the entire process? Ji Wenguang inquired. Haidu nodded. When did you teach him to wield spiritual techniques? Ji Wenguang replied, Oh, now that you mention it, I only bestowed upon him water spirit and have yet to teach him any techniques. None. As the night deepened, Heido found himself ensnared in a perplexing situation, holding his wrist with an air of confusion. What is amiss? Inquired Ji Wenguang. This individual was truly a prodigy. It was remarkable that Heido, even for a brief moment, could grasp several mystical arts. Let us set that aside for now. We must first address the matter of the elusive mosquitoes, Ji Wenguang declared. His visage, once round and jovial, now bore an imposing gravity. Indeed, you are correct. There are far too many interlopers in Whiting Gang. Heido's tone grew somber. What of that command? Should we not investigate with our ears? Still feeding on blood? Ji Wenguang abruptly turned to gaze at Qi Ling, where streams of blood flowed like rivulets toward him. The skin of several lifeless bodies around them had taken on a waxen hue, and the wounded continued to bleed profusely, with no sign of coagulation in sight. In an instant, Ji Wenguang was at Qi Ling's side, drawing a circle around him with a finger, conjuring a barrier of water spirit that halted the sanguine flow. With a swift motion, he lifted his hand, and Qi Ling was drawn into his grasp, propelled by the water spirit's influence. With another turn, Ji Wenguang appeared beside Dong Yi, executing a technique akin to a gentle spring breeze, his palm hovering just above Dong Ye's form. A cascade of water spirits, like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, enveloped Dong Yi, gradually permeating his being. Once paralyzed, Dong Yi felt a surge of vitality return, awakening with clarity, though a bitter taste lingered in his mouth, prompting him to sit up and expel a mouthful of dark blood. Such malevolent entity, why have you brought it to Huaiding Gang? Ji Wenguang's demeanor was stern, demanding unwavering attention. On a wintry night, Dong Yi twisted his body, rose to his feet, and after a moment's hesitation, declared, "The city lord does not approve. I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Ji Wenguang extended his hand to hand over the red decree, gesturing towards the direction that had been reduced to ruins by Fei Yuan Kue, commanding, "Leave." Immediately, Shiqing stumbled as he rose from the ground, making his way toward Ji Wenguang. "Who are you?" Ji Wenguang inquired impatiently. Suddenly, Shiqing tore a piece of flesh from beneath his right collarbone, blood flowing forth to etch a single character, stone. Ji Wenguang recoiled, taking a step back, while the startled Haidu stared at the inscription on Shiqing's skin. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously approached Shiqing. Upon reaching him, Haidu wasted no time. He immediately employed the technique of Mu Chunfeng to treat Shiqing. Remarkably, despite his grievous injuries, Shiqing recovered more swiftly than Dong Yi, transforming from a nearly incapacitated individual into a robust, advanced red warrior in the blink of an eye. Dong Yi inhaled sharply, profoundly shaken. It is worth noting that Mu Chunfeng is a fourth-tier spiritual technique, yet both of them executed it with such ease, raising suspicions about their rapid condensation of water spirit energy. Is this the chasm of difference in their levels? The arduous journey to advance to the fourth tier of water spirit techniques is well known. Each manifestation of a fourth-tier spiritual technique demands an exhaustive effort to condense the water spirit energy. Furthermore, one must pause for a considerable duration after each spell before attempting to condense the energy for the next. Little did he expect that upon reaching the fifth tier, they could effortlessly and casually unleash fourth-tier spiritual techniques. "Are you still holding on?" Ji Wenguang's tone had shifted dramatically, imbued with resignation and regret. The lord of the city, filled with patriotic fervor, could only watch as his domain gradually faded into oblivion. Shiqing gazed intently at Ji Wenguang, his emotions surging as he spoke. "What nonsense! The ice and snow realm is flourishing," Ji Wenguang replied, his tone laced with mockery. He then observed Haidu gently caressing the stone character beneath Shiqing's collarbone, casting a wistful glance at the heavens and inquiring, "How many of your flying stones remain?" "We are all here," Shiqing declared boldly. Ji Wenguang regarded him with surprise. "Oh, to pursue one's ambitions, mere passion is insufficient. You should leave. I shall not disclose your presence here or the matter of the Crimson Order. Lord Ji, will you truly turn a blind eye to it all?" Shiqing persisted, unwilling to concede. "Manage what? Since my first day in the Ice Spirit Palace, those I could rely on have fallen one by one. Now you expect me to depend on a prince who is greatly overlooked?" Ji Wenguang retorted, his agitation rising. Yet, upon hearing those words, Shiqing's face lit up with joy. Lord Ji still cares for the realm. With His Highness here, there is hope for the Ice and Snow realm. The Crimson Order is the finest testament to that. Sighing, Ji Wenguang reflected, years ago, Prince Ji sealed his spiritual power within the Blood Spirit Snow Cliff's Jade Spirit Stone, proclaiming that whoever found the Crimson Order could unlock the stone and harness his 6 layers of water spirit power. This news is not just known to you and me. All the civil and military officials are aware of it, are they not? Only His Highness Prince Dongsher knows the precise location of the Red Order, which is why he has dispatched us, the Flying Stones, to seek it out. In the past, the Machine King also hinted that the Stone Sovereign is a wise ruler. Is that not Prince Dongsher himself? Remarked Shiqing. Dong Yi, overhearing their conversation, felt increasingly uneasy as the topic once again veered towards Dongsher. He stepped forward and asked, "Are you conspiring to rebel?" The three were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, and Shiqing, with righteous indignation, declared, "The Ice Spirit Palace is currently under the sway of treacherous ministers, and the Emperor is inept. For the prosperity of the ice and snow realm. We support a worthy ruler to ascend. How can this be deemed rebellion? Is this not rebellion? Dong Yi pondered internally, yet he remained indifferent. He harbored no interest in politics, apart from Dongshi and his mother, who had not yet been laid to rest. He cared little for the affairs of the Ice Spirit Palace. Should Dongshi truly ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly feel elated. Thus he chose to feign understanding. Perhaps this is indeed an opportunity, he mused, as Heido appeared to be inspired by Shi Qing's fervor and nodded, saying, "Yes. I have remained silent for 30 years. It is time to stir my weary bones." Ji Wenguang, shaking off his lethargy, caused his corpulent form to ripple like waves. Dong Yi could not suppress his laughter. Ji Wenguang, unfazed, patted Dong Yi on the shoulder and said, "You shall take the Red Order. I see your keen intellect will ensure no missteps. However, be wary, for the Red Order is undoubtedly a malevolent entity, and you must remain vigilant." Lord Ji, you witnessed how this lad could not contain the malevolence of the Red Order, breaching the tranquility of these past 30 years and causing numerous deaths. Shi Qing could not comprehend why Ji Wenguang insisted on bringing Qi Ling into the wintry night, not to mention whether he could suppress the malevolent essence of Qi Ling. Merely maintaining control seemed an arduous task. As a seasoned warrior, he found it challenging to progress, let alone someone who had not yet reached that level. Alas, his younger brother had already triumphed over the invincible Fei Yuan Kue within the 4th tier, despite only a brief period of learning. What more could he be apprehensive about? Lord Ji gestured for Shi Qing to cease his protests. His decision was resolute. After this exchange, Ji Wenguang and Heido exchanged knowing smiles. Evidently having devised an alternate plan, Shi Qing, left with no recourse, resolved to stealthily follow Dong Yi to prevent any further attempts to seize Qi Ling. The night was already shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Were it not for Dong Ye's insistence, they would have long since taken their rest. At last, they arrived at an expansive meadow where Dong Yi suggested a pause. Mu Bingxiao seated herself nearby, awaiting Dong Yi to erect the tent, and once inside, she quickly succumbed to slumber. In the pitch-black night devoid of stars, Dong Yi exhibited no sign of fatigue. The recent series of events bore significant implications for him. Leaving the Ice Spirit Palace revealed the constant turmoil that pervaded it. Wasn't the Mechanic King the closest brother to his father? Why had he chosen to confine his spiritual essence within the Blood Spirit Snow Cliff? Was their mother's body still intact? They sought to obtain the Mechanic King's spiritual inheritance from the Jade Spirit Stone, inevitably disturbing their mother's remains. No, they would surely harm their esteemed mother. Dong Yi had once mastered this technique. It was a 3rd-tier spiritual method, quite simple. Depending on the tier of water spiritual arts, the transmission distance varied, as did the likelihood of interruption. As a practitioner of the elusive art of spiritual communication, one rarely attracts attention. Even when a 3rd-tier spiritual master employs this technique at close range, it is unlikely that nearby 5th-tier masters would quickly discern it. What perplexed Dong Yi was that in this vast expanse of grassland, only he and Mu Bingxiao were present. Why would the enemy resort to whispering secrets when a direct confrontation would be far more straightforward? There was no need for theatrics. If one possessed the capability, they should confront directly. Dong Yi surmised that this individual must have reservations, hence their cautious demeanor. You ought not to be so presumptuous. Whispering is a technique of the 3rd tier. If I were to launch a surprise attack from a distance, you would have no means of evading it. The voice continued to murmur. The logic in this statement was sound. The ability to communicate in such a manner indicated at least a 3rd-tier spiritual master. While it could not be guaranteed that a distant ambush on a mid-level warrior would result in death, success was virtually assured. Yet, why did they not act upon this? What fears gripped them? Were they afraid of killing him, uncertain of the whereabouts of the Qi Ling? Dong Yi felt increasingly confident that this individual would not dare to act boldly, emboldening his own words. The voice persisted. Let me enlighten you. The Qi Ling not only unlocks the dormant powers of the sealed King Spirit Jade, but it also grants us the means to locate the other 4 Lings. Its significance is profound. Should you relinquish it to me, Commanding a domain of your own would be but a trivial matter. Dong Yi was taken aback once more. The Qi Ling was already remarkable, and there were 4 others? Suddenly, the night sky brightened, revealing a luminous orb, behind which a figure could be faintly discerned. The individual, clutching the luminous pearl, was meticulously searching the surroundings. Abruptly, he gestured behind Dongya, followed by a resounding crash. Dongya swiftly rose and turned to look, discovering that the 4 pairs of verdant eyes that had been close to him had vanished without a trace. Dongya hastened towards the crater, the pearl-bearing man in tow. Dongya beheld 6 mangled wolf corpses lying in the pit, their flesh torn asunder, with bone fragments visible. Indeed, they are wolves, Dongya remarked with a sigh. Nay, the pearl-bearer corrected, strictly speaking, they are not wolves, but rather puppet wolves. Puppet wolves? Dongya inquired, unfamiliar with the term. This is dark sorcery, the man elucidated. It appears the matter of the Crimson Edict is more intricate than initially thought. Having spoken, the pearl-bearer turned and advanced a few paces, then paused and inquired. What did he impart to you? This man concealed half of his face with his hair, the exposed side lacking an ear, a striking feature. His imposing aura rivaled that of Ji Wenguang, undoubtedly the ears that Ji Wenguang and Black Bean had mentioned. Dongya remained silent, musing, if this ears is so formidable, he should already know what he told me. Seeing Dongya's reticence, Ears did not press further. He employed telepathic transmission, indicating his awareness of my presence. Yet, he still appeared to request the Crimson Edict, suggesting his power is comparable to mine. Ah, I see. Donya nodded wryly, thinking, I thought I had reached a safe haven, but it turns out I have been under protection all along. He could have directly seized the Crimson Edict, yet he insisted on my handing it over willingly. The individual was genuinely intent on escaping, wishing to conceal his identity. He hailed from Huidengang. His ears, attuned to the surroundings, suddenly lifted as he glanced towards the tent. Donya, sensing movement near the tent, hastened over in quick strides. It turned out that Mu Bingxiao had been startled awake by the sounds outside, and, in a flurry, emerged, exclaiming, Yidong, what is going on? What is happening? Your reaction is rather sluggish. Donya managed a wry smile. When did you take off your clothes? Mu Bingxiao was clad in nothing more than a thin, form-fitting garment, hastily donned, leaving much of her back exposed. The moonlight cast her exquisite silhouette upon the grass, and the partially open garment accentuated her alluring curves. Oh, Mu Bingxiao exclaimed, glancing down, followed by a brief gasp as she dashed into Donya's embrace, feeling both flustered and urgent. Quick, hold me tight. Donya, somewhat dazed, wrapped his arms around her back as Mu Bingxiao frowned slightly. Hurry and pull me inside. Without further hesitation, Donya lifted her into the tent, where Mu Bingxiao swiftly covered herself with a thin blanket and then peered outside past Donya. The night had descended into an inky darkness, and the mysterious figure had already departed. Mu Bingxiao spoke with urgency. He didn't see me just now, did he? Donya, with a hint of disdain, chuckled. He is a high-ranking water spirit master. If he wishes to see you, there is no hiding from him. Chapter 39, The Farce at the Courtyard Gate. Humph. Mu Bingxiao rolled her eyes and warned Donya. So, you enjoyed that little embrace earlier, did you? Enjoyed? Donya inquired. Mu Bingxiao cast a contemptuous glance at him, remaining silent, her thoughts reflecting on the art of feigning ignorance while appearing quite adept at it. Ah, she mused. As Dong Yi scratched the back of his head, he had forgotten to inquire about the 4 tokens. He must be aware of them. What 4 tokens? Mu Bingxiao inquired with curiosity, suddenly recalling certain matters and speculating recklessly. Oh, are you referring to the 4 counterfeit red tokens from the other 4 academies? That essay given, they must be fabrications. With that, she reclined on her bedding and closed her eyes, preparing to drift back to sleep. As Mu Bingxiao succumbed to slumber, Dong Yi withdrew, taking 2 steps back, when suddenly he found himself on the ground, having stepped off the grass. What does he want those red tokens for? Does he truly aspire to rebel and seize the throne? Dong Yi pondered aloud, yet questioned the motives behind such ambitions. Dong sure shares my disposition, showing little interest in power. Could it be that our father is placing undue pressure upon him? Or perhaps the spring sage favors him, seeking to eradicate everything that once connected to me. Lost in contemplation, he gradually succumbed to sleep, only to be roused again by a cacophony of noise nearby. What is happening? Mu Bingxiao groaned, still enveloped in the haze of sleep, reluctant to rise. Dong Yi, at a loss, proceeded to descend alone. In her drowsy state, Mu Bingxiao mistook the surroundings for home, carelessly tossing aside the blanket and stepping out. The onlookers, initially engaged in discussions about which affluent youth had come to dominate the Jade Seal Academy, were suddenly interrupted by a shout. Wow! Isn't that Mu Bingxiao from the Ningbing Hall? The academy had evidently recruited numerous warrior students in such a brief span of time. Evidently not. These individuals were brought by Liao Yu to bolster his own prestige, comprising the elite members of his household. With a distinct crackling sound, Dongye manipulated his fingers before leaping from the Jade Avian, poised to engage them directly, irrespective of the disparity in their capabilities. Ah! Ow! The man clutched at his groin with one hand, dragging the other as he retreated, his face contorted in agony. The muscles of his visage twisted as he nearly succumbed to the pain. The moment the kick landed, Dongye advanced, a dagger materializing in his hand, ruthlessly severing a major artery in the neck of the next man. A plume of blood erupted skyward, akin to a macabre fountain. Dongye followed with a conclusive punch, felling the man to the ground. The crimson insignia leaf slipped from Dongye's pocket, landing amidst the pooling blood, and commenced absorbing the sanguine fluid with renewed fervor. The leaf's sanguineous consumption accelerated markedly, its vermilion hue subtly receding, a transformation too gradual to capture immediate attention. Dongye's merciless assault, each maneuver designed to maim or terminate, served as a potent deterrent, halting the advance of the remaining men, who hesitated, each awaiting the other to initiate the confrontation. With the inadvertent release of the crimson insignia, Dongye's rationality regained dominance, and he ceased his frenzied onslaught. However, oblivious to the insignia's influence, Dongye attributed his actions to a momentary impulse. As events unfolded, the momentum shifted in his favor, leading him to perceive his recent conduct as merely assertive rather than inappropriate. Abruptly, the scene was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The students of the academy had scarcely ever engaged in any battlefield struggles, and thus had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Each was thoroughly shaken, their hearts racing with cold sweat, even if they themselves were not the targets of the violence. Who was this person, so ferocious, daring to confront manager Liao head-on? No wonder Miss Mu would willingly devote herself to him. Many began to shift their thoughts, though hesitant to voice them aloud. The exchanged glances among them, as well as their gazes directed at Liao Yu and Dong Yi, conveyed an unspoken understanding. Liao Yu, proud and vain, felt his authority undermined as his subordinates were subdued, while others cast scornful looks in his direction, igniting a furious rage within him. He stamped his foot on the ground and shouted, "What are you all standing there for?" If more than 10 were to attack simultaneously, Dong Yi would have no chance to retaliate. Despite being a white warrior, he was ultimately just as much an intermediate warrior as his adversaries. The impressive display of 2 swift strikes had felled 2 opponents. Yet it had also drained much of Dong Ye's energy, making it increasingly difficult to replicate such decisive victories. With a swift motion, Dong Yi twirled his dagger, prompting the group of over 10 to involuntarily take a step back, one of them trembling so much that he nearly dropped his weapon. A collective sound of disdain erupted from the onlookers. Liao Yu could no longer do not delay me any further. Liao Yu cast aside the stone and addressed the remaining few, warning, whoever is the last one left will be the next to perish. Many of the girls, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight of brains splattering. They did not regard Liao Yu as particularly formidable. Rather, they found his demeanor somewhat foolish. Some could not help but exclaim, "Are we attacking our own instead of the enemy?" Chapter 40. The peculiar Jing when unbeknownst to Liao Yu, his words inadvertently spared Dong Yi from catastrophe. Moments ago, the group had been cornered at the precipice, compelled to act. If they had attacked together, Dong Yi would have undoubtedly met his demise. However, with the current situation devolving into individual confrontations, Dong Yi now possessed a chance to maneuver. "Yi Dong, I spared you last time, yet you dared to sully my woman. I never anticipated you would seize the opportunity to claim Xiao heir in my absence." It seems. Liao Yu advanced step by step towards Dong Yi, venting his ire. Yet before he could finish his tirade, Mu Bingqiao, visibly enraged, descended from the Bayou bird, interrupting him. "Liao Yu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Bingqiao was overwhelmed with a sense of injustice and had nowhere to vent her frustration. Having just risen, she had been subjected to the gaze of so many, and now she was mistakenly assumed to have had relations with Yi Dong. She hastily donned her clothing to clarify the misunderstanding, only to find Liao Yu, in his thoughtlessness, adding fuel to the fire. "Xiao heir." Liao Yu's tone softened considerably as he shot a furious glance at Dong Yi. "I was careless on our trip to Malin Peak. But I will avenge you and deal with this scoundrel." "Be quiet," Mu Bingqiao shouted at the top of her lungs, feeling on the verge of madness. "Yes, I know. Hereafter, I shall make no further mention of it. I shall dispatch him forthwith." Never before had Liao Yu witnessed such behavior from Mu Bingqiao. Though previously indifferent to him, she rarely opposed or contradicted his words. Her current demeanor undoubtedly stemmed from a desire to avoid dwelling on painful memories. Mu Bingqiao inhaled deeply, gesticulating with her arms before her chest, enveloping herself in a delicate aquatic aura. Moments later, a stout, ice-fashioned arrow materialized above her head. "Chower, there's no need for you to act. Allow me." Liao Yu continued to presume that Mu Bingqiao intended to slay Dongya with the ice arrow. "Begone!" Mu Bingqiao roared once more, simultaneously launching the ice arrow she had conjured, its trajectory aimed directly at Liao Yu. Oblivious to Mu Bingqiao's intentions, Liao Yu, after uttering his piece, clenched his fists and charged toward Dongya. Dongya retreated a step, crossing his arms in defense, while also summoning his aquatic aura. Bang! Dongya deliberately chose not to evade, opting instead to parry, ensuring that the ice arrow would strike Liao Yu. As anticipated, the ice arrow, though not particularly swift, could have been easily dodged by Liao Yu, given his skill. However, fixated on attacking Dongya, he delivered a direct punch toward Dongya's forehead. Dongya, with a fluid motion, deflected the blow while gracefully maneuvering himself aside, using his aquatic aura, allowing the ice arrow to strike Liao Yu squarely. Liao Yu's body landed precisely beside the Scarlet Edict. His wound, which initially bled sparingly, had been steadily flowing, finally capturing Dongya's attention. Dongya approached the Scarlet Edict, refraining from immediately retrieving it, and meticulously surveyed the surrounding area. Within a radius of approximately 10 meters, any blood, regardless of the elevation, would instinctively flow towards the Crimson Edict, resisting coagulation until the source was entirely desiccated. After some deliberation, Dongya cautiously concealed the Crimson Edict within his tunic. The Alabaster Avian had departed shortly after Mu Bingqiao descended, and with Liao Yu's collapse, the majority of onlookers had dispersed. Remaining were Mu Bingqiao, who stared at Dongya in a daze after unleashing her ice bolts, a perplexed Dongya pondering the Crimson Edict, and Liao Yu's remaining henchmen, uncertain of their next move. In the wake of the dispersing crowd, academy administrators and relevant personnel arrived belatedly. The dean instructed Liao Yu's subordinates to remove him, while the instructors escorted their respective students away, and others began to restore the scene. Mu Chenyu also arrived with the Glacial Hall's instructor, ostensibly to find his sister, but his gaze lingered on Dongya, contemplating what to say, yet deeming the situation unsuitable. En route, Mu Bingqiao continued to lament. "How am I supposed to face anyone after this ordeal with Liao Yu? How am I supposed to explain myself?" Mu Chenyu offered a gentle smile. "I believe in you. You are innocent." Mu Bingqiao initially felt a surge of elation, warmed by the trust. However, perceiving a mischievous glint in Mu Chenyu's smile, she furrowed her brow and retorted, "You're not implying that I'm so unattractive that no one would desire me, are you?" They encountered Wang jeeping along the path. The two instructors exchanged knowing smiles as a form of greeting. Wang Jiping feigned concern for Dong Ye, inquiring, Yi Dong. How did the Crimson Edict's appraisal go? I know it must be genuine. On a winter night, he merely nodded without uttering a word, continuing his stride. Upon spotting Wang Jiping, he was reminded of the three classmates and, from a distance, inquired of Wu Lingfeng, How are Wenyu, Du Wei, and Li Siwen. The martial arts hall remained unchanged. Winter had only recently arrived, and he had not yet acquainted himself with many individuals. Groups of 3 to 5 were engaged in their exercises, while Jing Wenin sat alone on the windowsill, gazing out at the world beyond. Curiously, her beauty rivaled that of the Moose sisters, and in a place like the martial arts hall, predominantly male, her fiery personality should have attracted a throng of admirers eager for her affection. Yet, she remained solitary, lost in thought. Winter Night cast a glance her way, but chose to approach Lu Tiannan, Yan, and Pang Dun instead. Upon his arrival, Lu Tiannan promptly stood to inquire, How is it? Which one is genuine? Yours are all false, Winter Night replied candidly. Humph. Lu Tiannan feigned disbelief, though inwardly he felt a chill. If I were in your shoes, I would claim yours are all false as well, Yan remarked, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Jing Wenin. Winter Night patted his shoulder, saying, If you're attracted to her, go for it. What is there to fear? Yan shook his head, stretching lazily, and replied, She is to be admired from afar, not trifled with. That's enough of that. Pang Dun whispered in Winter Night's ear, A new beauty has graced our hall. She is strikingly lovely, yet exudes an air of flirtation. Perhaps she is too alluring, as even from 10 meters away, one can sense a peculiar aura surrounding her. The winter night was punctuated by the sudden acceleration of his heartbeat as Jing Wenin's soft form draped over him. Though he had experienced such a reaction before, it was the first time in a public setting, leaving him both anxious and embarrassed as he swallowed repeatedly. You should get up first, he stammered, struggling to suppress the inner tumult. With a playful giggle, Jing Wenin cast him a flirtatious glance and gracefully slid away, as light as a feather. So, this was the kind of discomfort they spoke of. He pressed his hand to his chest, attempting to steady his racing heart. Meanwhile, onlookers stared in astonishment at the two, sensing that the situation was not as they had anticipated. Hey, are you pretending? Lu Tiannan approached skeptically, doubting that Dong Yi was entirely unfazed, as he maintained a complexion as radiant as a peach blossom. As he neared the pair, he slowed his pace when he was still 10 meters away, hesitantly extending his foot into the space between them. Nothing's wrong, he exclaimed, regaining his confidence and striding forward, stretching his limbs without feeling the previous prickling sensation. Is everything truly fine? With a sideways glance, he ventured closer, jumping a few times and discovering no discomfort. Fatty, come over here. It's all good, don't worry. Fatty, still a bit skeptical, approached cautiously, followed by others who were drawn not by intentions towards Jing Wenin, but rather by curiosity about this peculiar phenomenon, eager to witness if it had indeed dissipated. Surveying Jing Wenin from head to toe, Dongye mused whether the entire class was conspiring to prank him. However, Jing Wenin's flushed complexion and perspiration aroused his suspicion of a rather unscrupulous possibility. He inquired, You wouldn't have ingested an heiress, before he could utter the word aphrodisiac. Jing Wenin abruptly delivered a palm strike, catching Dongye off guard. Unforeseen was Jing Wenin's immense strength, which sent Dongye sprawling out the door. Was that necessary? Dongye muttered, clutching his chest, remaining prone. He dared to broach the subject due to Jing Wenin's usual demeanor, never anticipating such a vehement reaction. Her palm possessed considerable force. Her martial prowess must surpass his own. Why had she never displayed it? Ouch, he groaned. Who's lying? Ow. Dongye sat up, observing his classmates scratching incessantly, each lamenting aches and pains that seemed genuine. Could Jing Wenin possess a unique technique, emanating this pricking sensation herself? Resolving to investigate, Dongye rose and approached Jing Wenin once more. Jing Wenin's eyes conveyed distress as she watched him approach. With a sigh of resignation, just as Dongye neared within 10 meters, Jing Wenin vaulted out the window and vanished in an instant, her departure concealed. Is she deliberately evading me? Dong Ye pondered for a moment before relinquishing the pursuit and turning toward Lu Tiannan and his companions. Ouch, this itch is unbearable, Fatso grumbled, scratching incessantly. Directing a glare at Wei Yan. Would it kill you to refrain from deceiving me for once? With an innocent tilt of the head, he remarked. I simply felt nothing earlier. Besides, it was Nangu who entered first. Why do you not hold him accountable? Sighing, he continued, if we must speak of it. Yi Dong truly excels at acting and possesses remarkable patience. Lu Tiannan is not to be blamed either. Pointing to his own nose, Dong Yi drew attention to himself, prompting the three to nod in unison. Time swiftly passed to noon, and the four roommates made their way to the dining hall. Dong Yi had also noticed the peculiar phenomena that had occurred several times, yet out of concern for Dong Shi, he remained undecided on whether to disclose it. Upon hearing a sound, both the innocent-eyed one and Lu Tiannan turned their gazes towards it. The restless innocent-eyed one quickly began to survey the entire dining hall and, in a mocking tone, declared, Ah, fatty, you have miscalculated. He is distracted solely by the sight of a beauty. Following the direction of his gaze, the trio locked onto a young woman, her pert figure swaying gracefully as she approached them, her smile radiant and inviting. Unfazed by their scrutiny, she raised an eyebrow and proudly flaunted her curves as she confidently walked over. This enchanting girl was none other than Mu Chenyu. Known for her bold demeanor and striking beauty, rarely seen in the dining hall, which naturally drew the attention of all present. Yet, her gaze was fixated solely on the still troubled Dong Yi. My dear, Mu Chenyu said as she settled beside Dong Yi, resting her head upon his shoulder, her intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. Shall we go to the ice hall this afternoon to practice together? Dong Yi was momentarily taken aback. She genuinely wished to explore the bathing pools of the ice hall to further enhance his mastery over the water spirit. With a subtle smile, he acquiesced, certainly. On a winter night, Mu Chenyu made a gesture as if to kiss, though she did not actually make contact. After that, she swayed her hips and departed from the dining hall under the gaze of the onlookers. Once she had left, everyone resumed their previous activities, engaging in little discussion about the encounter between Dong Yi and Mu Chenyu. This was largely due to the fact that Mu Chenyu's behavior had become rather habitual. She had lost count of how many times she had publicly declared her affections in such a brazen manner, and the object of her affections seemed to change every few days. Moreover, Dong Yi had only recently been rumored to have a close connection with Mu Bingxiao, and the rivalry between the two sisters was notorious, marked by their relentless competition and enmity. Thus, Mu Chenyu's actions today were entirely expected. You're not sparing either sister, are you? That's a bit excessive, Lu Tiannan remarked playfully, pointing at Dong Yi. Hey, you should promote us well in front of them. If they tire of you, they might come seeking us instead, Fat Dun chimed in, his expression filled with blissful fantasies. Yes, tell them I'm quite impressive, especially in that regard. He added with a lewd wink. Get lost, Lu Tiannan retorted, both he and Fat Dun wearing expressions of disdain. In a hurry to reach a conclusion, Dong Yi finished his meal and promptly headed to the ice crystal hall, where the students had yet to arrive. In the bathing pool, only two individuals were present, the Mu sisters. Elder sister Mu Chenyu was as usual seated at the water's edge, playfully splashing her delicate feet in the water, seemingly bored. Meanwhile, younger sister Mu Bingxiao was immersed in her practice of water manipulation techniques at the center of the pool, a thin layer of water droplets rising around her, enveloping her completely. Her attire appeared immaculate, her complexion radiant like a freshly bloomed lotus, exuding an unparalleled freshness. Good heavens, what's the rush? Mu Chenyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Yi as he entered the bathhouse. Is it just the two of you? Dong Yi inquired. Shouldn't your gaze be solely for me? Mu Chenyu coquettishly tugged at her bodice, revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin and the tantalizing hint of her cleavage. Dong Yi advanced a few steps before halting, observing, You're quite different here than you are at the academy or on Malin Peak. Am I? Mu Chenyu responded, flashing a captivating look. Suddenly, with a swift gesture, Mu Bingxiao unleashed a torrent of water upon them. Dong Yi, caught off guard, could only raise his arms to shield his head. Drenched, He wiped the water from his face, noticing that Mu Qinyu had deftly erected a shimmering barrier of water, deflecting the onslaught. If you wish to frolic, do so elsewhere, Mu Bingqiao declared. Disturb the peace again, and you'll face my displeasure. What's wrong? Are you finding this too stimulating? Mu Qinyu retorted, her countenance darkening, as if she were not at fault. With a sigh, Mu Bingqiao levitated from the pool and approached Mu Qinyu. What is it you truly desire? She questioned. Humph. I asked you all morning, and you refused to answer. You claimed the Scarlet Decree was with him. Now that you've summoned him, perhaps you'll finally divulge the details of your assessment of the decree? Mu Qinyu demanded, her tone laced with displeasure. In any case, it was his decision. Ask him yourself. Mu Bingqiao retorted, clearly annoyed. Mu Qinyu suddenly rose to her feet, swiftly appearing before Dong Yi, their faces mere inches apart. She gazed at him silently for a moment. A hint of sorrow reflected in her eyes. After swallowing hard, she inquired, the Qiliang is something we obtained together. Shouldn't you have been the one to inform me of its authenticity? What she truly yearned to ask was, you have stirred my heart. Yet have you chosen to disregard me? However, Dong Yi could not decipher the complexity of her emotions. He merely assumed that Mu Qinyu was also eager to reap the benefits of the Qiliang, and thus replied earnestly, the Qiliang is an ominous object. I advise you to refrain from delving too deeply into it. I shall relinquish it as soon as possible. Then how come you are aware of it? Mu Qinyu's words brimmed with jealousy. What do you know? Dong Yi pondered, feeling perplexed, aside from engaging in a skirmish on the way to the appraisal. He had gathered no useful information. Then what is this Weiyouji? Mu Qinyu pouted, her tone somewhat petulant. It is merely a place called Huidinggang, well-governed and devoid of turmoil. Hence the name Weiyouji. Dong Yi furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning the relevance of such matters. What difference does it make to know this? How do you know of that place? Mu Bingqiu's face was as cold as frost, her eyes fixed intently on Dong Yi's countenance. Her scrutiny was far more meticulous than Mu Qinyu's. Ever since rescuing Shi Qing from the Fei family's prison, she had wanted to ask, but had refrained out of concern for their precarious situation. Because Dong Yi rarely lied, and under such piercing observation, his mind suddenly went blank, leaving him bereft of even evasive responses. This prompted a profound contemplation within Mu Qinyu. Listening to her sister's tone of skepticism and observing her piercing gaze, she recalled the peculiar behavior of Wang Zhiping during the winter night at Mailin Peak, which led her to question Dong Yi's true identity. Suddenly, a robust voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Yi Dong, come out. It was the voice of the headmaster of Yuan Academy. What are you doing, Manager Liao? Why such a commotion? The middle-aged man, however, did not lower his voice in the presence of the headmaster. The Mu sisters exchanged glances with Dong Yi, their expressions shifting significantly. Mu Qinyu exclaimed, Did you kill Liao Yu? No way, Dong Yi replied, perplexed. It was merely a second-tier spiritual ice arrow. Even if I were to suffer such an injury, it wouldn't be fatal, especially considering Liao Yu's superior strength. After I struck him, you didn't attack him again, did you? Mu Bingqiao began to panic. She had never taken a life before. The thought of having killed an ordinary person would leave her unsettled for days. It's all right. He is after me, Dong Yi reassured, dismissing thoughts of who had actually killed Liao Yu, believing he should bear the burden of the situation. He will kill you. Mu Qinyu said anxiously. Who is stronger, Liao Yu or Fei Yuan Kuei? Dong Yi inquired. Naturally, Fei Yuan Kuei is stronger. Why do you ask? Mu Qinyu found it odd that Dong Yi posed such an unrelated question in such a critical moment. However, Mu Bingqiao understood somewhat and chided. You can't possibly mean that if you aren't afraid of Fei Yuan Kuei, you wouldn't fear Uncle Liao either. No, what I meant to say is that Fei Yuan Kuei could not do anything to me. What more could he possibly achieve? Dong Yi declared confidently. Alas. The two women sighed in unison. Mu Bing cleverly remarked, You had the assistance of the city lord. Otherwise, how could we have possibly escaped Fei Yuan Kuei's pursuit? Before the trio could devise any strategy, they heard a loud crash as the door of the bathhouse was forcefully flung open, crashing against the frame with a resounding bang. Dong Yi swiftly caught the oncoming doorframe with one hand, and although he stood firm, he was still forced to slide back over half a meter. The two women gasped in astonishment. With Chief Liao's volatile temperament, it seemed this matter was unlikely to be resolved peacefully. Their eyes exchanged a knowing glance, solidifying their silent understanding. Mu Qingyu quietly emerged from the water, skillfully utilizing the water spirit to swiftly glide out through the window, determined to report this incident to Director Mu. Meanwhile, Mu Bing chose to remain behind to placate Chief Liao. After all, being the director's daughter, he would dare not act too recklessly, regardless of his anger. "Kid, do you still dare to linger here? You have some skills." The middle-aged man shed his outer garments and tightened his belt, preparing for a confrontation. Dong Yi remained composed, assessing the man's stance. He appeared to be just over 40, with hardly any gray hair, resembling Liao Yu to some extent, yet looking about a decade older. Behind him stood 4 soldiers, donned in helmets and armor, brandishing long spears, standing at attention with an imposing presence. The newcomer bore ill intentions. How might they contend with such a threat? Chief Liao was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior, potentially of even higher rank, and the 4 behind him were likely no less formidable, also being advanced fighters. It appears that Master Liao is resolute in his intention to eliminate me. With a slight closing of his eyes, Dong Yi prepared for a desperate battle, when suddenly, a chilling little hand slipped into his grasp, firmly clutching his palm. He turned to see that Mu Bingxiao had unexpectedly come to his side. "Xiao, what are you doing?" Having lived for over 40 years, Master Liao was well aware that Mu Bingxiao's actions signified her desire to stand united with Dong Yi. "Uncle Liao, the death of Liao Yu is primarily my fault. If revenge is to be sought, you must first kill me," Mu Bingxiao declared resolutely, her grip on Dong Yi's hand unwavering. Chapter 42, Breakthrough. "Xiao, they have all informed me that although the ice spike arrow was your doing, you were merely aiming at this lad and were manipulated by him. Come here quickly and do not act foolishly." Master Liao's tone lacked any semblance of persuasion. It was delivered in a rather mechanical manner. The events of the morning were evident to all, and it was clear that she, Mu Bingxiao, had directed her attack at Liao Yu. Master Liao's words seemed to be a deliberate attempt to divert Mu Bingxiao's attention. Mu Bingxiao, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately saw through Master Liao's scheme. "Uncle Liao, this morning, Liao Yu spread baseless rumors without distinguishing right from wrong. I was extremely angered. Thus I cast a spell against him. Little did I expect that he, a formidable intermediate warrior, would be unable to evade an ice spike arrow. Umph, you shameless and treacherous wretch. Indeed, your connections with this creature of unknown origin are dubious. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Liao, the overseer, was in a fit of fury. As a soldier by nature, he possessed a fierce temperament and had no desire to engage in convoluted antics. He erupted with a barrage of curses. "What did you say?" Before Mu Bingxiao could voice her grievances, Dong Yi could no longer contain himself. He charged towards Liao with clenched fists. "What are you doing, Yidong?" Mu Bingxiao, ablaze with indignation, finally saw Liao's true colors after all these years, malicious and base. Her warning came too late. Dong Yi had already reached Liao's side, his fist aimed squarely at Liao's nose. With a sudden halt, Dong Yi's fist froze just an inch away from Liao's face. The 2 men behind Liao, as if performing a supernatural feat, had seamlessly positioned themselves in front of him, one of them gripping Dong Yi's arm with an iron grip. Dong Yi found himself unable to advance or retreat, his limbs seemingly immobilized. "Is this all you've got?" Liao sidestepped the 2 men and approached Dong Yi, delivering a series of slaps to his face. Naturally, Dong Yi would not submit passively. He aimed a kick at Liao's groin. However, Liao paid it no heed, and Dong Yi's foot was swiftly intercepted by a soldier's boot. Moreover, the soldier prevented any chance of resistance by pinning down Dong Yi's other foot. At that moment, Dong Yi was left with no freedom of movement except for his head. Liao mercilessly slapped Dong Yi's face, the force of each strike intensifying. It wasn't long before Dong Yi Mu Bingxiao gazed at the tears streaming from her eyes in the winter night, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Her hands trembled with excitement as she realized she could no longer endure the situation. Suddenly, she waved her arms, intent on invoking her magical powers. However, The 4 soldiers under Chief Liao were no mere decorations. They swiftly rushed forward, seizing her and interrupting her concentration in an instant. Chief Liao halted, casting a glance at Mu Bingxiao, incensed that she would resort to magic against him for the sake of that man. His anger intensified as he bellowed, "Strip her of her garments. I wish to see what this wretched creature possesses that allows her to look down upon my Yuer." Upon receiving the command, the soldiers acted without hesitation, one seizing the collar of Mu Bingxiao's attire, intent on tearing it apart. Gritting her teeth, tears streaming down her face, she turned her head toward the wall, stubbornly refusing to plead for mercy. "You dare!" Winter Night's sudden roar reverberated throughout the room, causing the water in the bath to surge violently. Simultaneously, a radiant white light emanated from him, repelling the 3 soldiers and Chief Liao. While fissures cracked the ground beneath them, the fury that had surged within him reignited his martial prowess, and the blood-induced madness of Qi Ling became even more pronounced. Together, they converged into a singular desire for slaughter. The unexpected turn of events left Chief Liao somewhat unsteady as he beheld Winter Night, veins bulging and drenched in blood, and he found himself wavering. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed that Winter Night was merely a mid-level warrior. How could he now unleash such formidable power? Though he felt a pang of uncertainty, retreat was not an option. For one, it would tarnish his reputation as a chief, and for another, the vendetta against his son could not simply be dismissed. "You go?" Director Liao pointed to the soldier who had just removed Mu Bing's garments, indicating that he should first test the waters. The soldier felt a twinge of fear, yet his rigorous training instilled a deep-seated obedience to orders. With a swift stride, he lunged towards Dongya, who made no attempt to evade, allowing the soldier's spear to come directly at him. As the spearhead aimed for his brow, Dongya grasped the shaft, only to find that the strength he anticipated was not as formidable as expected. The spearhead pierced his forehead, embedding itself slightly more than half an inch deep, causing a trickle of blood to join the previous flow, coursing down along the veins. The soldier perceived that Dongya was not as powerful as he had imagined, yet his reckless determination propelled him forward, bolstering his own confidence. This sentiment echoed in the minds of Director Liao and the remaining 3 soldiers. As Liao's lips curled into a sinister smile, rising, he led the trio toward the battlefield. Dongya, under the influence of the Crimson Order, had lost his capacity for rational thought. His singular focus was to eliminate the man before him, and he was already in the throes of action. As they approached, Dongya propelled himself forward, wrenching the spear to the side, while simultaneously delivering a strike to its center with his palm. A strip of skin was torn from Dongya's forehead, and the spear shattered, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. The attacking Saldi on a frigid winter night, Chilling began to throb violently within Dongya's embrace, until it ultimately pierced through the tightly wrapped layers of clothing, falling to the ground. Previously, Dongya had noticed that Chilling would fall unexpectedly, prompting him to secure it firmly in his grasp, only to discover that it had escaped once more. It was not merely a matter of negligence on Dongya's part. Rather, Chilling's inherent vampiric tendencies were to blame. Once Chilling fell, Dongya's crimson eyes returned to their normal hue, but he found himself stiff and rigid from the excessive exertion of force, collapsing beside the soldiers. The scene transformed in an instant. Chief Liao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the fallen Dongya, uncertain of how to proceed. Mu Bing stood frozen, her once pristine pool of water now rendered murky by blood and dirt, turning the entire bathing area into a desolate wasteland. At that moment, the leadership of the courtyard, along with the mentors from the Ningbing Hall and the Martial Arts Hall, arrived. Observing the stillness of the scene, they were at a loss for how to intervene. Despite the presence of a dozen individuals, the only sound permeating the air was that of blood flowing. After a considerable time, the soldier's blood was nearly depleted by Chilling, his face pale as a blank sheet of paper. Chief Liao seemed to recall something, noticing a twitch at the corner of Chilling's eye, and nodded towards the headmaster. The headmaster finally found someone to inquire about the situation. "Chief Liao, you have caused quite the uproar today, turning my bathing area into such a state." Might I ask the reason behind it? Chief Liao retorted angrily. Do not feign ignorance. This morning, my son Liao Yu was assaulted. Do you dare claim you were unaware? It is about this matter. The dean, fully aware of the situation, felt compelled to inquire, for only through questioning could clarity be attained. We have all witnessed that it was Director Mu's daughter who injured your son. I am certain that Director Mu will provide you with an explanation, and it will be delivered outside the academy. Your unsubstantiated anger directed towards our institution seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What? Do you also seek an explanation from me? Chief Liao inquired sharply, noting that the dean usually bowed and scraped before him, hardly daring to breathe, yet now he possessed a newfound audacity. Chief Liao, let us address the matter at hand. This is indeed the academy, a place where standards for students must be established. The dean pondered that by opposing Director Mu, he would unwittingly offend him as well. What was he to do? Would he use Mu Hua to intimidate me? If I were to fear him, would I have acted against his daughter today? Chief Liao, in a bold move, laid everything bare, disregarding the consequences. There are always those who cannot be easily managed. Wu Lingfeng straightened his back and spoke with great bravado. Wu Lingfeng? Chief Liao was momentarily taken aback. In the past, all within the academy had greeted him with utmost respect, addressing him as Chief Liao. Yet this Wu Lingfeng remained unruly, having been reprimanded multiple times without any sign of improvement. Chapter 43, The Fading Crimson Command. A gash appeared on his forehead, and he quickly covered it with his hand, yet blood continued to trickle down his arm. Chief Liao cast a sidelong glance at the dean, suspecting that this water barrier had been set up at his behest. After all, there were numerous spiritual masters within the academy. Should the dean now assemble individuals to confront the three of them, they would most likely face certain defeat. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of running footsteps echoed from the entrance. Liao, the steward, displayed a countenance of delight, mistakenly believing that reinforcements from the Liao family had arrived. He reproached the dean, saying, Lu Mingxin, you have truly grown impatient, daring to employ spiritual techniques against me? The dean replied, Why do you speak thus, Steward Liao? Do you still deny it? Was it not you who arranged for this water barrier? Liao struck the nearby pillar, exclaiming, That was indeed my doing. At that moment, a resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed from the entrance, followed by a formidable figure clad in a purple robe stepping through the door. It was Mu Hua, the district chief of Longshan and the biological father of Mu Bingxiao. Indeed, Liao Penyuan, your son is merely a son, yet you imply my daughter is not a daughter. Is that so? Mu Hua, flanked by dozens of guards, halted before the ice condensation hall, with over 10 attendants trailing behind. Mu Chenyu fervently nodded, declaring, Second uncle. Chower merely struck with the ice spike arrow. Who could have known he would prove so inept, unable to withstand even a second-tier spiritual technique despite nearing advanced warrior status? Who do you claim is inept? Liao Penyuan, in a fit of agitation, attempted to advance. Liao, calm yourself. Mu Hua gradually regained his composure, his tone becoming notably more courteous. There must be some misunderstanding. You speak truly. It is impossible for you to have suffered such a fate from a mere ice spike arrow. However, the role of that fellow named Yi Dong in this matter remains uncertain. Liao Penyuan pointed an accusatory finger at the winter knight cradled in Mu Bingxiao's arms, grumbling, moreover, Your precious daughter is determined to protect him, which has left me so enraged that I contemplated intervening on your behalf regarding Chower. Upon witnessing the intimate interaction between Mu Bingxiao and Dong Yi, Mu Hua was instantly filled with indignation, barely able to cast a glance in her direction. Turning away, she exclaimed, Are you not coming forth yet? Haven't you already stirred enough trouble? Father, how can you take the word of Steward Liao as absolute truth? I acknowledge that it was I who ended Liao Yu's life, but Yi Dong has saved both my sister and me on numerous occasions. I cannot allow him to suffer unjustly. At that moment, several guards hurriedly approached Mu Bingxiao and Dong Yi. Let anyone dare to touch me. Mu Bingxiao glared at the guards, who immediately took a step back. Seize them. Mu Hua commanded once more with a fierce tone. Coughing softly, the commotion awoke Dong Yi. who, upon opening his eyes, saw several individuals preparing to attack him and Mu Bingxiao. He sprang to his feet and executed a sweeping kick, sending several guards flying, each receiving a blow in succession. Dong Yi, surprised by the newfound strength in his legs, realized he had grown significantly stronger. But there was no time to fully comprehend it as he needed to address the immediate predicament. Surveying the surroundings, he quickly pieced together the situation and observed Mu Hua preparing to dispatch more personnel to apprehend them. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he seized the crimson order from Mu Bingxiao's hands, gesturing for the guards to halt their advance. He spoke forthwith. The death of Liao Yu bears significant relation to this order. Is it not beneath our dignity to slay an insignificant person such as myself in a fit of rage? Liao Penyuan, indifferent to notions of dignity, found merit in Dong Ye's words, as his primary concern was rescuing his son. Given the condition of the soldiers earlier, it appeared that Liao Yu's demise was closely linked to his own. He replied, "Oh, is not this order yours? And yet you claim it has no connection to you?" The decree. Mu Hua stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. Liao Penyuan was unfamiliar with the decree, yet he was acutely aware of its significance. He was one of the orchestrators behind the search for the decree by the 5 academies, which is why the Mu sisters possessed the map. He had always believed that these students would never locate the decree, but now it lay before them. If this were indeed the decree's doing, then Liao Yu's demise would be rendered comprehensible. Please hand over the decree to me. Mu Hua's tone shifted to one of reverence. A bearer of the decree must surely be an extraordinary individual. Dong Yi hesitated for a moment. On one hand, he had personally experienced the decree's peril on several occasions. And on the other, this was something Dong sure desired, and he was reluctant to relinquish it to others. Glancing at Mu Bingxiao and Mu Qinyu, he noted their slight nods, prompting him to sigh and pass the decree to Mu Hua. With the decree in hand, Mu Hua trembled slightly, examining it repeatedly. Suddenly, the muscles in her face twitched, and she furrowed her brow, questioning, shouldn't it be a deep crimson color? Upon hearing this, Mu Bingxiao, Mu Qinyu, and Dong Yi leaned in closer, astonished to find that the decree's hue had faded considerably, now resembling a pale pink, as if diluted by water. They had all witnessed the original decree, which had indeed been of a profound color, while the central blue characters showed no signs of fading. Could the token be a counterfeit? Dong Yi speculated. Mu Hua shook her head, stating, in that case, we must consult Lord Wei Qi Han. What will become of my son? Liao Penyuan, who had glimpsed a flicker of hope, felt it extinguished in an instant and erupted in frustration once more. At this moment, Dean Lu Mingxin interjected, asserting, the Crimson Order is an exceedingly malevolent entity. How could it possibly possess the ability to save lives? Lu Mingxin, are you genuinely intent on opposing me? Liao Penyuan exclaimed, swiftly drawing a formidable blade from the waist of a soldier behind him, charging toward Lu Mingxin. With his hands crossed before his chest, Lu Mingxin effortlessly spun, conjuring a shield of ice that materialized before him. With a resounding clash, Liao Penyuan cleaved the ice shield in two, immediately diving at Lu Mingxin. The tip of his blade aimed directly at the latter's heart. Lu Mingxin spread his arms wide, executing a graceful retreat outside, while simultaneously, Wu Lingfeng stepped forward, positioning himself before the shattered door, palms united to intercept Liao Penyuan's blade. Calm yourself, Mu Hua admonished sharply. Liao Penyuan cast a haughty glance at Wu Lingfeng, twisting the blade to escape his grasp, then nonchalantly tossed it toward the soldiers. The sound of steel sheathing echoing in the air. Very well, now that you are numerous and powerful, go ahead and end my life. Otherwise, I assure you that today, I shall ensure that the Jade Seal Academy vanishes from the Lingduo District. Liao Penyuan bellowed, his voice growing ever louder. With a sudden movement, he dodged a kick, and with a thunderous crash, the entire room trembled once more. The already fractured walls bore additional cracks, dust, and debris cascading down. Mu Hua was taken aback. He was most unwilling for this to occur. Initially, Mu Bingxiao insisted on participating in the search for the Crimson Order, and he had gone to great lengths to obtain the map to permit her involvement, fretting for 3 days and nights. only for this chaos to ensue. Do not be afraid, Liao Penyuan shouted even louder. If you fear, do not engage in futile discussions with me. Today, unless the issue concerning you is resolved, none of you shall depart. As soon as the words left his lips, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside, indicating the presence of at least 300 individuals. Liao Penyuan and Mu Hua could both be regarded as paramount figures in the Lingduo District. However, Mu Hua, who was responsible for political affairs and had frequent interactions with the populace, enjoyed a greater reputation. In contrast, Liao Penyuan managed military operations and rarely engaged in matters concerning the common people, rendering him less known, yet he commanded a formidable support force. In a confrontation, Mu Hua would find it difficult to compete with him. Should Mu Hua report to the Ice Spirit Palace, Liao Penyuan would be doomed. As the old adage goes, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. In this moment, Liao Penyuan was akin to a local despot, unassailable for the time being. Brother Liao, what is the necessity of this? Mu Hua expressed his exasperation towards someone so simple-minded, yet physically formidable. Do not call me brother. You are unworthy. Liao Penyuan, now aware of his reinforcement's arrival, spoke with renewed bravado. What exactly do you desire? Is it only by handing over this brat that you will relent? Mu Hua cast a remorseful glance at Dong Yi. Haraha. Liao Penyuan laughed heartily. Only now do you consider using him to bargain for your daughter's life? It is too late. Are you truly willing to engage in a mutually destructive battle? Mu Hua's expression darkened. Who is afraid of whom? Liao Penyuan gestured toward the wall. I have 300 men outside, including 15 elite warriors, 125 intermediate warriors, 2 fourth-tier water spirit masters, and 8 third-tier water spirit masters. What do you possess to challenge me in a fight to the death? Very well, I shall proceed to Malin Peak. I will not leave until you revive your useless son. The situation escalated to an impasse when Mu Bingqiao unexpectedly stood forth and uttered these words. Suddenly, the bustling bathing area fell silent as all eyes converged upon Mu Bingqiao. None could have anticipated her willingness to venture to Malin Peak. After a brief pause, she continued, I will bear the consequences of my actions. Chapter 44. The district chief and the steward Xiao cease this nonsense, Mu Hua admonished. I am not being unreasonable. My intentions are not to rescue everyone, but to convey to you, father, that your daughter has matured. There are many matters I can decide for myself, and you must stop imposing your desires upon me. Upon finishing her words, Mu Bingqiao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Desperately resisting the urge to let them fall, Mu Hua fell into a contemplative silence. Since Mu Bingqiao's mother had been absent from her life, he had endeavored to provide her with the finest of everything, enrolling her in the most prestigious institutions. Now, as discussions of marriage arose, he sought out the most formidable match from the Lingduo District, the Liao family. He pondered where he had faltered, for her words today resonated with a sorrow akin to parting from life itself. Am I going to Malin Peak out of spite? Please refrain from making wild assumptions, she exclaimed, then grasped Dong Ye's hand and strode toward the exit. Upon reaching the threshold, she paused abruptly, tears cascading down her cheeks. She cast a glance at Mu Hua, remaining silent, and then turned to Liao Penyuan, asking, Shall we depart now? Once we leave, you must spare everyone here and hasten to rescue your ineffectual son. Otherwise, if he perishes, there will be no remedy. Perhaps it was indeed time to let go. All actions are driven by the well-being of the child, and I must extend my apologies. Liao Penyuan, witnessing the situation escalate to this point, felt a pang of guilt. In his desperate attempt to save his son, he inadvertently placed another's daughter in peril. Yet, one cannot hold him accountable. Perhaps enduring some hardship now may lead to better days ahead. Mu Hua, on the other hand, suddenly found clarity. With a self-deprecating smile, Liao Penyuan reflected on the irony. Mu Hua, whose daughter also suffered in Malin Peak, was able to discern the true cause without casting blame. While he clung stubbornly to his grievances against that young man, fully aware of their futility. As the three emerged from the ice chamber, having walked scarcely 5 meters, a soldier clad in iron armor rushed in, nearly colliding with them. He sidestepped at the last moment, avoiding a mishap. The trio paused, taken aback by the soldier's evident prowess, their gazes instinctively following his movements. Approaching Liao Pingyuan, the soldier's face flushed, and he spoke in an agitated stammer. "Sir, there is someone outside who claims he can save the young master." Liao Pingyuan's lips twitched slightly. Without inquiring further, he urged the soldier onward. "Let me there. He says." The soldier began, but realizing Liao Pingyuan was not paying attention, he fell silent. Within moments, Liao Pingyuan and the messenger had exited the academy gates, with the others trailing curiously behind. If there was indeed someone capable of resolving the predicament that troubled Liao Pingyuan, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. To the left of the academy's grand entrance stood a venerable elder with a white beard, hands clasped behind his back. Facing away from the gate, Liao Pingyuan approached slowly, his heart laden with trepidation. "Esteemed elder, I have heard that you possess the ability to save Xiaoyu. I am uncertain what I must do to assist you. Did you not just declare him dead?" Mu Bingxiao unabashedly pierced through Liao Pingyuan's previous falsehood, sparing no sentiment. Liao Pingyuan cast a glance her way, his sole focus on rescuing his son, and remained silent. The elder, too, regarded her momentarily before turning his gaze back to Liao Pingyuan, deep in contemplation. Yet, he refrained from interjecting, recognizing the matter did not pertain to him, and continued with his inquiry. "Since he has been harmed by the Qiling, where is it now?" The elder's expression shifted abruptly, the corners of his mouth twitching as his eyes narrowed at Dong Yi in astonishment. The sight of Dong Yi left him utterly flabbergasted. He inhaled deeply, his ire escalating. Yet he restrained his words and cheerfully remarked, "It appears, Liao Steward, that you are no longer inclined to save your son. Let us part ways." "Wait." Liao Pingyuan interjected in haste, rushing to Mu Hua's side. "What do you mean by that? We could overlook the previous matter. But now you cling to the Qiling. Do you truly wish for the Liao family to face annihilation?" Mu Hua found herself in a precarious position. The Qiling was indeed a malevolent entity, yet given the current circumstances, any words of caution would fall on deaf ears, leading Liao Pingyuan to believe she was unwilling to save Liao Yu. In his moment of indecision, Liao Pingyuan had already seized the Qiling, his vigor and determination evident. Even if there were to be resistance, it would be in vain. "I beseech the esteemed elder to heal my son." Liao Pingyuan presented the crimson order to the elder, and Mu Hua dared not utter a word. The others could only remain silent. The elder examined the token, turning it over a few times, nodded, and then inquired, "Who is the one that injured him before the crimson order drained his life?" Liao Pingyuan pointed towards Dong Yi and bellowed, "Why do you still hesitate? It was I who harmed him." Mu Bingxiao stepped forward once more. Mu Hua cast her a series of discreet glances, indicating that this was not her affair, urging her to step back. However, Mu Bingxiao seemed oblivious to these signals and continued to advance. Mu Hua could not allow his daughter to be so easily led into danger. He conjured ethereal tendrils of water that spiraled around Mu Bingxiao, drawing her back to his side. "Father, what are you doing?" Mu Bingxiao struggled against the restraints, her voice brimming with indignation. "I may indulge your whims, but I cannot permit you to perish," Mu Hua declared solemnly. The elder with the white beard chuckled. "How does Director Mu know that she is in peril?" Mu Hua replied, "I cannot say for certain, but I have heard that if another's blood is used to replace that which has been drained by the Crimson Order, there exists a chance for the afflicted to recover. You know." Liao Pingyuan's fury surged once more. He swiftly closed the distance to Mu Hua and swung a fist at him. Anticipating the attack, Mu Hua gracefully evaded, retreating to the entrance of the academy. Liao Pingyuan charged again, and Mu Hua ascended once more. With a resounding crash, Liao Pingyuan's fist struck the doorpost, creating a hole the width of a man, with cracks sprawling above and below. A mere push would suffice to shatter the doorpost entirely. "I cannot possibly sacrifice my daughter to save your son," Mu Hua declared resolutely, his voice unwavering. Liao Pingyuan did not pursue further. Instead, he commanded his subordinates, "Bring him down." The leading soldiers hesitated, reluctant to act, fully aware of Mu Hua's status as the district chief. Although they were under Liao Pingyuan's command, They could not disregard Mu Hua's directives. The sudden order to turn against their superior left them in a quandary. Why are you all standing there? Move. Liao Penyuan glared at the nearly 100 soldiers. His reputation was not unfounded. With just that one look, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the soldiers. They gripped their rifles tightly, ready to charge forward the moment the spirit soldiers incapacitated Mu Hua. The spirit soldiers, too, could not afford any hesitation, swiftly gathering their water spirits. Moments later, a pale blue aura of water spirits swirled through the air as each spirit soldier unleashed their unique spells, creating a chaotic scene. The spirit masters from Yu'in Academy also joined the fray, aligning themselves with Mu Hua, which helped balance the numbers on both sides. However, Mu Hua's gaze was unyielding, reflecting his determination to challenge Liao Penyuan directly. As a mere warrior, Liao Penyuan could hardly tolerate such provocation. Leaning back, he hurled the tip of his spear with lightning speed. The severed spear darted toward Mu Hua's face, but abruptly froze midair. In that instant, escape was no longer an option for him. Before the sword had even arrived, a chilling aura had permeated the air, sending bone-deep frost coursing through Liao Penyuan's limbs, rendering them numb. Beside him lay a fellow warrior, whose prowess paled in comparison, now frozen in place, devoid of any life force. Despite such frigid conditions, Liao Penyuan managed to sprint over 10 meters, escaping the reach of the colossal ice sword. With a thunderous roar, the ice sword struck the ground, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing all present to be hurled into the air before crashing back down heavily. Cries of alarm and pain echoed in the chaos, with Liao Penyuan bearing the brunt of the damage, yet he remained upright, his expression grave. A moment later, blood spilled from his lips. After a few adjustments to his breath, he barely regained his composure and turned to gaze at Mu Hua, incredulous at the formidable spiritual energy emanating from him, a stark contrast to his usual reticence. This technique, known as Heaven's Wrath Sword, is a 4th-tier spell, and I trust you have already perceived its might. Liao, in the past, I have tolerated many transgressions between us due to our shared positions, but today, should you insist on endangering Xiao's life, I shall cast aside all pretense of camaraderie. As Mu Hua's hands came together before his abdomen, he slowly descended toward the ground. Liao Penyuan erupted into a hoarse laugh, his voice tinged with derision, mocking the arrogance that arose from merely having someone shield him from a blow. Father! Mu Bingxiao blinked a few times, softly calling out to Mu Hua. His actions had led her to believe that his previous behavior had been excessive. Although no words of apology were spoken, her demeanor and tone conveyed her sentiments entirely. An elderly man with a white beard observed the scene, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he regarded the winter night. On a wintry night, a frown creased my brow, not only in astonishment at why this old fellow would target me, but also due to the peculiar look in his eyes that seemed almost feminine. The moment the elder's words fell, countless glances converged upon me. Liao Penyuan appeared as if he had found a treasure, while Mu Hua seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, and Mu Bingxiao wore an expression tinged with guilt. The swiftly shifting attitudes of the crowd left me feeling akin to an abandoned orphan, with only Mu Qingyu steadfastly awaiting my decision. Come now, seize this young man, commanded Liao Penyuan, striding toward the elder with a determined air. Director Liao, I understand your urgency to rescue your son, but your earlier impulsiveness led to a significant altercation with Director Mu. Should you not verify this young man's identity before proceeding any further? I inquired, observing the dozen soldiers advancing toward me without a trace of trepidation. Liao Penyuan, undeterred, retorted, "What is this? A mere boy, still reeking of youth, dares to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. I have traversed far more bridges than you have walked roads. My experience in discerning character and managing situations is beyond your comprehension." With that, he gestured for the soldiers to halt their pursuit and continued, "Today, I shall earn your respect. How do you propose we ascertain that this elder is indeed capable of saving Xiaoyu?" A flicker of joy ignited within me. Could it be that Liao Penyuan was capable of composure? I stepped forward, saying, if it is merely a matter of inquiry, he could easily fabricate an identity. which would not suffice for certainty. Indeed, for one so young, your thoughts are remarkably astute, Liao Piyuan commended. Since he claims he can save Liao Yu and possesses such knowledge of the Red Command, he must be either a martial prowess or a master of water manipulation. Indeed, I can unequivocally affirm that he is a warrior. Liao Pingyuan nodded in agreement. Then allow me to engage him in combat. How does that sound? Winter Knight inquired. Liao Pingyuan erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. You are attempting the impossible. To put it bluntly, I am no match for him. I advise you to reconsider, lest you jeopardize your life. After all, your blood is needed to save Xiaoyu. Winter Knight dismissed Liao Pingyuan's self-important words. If I emerge victorious, he will surely resort to trickery and deceit. Very well, should you manage to defeat him, I shall not only spare your life, but also offer you a position as captain under my command, Liao Pingyuan replied. The elder with the white beard exhibited a fleeting look of panic, followed by a cold smirk. Liao, it seems you are not particularly inclined to rescue your esteemed son. In that case, I shall take my leave. Wait. Senior, dealing with him is not a matter of mere breath. Regardless, he is a man on the brink of death. Let us not allow him to become a fool, Liao Pingyuan implored. I have no time to waste playing games with him. If you wish to save your son, then take him and go see him. If not, I shall take my leave, the elder declared, turning as if to depart. Winter Knight promptly interjected, if you let him go, it is a clear sign of your own insecurity. Mark my words, if he leaves and you pursue him, with his abilities, you will be unable to catch up. If you do manage to catch him, it will undoubtedly be a fade. The elder halted, turning back to face Winter Knight. You are attempting to incite discord. Winter Knight retorted disdainfully, claiming that I am inciting discord. If you truly possess the ability, why not engage me in battle? What would that change? After much debate, the onlookers began to form their own opinions. Winter Knight presented a compelling argument, leading an increasing number of individuals to ponder whether the old man was indeed a true master. The elder, recognizing the shift in perception, understood that further entanglement would only breed more skepticism. Thus, he declared, very well, I shall allow you to meet your demise with clarity today. Let the battle commence. The surrounding crowd instinctively stepped back, creating space as those who had been at the center of the commotion retreated into the throng. The elder stood unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, not even casting a glance at Winter Knight. With a sharp cry, Winter Knight propelled himself forward, his feet barely touching the ground. Akin to a racing cheetah, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the elder's chest. The elder, however, was far from feeble. His reflexes were exceptionally swift. With a mere lift of his arm, he effortlessly deflected Winter Knight's strike, his body remaining entirely still. Winter Knight was jolted back over 5 meters, landing on one knee. Yet a hint of a smile graced his face. Mu Hua sighed softly, shaking his head slowly. Father, shall we not assist him? Mu Bing inquired anxiously. This is a predicament of his own making. Let him handle it. We must not invite further trouble, Mu Hua replied, his expression impassive. Mu Chenyu, observing Mu Hua's cold indifference, felt a pang of desolation, reflecting that he had never considered the consequences when aiding his daughter. Liao Pingyuan, brimming with arrogance, taunted, so, how does it feel, young man? Are you satisfied? Rising to his feet, Winter Knight scoffed derisively, Director Liao, for someone of your rank as a senior warrior, you ought to prepare yourself for the spectacle to unfold. The elder raised his hand, poised to strike. Winter Knight stomped forcefully on the ground, creating a resounding echo. With a sudden sound, the ground fissured before him, extending towards the old man's feet. The elder swiftly retreated, while Dong Yi surged forward, surpassing the old man in an instant, then began to circle him with increasing speed. The elder remained stationary, his gaze fixed ahead, when suddenly, Dong Yi unleashed a punch from the left. The elder raised his hand to deflect it, but before he could lower his arm, another punch came rushing at him. The elder's right arm shot out to block, yet at that moment, a kick struck from behind, causing the elder to bend forward. Almost simultaneously, a sweeping leg approached from below. The elder launched himself diagonally upward, performing several flips before landing 10 meters away. Dong Yi, like a shadow, followed closely behind, yet refrained from striking again. The elder gasped slightly, his brow furrowed, his eyes darting to gauge Dong Yi's condition. But he hesitated to turn fully due to the crowd surrounding them. Perplexed, he pondered. He had easily repelled Dong Yi earlier. So why did his defenses seem to have little effect now? How had Dong Yi's speed increased so dramatically? What now? Was he still underestimating his opponent? Dong Yi's voice echoed softly behind him. One hand gripped the elder's neck while the other slid between his legs, seizing a thigh, preparing to lift him and slam him to the ground. However, as his hand brushed over the elder's legs, he realized with surprise that the elder lacked something that on a winter night there was no resistance. The old man ceased his assault as their eyes locked. The old man's beard quivered slightly, his gaze radiating a lethal intent. Winter Knight, filled with astonishment, realized the reason why a man's essence is deemed vital. It is both fragile and lethal. This individual had the remarkable ability to conceal it, indeed a master of his craft. It seemed he was deeply concealed. Winter Knight rose, prepared to concede defeat, when the old man suddenly let out a fierce shout and lunged at him. One fist aimed at Winter Knight's nose while the other followed swiftly. In a moment of desperation, Winter Knight seized the old man's wrist with one hand and secured the other wrist with the other hand, pulling them apart. With a thud, the old man collapsed onto Winter Knight, whose expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in shock. He realized he had gripped the old man's wrist so forcefully that it seemed he had nearly rubbed the skin off. Yet he felt no blood, only a surprising smoothness. And his chest felt soft against him. He could sense the old man trembling, a mix of anxiety and fear washing over him. At that moment, Winter Knight finally comprehended that the old man was, in fact, a woman in disguise, leaving him utterly bewildered. The old woman whispered, "Won't you let go?" To which Winter Knight replied, "How can I let go?" As he spoke, he released his grip, prompting her to swiftly rise to her feet and dust off her hands. Liao Piyuan, accompanied by his 2-meter-tall subordinate, approached with a grim expression, taking the initiative to help Winter Knight to his feet while observing the old woman, who paused momentarily without uttering a word. Chapter 46, Wu Siki. The old woman knew her disguise had been uncovered, yet her thoughts were not on that matter, but rather on Winter Knight, with whom she had just shared several moments of physical contact. "Will you take your own life, or shall I assist you?" Liao Pingyuan, after experiencing a setback today, uttered the gentlest words he could muster. The elder, unperturbed, remarked, "I did not anticipate his rapid progress." A few individuals exchanged astonished glances at the elder, pondering whether he was acquainted with Dong Yi. "I meant to say, I never expected that I would be outmatched by him," the elder clarified. Liao Panyuan was hardly concerned with the elder's familiarity with Dong Yi. He bellowed ferociously. "He merely exhibited the abilities of a mid-level warrior, and you find it so difficult to contend with him? How could you possibly be a master?" The elder responded, "I concede that my martial prowess is indeed lacking, yet the method I propose can truly save your son. Begone." Liao Pingyuan, no longer trusting the elder, brusquely shoved him aside. "Someone kill him." "Yes." Two soldiers of mid-level warrior caliber approached. One seized the elder while the other raised his gun to thrust at his abdomen. The elder remained unfazed and, in a sudden shift, spoke in a youthful voice to Dong Yi. "It appears our paths are indeed destined to cross." With a swift sound, an iron lance was cleaved in two at its midpoint, causing the soldier to miss his thrust entirely. Stumbling, he collapsed to the ground and did not rise again. Liao Punyuan, taken aback, swiftly turned to face the elder, only to find that the soldier beside him had also fallen to the ground, presumably lifeless. The elder gradually peeled away the skin from his face. Liao Pingyuan instinctively retreated 2 steps. He felt no trace of murderous intent from this individual, yet had witnessed the swift demise of 2 mid-level warriors. Having lived for decades, he had never encountered such an extraordinarily formidable fighter. Could it be that I have mistakenly identified this individual, who possesses profound martial prowess, yet has chosen not to reveal it? Esteemed elder, I humbly acknowledge my lack of discernment and implore your magnanimity to overlook my folly this once." Liao Pingyuan bowed his head, daring not to cast even a furtive glance at the elder. The others remained silent. Liao Pingyuan was the most formidable among the several hundred present, and his palpable fear rendered any further comment from the rest unnecessary. The elder, however, offered no words, merely continuing to remove her disguise. After a while, she finally peeled away the false skin from her face, revealing a complexion that was fair and exquisitely beautiful. Her allure was striking, evoking in Winter Night a cascade of thoughts as he recalled their earlier physical contact. Her pristine cheeks bore a delicate blush, inciting an almost irresistible urge to draw closer, while her long, dark, and lustrous eyelashes were clearly visible even from a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Winter Night felt an unexpected flutter in his heart. Though he had never encountered her before, why then did she refer to me as a rival? Observing the elder's continued silence, Liao Pingyuan's trepidation deepened. The elder had shed her disguise, transforming into a stunning young maiden. He pondered whether his choice of address had been inappropriate and thus provoked her ire, prompting him to amend his words. "My lady, I acted thoughtlessly earlier. Please, enlighten me on how I might make amends. Now you recognize your rashness? Had you heeded my counsel and inquired beforehand, would we find ourselves in this predicament?" Despite the gravity of the situation, Winter Night, akin to a fearless newborn calf, remained undaunted. His previous encounter with the maiden revealed her to be merely of intermediate warrior status, hardly a cause for concern. In the face of the Winter Night's rebuke, Liao Pingyuan could only swallow his pride, much like one might force down a bitter pill. The young girl, revealing a familiarity with the Winter Night, pondered whether provoking it might lead to her own troubles. Observing the Winter Night wielding its influence with feigned authority, she could not help but chuckle, her laughter ringing like silver bells, soothing to the soul. "You've quite the talent for leveraging others' strengths," she remarked. "I once thought you to be merely an innocent, fortunate soul, yet here you are, exhibiting such cunning." The Winter Night stroked its chin and replied, "My lady, might you be mistaken? I truly do not recognize you, and I merely stated the truth. With but a slight inquiry, Master Liao would discern your identity." "And what of my identity?" she retorted, her ire bubbling beneath the surface. "I came here to rescue his son, and my approach was not erroneous. What is so strange about my slight deficiency in martial prowess?" With a dismissive glance, she added, "How easily you forget. Without my assistance, even 100 of you would not stand a chance against me." A crowd of hundreds observed their exchange, each hesitant to interject, leaving the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Biting her lip, the girl refrained from revealing her identity as the young lady of the previous encounter, contemplating how best to challenge the Winter Night. Turning to Liao Pingyuan, she inquired, "Will you save your son or not?" I. The esteemed commander of the district's regular troops stammered before a mere young girl. A most unusual sight indeed. "What should I do?" "Simply bring this person along with the Red Order to find your son," the girl instructed, pointing at the Winter Night. "Understood." Liao Pingyuan first responded respectfully to the young girl before instructing his subordinate to apprehend her. "Do you still believe her?" Dongyi inquired, astonished, for it was already evident that the girl was no extraordinary figure. Silence. Liao Pingyuan finally discerned that, although Dongyi had encountered the girl previously, it was merely a fleeting meeting. Let him come with us. There is no need for coercion," the girl remarked. "I will not go," Dongyi retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl fixed her gaze upon him intently. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to see what she was truly about. "Fine, I will go." Thus, the hundreds gathered at the Jade Seal Academy slowly dispersed. Mu Chenyu, with a worried expression, said, "Do you think Yidong will be all right?" Mu Bingxiao, visibly displeased, replied, "How could anything be wrong? He must be thoroughly enjoying himself." "Huh? Why is that?" Mu Chenyu asked in confusion, recalling that they intended to use his blood to replace Liao Yu's. "How can one survive without blood? Could you not see that the woman has an interest in him?" "There's no way she would harm him," Mu Bingxiao said with a hint of jealousy. "Not at all. I perceived that she seemed quite antagonistic towards Yidong. I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Hurry. We must go. The only concern is whether they can save Liao Yu. If they do succeed, I'll have to devise a plan to escape marriage. Liao Pengyuan disregarded her entirely and addressed the girl, here, lying upon the bed. Liao Yu appeared devoid of any color, resembling a corpse. The girl approached, checked his breathing, and then nodded. She drew a dagger, slender as a finger, from her waist. Its hilt wrapped in a pink scarf, adorned with a charming yellow embroidery of a sheep. The girl addressed Liao Pengyuan, saying, "Very well, you may leave now." Liao Pengyuan exchanged a glance with the noblewoman, who hesitated and asked, "My lord, must we truly go?" Liao Pengyuan shared her concern. If the girl intended to harm Xiao Yu, her skills would render such elaborate schemes unnecessary. Thus, he asserted with unwavering resolve, "We must go." The girl was momentarily taken aback, realizing this point had indeed escaped her consideration, but quickly found her composure. "If you refuse to cooperate, you will remain trapped here as well. The outcome remains unchanged. Moreover, I trust you are not that kind of person. Just moments ago, you accused me of being exceedingly treacherous. Do you truly believe I would conspire to bring about my own demise?" Though Winter Knight spoke thus, she was already prepared to cooperate. This predicament was inescapable. Rest assured, should saving one person entail the sacrifice of another, I would certainly refrain from intervening. Besides, I am neither kin to him nor particularly close to you. How absurd. We are not close at all. In any case, even if someone wished to end your life, I would not allow it, the girl assured him. Winter Knight responded with a bitter smile. You are the one making declarations. The outcome of saving him is uncertain. Can you enlighten me about your identity? Or might we have crossed paths before? The girl pondered for a moment before replying. Very well, I am called Wusiki. You may refer to me as Cici or Chichi, but, never mind, I prefer to maintain a certain distance. Simply call me Wusiki. 5,478? Why a string of numerals? Your organization must be quite extensive. Donya gestured the numbers with his hand. Thwack. Wusiki plunged the dagger into the bedside, retorting with a touch of vexation. What nonsense are you spouting? It's Wusiki, not the number 547. Oh, very well, I understand. I simply wish to revel in a moment of levity before my demise. Donya responded with a smile. I've assured you that you shall not perish, Wusiki stated earnestly. Tell me, what must be done? Donya ceased his jesting. He harbored an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Wusiki, as if they had known each other for days, and he trusted her implicitly. You merely need to prick the tips of all 10 of your fingers, allowing the blood to flow forth. Then, press 2 fingers onto the Scarlet Edict. Subsequently, I shall lacerate his fingers and press them onto the Scarlet Edict as well, Wusiki elucidated, glancing at Donya intermittently, her expression tinged with unease. The keenly observant Donya naturally detected this apprehension, but refrained from inquiring. He simply seized the dagger from Wusiki's grasp and swiftly pricked the tips of his left hand. Before he could switch hands, Wusiki abruptly snatched the dagger, promptly lacerating her own palm. Thereupon, with her wounded hand, she grasped the Scarlet Edict and pressed it directly onto Donya's wounded fingers. Chapter 47. Rescue, Dual Cultivation of Martial and Spiritual Prowess? Donya's gaze remained fixed upon the shadowy figure. He was astounded by the individual's ability to employ spiritual arts to heal 2 people in such a brief span of time, and to reduce the surroundings to rubble with martial force. Shortly after the shadowy figure departed, Liao Pengyuan, accompanied by the Liao family guards, burst into the room. Upon witnessing Donya and the maiden unharmed, and his son showing signs of recovery, he was overjoyed. He did not bother to inquire about the details of the rescue. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! Liao Pengyuan exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion as he called out to his son. Liao Yu slowly opened his eyes. Overjoyed, the elegant woman shook Liao Pengyuan's arm and cried, Xiao Yu is awake. Xiao Yu is awake. I know, Liao Pengyuan responded, his face beaming with delight. Xiao Yu, look at me. Father, mother, Liao Yu murmured, somewhat disoriented. He only recalled battling Yi Dong moments before and glancing up to see Donya in conversation with a young woman. He abruptly sat up. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Liao Pengyuan and his wife asked in astonishment. turning their gaze to where Liao Yu was looking. "Get out of the way. Let me kill this brat." Liao Yu, having narrowly escaped death, had not tempered his temper in the slightest. He leapt out of bed, and without even putting on his shoes, he charged toward Dongya, striking out with a palm strike. Dongya, who had his back to him, was preparing to defend himself when Wu Siki stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. The two were evenly matched, and neither managed to knock the other back. They both retreated several meters. "Xiao Yu, cease this instant," Liao Penyuan commanded, quickly stepping between the two. Liao's mother rushed over and tightly gripped her son's sleeve, fearing he would once again cause trouble and endanger his life. "Humph." Wu Siki retrieved the Qi Ling from the ground and said, "I saved your son's life. Consider this item payment for my deed. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, of course," Liao Penyuan replied without hesitation. "Very well," Wu Siki said, her stern face betraying a hint of blush, the corners of her mouth tilting upward almost imperceptibly before resuming her serious expression. "In that case, we shall take our leave." "Thank you, young lady," Liao Penyuan said gratefully. Liao Penyuan found himself perplexed by the temperament of the young girl, hesitant to engage in any polite attempts to retain her, ultimately acquiescing to her desire to depart. Upon exiting the Liao residence, Wu Siki could no longer contain her laughter, chuckling heartily for half a mile before exclaiming, "Look at that old fool, so frightened. How fortunate it is to have a master." "Is your master the one who just saved you and Liao Yu?" Dong Yi inquired. The moment Dong Yi spoke, Wu Siki's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of irritation and agitation. "How could it possibly be you?" she retorted, her demeanor growing frantic as she shoved Dong Yi forward before turning on her heel and vanishing from sight. Dong Yi refrained from pursuing her. He felt utterly powerless against this girl. Despite the multitude of bizarre occurrences, he found no cause for discontent and obediently made his way toward the Jade Seal Academy. Not far off, an elderly man and a young boy watched him depart. Upon closer inspection, the elder was none other than the old man Wu Siki had previously impersonated, his demeanor and movements nearly identical. Were it not for Wu Siki standing beside the elder at that moment, onlookers would surely mistake him for her guise. "Here," Wu Siki said dejectedly, producing the Crimson Order. The elder glanced at it before returning it to her, stating, "I see, the blood red has not yet fully faded. It indicates that the slaughter is insufficient, preventing it from transforming into a water order. Thus, you have failed. You must wait a little longer." "What nonsense!" Wu Siki expressed her dissatisfaction with her master's explanation, turning away from him in a display of anger. The elderly man had long since grown accustomed to his behavior. After stroking his beard, he remarked, "You should return the red order to him, as one of the initiators of the water command. Only he can assist you in transforming into a spiritual master." "Deceiving me again. I refuse to go," Wu Siki retorted, disdainfully casting the red order to the ground. "Last time at the Baiqiao auction house, you claimed I would encounter the one who could help me become a spiritual master. Instead, Wu Lu ended up being the one. And you insisted he was the one. Yet he turned out to be nothing more than a hapless drifter, and you told me not to trouble him. It's infuriating." Knowing full well that I lack the ability to wield spirit magic, he flaunted his skills before me. Wu Siki pouted, her lips rising in indignation. "Do you not wish to become like your master?" The elder tempted. Wu Siki's stance softened, albeit begrudgingly, as she replied, "Of course I do." "Then follow my guidance." "I assure you, I would not deceive you," the elder said earnestly. Wu Siki regarded him with a skeptical gaze, but ultimately, with reluctance, retrieved the red order. Liao Penyuan proved to be trustworthy. In the ensuing 5 days, he refrained from troubling Dong Yi at the Yuan Academy, while Liao Yu was confined at home. During this 5-day period, Dong Yi devoted his days to training martial prowess at the martial arts hall and spent his nights meditating on water spirit techniques. By the end of this span, he had mastered a layer of spirit magic, no longer experiencing the fluctuations in the gathering of water spirits. As the night deepened, few rooms remained illuminated. Surprisingly, the martial arts hall was still aglow. Dong Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, "At this late hour, the martial arts hall is still active. Let us see who it is." Creak. On a wintry night, the door creaked open, revealing an individual sprawled on the ground, their body rising and falling in a peculiar rhythm. Intrigued, I pondered what peculiar practice this person was engaged in, for their movements were indeed strange. As I approached for a closer inspection, I was taken aback to discover that this individual was utterly unclothed, glistening with perspiration. In that moment, I understood that this was no ordinary training. I silently admonished myself, do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Turning to leave, I inadvertently kicked a stone pillar, producing a dull thud that echoed in the stillness, inadvertently alerting the individual to my presence. "Who goes there?" they exclaimed, panic evident in their voice. As they hastily ceased their actions and retreated to the side, the tone of their voice sent a shiver down my spine, and as I turned to look, I was met with a visage so pale it seemed to have been drained of life. It was none other than Wang Zhiping, a notorious figure whose depravity was well known. Initially, I had no desire to involve myself in Wang Zhiping's vile activities, yet my gaze was involuntarily drawn to the person beneath him. Upon closer inspection, I nearly stumbled in shock. I recognized this individual as well. Wang Zhiping. My fury could no longer be contained, and in a single stride, I approached him, seizing him by the throat, and propelled myself forward, crashing against the wall of the martial arts hall. Chapter 48. The Art of Malevolent Spirits at Last. I comprehended the grim reality before me. The woman in question was no longer the spirited Lu Siwen, but rather a marionette under Wang Zhiping's sinister control. His mocking laughter, dripping with malice, sent a wave of revulsion through me. "You are blissfully unaware of much that lies beyond your grasp," he taunted. "Allow me to enlighten you. According to the cultivation speed of your water spirit technique, with my methods, ascending from the first to the second tier requires merely the union with 10 maidens, whereas a spirit master needs only 5. What? On a winter night, Dong Yi could hardly believe his ears. The ability to condense water spirits could manifest in such a manner. It truly was something he had never heard of before. This not only allowed for the enjoyment of pleasure, but also facilitated the rapid enhancement of one's water spirit techniques. If you were willing, I could impart this knowledge to you. This was the allure of the evil spirit technique, hidden beyond the 5 great spiritual arts, as Wang Zhiping enticed Dong Yi. Evil spirit technique? The existence of a cultivation method beyond the 5 spirits sent tumultuous waves through Dong Yi's heart. The notion of the evil spirit technique was indeed sinister, with a cultivation approach that seemed to transcend human nature. What fate awaits the women you use to augment your power? Dong Yi's expression remained calm, even feigning a look of yearning to elicit more information. What concern is it of yours? They were merely playthings for our amusement. Bestowing them with consciousness is superfluous. Yes, they lack awareness and will be utterly obedient to you. You may act as you wish with them. Wang Zhiping's lascivious words were accompanied by a nauseating smirk. The malevolent energy controlled the stiffened Lu Siwen, guiding her step by step towards Wang Zhiping's lifeless body. She flipped him over, laying him flat, and exhaled a plume of black smoke. The smoke dispersed into 7 paths, invading Wang Zhiping's lifeless form through his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. This continued for the duration of a burning incense stick, and Lu Siwen's skin, which was not particularly pale to begin with, began to decay gradually. As the black energy completed its transmission, she transformed into something akin to charred coal. As Wang Zhiping's body rose from the ground like a delicate garment, it shattered the remnants of Lezuan, now merely a human shape. With a sudden crash, Lezuan's charred form disintegrated into fragments upon the ground, transforming a once complete individual into mere cinders. Dong Yi stood in stunned silence, realizing that this dark sorcery was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. How could such malevolent magic exist upon the spirit star? Wang Zhiping floated before Dong Yi, retracting the swirling black mist that enveloped him. With a few gestures, ethereal blue water spirits began to materialize around him. How is this possible? Dong Yi exclaimed. Our dark sorcery transcends all other forms of spiritual magic. In the realm of ice and snow, I can summon blue water spirits. Within the domain of fire and rock, I can invoke crimson fire spirits. I can also gather earth spirits, and in the realm of wind and thunder, I can wield their magic as well, Wang Zhiping declared, his arms spread wide, exuding an air of arrogance. Cease your theatrics. No one on the Spirit Star has ever possessed the ability to control all 5 spirits simultaneously, Dong Ye retorted. Born with extraordinary talent as a spirit master and having dedicated his life to the practice of spiritual arts and the study of various related texts, he knew that each of the 5 spirits required different, unique physiques for cultivation. It was utterly impossible for anyone to embody the capacity to cultivate all 5 types of spiritual magic. Do not take my word for it. Today, I shall broaden your horizons, Wang Zhiping proclaimed, once more waving his arms, as the soft blue water spirits gradually faded, only to be replaced moments later by a vibrant circle of fiery red spirits. However, it is not at all surprising for a winter night. For although there has never been a case of a person possessing the 5 elemental physiques, history does record instances where 3 types of spiritual arts manifested within a single individual. Yet, that individual only lived for 18 years, and each type of spiritual art only reached the first level of proficiency. There are indeed many who master 2 types of spiritual arts, and a considerable number have attained remarkable levels of expertise. Thus, when Wang Zhiping summoned the fire spirit, he did not regard it as a remarkable feat. Moreover, the fire spirit he summoned appeared rather feeble, at most at the first level. With a slight smile, he diverted the topic. Why have I attempted to kill you twice? Yet you have not sought to kill me, instead choosing to impart such profound cultivation techniques. Wang Zhiping burst into hearty laughter. Haha, you claim that you have tried to kill me twice, yet here I am, alive and well. Furthermore, you possess martial aura, destined to become a divine-class warrior. For my grand ambitions, I certainly require some assistance. After much deliberation, it seems you have taken a fancy to the martial aura within me. Winter Knight, concealing his intentions while feigning admiration for the dark arts, probed. So, it appears I am of some use. But as you mentioned, being a warrior, how can I transform into a spirit master? You remain unaware of the formidable nature of my dark arts. As long as you enter into a contract with our dark spirits, tonight you will become a water spirit master, possessing the first level of water spirit arts. Wang Zhiping, now somewhat intoxicated by his own enthusiasm, was almost convinced that Winter Knight was wholly his. Dark spirits? Winter Knight furrowed his brow. Could these dark spirits be akin to the water spirits? Indeed, dark spirits are our soul masters. Masters? Clearly, the initial speculation of the Winter Knight was erroneous. The malevolent spirit does not exist within all things like the water spirit, but rather as a distinct entity. All our efforts have been merely to await the return of the spirit's master to lead us. Wang Zhi opened his arms and gazed upwards, fervently speaking. Suddenly, a stream of water spirit darted swiftly through the door, enveloping Wang Zhiping like a blue cocoon. It was only then that Wang Zhiping gasped and said, "What I tell you tonight, you must not divulge to anyone." Why? Is the malevolent spirit not powerful? Why must we cower? Dong Yi deliberately provoked Wang Zhiping. However, Wang Zhiping, momentarily paralyzed by fear, could only respond, "If you wish to become a spirit master, you must heed my words." Then I must seek a virgin spirit master? Dong Yi feigned impatience. Wang Zhiping replied impatiently, "Rest assured, I have yet to touch Du Wei, who accompanied you to Mailin Peak last time. She is reserved for you." Really? Upon hearing this news, Dong Yi felt a surge of excitement and continued, "Why not bring her to me right now? To be frank, she is truly beautiful." Wang Zhiping cast a wicked grin at Dong Yi. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are even more eager than I. She is resting in my chamber. Go and take her yourself." All right. For this moment, Dong Yi had endured all his impatience and anger while conversing with Wang Zhiping, and he finally succeeded, though he left in a slight haste. "Wait." Wang Zhiping suddenly called out to him. Dong Yi was startled, inwardly wondering if he had been detected. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Is there anything else?" Wang Zhiping replied, "You have thwarted my plans today. I was on the verge of merging with 7 spirit masters to attain the 5th tier of evil spirit arts. Now, I must engage with 6 more spirit masters to achieve that. Please allow duel to restore my spiritual energy. Chapter 49. The hidden beauty in the dormitory. With a swift kick, he forced the door open, and a pungent aroma of perfume wafted from within. Dong Yi hesitated upon stepping inside, then retreated momentarily, fanning his face with his hand. After a brief wait for the stale air to mingle with the fresh night breeze, he ventured inside. The room was shrouded in darkness. Dong Yi had not brought a candle or any form of illumination, relying solely on the feeble moonlight to navigate. Lying on the bed was a figure whose form closely resembled Duwei's. It must be her. Dong Yi reached out and lifted her. As soon as he released her, Duwei fell back heavily onto the bed. Dong Yi smacked his forehead, realizing, I thought she wouldn't blame me for touching her. But I completely forgot she is under Wang Zhiping's control. Casting a glance towards the martial arts hall, Dong Yi noticed Wang Zhiping standing still, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone, yet no one else was in sight. The fact that they had lost consciousness and were being manipulated suggested that Wang Zhiping had administered some kind of drug to them. I must search his room for an antidote, Dong Yi pondered, and immediately set to work. However, the moonlight was dim tonight, making it difficult to discern the contents of the room. After searching for a while without success, he began to feel lightheaded and disoriented. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. I shall first rescue her and then seek alternative solutions. Fearing the winter night, I casually reached for an incense burner. Sensing the fragrant aroma emanating from it, I took a handful of ash, tore a piece of cloth from my attire, and gathered the ashes within it before lifting Duwei and hastily making my escape. Meanwhile, far away in the martial arts hall, Wang Zhiping observed my departure with a smug smile adorning his face. Do you still believe this person possesses unwavering resolve? Strangely, he appeared alone. Yet to whom was he speaking? As I drew closer, I discerned a swirling mass of black smoke taking on a vaguely human form before him. This formless shadow surprisingly began to speak. Do not be so presumptuous. Why was the Guaixin powder in your chamber incapable of ensnaring him? With your current state, do you truly believe you can manage the realm of ice and snow in the future? How can you confide in someone whose allegiance remains uncertain about the existence of the Dark Spirit Lord, and to divulge the intricate techniques for advancing in the art of dark sorcery? You think you can control him? Resorting to using Guaixin powder, a substance that easily leaves traces, to train a few spirit masters? After 5 years of practice, you have only reached the 4th tier. It is a mystery how you were even chosen in the first place. The shadow berated him mercilessly. Wang Zhiping kept his head bowed, too intimidated to retort even a single word. Finally, after a prolonged silence from the shadow, he timidly inquired, Shall I then eliminate Yi Dong tomorrow to avert future troubles? Never mind, the allure of your rose powder did not captivate him, not due to his remarkable prowess, but rather because the fragrance of the powder is so potent that anyone would be inclined to open their doors for a breath of fresh air. Furthermore, his stay was brief, making it entirely normal for him to remain unbewitched. However, the dormitory was already at full capacity, and the only remaining bed was that of Dong Yi, which was not suitable for a female to sleep on the floor. Thus, Dong Yi took down the sheets and spread them beside his bed, allowing Duwei to rest on the bed while he lay on the sheets on the floor. The next morning, as dawn broke, the group was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Fat Dun turned over, his eyes still closed, irritably muttering, Who is it? Without heeding the astonished expressions of the others, Yu Miao called out loudly, Where is Yi Dong? Scanning the 4 beds, he noticed the absence of Dong Ye's face, but his gaze ultimately settled on Dong Ye's bed, where a striking young lady was lying. Lu Tiannan, Fat Dun, and the squint-eyed fellow followed Yu Miao's gaze, eventually resting their eyes on Duwei, exchanging glances filled with varying thoughts. It was not long before the 4 of them discovered Dong Yi lying on the floor, and Yu Miao strode over, pointing an accusing finger at Dong Ye's nose, exclaiming, Well, it seems you have hidden another person in the dormitory. Dong Yi looked up at Yu Miao, blinking in confusion, wondering what this fellow was on about. Upon seeing Dong Ye's innocent expression, Yu Miao's anger intensified, and as he glanced down, he realized his shirt was wide open at the chest, directly facing Dong Ye's visage. With a swift motion, she aimed a slap at Dong Ye, exclaiming, You never learn. How could the Jade Seal ever acknowledge someone of your character? Before she could finish her sentence, Dongye seized her hand and, sitting up, inquired, "Teacher you, what brings you here? It's early morning, and you've barged into our dormitory without our consent, attempting to strike me for no apparent reason. Release me." Yu Miao stepped back, her anger unabated. In the presence of the Jade Seal, disrespect towards a mentor would incur severe penalties, so she insisted, "Let go." Dongye complied, standing up as well. Since he had been sleeping on the floor, he had not changed his attire. Calmly, he responded, "You were the one who struck first." Yu Miao placed her hands on her hips, declaring earnestly, "I only reacted because you were in the wrong." "What are you talking about?" Dongye furrowed his brow, attempting to decipher Yu Miao's words, yet remained perplexed. "In the 5 days since the bathhouse was repaired, I've heard that you've been frequently associated with our Bing Ice Hall members, Mu Bingqiao and Mu Chenyu, which has caused both of them to neglect their meditation on the water spirit technique, incessantly murmuring your name. I came this early to clarify which one you truly favor." "But you..." Yu Miao's words trailed off, realizing there was no longer any need to continue. "I will not allow someone like you near them." "They're murmuring about me?" Dongye nearly laughed, thinking they must perceive him as an easy target. Yu Miao remained silent, turning to exit the dormitory, and with a resounding slam, shut the door behind her. The 3 chubby figures promptly leapt from the bed, forming a line to cast a glance at Du Wei, who lay upon it. Subsequently, they turned to Dong Yi with expressions of incredulity. Lu Tianen gave Dong Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. I once thought myself a dandy among flowers, but upon witnessing you, I have come to understand the true essence of a flower among men. Truly admirable." The chubby one shook his head, remarking, "Remarkable indeed. By day, you are surrounded by 2 enchanting goddesses, and by night, you can wait. With all this commotion, how is she still asleep? Dressed as you are. Even if she were awake, she would surely feign slumber," came the retort, his gaze never straying from Du Wei's figure. "Oh." The chubby one hurriedly bounded back onto the bed to properly cover her with the quilt. "I cannot quite place it. It is a rather pungent fragrance. One I have not encountered often. I rescued her from Wang Zhiping." Dong Yi did not conceal the events of the previous night. For every additional person in the know meant another avenue to aid Du Wei. Upon mentioning Wang Zhiping, their laughter ceased, as the lascivious reputation of Wang Zhiping had evidently become well established among the new generation in the area. "A pungent fragrance?" The chubby one poked his head out from under the covers. "There are so many scents, it is difficult to determine which medicine it might be." "Here," Dong Yi said, revealing a scrap of cloth, "this is ash I collected from his incense burner. It bears that very scent." As Dong Yi spread the fabric, the sharp aroma of roses filled the air. The chubby one hastily covered the scrap again and looked up, stating, "That is indeed Gui Xian powder." Chapter 50. Rose and Bamboo. "It exists, though it is rather difficult to procure." With a dejected tone, the stout fellow confessed, "My family's enterprise revolves around the pharmaceutical trade, and we have, in times past, dealt with similar medications, primarily intended for use on lesser spiritual beasts. It is beyond my comprehension that this Wang Zhiping would stoop so low as to employ it to exploit women." The cross-eyed man interjected, "Given the overpowering aroma of the rose heart powder, would it not invariably attract unwanted attention?" The stout fellow, casting a glance at Winter Night, betrayed a reluctance to involve him in this quest. Yet, perceiving the unwavering resolve in Winter Night's eyes, he sighed, "We possess all the necessary components, save for the rose of sesame, which is exclusively found on Mount Spiritual Spring and can only be harvested at the precise moment of sunrise." "Mount Spiritual Spring?" Winter Night responded. "What challenge does that present?" He had previously ascended the mountain during his initial encounter with the Du siblings. Even when his martial prowess was unremarkable and his spiritual arts lay dormant, and he had managed to reach the summit. While Mount Spiritual Spring may not bear the reputation of a forbidden zone akin to Plum Blossom Peak, it possesses its own inherent perils. There exist 2 paths to ascend Mount Spiritual Spring. The more frequented route lies on the sunlit side, demanding a modicum of effort but accessible to most. However, the rose of sesame thrives on the shaded side of the mountain, a terrain almost antithetical to the Earth's surface, rendering it virtually insurmountable for those lacking in skill. Furthermore, the rows of sesame required for the antidote must be bathed in the sun's rays at the precise moment of sunrise and swiftly plucked. Prolonged exposure to sunlight renders it ineffective. While the absence of sunlight negates its efficacy, the stout fellow meticulously elucidated the stringent conditions necessary for the rows of sesame to serve as a medicinal ingredient. His once expansive eyes were now reduced to mere slits by the corpulence of his face, as he harbored the expectation that winter night would be deterred by these formidable obstacles. The cross-eyed man exclaimed, "Heavens! Growing on the shaded side, requiring sunlight, and only at sunrise. Is this not a deliberate attempt to make things difficult?" Yet, rather than retreating, Dong Yi stepped forward and grasped Fat Dun's shoulder, inquiring, "If I procure the rosegrass, will you be able to save her?" Fat Dun hesitated for a moment before nodding, but he cautioned, "Yi Dong, you can't have truly fallen for her, can you? Remember, Lingduo Mountain is renowned as a sacred peak, abundant not only in treasures but also in spiritual beasts. Although you possess remarkable talent, it does not guarantee your ability to contend with the creatures that dwell there." Dong Yi chuckled, "I have ventured to Lingduo Mountain before. There are no formidable spiritual beasts there, merely a third-tier white tiger." Fat Dun rolled his eyes in response. "You must have taken the sunny route, didn't you? I told you there are two paths." Nevertheless, Dong Yi remained undeterred and patted Fat Dun's shoulder, saying, "Then I shall trouble you to guide the way." Fat Dun shuddered at the thought and quickly shrugged off Dong Yi's hand. "How would I know the way? I only heard my father recount tales of it. Don't expect my father to know. He is hardly a warrior and certainly hasn't he ventured there." Dong Yi stroked his chin, musing aloud. "Brother Du has lingered there for quite some time. He should be aware. This is the only course of action. What shall we do?" The three queried in unison. "Brother Nan, how long will it take to reach Lingduo Mountain via the four-winged sparrow?" Inspired by Dong Yi's fervor, Fat Dun became more animated. "Well, I initially had no intention of lending you the four-winged sparrow, but I suppose I shall make an exception," Lu Tianan declared, adopting a demeanor of generosity. However, he was met with a disdainful glance from Dong Yi. "Have you so quickly forgotten how you acquired the four-winged sparrow?" Lu Tianan forced a smile and ceased to speak further. The rotund figure known as Pang Dun remarked, "The efficacy of the rose grass is contingent upon its hue. Should it fail to bask in the first light of dawn, or if exposed for an excessive duration, it will manifest as black. Conversely, if it is purple, it possesses the necessary properties for concocting medicinal brews. Only the purple variant can remedy your beloved. Otherwise, it risks transforming her into a mere puppet, irreversibly lost to normalcy." Gratitude was expressed succinctly, though these two words, brief as they were, conveyed genuine sentiment on a winter-s night. Pang Dun, blushing with bashfulness, felt a surge of joy within, yet remarked, "Such words seem a touch too formal." As they conversed, breakfast time approached, prompting them to proceed together to the dining hall. Midway through their journey, a striking woman clad in purple obstructed their path, causing the three to instinctively disperse and continue their march toward the dining hall. These two individuals were none other than the Moose sisters, who, unbeknownst to them, had developed an attachment to Dong Yi after their earlier encounters. He was the sole person who transcended the boundaries of ordinary relationships since their departure from home, while others tended to either flatter or keep their distance. Dong Yi's presence alleviated their tedium, prompting them to seek him out for training over the past 5 days, which led many at the academy to misconstrue the nature of their bond, a misunderstanding that Lu Tianan and his companions had grown accustomed to. "Why venture to the dining hall for a meal? The food is dreadful. Come, dear sister, allow me to treat you to something exquisite." Mu Chenyu unabashedly intertwined her arm with Dong Yi's as they strode forward. Mu Bingxiao offered a soft hum of acknowledgement but remained silent, walking alongside them. Dong Yi quickly disentangled himself from Mu Chenyu's grasp, saying, "Ladies, it appears that your mentor, you, has come to cause me some trouble today, claiming that I am to be expelled." "Why?" Mu Chenyu inquired. "How dare you?" Mu Bingxiao retorted with evident indignation. "It's all because you two incessantly seek me out. She claims you both harbor affections for me, which has consequently hindered your cultivation and tarnished her reputation, Dong Yi remarked casually. Do you fancy me? Mu Qinyu softly mused, neither denying nor affirming. Yet her thoughts wandered to the notion that perhaps this individual sought to separate them. Casting a glance at Mu Bingxiao, she noticed a similar expression, as if she too entertained the same suspicion. To be candid, if one did not pay close attention, the resemblance between the two was quite striking. Both were adorned in garments of the same hue, and with their expressions so closely mirroring one another, it was easy to mistake them for reflections in a mirror. They exchanged a knowing look, and Mu Bingxiao abruptly shoved Dong Yi aside, while Mu Qinyu pinched the flesh at Dong Yi's waist, exclaiming, Who do you think you are fooling? How could someone as dedicated as Minter you utter such trivialities? Believe it or not, I have matters to attend to and may not be able to cultivate with you both, Dong Yi replied, having dismissed Yu Miao's words from her mind, merely responding to the two women's remarks. Matters? Mu Bingxiao scrutinized her with a sidelong glance, clearly skeptical. Well, I too have affairs to discuss. I came here specifically to inform you, as if anyone would be eager to cultivate alongside you. Miraculously, Mu Hua acquiesced to her proposition, stating that as long as her claims were genuine, the engagement with Liao Yu would be annulled. Thus, Mu Bingxiao pondered thoroughly and could only consider Dong Yi, desiring to cultivate a closer relationship with her in the hopes of staging a performance for her own benefit. Due to her personality not being as forthright as Mu Qinyu's, she felt embarrassed to go alone and thus enlisted Mu Qinyu's company. Mu Qinyu, already harboring a fondness for Dong Yi, agreed in hopes of spending more time with him. Chapter 51. Preparing for battle at Lingquan Mountain. Dong Yi shook his head. Brother Do you still remember the last time we dealt with that lecherous Wang Jiping together? Wasn't he killed by Xiao Wei? He inquired if the academy had begun to investigate. Du Tao quickly entered his room, gathering his belongings in preparation for heading to Yuan Academy. Dong Yi followed him inside, not halting Du Tao's actions as he continued. Wang Jiping merely faked his death last time. He has his sights set on Miss Du faked his death. Du Tao abruptly dropped what he was holding, standing up to stare at Dong Yi, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Indeed, he is very much alive. Moreover, he has administered a drug to Miss Du. Dong Yi was unaware of how Wang Jiping had seemingly perished only to resurrect again, so he refrained from mentioning that he had witnessed Wang Jiping's revival. What? Du Tao managed to regain some composure, ceasing his frantic movements, though his eyes continued to dart anxiously. His tone became markedly steadier. All right. We will wait until the guests depart. Dong Yi regarded him with suspicion, slowly making his way down the staircase, stating, I will go outside to keep an eye on Miss Du. You need not worry. Yes, go ahead, Du Tao replied, following him down. With this reassurance, Dong Yi felt a sense of relief as he exited the inn. However, just as he took a few steps outside, Du Tao emerged from the back room carrying two signs, placing them beside the doors. Upon closer inspection, Dong Yi noted that the signs read, This establishment is closed. Before long, the group of over 10 tables began to disperse, each individual voicing their dissatisfaction, evidently having not savored their meal to the fullest. Clutching varying amounts of coins in their hands. Sighing, Dong Yi waited for everyone to leave before carrying Du Wei into the restaurant. Du Tao hurriedly rushed forward, tripping over a fallen stool, yet he paid no heed to his stumble and quickly regained his footing, dashing toward Dong Yi. Upon seeing Du Wei's face, his countenance turned a pallid shade of despair. Xiao Wei, he exclaimed, Brother Du, be careful. You've hurt her head. Dong Yi regretted having informed Du Tao of this news prematurely. He could have waited until the crowd had dispersed. He hadn't anticipated Du Tao's fragile composure. It's all right. Quickly carry her to my room, he urged. Du Tao led the way, maneuvering around the closely positioned tables and chairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he abruptly changed his mind. No, let us go to her room instead. She prefers it there. Indeed, that is precisely why I came here hastily, Dong Yi replied, maintaining his pace as they arrived at Du Wei's room. He gently laid her down and stood aside, grasping Du Wei's somewhat rigid hand. Du Tao was engulfed in profound sorrow and declared, I must avenge this beast, Wang Jiping. Wang Jiping possesses a level of spiritual technique equivalent to the 4th tier. We must devise a meticulous plan to confront him, Dong Yi concurred, equally intent on eradicating such a menace. Yes, tell me what I can provide to save my sister. Du Tao, now fully composed, continued, Brother Du, are you aware of the location where the rose mushroom flourishes on Lingduo Mountain? The current prescription is lacking only the rose mushroom. To reach the rose grass, one must ascend from the rear of Lingduo Mountain. The rear? Just as I suspected. Du Tao indeed knows the way. The rear he mentioned must be the shaded side referred to by the rotund figure. Indeed, ordinary individuals cannot traverse this ascent. But a spirit master can rely on the assistance of water spirits to make the climb. However, at the rear entrance of the mountain dwell two-headed flying leopards, and within reside higher-tier spirit beasts that have made this place their perennial abode. Du Tao's words carried an air of difficulty. The two-headed flying leopard is a fourth-tier spirit beast. While one might be manageable, confronting two could prove to be quite challenging. Yet, he did not waver and resolutely declared, Do not worry, Brother Du, I shall go alone. You need only provide me with the location of the rear entrance and the subsequent directions. Alone? Du Tao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dong Yi would venture forth alone. What? Are you concerned that I cannot handle those two leopards? Dong Yi queried, his own uncertainty prompting him to ask in a bid to bolster his confidence. No, absolutely not. Du Tao firmly rejected the notion. Tomorrow, I will gather some companions to ensure our success. Dong Yi agreed that this approach was indeed more prudent and replied, If you are to find others, you must act swiftly this evening, for the rose grass we seek requires exposure to the very first light of dawn. Ah? Du Tao was taken aback. Even if you are a divine warrior or a fifth-tier water spirit master, you must depart immediately to reach the summit before dawn. How long will it take us to ascend? Dong Yi pondered, realizing that they had not encountered such symptoms before. Thus, prompt treatment was imperative. He had not anticipated the difficulty of the ascent from the rear of Lingduo Mountain, and urgency began to grip him. Du Tao crawled out from beneath the bed, circumvented to the back of Du Wei's bed, and opened a door, stepping inside. The sound of his footsteps indicated that Du Tao had ventured a considerable distance, suggesting that the space within was quite ample. Dong Yi did not follow him in, as it was not his residence. Soon, a clatter of metal echoed, and shortly thereafter, Du Tao re-emerged, struggling with a bundle. It was evident that the others were hired help, brought in at great expense. Once inside, Du Tao invited everyone to sit at their leisure, leading two men and a woman into Du Wei's room. Upon entering, Du Tao first introduced Dong Yi to the trio. This is young Master Yi Dong. We shall heed his guidance in rescuing Xiao Wei. Dong Yi humbly interjected with a smile, What are you saying, Brother Du? We should discuss this together. Du Tao, not wishing to indulge in excessive sentimentality, pointed to one of the taller men, who sported an unruly afro, with one eye noticeably larger than the other, and a faint scar at the corner of his left eye. Du Tao introduced him, saying, This is my brother Lin Gao, a companion since childhood. I usually refer to him as Big Gao. Dong Yi politely stood and said, Hello. Chapter 52. Entering the cave, it turned out that the path had 3 specific locations where spirit beasts would certainly obstruct passage. One was at the mountain's entrance, where two-headed flying leopards awaited. Another lay at the mountain's center, where one had to navigate through a cave, the entrance, or the cave itself potentially harboring spirit beasts, though their identities remained uncertain. 5 years prior, Lin Gao had encountered 4 armored beasts and a swarm of giant-eared bats, all classified as third-tier spirit beasts, posing little threat. However, they also encountered a 6-armed snow ape, a formidable 6th-tier spirit beast, which fortunately did not engage them, due to the intervening hills. The two-headed flying leopard remained oblivious to their presence. After a brief moment of observation, it lay down once more to continue its slumber. The group finally exhaled in relief. Yet Dong Yi understood that it was now impossible to stealthily slip past the 2 leopards. Once awakened from its rest, the two-headed flying leopard would feign sleep thereafter. The 2 individuals approached quietly. Once the leopards are distracted, you 2 will remain here. If the flying leopards choose to attack, attempt to lead them away without engaging in combat. The only objective is to ensure they do not follow us. Understood, replied young Master Yi. You can hear their breathing. It has changed from before. Let us move, swiftly. As Dong Yi spoke, he dashed forward. Upon cresting the hill, he suddenly leaned back, astonished to discover the steepness of the path, which formed an almost right angle with the ground. Given his current physical condition, he felt somewhat unaccustomed, let alone the others. Ouch! Ah! Oh! Various cries echoed, as more than half of them stumbled, utterly unprepared for the steepness of the trail. Apart from them, it seemed no one else would have deemed this a viable path. Before they could voice their complaints, the two-headed flying leopard had already turned and soared towards them. The speed at which it approached was astonishingly swift, rendering their previous pace almost imperceptible. Indeed, only 5 of them managed to ascend a little over 10 meters before the two-headed flying leopard was upon them. At that moment, 2 stones, each the size of a fist, suddenly hurtled through the air towards the two-headed flying leopard, forcing it to redirect its flight towards the source of the stones. Everything unfolded just as Dong Ye had envisioned. Consequently, the remaining individuals remained composed, undeterred by the approach of the two-headed leopards. As the leopards pursued the 2 intermediate warriors, the others successfully ascended several dozen meters, gradually distancing themselves from the territory of the two-headed leopards. Chapter 53. Spiritual Beasts in the Mountains. At this moment, Zhang Shi felt a growing sense of trepidation. Giant-eared bats occasionally flitted past her face, and neither of the 2 dared to strike. For the bats refrained from attacking due to their innate timidity. They typically shied away from engaging other spiritual beasts or humans. However, if one were to take the lead, the others would inevitably follow suit, launching an unreserved and all-out assault driven by their instinct for survival. A bat zipped past Dong Ye's ear, emitting a piercing shriek. Remaining in a state of vigilance, Dong Ye instinctively struck out with his hand, landing a blow on the giant-eared bat. His force was considerable, sending the bat crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, the bat bounced a few times before taking flight once more. Chapter 54. The One-Eyed Eagle. Surely this is more than you earn in a year? Chun Sheng remarked, feeling somewhat ashamed and falling into silence. The other companion, understanding the moment, also chose to remain quiet. Dong Ye overheard their conversation but was indifferent to their plight. He suddenly regretted bringing them along, perceiving that the 2 junior warriors seemed rather ineffectual. After climbing for a while longer, they encountered a pit large enough for a person, at which point Lin Gao abruptly halted. You speak the truth. On a wintry night, an idea suddenly sparked within him, prompting him to rise and exclaim, "Let us carve a hole into this mountain, allowing the sunlight to stream through." The 5 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, for this was indeed a mountain, and completing such a task would be impossible without at least a month's toil. Young Master Yi refrained from such despondent remarks. Do not fret. Solutions will inevitably present themselves. Chang Songtao and his companions, having long abandoned any sense of shame, remained unfazed by the scorn directed at them. One of them remarked, "We have climbed all night and are utterly exhausted. Let us take a moment to drink some water before we proceed." Indeed, the spring on Lingquan Mountain is unparalleled in its icy clarity, Chun Songtao asserted. Drawing a short knife and carving a small pit approximately 15 to 20 centimeters deep into the mountain face. Before long, water gushed forth exuberantly. Each of the 3 drank deeply and washed their faces, entirely disregarding the contemptuous glances from Winter Night and the others. However, one among them perceived the situation differently, exclaiming, "Chun Songtao, he is your nephew. How can you be so heartless?" To which Chun Songtao retorted, "He fell on his own accord. I did not push him." The One-Eyed Eagle, as if comprehending their exchange, let out a piercing screech and unleashed a beam of orange light from its eye, aimed directly at Chun Songtao. Startled, Chang Songtao trembled yet clung tightly to the 2 protruding rocks above his head, his hands bloodied and raw from the tension. The eagle, however, merely intended to intimidate. The beam of light did not strike Chang Songtao but came alarmingly close, within mere inches. Another individual, gripped by fear and drenched in cold sweat, disregarded everything else and hastily began to descend, clinging to the protruding rocks. Yet, before he had traversed 5 meters, the One-Eyed Eagle pivoted its head, and the orange beam of light followed suit, instantly illuminating the unfortunate man. With a resounding whoosh, flames engulfed his entire body. His agonized screams echoed as he plummeted down the mountainside. At that moment, only Chun Sheng remained, paralyzed by terror, rendered mute. Suddenly, a streak of moisture appeared on his pant leg, emanating a foul stench, which terrified him into losing control of his bowels. Chapter 55, Duel with the Eagle. Zhang Shi smiled and remarked, "Young Master Yi, I never anticipated such malevolence within you. However, they have brought this upon themselves." Dong Yi, wiping the smile from his face, stated, "Evildoers deserve their just deserts. While I cannot guarantee anything else, I shall ensure that those who transgress before me receive their due retribution." All right. I never claimed you were in the wrong. It was merely a jest," he added. "Water." Dong Yi gazed at the pit the group had just excavated, uttering a single word. Water? The siblings were taken aback, unable to fathom what purpose water could serve. Suddenly, the previously circling one-eyed eagle swooped down the mountain, startling all three. Its silence while hovering had been so profound that, after Chun Sheng's demise, they had entirely forgotten the presence of a sixth-level spirit beast nearby. As the saying goes, one cannot discern another's thoughts. Yet, once malevolent intentions take root, they bear a sinister quality, imperceptible to the unaware. The tales recounted on winter nights are drawn from the pages of books. He does not wholly believe in them. Yet he perceives them as a guiding light for readers to pursue virtue. I do not wish to engage in prolonged disputes, but I firmly believe that a tall individual would not embody such a character. At present, however, there is a lack of vessels to collect water. Winter Night meandered slightly, observing the absence of trees, only to find some flowers and grasses, their leaves modestly small, none larger than the palm of his hand. There was no need to seek a container for water. Lingduo Mountain is abundant with springs, and one need only dig a little in any spot to uncover the bubbling waters. Winter Night dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the two and thrusting out his palms to shield against the flying stones. In mere moments, he felt a searing heat in his hands. Compelled by the intensity, he executed a swift maneuver, pressing a stone beneath his foot and sending it plummeting downward. It was then that he noticed the source of the stone, the one-eyed eagle, its eye radiating an orange glow, the very stone having been heated by its fiery gaze. Zhang Sheng murmured softly, "You know it is merely a spirit beast, yet you seek vengeance upon it." Winter Night found himself at a loss for words. The one-eyed eagle, having rested momentarily, spread its wings wide, seemingly gathering strength. Its pupils transitioned from orange to a blazing red, emitting a beam of crimson light that descended upon Winter Night in an instant. The unprecedented heat enveloped him, making him feel as though he might melt away, with no means of resistance at his disposal. In comparison to the one-eyed eagle, his speed was evidently insufficient, rendering him incapable of sustaining flight in the air. Before long, Dong Yi sensed that something was amiss during the Winter Night. Based on his understanding of the one-eyed eagle, he recognized it as the creature's ultimate attack. With only the physique of a mid-tier warrior, he was astounded that his body remained unscathed. It was then that he noticed a shimmering ice shield, nearly melted, positioned before him, with water spirits continually replenishing it. Chapter 56. For eagles. The eagle alighted once more on the previously occupied boulder. Dong Yi bent his legs and propelled himself forward, surprising the one-eyed eagle, which could not anticipate such swift movement under its intense assault. Moreover, while executing this ultimate strike, the one-eyed eagle was unable to move significantly and lacked its usual keen sight. It merely sensed an approach, and the one who burned its eyes did not flee. The transformation was extraordinarily peculiar, evoking a sense of desolation. Dong Yi approached the one-eyed eagle and remarked, "It seems we must wait until nightfall." The eagle shuddered slightly, retreating with a glimmer of fear in its eyes, as it perceived that Dong Yi had just vanquished it. Uncertainty lingered regarding whether Du Tao could endure the weight. Dong Yi crouched down, his gaze fixed on the one-eyed eagle. Suddenly, he began to gather the water spirits. Grasping Lin Gao's shoulder, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? We should combine our efforts to subdue it. not seize this opportunity for revenge. Lin Gao shook his head with great difficulty. Dong Yi seemed to comprehend his intent, hesitating briefly before releasing his grip and stepping aside. To his surprise, Lin Gao genuinely commenced employing the water spirits to heal the one-eyed eagle, which did not resist but willingly accepted the soothing warmth that the water spirits provided. After a brief interval, the mist surrounding Lin Gao began to dissipate, the ethereal water spirit fading into obscurity. In the next moment, he found himself prostrate on the ground, the water spirit vanishing completely. Having spoken, Dong Yi glanced at the one-eyed eagle and then commenced his descent down the mountain. The one-eyed eagle, indeed, grasped his intent and followed him downwards. In just a few strides, they arrived at the eagle's nest. Upon peering inside, it was evident that an egg was missing. Casting his gaze upwards, he noticed a rock formation with distinct fissures. A subtle smile crept across Dong Yi's face. This must be the place. He ascended a few steps and grasped the crack, exerting considerable effort to shift it downward. With a thunderous crash, a massive stone along with countless smaller fragments tumbled down the mountainside. Seeing the egg intact, Dong Yi turned to showcase it to the one-eyed eagle, only to find, much to his astonishment, that two one-eyed eagles now stood behind him. Both eagles were fixated on the opening from which Dong Yi had removed the stone, yet neither exhibited any intent to enter. Dong Yi sensed that the eagle on his left had followed him down, its breath uneven, a testament to the prolonged battle from which it had yet to fully recover. The eagle on his right, however, appeared somewhat more lackluster, its beak encased in a notably thicker shell, indicative of years spent hunting for sustenance. In terms of size, the one-eyed eagle accompanying him was slightly larger. Why, then, would this older one-eyed eagle seek to claim the egg of the younger one? On a frigid winter night, deep contemplation led to the realization that the lifespan of the one-eyed eagle is rather brief, lasting merely a decade. After the age of 8, its combat prowess and flight capabilities significantly decline, making it increasingly difficult to procure sustenance. Often, it resorts to pilfering the eggs or young of the more vigorous one-eyed eagles to prolong its existence. It is evident that this aged eagle had meticulously prepared for the encounter, having covertly observed for 4 or 5 hours. It discerned that the younger eagle was thoroughly exhausted and, at that moment, posed no threat. The younger eagle, too, recognized this disparity. As they exchanged glances, the younger one suddenly pivoted and charged directly at the winter knight. Taken aback, Winter Knight attempted to leap into the air, but having just endured a fierce battle, his strength was insufficient for such a feat. Although he felt he could leap, he was unable to achieve the necessary height. The younger eagle's beak, far from ordinary, capable of piercing stone, lacerated his thigh, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. Before long, he felt a loss of sensation beneath him, his strength waning, and his body began to plummet down the mountainside. The younger eagle, indifferent to his plight, seized its own egg with both claws and soared back into the sky. The old eagle immediately pursued, employing a strategy of patience. Though not as youthful as its adversary, it had rested sufficiently, allowing it to swiftly catch up and surpass the younger eagle, striking it with powerful wing beats. The young eagle emitted a piercing cry, its body beginning to descend, compelled to relinquish the egg clutched in its talons. As Winter Knight became acutely aware of his waning strength, he began to summon the essence of water spirits. After a moment of deep meditation, a thin mist coalesced around him, gradually halting his descent and allowing him to float upwards. Suddenly, a massive white egg plummeted from above, causing Winter Knight to feel a wave of frustration. He hastily urged the water spirits to retreat to the side. No sooner had he moved aside than an elderly eagle descended rapidly. With no means of evasion, Winter Knight swiftly conjured an ice shield to defend himself. But the time was too brief for the water spirits to gather sufficiently. The elder eagle's wings struck him, sending him crashing towards the egg. With a sickening thud, Winter Knight coughed up blood, his body spinning uncontrollably through the air. The force of the elderly eagle's wing left him dazed as he landed heavily upon the egg. To his astonishment, he shattered the shell, revealing a small, one-eyed eagle chick nestled within, no larger than Winter Knight's head. He had no idea what it was, only sensing that he was now entwined in a swirling dance with this wet, living creature. Chapter 57. The chaos of four eagles turning to glance behind him. He discovered that he was face to face with two eagles, a venerable one and a youthful companion, both of whom gazed at him with palpable fear, their attention fixated on something beneath him. Winter Night then looked down to find himself atop the back of the black-feathered elder eagle, which was significantly larger than the two others. Its back could easily accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, not to mention its expansive wings. More importantly, it possessed 2 eyes, a female eagle with both eyes intact. Instantly, Winter Night recalled the mate of the one-eyed eagle. Literature had indicated that female eagles with 2 eyes were larger than their one-eyed counterparts. Yet he had not anticipated such a substantial difference. Indeed. The one-eyed eagle cannot lay eggs. It is the 2-eyed female eagle that produces these eggs. It seems that the knowledge I previously acquired has proven quite invaluable. On this winter night, I suddenly recalled many insights regarding the one-eyed eagle and the 2-eyed female eagle. Despite their stark differences in appearance, they belong to the same species, both classified as 6th-level spirit beasts, and their propagation relies solely on the 2-eyed female eagle. The eggs laid by the 2-eyed female eagle may yield either 1-eyed or 2-eyed offspring. The one-eyed eagle must take the eggs from the 2-eyed female eagle and then engage in the process of incubation to hatch 1-eyed eagles, while the 2-eyed female eagle, by incubating the eggs herself, gives birth to 2-eyed eagles. Thus, whether 1-eyed or 2-eyed, all originate from the nurturing of the 2-eyed female eagle. Consequently, before the eggs hatch, the 2-eyed female eagle perceives them as her own children and cares for them dearly. This is also the reason why the 2-eyed female eagle fervently strives to rescue this particular egg. The young male eagle, having sown and incubated for so long, naturally regards this as its offspring and is unwilling to relinquish it. The elder eagle, in a bid for survival, must also secure this egg. All 3 eagles refuse to relinquish the hatchling before them. The 2-eyed female eagle possesses a distinct advantage in strength, yet finds herself hampered by the need to protect the hatchling, resulting in a stalemate. Caw, caw, one eagle calls out, attempting to intimidate the other 2. Yet the effort proves utterly ineffective. The young male eagle takes flight, directing a beam of orange light toward the hatchling on the back of the 2-eyed female eagle, intent on incinerating it to prevent the hatchling from becoming prey to the other eagles. On a winter night, contemplating the situation, I realized that on the back of the eagle, the martial skills of a warrior were rendered useless. I could only resort to the art of water spirit. At such a lofty altitude, my current spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain my descent to the ground, leaving me unable to depart from the eagle's back. With determination, I concentrated once more, summoning the water spirit to float me slightly above the female eagle's back, observing the unfolding events. Unexpectedly, a male eagle launched an attack, followed closely by another male eagle hurtling towards me. Their apparent target was the young eagle cradled in my arms, and it seemed inevitable that they would collide with me. In a moment of inspiration, I cast the young eagle towards the second male eagle, and indeed, the elder male instantly altered its course to pursue the other eagle. The second eagle raised its head, and an orange glow illuminated its path, prompting the elder eagle to defend itself hastily, coming to a sudden halt. Truly, the male eagle demonstrated remarkable agility, capable of ceasing flight at a moment's notice. Feeling an urge to marvel at such prowess, I was suddenly assailed by a fierce gust of wind at my feet. Glancing down, I was startled to find nothing beneath me. Where had the female eagle gone? Panic surged within me, and I quickly gathered more water spirit, fearing I might plummet. However, I soon felt a sense of fatigue. My ability to gather the water spirit had diminished significantly compared to before. It turned out that the female eagle, witnessing her offspring being cast aside, instinctively flipped around and grasped the young eagle in her beak. She then veered towards Lingduo Mountain, with both male eagles in hot pursuit. I realized with dread that if this continued, I would be left to await my demise, unable to match their speed. Left with no choice, I summoned the water spirit, and a colossal ice arrow materialized above me. With both hands pointed forward, I released the arrow, sending it soaring forth. With a sudden burst of momentum, Winter Night traversed a distance of over 100 meters, catching the female eagle off guard on that wintry night. Otherwise, with her swiftness, it would have been impossible for Winter Night to flit about before her without suffering any consequences. Thus, Winter Night was now 100 meters closer to Lingquan Mountain. However, the same tactic could not be employed twice. As a 6th-level spirit beast, the female eagle possessed formidable learning capabilities. True to this, she swiftly descended, covering another 500 meters in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Winter Night could already discern the rocky formations atop Lingquan Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped downwards. As he fell, he concentrated the water spirit, accelerating his descent. Without the water spirit to cushion his fall, he was doomed to meet a fatal end upon impact. Suddenly, both the female and male eagles abruptly halted their flight, a disruption in their control causing the elder male to lose his flying ability and plummet to the ground, while another male spun chaotically in the air, nearly causing the young eagle to meet its demise. Winter Night closed his eyes, bracing for the impending impact, yet they astonishingly ceased their pursuit. A fluffy white figure was fervently climbing onto Winter Night's shoulder, prompting an expression of disbelief. A white deer lion? Alas! In his moment of relief at surviving the encounter, Winter Night neglected the fact that he had yet to touch the ground, resulting in a hard fall into the valley below. The impact was severe, despite his awareness. He had no choice but to endure the consequences, for his current ability to channel the water spirit was insufficient to ensure a safe landing from such a height. Chapter 58. Taking a disciple. Both individuals were crestfallen, as this was the sole source of meat they could procure in the vicinity. If the white deer lion were herbivorous, sustenance would be abundant, yet it remained disinterested. Resigned, they acknowledged the creature's prolonged hunger and decided one more day would be inconsequential. Winter Night cast the hawk aside, gathering a few withered straws to prepare a fire for roasting. Just then, the white deer lion ambled over to the hawk, using its paws to tear open the bird's head. The hawk's eyeballs rolled out, and the white deer lion seized one, scampering towards Winter Night with its 3 legs flailing. Chapter 59. Peculiar Cavern. Winter Night was elated, confident that the 7th-level spiritual beast's aura would deter any other spiritual creature from approaching spiritual Spring Mountain. The trio and the beast descended the mountain without incident, soon reaching the cavern where the giant-eared bats congregated. The cavern was eerily silent. Winter Night exclaimed, "Horn is indeed formidable. Even before we arrived, these bats had already fled." Roar. Chun Sheng surveyed the corpses from south to north, shaking his head. Winter Night examined the bodies closely, noting that they had all perished instantly, torn asunder. It did not appear to be the result of spiritual spells, but rather immense force. The work of warriors? Winter Night surmised. However, they were merely novice warriors. They might manage to kill one, but there were hundreds of giant-eared bat corpses. Rumbling sounds echoed as the cavern began to shake violently. The path ahead of them suddenly cracked open, sending stones scattering in all directions. After a period, the cavern erected itself, causing the corpses of giant-eared bats and pangolins to cascade down. Within the cavern, 2 rows of enormous, well-aligned stones emerged, one above the other, akin to human teeth. With a resounding snap, the 2 rows of colossal stones converged, further pulverizing the remains. The immense stone rows opened and closed rhythmically, the cadavers coalescing into a mass, becoming sustenance for the cavern. The cavern masticated for a brief interval before reverting to its previous form, motionless and identical to its initial state. The accumulation of fragmented remains had vanished entirely, seemingly ingested. The white deer lion shook its head, apparently recognizing the entity, and proceeded to lead the way. The trio huddled together, following behind. Upon traversing the cavern, they observed that it was indistinguishable from their prior passage, save for the absence of giant-eared bats and pangolins, with even the traces of blood having disappeared. With a resounding rustle as they neared the exit, a chunk of grayish-black soil detached from the cavern wall. Upon closer inspection, a potent stench of blood permeated the air, accompanied by nauseating fragments of bone and bloodied flesh intermingled with sand. This ostensibly earthen clod was, in reality, composed primarily of the remains of the spiritual beasts. From within, Jiao Jiao unearthed 2 eyeballs, expressing elation and emitting a cry toward Dong Yi. Dong Yi furrowed his brow, and Jiao Jiao, crestfallen, emitted a plaintive cry. Preparing to devour the eyeballs, Dong Yi slowly responded, "Well, it is a 7th-level spiritual beast. Anymore. And the ice and snow domain would likely not be governed by water spirit masters." The abrupt transformation of the cavern was merely a minor incident. The group, though astonished, did not dwell upon it, continuing their descent. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, 2 intermediate warriors sat leisurely before the hill, engaging in casual conversation, oblivious to the whereabouts of the 2-headed flying leopards. Just a few hundred meters away from the restaurant, a figure was seen peering out from the entrance. Undoubtedly, it was Du Tao. It appeared that Du Tao had also spotted them, hastening towards them with urgency. After a day of anxious waiting, Du Tao looked considerably haggard. Grasping Dong Ye's hand tightly, he inquired, "Have you gathered the ingredients?" "Yes, let us prepare the medicine swiftly," Dong Yi replied, fully aware of Du Tao's impatience, and immediately got to the point. Du Tao, too preoccupied to inquire about the situation on the mountain, had already prepared the fire. Due to the prolonged wait, he had tended to the flames repeatedly throughout the day, igniting it, allowing it to extinguish, and reigniting it countless times, mastering the method of concoction with unwavering diligence. After 2 hours, the medicine was finally ready. Du Tao carried a bowl to Du Wei's bedside. However, Du Wei did not awaken at that moment, yet everyone remained hopeful. Given the current circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before she would regain consciousness. Du Tao continued to keep a vigilant eye on her, undeterred by the influx of guests at the entrance. "Brother Du, Miss Du is on the path to recovery. You've just spent a considerable sum. You cannot neglect the restaurant's affairs," someone remarked. "That is not correct. I mentioned yesterday that the establishment would be closed for 3 days. How is it that there are even more patrons than during our busiest times?" Du Tao responded as he made his way towards the entrance. Perhaps due to Du Tao's established connections, patrons, noticing the unannounced closure, had come to see him. Dong Yi, unfamiliar with the restaurant's business, casually commented and followed him. Creak. Du Tao swung open the door to the shop, and indeed, a throng of people gathered outside, most of them with their backs turned, seemingly captivated by something beyond the threshold. "What a magnificent creature!" exclaimed a woman with a boisterous voice. "That tail is simply adorable. I long to touch it," chimed in a child's voice. "It appears so imposing and fierce, yet it remains utterly still. It must be quite docile," another remarked. "They say it's a lion, yet it boasts antlers like a deer." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Winter Night, suddenly struck by an idea, dashed outside, calling out, "Jiao Jiao." After maneuvering through the crowd, he spotted 2 individuals cautiously approaching Jiao Jiao with brooms in hand, intent on striking the creature. With a fierce roar, Winter Night shouted, "Don't come any closer." The 2 were so startled that they fell to the ground, covered in mud, while several bystanders rushed to assist them. One of the individuals, clad in crimson satin, rose and stormed toward Winter Night, bellowing, "Why are you shouting? Do you have the means to compensate me for frightening me?" As he gestured, 2 attendants hurriedly brushed off the dirt clinging to him. Winter Night, with a cold smirk, replied, "If I hadn't shouted, you might have met your end." He spoke with sincerity. He was uncertain of Jiao Jiao's full power, but it certainly appeared formidable. After all, it was a 7th-level spirit beast. "Who do you think you're intimidating?" Another figure in white staggered to his feet and approached, cursing as he swung a slap toward Winter Night. With effortless grace, Winter Night seized the man's wrist, a familiar face sparking recognition, along with a voice that echoed in his memory. "Ouch, let go of me," the man protested. The Winter Night had not yet intensified, yet the man in white was already racked with pain. As Winter Night released his grip, both the red and white figures stepped back a few paces. The man in white rubbed his forearm, commanding, "Take him down." A group of 4 or 5 rushed forward. But Winter Knight, feeling a surge of anger, found himself perplexed by their logic. You insult me, and I remain silent. You strike me, and I merely defend myself. You demand I let go, and I comply. Yet you still call for my beating? Do not expect me to remain courteous. However, before he could take action, Du Tao stepped in front of him. The group hesitated upon seeing Du Tao, for his stance conveyed a singular message. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first contend with me. Du Tao, today I have not stepped foot in your establishment. Are you overstepping your bounds? The man in white pushed through the crowd to confront Du Tao. Fong Ming, you may harm others today, but should you dare touch him, I shall not extend the same courtesy as I did when you vandalized my restaurant. Du Tao spoke with unwavering resolve, though his presence was not overwhelming. His stance was unmistakably clear. Fong Ming, suddenly feeling a pang of familiarity, recalled that this was the very individual who had made him a scapegoat during his first visit to Du Tao's restaurant. Ah! Fong Ming cried out in agony, momentarily unable to issue commands. Young master! Young master! His subordinates quickly formed a protective circle around him, clamoring to assist. In a fit of rage, Fong Ming struck one of them across the face, shouting, "Why are you all still dawdling? Take down this beast." More individuals arrived, and at this moment, Du Tao had already gathered enough water spirit. He swiftly took flight, scattering like mist to a distance of several meters, whereupon an ice spout materialized above his forehead. With a swift motion of both hands, he launched arrows that hurtled towards several soldiers attacking Dong Yi. The arrows struck the foremost soldier, sending him soaring into the air, where he spun and collided with 4 others. The 5 fell together, suffering considerable blows, their expressions contorted in agony. It must be said that spirit masters are exceptionally formidable when confronting ordinary individuals, even though Du Tao was merely a level 1 water spirit master. The remaining onlookers immediately shifted their gazes towards Du Tao, who was casting spells from afar. They were unaware that he could not unleash another spell in quick succession, fearing that another arrow might fell them as well. Fong Ming's face was etched with disdain as he began to gather his own water spirit. In a short while, he ascended to a height of over 2 meters, enveloped by a mist of water spirit. The azure water spirit flowed continuously into his palms, and he raised his hands above his head, conjuring a massive blade. Utilizing his familiar level 2 spirit technique, the Tiger Blade, he rapidly ascended diagonally, bringing his blade down not upon Du Tao, but rather upon the unsuspecting Dong Yi, who had not anticipated such an assault. As a mid-level warrior, Dong Yi reacted swiftly, taking 3 steps to the left before pivoting right, stabilizing himself with remarkable composure. With a resounding crash, Fong Ming's blade struck down, carving a colossal gash into the ground, perilously close to Dong Yi's feet. Any closer, and it would have ensnared him in the onslaught. Chapter 61. Repelling the young masters as the winter night descended, Dong Yi, ceasing his anticipation for Fong Ming's next assault, pivoted and launched himself forward. With a swift stride, he reached Fong Ming's rear before the latter could even turn his gaze. Securing Fong Ming's neck with his left arm, he gently raised his left knee towards Fong Ming's waist. Ouch! Fong Ming exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. The spiritual energy surrounding him vanished almost entirely. Mercy! Mercy! Fong Ming pleaded on the spot, his previous arrogance completely dispelled. It's you, the man in red interjected. Joining the fray, Dong Yi cast a glance at the red-clad man, finding no recollection of him. He surmised that only Du Tao and Du Wei should recognize him here. Despite his efforts, he couldn't place the man, and thus remained silent. The red-clad man seemed to discern Dong Yi's lack of recognition, remarking with a sardonic tone, "What? Don't remember? Well, it was only a fleeting encounter. It's understandable that a person of your great abilities wouldn't recall." Du Tao's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, as the situation deviated from his expectations. He had focused solely on Fong Ming and hadn't scrutinized the red-clad figure, who turned out to be Ling Feng. Ling Feng proclaimed with arrogant self-assurance. Despite his vanity, he exuded the aura of a formidable figure. His words resonated with the onlookers, who were visibly intimidated. They speculated about what transgression could have driven Ling Feng to seek such vengeful retribution. Ling Feng reveled in the attention, feeling a surge of satisfaction. His smile gradually morphed into an expression of unrestrained self-importance. "Oh, you intend to slay me without rhyme or reason." On a winter night, as he stroked his chin, he found himself perplexed by this person's approach to tasks. Not wishing to seek clarification, he merely remarked, "That is acceptable. Though I wonder if you possess the capability to kill." "Shall ya?" Du Tao gently admonished, glancing at Ling Feng's expression. Indeed, Ling Feng's smile abruptly faded, and his gaze slowly turned to Dong Yi, coldly stating, "You have already missed your final opportunity for survival." A collective gasp echoed around them. Dong Yi took a few light steps forward, his form akin to a fleeting shadow, and approached Ling Feng without making a move. In a calm voice, he queried, "Why all this idle chatter? Why do I not see you make a move?" Ling Feng inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him, and in his panic, he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, his image transformed from that of an elegant young master to that of a fallen loser. Ling Feng's fury surged, for this was what mattered most to him. Young master! Young master! His subordinates, well acquainted with his temperament, recognized that they too could become targets of his wrath. One individual, with a glint of determination in his eyes, swiftly drew a steel knife from his waist and lunged at Dong Yi. The others quickly grasped his intentions to curry favor with their master and followed suit, each unsheathing their own blades. However, they stood no chance of harming Dong Yi. Unfazed, he leaned slightly backward, evading the first assailant's powerful strike, which had caught him entirely off guard, leaving him unable to halt his momentum. The blade, with unwavering precision, descended perilously close to Dong Yi and the still prone Ling Feng. The latter, not a warrior and fresh from his fright, was in no state to gather his water spirit. The glint of the blade flashed before Ling Feng's eyes, and he promptly lost consciousness. A resounding thud echoed as the blade's descent halted abruptly, merely grazing Ling Feng's attire. The assailant, realizing the near-fatal error involving the young master, was overcome with terror. Beads of perspiration cascaded down his temples as he squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. After a brief pause, during which the expected cry of pain from the young master never came, and silence filled the air, the man cautiously opened his eyes. The blade remained pristine, devoid of any trace of blood. Relief washed over him as he noticed the young master unharmed. His gaze shifted forward slightly, only to find the blade's tip held firmly between two fingers. Someone had intervened. He looked up, and astonishment seized him. Dong Yi, with a swift motion, flung the blade backward, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. Despite the rough landing, the man was inwardly jubilant. The lad. A new appreciation dawned on Fong Ming as he quietly uttered these words, refraining from any further comment. In the presence of Fong Ming's cautious observation, the others dared not utter a sound. The crowd of onlookers, numbering in the dozens, watched in awe. Some marveled at Dong Yi's martial prowess, others at his audacity and meticulousness, and still others at his apparent fearlessness in the face of the young master of the Ling family. At that moment, Dong Yi was lost in thought, gazing at the enormous and peculiar horns, which were bound to draw attention wherever they appeared. What should be done? Let us depart. Du Tao, taken aback, failed to comprehend Dong Yi's intention but managed to respond with a smile, saying, "What is there to repay? It is but a trifling matter. Besides, you saved Xiao Wei. It is I who should be thanking you." Dong Yi merely smiled in response and turned to Fong Ming, stating, "From this day forth, should you dare to cause trouble at Brother Du's restaurant again," he pointed at the motionless Ling Feng lying on the ground, "you shall share his fate. Though you would truly become a lifeless corpse." "What are you saying? Do not be too arrogant. There are many who surpass you." Fong Ming's subordinates, still emboldened by their earlier observations of Dong Yi, stood resolutely before him, unafraid. Dong Yi chose to ignore them. Unlike Ling Feng, he felt no need to put on a show. His words, once spoken, would be fulfilled. Fong Ming pushed aside his subordinates, fixing an intense gaze upon Dong Yi for a considerable time. Dong Yi met his stare unwaveringly, and eventually, Fong Ming felt a flicker of fear, sensing the strength that Dong Yi possessed. "Let us go," Fong Ming declared once more. Silence enveloped them as they walked away. after covering several hundred meters. One of Fong Ming's subordinates, puzzled, inquired, "Young master?" The sudden clarity of Fong Ming astonished them all. They had never harbored intentions of bullying the weak. They merely followed such a master, fulfilling their duty to back him up. Now that Fong Ming had chosen not to seek trouble, they were more than willing to comply. Nodding in agreement, the crowd that gathered near Du Tao's restaurant has entirely dispersed. Du Tao curiously cast several glances at Dong Yi, remarking, "Xiao Yi, upon closer inspection, one might truly discern your regal demeanor. You exude an innate authority without a trace of anger." Du Tao had merely spoken casually, primarily wishing to highlight Dong Yi's imposing presence. He hoped for the best. Dong Yi, however, had no desire to engage in wanton violence. What about Ling Feng? Du Tao contemplated as he observed Ling Feng, who lay neglected on the ground. Ling Feng's subordinates paled in comparison to Fong Ming's, for Ling Feng, being overly concerned with appearances, surrounded himself with sycophants who relied more on flattery than genuine strength. Chapter 62. The 100 Serpent Immortal. Dong Yi was reluctant to become an evader, yet, considering Du Tao's feelings, he refrained from outright refusal. Noticing Dong Yi's reluctance, Du Tao swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Pray tell, how is it that just a few months ago you possessed no martial prowess and had lost the aptitude for cultivating water spirit techniques? Yet in such a short span, barely 2 months, you have acquired such formidable strength?" The two found themselves at a crossroads, where a sturdy tree stood at the center. It was not particularly tall, measuring slightly over 3 meters, yet it was lush and abundant, with numerous branches sprawling across a considerable area. Years of accumulated leaves lay beneath the tree, making it difficult to ascertain their age, as the 3 paths extending nearly 100 meters were blanketed in leaves, varying in thickness, with a drop of at least 2 meters. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted. Thud, 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 as holes began to form in the accumulated leaves surrounding the great tree, from which an array of venomous snakes emerged. Their sizes are nearly identical, with only slight variations in color and shape. As they emerged, a line of venomous snakes fixated on the 2 individuals in the winter night. Yet they made no subsequent movements. These are not spirit beasts, merely ordinary snakes, so there is no need for alarm. Zhao Zhao stepped on several of them without managing to kill a single one. Growing impatient, she grasped 2 in her claws, and with a vigorous tug, they snapped into 2 pieces. "Zhao Zhao, cease your actions." They seemed to harbor no hostility. Observing Zhao Zhao's aggression, the snakes merely fled without retaliating, prompting Dong Yi to admonish her. Obediently, Zhao Zhao halted her assault and gently placed the snakes she had captured onto the layer of fallen leaves. "Young ones, what brings you here?" At some point, an elderly man appeared nearby, wielding a cane and adorned with snowy white hair. His arrival was utterly unanticipated, as sudden as it was seamless. Standing tall and clad in a pristine white robe, the cane seemed more an ornament than a necessity, never once touching the ground. Its design resembled a snake, so lifelike that one might easily mistake it for a real serpent if not for the proximity. "We're merely passing through. What about you, esteemed elder?" Dong Yi inquired with genuine curiosity. "I have come to allow my precious ones to bask in the sunlight. Without it, they lack nutrition and become unpalatable." Zhang Shi fervently nodded. "So you raise these venomous snakes for that great serpent to consume?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, as the realization dawned upon her that this was not someone to provoke lightly, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. "What a colossal serpent," one remarked. "But that is no ordinary beast. It is a tailless giant python, a magnificent 7th-tier spiritual creature you so casually demean." The speaker's tone was rather flippant, preoccupied with summoning forth 100 venomous serpents, entirely indifferent to the opinions of onlookers. These serpents, it turned out, were mere sustenance. Yet one couldn't help but marvel at how skillfully they had been trained. Dong Yi inquired, perplexed, "Is this how my tailless giant python is destined to behave in the future?" Pang Yishi declared with an air of arrogance, "Indeed, it can be done." Dong Yi had never encountered such a method of nurturing spiritual beasts before. "How rare and intriguing. It appears your little creature is rather formidable." The substantial figure of the serpent was dismissed as a mere trinket by Pang Yishi. With a subtle flourish of his cane, the serpents abruptly froze in place, and his gaze sharpened. I too have nurtured my tailless giant python for several years. It is time to unveil its prowess. What do you mean by that, esteemed senior? Dong Yi sensed a sinister undercurrent in his words. You have indiscriminately slain several of the serpents I painstakingly raised. Do you believe this will go unaccounted? Pang Yishi's eyes remained fixed on his collection of serpents, and his tone brooked no dissent. His words carried a weight of authority, reminiscent of one who had extinguished the lives of countless beings. A chill gripped Dong Ye's heart. He realized that a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Yet, one question plagued his thoughts. Why was Pang Yishi seeking trouble with him? Could it be regarding the creature? That was of no concern to him. With that thought, Pang Yishi gestured with his serpent-shaped cane towards a stout, yet diminutive tree. A stream of azure essence flowed from him, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the great tree, dispersing around it to form a luminous blue halo. Suddenly, the tree began to sway left and right, as if something was forcefully pushing it towards the sky. The leaves on the ground started to stir, rising and falling like the ebb and flow of waves. Is he a water spirit master? On that winter night, he appeared tall and vigorous, exuding the aura of a formidable warrior. Just moments ago, he had summoned the water spirit almost instantaneously, indicating that his mastery of water spirit techniques had likely reached the 4th tier. Alone, he could hardly contend with the challenges of that winter night. It seemed he was also calling upon his tailless giant python. This tree, while it may not be 1,000 years old, undoubtedly had a lifespan of several centuries. The roots beneath the earth must extend far beyond what is visible above ground. And it was likely that the area affected by the accumulated fallen leaves did not encompass the full extent of its root distribution. Chapter 63, The Tailless Giant Python Indeed. The intention was to confront the young horned beast. Though the horned creature had yet to mature and possessed neither the strength of a 7th-tier spirit beast. Facing even a 5th-tier spirit beast would be a daunting task, let alone such a colossal tailless python. Although Winter Night had not established a spirit contract with the horned beast, a bond had developed over the days, and he could not simply abandon it. Thus, he sought ways to negotiate. He remarked, "This white deer lion has yet to grow. Even if your giant python defeats it, it would serve little purpose. Why not wait 5 years for it to mature before challenging the tailless python? Humph, it may not have grown. Yet the spirit core within it is indistinguishable from that of an ordinary 7th-tier spirit beast. If my tailless python were to consume it, it would be one step closer to evolving into a dragon." He did not gaze upon any party, for he was acutely aware of the presence of the newcomer. Raising his eyes to the heavens, he inquired, "What? Has the land of no worries ceased to amuse you? Have you begun to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" "It is not meddling." The voice resounded once more, emanating from all directions simultaneously, as though countless individuals spoke in unison, yet the timbre remained singular. The land of no worries? The identity of the hidden water spirit master was that of a guardian of the land of no worries. To provoke such ire must imply that his water manipulation skills were formidable. Could it be? Winter Night suddenly recalled that this voice belonged to the water spirit master who had accompanied him from Whiting Ridge during his departure. How could he possibly be here? Had he been shadowing him all along? As both individuals finally comprehended the situation and looked downward, they realized they could no longer see the branches of the towering tree. Facing the emptiness, one of them remarked, "Here, you claim it is not meddling. Then why do you not intervene and prevent me from dispatching these two?" "Ear?" The water spirit master was named Ear. Winter Night felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, it was Ear who had driven away the puppet wolves that day. A figure cloaked in black gradually materialized before the trio, akin to ripples in water. Water concealment. The individual named by E took a slight step back, taken aback by the revelation that Ear had mastered water concealment, a technique achievable only upon attaining the 5th level of water manipulation. Water concealment was not an offensive technique. Its effect was to render the practitioner transparent, dissolving into the air and eluding the naked eye. More importantly, water concealment was emblematic of a water spirit master who had reached the 5th level. The invocation of this technique signified that the individual had ascended to the rank of a 5th-level water spirit master. Are you not on the brink of becoming a divine warrior as well? Why the anxiety? The ear murmured softly. After all, it is not yet time. With a sigh, he continued, so does that mean you can let them go? A faint smile crept onto the ear's lips. They may leave, but the white deer lion must remain. The Baishi then grasped the two individuals and retreated a considerable distance. The ear cast a glance at Dong Yi, attempting to discern his intentions. Misinterpreting the ear's gesture as a signal to abandon the white deer lion, Dong Yi vehemently refused, striking a fist towards Baishi's waist. However, Baishi deftly evaded the blow like a serpent, simultaneously increasing the pressure around Dong Ye's neck, causing him excruciating pain. In a cold tone, Baishi remarked, "Young man, I have already promised to spare your life. Why do you persist in attacking me?" He released his grip and turned to glance at Dong Yi, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Sensing Dong Ye's pulse and confirming his survival, Baishi turned back to the ear and said, "Since you have spoken, I must show some courtesy. You may take these two away." With that, he flicked his hands forward, casting the two individuals away like pebbles. The roots of the ancient tree that had bound the tailless giant python had vanished, leaving broken roots strewn across the ground, while the century-old tree lay shattered in pieces. The tailless giant python now faced the white deer lion, poised to engage in battle. At this moment, Jiao appeared diminutive before the tailless giant python, merely a fraction of its size. The entirety of the tailless giant python was laid bare before the onlookers. Astonishingly, its body was uniformly thick, save for its head, and it possessed two heads. Two heads, positioned before and behind one another, expelled their breath towards the white deer lion, while the intertwined body coiled together in an unfathomable number of layers, towering like a small mountain. The tailless giant python possessed two heads, one, a water head adept at spraying water, and the other, a fire head capable of spewing flames, both formidable in their own right. The ear, unwaveringly fixated on the tailless giant python during the winter night, uttered a question. Is it going to consume Jiao Jiao? At that moment, the winter night was indifferent to the might of the tailless giant python, solely preoccupied with Jiao Jiao's safety. The ear nodded slightly. Do you wish to rescue it? Winter Night cast a furious glance at the ear, clenched a fist, and then released it, pondering the need for such a question. Ultimately, the words remained unspoken, harboring a quiet resentment for the slow progress of strength. Nevertheless, the ear casually ventured forth, perpetually unhurried, as if nothing were of grave importance, pursuing whatever he desired. Suddenly, as the ear had taken but a few steps, the firehead of the tailless giant python unleashed a fireball, hurtling towards Jiao Jiao. With a roar, Jiao Jiao charged at the tailless giant python, and the antlers atop its head emitted a beam of white light, which was promptly engulfed by the fireball upon contact. Jiao Jiao dashed forward, narrowly evading the fireball's impact. The fireball struck the ground, scattering embers in all directions, igniting star-like flames that rapidly spread, soon merging into a roaring inferno. Chapter 64. Clash of Titans, and were employed in unison. Ear, are you truly prepared to engage in a fierce battle for this seemingly inconspicuous fellow? The waterhead, exasperated, exclaimed as it soared towards the tailless giant python. However, he was far from inconspicuous. The fate of the ice and snow realm hinged upon him. He was the linchpin. The ear spoke in a tone of tranquility. The more serene his voice became, the more enraged Baishi felt, always perceiving his opponent as someone who had never engaged with him earnestly. Today, it seemed, a resolution must be reached. Casting a sidelong glance at the flames, a wicked smile of assured victory played at the corners of his mouth. You have yet to ascend to the rank of a divine warrior. I sincerely advise against it, the ear proposed earnestly. Yet, to Baishi, this was nothing short of an open provocation. He leapt into action. Do not be so arrogant. Prepare yourself. With a pointed gesture, Baishi summoned a massive, tailless python that surged forth. The python, colossal in size, moved swiftly, yet its length hindered it, taking considerable time to fully depart from its original position. The ethereal rain continued to pour from the heavens, while everything on the ground had been reduced to mere fragments, blending into a viscous mush. The python, with its tough skin and resilient flesh, was largely unaffected, yet the transformed terrain made its advance laborious. At that moment, Baishi was enveloped in a dense aura of ethereal water, particularly concentrated around his eyes, which glimmered a profound blue. As he moved, the water energy exploded outward with remarkable force. Its velocity surpassed that of the falling rain, creating a series of ruptures in the droplets as they passed. Despite countless ruptures, Baishi's expression revealed no hint of elation. Rather, it grew more solemn. Suddenly, in one direction, the flow of water energy vanished less than 100 meters away, disappearing at a height just shy of a person. That direction, Baishi pointed toward the spot where the water energy had dissipated. As soon as the words were spoken, the water head of the enormous python erupted, sending forth a column of water that, upon reaching a certain point, was deflected in another direction. Gradually, a barrier emerged, resembling a polished mirror yet partially translucent. Behind this mirror materialized an individual, Ears. At this moment, Ears was somewhat out of breath. The use of several fifth-tier spiritual techniques had drained his water spirit reserves. In the distance, Baishi had not yet discerned the situation. The combination of a 7th-tier spirit beast and a 4th-tier water spirit master had indeed posed a challenge for him, leaving Ears to ponder his predicament. Casting a glance at Baishi, he began to comprehend certain truths. He was not a 5th-tier water spirit master. He was oblivious to the limits of such mastery, and he was unaware that Ears currently lacked the spiritual energy necessary to condense water spirits for further techniques. Thus, Ears could take this moment to rest. Winter Night and Ears observed this grand battle with a mix of astonishment and envy. As outsiders, Winter Night's mind was clearer than Baishi's at this juncture, considering he had once been a 4th-tier water spirit master himself. While they spoke, the conflict between Baishi and Ears temporarily subsided. Ears' descent had halted, and the sky was gradually darkening. Winter Night then heard Ears' voice. "You should take the white deer lion and leave. He cannot afford to concern himself with you at this moment. Here is a golden storage bag. Place the white deer lion inside to prevent any misfortune from encountering unscrupulous individuals along the way." The two made their way to the office of the instructor, where a heated argument ensued between a man and a woman. The director leaned back in his chair, displaying an expression of helplessness. The woman asserted, "His behavior is unbecoming and tarnishes the reputation of the academy. Director Lee, if you do not expel him, you may find yourself removed from your position as well." The man wore a troubled expression. "Instructor Yu, you are well aware of the challenges we face in recruiting for the martial arts hall. Must you insist on this course of action?" The voices of two individuals could be heard in heated debate. It was Wu Lingfeng and Yu Miao. Director Li cast a glance at Wu Lingfeng, then at Yu Miao, and sighed, opting not to voice his opinion. He understood the difficulties of recruitment for the martial arts hall and was cognizant of Yu Miao's fierce competitive spirit. If he did not heed her wishes regarding the expulsion of Dong Yi, she might very well escalate the situation. Rising from his seat, he addressed them, "Students, what seems to be the matter?" "Yidong," he called out, prompting both Yu Miao and Wu Lingfeng to turn in unison and exclaim. Director Li rubbed his forehead, regretting his decision to intervene, as the predicament only deepened with this young man presenting himself. "Instructor Yu, Instructor Wu, you are both here?" Dong Yi entered with a forced smile, awkwardly stepping forward. Wu Lingfeng quickly pulled him aside and inquired, "Where have you been these past few days? Lu Tianan and the others said you were ill, and the two girls from the ice condensation hall visited several times looking for you. Instructor Yu has been searching for you daily, even claiming she intends to expel you. How did this come to pass?" Dong Yi was taken aback by Yu Miao's seriousness regarding his expulsion. Now that he was present, given his unexcused absence, according to the academy's regulations, should he not be expelled? Yu Miao descended from the table, pressing her hand against the surface, glaring furiously at Director Li. Director Li unconsciously leaned back and cleared his throat, stating, "Professor Wu, according to the regulations of our institution, expulsion is warranted. If it is not feasible, please proceed with the necessary formalities. My nephew has a promising son who intends to enroll in a couple of days." She remained silent, and the others in the room nearly overlooked her presence. Yu Miao, interpreting her words with a hint of ambiguity, further fueled the fire. He candidly remarked, "See, I told you he is not a good person. He is already entangled with another. That makes it 4, right, directorly? Such individuals cannot be retained." Who said the master was not a good person? Chapter 65. The finest fabric under heaven. I would like you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days and visit my home on the 8th day, Mu Bingxiao confessed. This. Dong Yi hesitated slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to play the role, but he had never been anyone's boyfriend before, let alone meet their parents. He feared he might not perform well. "Do not worry. My father will not be like Steward Liao, who resorts to threats of violence at the slightest provocation." Mu Bingxiao, feeling somewhat bashful, repeated this several times, but ultimately left the most unspecified. "What do you mean by most?" Dong Yi responded with a broad smile, fully aware that he would assist Mu Bingxiao in her request, as it was a task assigned by Qin Long. His laughter made Mu Bingxiao misinterpret his intentions, prompting her to angrily step on his foot and exclaim, "What are you laughing at? Just know that there will be no danger, all right? The 8th? Isn't that the day after tomorrow?" Dong Yi calculated the days. Was this person truly Mu Bingxiao, transformed into an entirely different person from before? Beneath her thick, dark eyebrows lay a pair of sparkling eyes, their lashes perfectly aligned and gleaming with a lustrous sheen. Her fair cheeks bore a subtle blush, and beneath the petite tip of her nose rested a pair of crimson lips. A pristine, shoulder-exposing gown clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring curves without appearing cumbersome. Mu Bingxiao was inherently beautiful, and with a touch of delicate makeup, she became an unparalleled beauty. Dong Yi took a step back, gazing at her for a long while before finally speaking. "Surely you aren't planning to meet him now?" "Of course not." Mu Bingxiao's tone softened unexpectedly. "Then why the extravagant appearance?" Dong Yi felt little pressure. Instead, he perceived it as somewhat ceremonious. "Do I look beautiful?" Mu Bingxiao's spirits soared. Anyone would be pleased to be praised for their beauty, especially a girl. "Indeed, you have always been beautiful." "Thank you." Mu Bingxiao displayed a graceful demeanor. "I merely wish to embrace this state in advance." "Huh." Dong Yi felt an ominous premonition, scrutinizing Mu Bingxiao with a skeptical gaze. "It must be more than just a simple meeting with your parents, right?" Mu Bingxiao's expression shifted slightly, yet she maintained her smile, gently replying, "It's merely a matter of putting on a facade, so my father won't worry," acting as a shield. Seeing that Mu Bingxiao was reluctant to divulge the truth, Dong Yi sighed. "Regardless, I will assist you. If you do not share the actual circumstances, it will be difficult to remedy the situation should I falter." Let us go." Mu Bingxiao seemed to disregard Dong Yi's concerns. The two first arrived at a fabric shop, a spacious establishment brimming with a diverse array of textiles, bustling with numerous customers across its 2 floors. Upon entering, Mu Bingxiao did not even glance at the fabrics on the first floor. With familiarity, she navigated several twists and turns and directly arrived at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Dong Yi, only able to take a cursory look, noticed that some of the fabrics were familiar to him, having encountered them in the palace, and some he had even utilized. "Why not examine the 1st floor?" Dong Yi inquired. "The 1st floor is filled with inferior textiles. They are unsuitable for crafting garments. Moreover, I lack the knowledge to assess them, as certain fabrics can cause ailments," Mu Bingxiao elucidated. The space on the 2nd floor was comparable to that of the 1st, yet the layout differed considerably. The 1st floor featured fabrics spaced merely a step apart, while the 2nd floor was replete with compartments, each adorned with a name, some indicating the type of fabric, others the name of the shop. After walking approximately 100 meters, they halted before a store named the finest fabric under heaven, which was still closed. "Knock, knock, knock." Mu Bingxiao gently tapped 3 times on the door. With a creak, the gray wooden door opened, revealing 5 bolts of fabric, all in shades of gray. A young girl, slightly younger than Mu Bingxiao, sat atop one of the fabrics, gazing vacantly at the two, appearing somewhat daft. Mu Bingxiao, Taken aback, stepped back outside, glanced once more at the signboard to confirm it was indeed the finest fabric under heaven, and then re-entered. Suddenly, the little girl revealed a sinister smile, parting her lips to unveil two sharp fangs protruding from her incisors, each more than a finger's length. Mu Bingxiao gasped in astonishment and took a step back. While the girl lunged toward her, Dong Yi swiftly pulled Mu Bingxiao behind him, stepping forward to occupy the position she had just vacated. The little girl leaped onto Dong Yi's shoulder, her sharp fangs sinking into his neck. Dong Yi felt no pain, merely a ticklish sensation. Yet he nonetheless pushed the girl away with a firm hand. Chapter 66. The secret mechanism door. Lan Lan excitedly waved her hands in a graceful manner. Is it true? Have you mastered the secret of the mechanism? Mu Bingxiao shared in her joy. Lan Lan laughed and shook her head, saying, Mastering the secret of the mechanism is not so simple. I have merely grasped a small portion, enabling me to independently set up certain contraptions. The secret mechanism door is an ancient sect on Lingxing, scattered across various domains. Although its presence is widespread, its influence remains limited. This is primarily due to the extreme difficulty of learning the secret. Those of lesser intellect may never comprehend its principles throughout their lives. Most individuals who join the sect are those with a profound passion for research. Two families excel in this domain, the Tang family and the Shangwan family, while others occasionally produce a skilled practitioner of the secret mechanism. Dong Yi is aware that Shangwan family members reside predominantly in the realm of ice and snow. Tentatively, he inquired, Are you from the Shangwan family? Indeed, my name is Shangwan Lan. Do you also have an interest in the secret mechanism? A spark of enthusiasm ignited in Shangwan Lan at the mention of the sect. I've never delved deeply into it. I was merely curious, she replied. Dong Yi suddenly contemplated that if he could learn the secret from her, it might prove useful when the time came to lay his mother to rest. That is well. Mastering the secrets of the dark mechanism requires no less than a decade of dedicated effort. Before Dong Yi could even voice his intent to learn, Shangwan Lan had already doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Dong Yi chuckled awkwardly, responding, Did your Shangwan family not join the dark mechanism sect from birth? After a moment's contemplation, Shangwan Lan nodded uncertainly. I suppose so. Ever since I can remember, I have identified as a member of the dark mechanism sect. Though some have withdrawn midway, changing their surnames in the process. Change their surname? Is there a specific rule regarding that in the dark mechanism sect? Dong Yi inquired. Mu Bing tugged at Dong Yi's sleeve, saying, You seem to be inquiring with great interest. Could it be that you genuinely wish to join the dark mechanism sect? It is merely curiosity, just curiosity. Dong Yi waved his hand dismissively, affirming his innocent interest. However, Shangwan Lan proceeded to elucidate the rules of the dark mechanism sect with utmost seriousness. The dark mechanism sect exclusively studies spiritual arts and the secrets of the dark mechanism. Those unable to cultivate spiritual arts due to their physique must hone their bodies to become warriors. Isn't that akin to our own situation? Shangwan Lan remarked, casting a surprised glance at Dong Yi before continuing. The majority on Lingxing engage in the cultivation of spiritual arts, while only a handful practice other esoteric techniques, which remain relatively obscure. Ah, indeed. Dong Yi recalled the sinister arts that Wang Zhiping had mentioned, which could hardly be classified as orthodox spiritual arts. If one were to practice any other esoteric techniques, they would be expelled from the dark mechanism sect. Shangwan Lan continued to elaborate on the regulations of the sect, stating, The dark mechanism sect refrains from engaging in conflicts between various domains and does not produce dark weapons for any faction. Are the secrets of the dark mechanism sect permitted to be disseminated? Dong Yi pondered, recalling the abundance of dark weapons within the Ice Spirit Palace, most of which were undoubtedly crafted by the dark mechanism sect. Certainly not. That is a grave taboo. If discovered, one would not only be expelled from the dark machine sect, but also face execution. She sighed and remarked that this is precisely why some individuals choose to withdraw from the sect midway. Is there a connection between the two? Many, in pursuit of wealth, opt to fabricate hidden weapons for the military, even imparting the secrets of the dark machine to outsiders. To avoid the death penalty, they decide to leave the sect. Would it not be possible to join the Dark Machine sect, learn its secrets, and then withdraw without facing execution? Such a notion is rather naive. If it were truly as you propose, the Dark Machine sect would have long been extinguished. Shangguan Lan shot a glance at Dong Yi and stated, aside from our Shangguan family and the Tang family, who reside far in the Thunder Realm, only those from other clans have the opportunity to join the Dark Machine sect. What do you mean? Dong Yi did not quite comprehend. Outsiders, like you, bearing the surname Yi rather than Tang or Shangguan, must undergo rigorous assessments and sign a life-and-death agreement to join our Dark Machine sect. Shangguan Lan spoke with a sense of pride, as if joining the sect were an immense honor. Ah, how intricate. Dong Yi refrained from posing further questions, musing instead whether Shangguan Fei's designs for the palace constituted a violation of the sect's regulations. Alas, do not entertain any clever schemes. It is not as simple as merely signing an agreement. One must also consume a life-and-death pill. Shangguan Lan regarded Dong Yi, suspecting he was contemplating dubious ideas. A life-and-death pill? What is that? The life-and-death pill not only allows for the control of your very existence, but also ensures that you cannot divulge any information regarding the secrets of the Dark Machine. Wouldn't it be a secret that can never be revealed if everyone were given one? That is not feasible. We have faith in the ancestral bloodlines of the Shangguan and Tang families, who would never violate the rules of the Anji Gate. As Shangguan Lan spoke, her demeanor grew increasingly haughty. The winter night elongated her words with a profound significance, and it became evident that they held a disdainful view towards those of other surnames, which considerably tarnished their impression of Shangguan Lan. It was no wonder that discussions surrounding the Anji Gate invariably centered on the Shangguan and Tang families. Enough, enough. Will you two never cease? Lan, please give him that fabric. With a slight nod, Shangguan Lan proceeded towards the partition by the window, holding the fabric. As she approached, there was a sudden click, and the partition opened effortlessly, revealing yet another room. Dong Yi was momentarily taken aback. He meticulously scrutinized every action of Shangguan Lan, noting that she made no extraneous movements. How had she activated the mechanism? Come in, Shangguan Lan urged. Dong Yi pointed to himself, then glanced at Mu Bingxiao, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to step forward. Upon entering, the wall behind him returned to its original state, and the room was illuminated by several luminous pearls. The wall was not particularly thick, yet the brilliance within went unnoticed from the outside. Dong Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. What appeared to be a simple design yielded an extraordinary effect. Shangguan Lan led him to the side of a bed, and without any tools, she began to gesture upon his body. Though not as strikingly beautiful as Mu Bingxiao, Shangguan Lan was nevertheless a woman of considerable beauty. She paced around Dong Yi, alternately crouching and rising, their bodies occasionally brushing against each other. As Shangguan Lan took her measurements, Dong Yi was enveloped in a subtle fragrance emanating from her, feeling somewhat warm. Dong Yi was about to speak when Shangguan Lan approached him again, poised to measure his collar. Standing on tiptoe, Shangguan Lan reached her hands around Dong Yi's neck. He noticed beads of perspiration forming along her hairline, just as he was about to suggest she take a break. The captivating woman before him seized his neck and tumbled backward onto the bed. Dong Yi instinctively bent over, bracing himself on the bed with his hands. A sudden, intense thirst overwhelmed him, and his hands involuntarily reached out to embrace Shangguan Lan. Reason urged him to resist, and at that moment, Shangguan Lan abruptly regained her senses. Pushing Dong Yi away with an angry cry, "What do you think you're doing?" Click, click. Iron bars materialized around the bed, transforming it into a cage, trapping them both inside. With a few creaks, the bars began to recede, and Shangguan Lan's face lit up with joy. It really is here. However, her elation was short-lived as the bed platform suddenly began to descend rapidly. Dong Yi reacted swiftly, extending his arms to grasp the surrounding railing. Shangguan Lan was not so fortunate. In a moment of panic, she cried out to Dong Yi, "Save me." After plummeting some 50 or 60 meters, the bed platform shifted direction, continuing its movement horizontally. The darkness below was absolute, and having fallen unexpectedly, they had brought nothing with them. They dared not speak, able only to hear each other's breathing. Yet the sound of breathing evokes a myriad of thoughts, reminiscent of the moments in the room where one can feel a sense of losing oneself. Chapter 67. The Shengwan Family. After a considerable time, the bed finally ceased its movement, and after a brief pause, there were no further signs of motion. Shengwan Lan suddenly remarked, "Thank you for coming down. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be able to leave either. Let us first devise a plan to see if we can escape." Dong Yi, eschewing any pretentiousness, extended her hand to feel around her surroundings. To her surprise, everything was solid and remarkably smooth, presenting two passages, one ascending and the other leading back the way they had come. "I understand what this is, but I am uncertain how to exit from here." Shengwan Lan carefully explored one side of the bed, rising as she did so. "This bed operates via these two steel cables." Dong Yi, having heard her, followed the sound and groped until she encountered a soft, elongated object, frowning as she inquired, "Is this it?" Shengwan Lan recognized who had spoken, her anger surging as she exclaimed, "This scoundrel dares to plot against me. We cannot be far from the ground." Dong Yi clearly heard the sounds, realizing she should have attempted to ascend earlier. Shengwan Lan shared the same sentiment. With a creaking sound, the bed began to move again, slowly rising, undoubtedly manipulated by Shengwan Ku. "Shengwan Ku, how dare you employ such despicable secret mechanisms? I shall report this to the master, and you shall await your execution." Shengwan Lan stepped out from behind Dong Yi. "How are you unharmed?" Shengwan Ku retreated a few steps, cautiously touching the edge of the table, eyeing the two with suspicion. In his eyes, Shengwan Lan was devoid of the intoxicating allure of passion, and having brought a stranger into the fold suggested that she had uncovered his schemes and sought to flee. "Do not move," Shengwan Lan commanded loudly. Shengwan Ku, extending his arms and spreading his hands, retorted, "We are both members of the Dark Mechanism sect. Do you truly believe you can hide your tricks from me?" With the hat of superiority perched upon his head, Shengwan Lan felt a surge of arrogance and coldly scoffed, "I doubt you would dare. Tell me, when did you poison my shop?" Dong Yi found this inquiry rather foolish. Given his adeptness in maneuvering, the timing of the poisoning was inconsequential. Shengwan Ku, elated by her question, feigned a plea for mercy, saying, "Lan Lan, you are so beautiful, and many in your family adore you, myself included. However, I recognize my limited abilities, which is why I resorted to such methods to win your heart. I know it is wrong, but my affection for you is undeniable." This declaration made Shengwan Lan beam with delight, momentarily forgetting her initial intentions, and she began to lecture Shengwan Ku. "You are not without merit. There are many mechanisms and hidden paths that you know, which I have yet to master. Additionally, I do not have anyone I fancy at present, so please refrain from such antics." "Understood, Lan Lan. You 1T report me to the sect leader, will you?" A glimmer of pride flickered in Shengwan Ku's eyes. To her surprise, Shengwan Lan genuinely began to contemplate sparing him. Suddenly, the door to Shengwan Ku's room was forcefully kicked open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s. Portly and imposing. "Enough of your innocent act. Are we playing games here? Can she really hang herself?" Shengwan Shao would have none of it, instructing the 4 guards to seize him and take him away. Shengwan could cast a glance out the window, then abruptly stomped his foot and vaulted out, though he lingered. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he observed those within. The instant he exited, a barrage of steel bolts, as thick as fingers, erupted from all sides of the room, leaving no refuge. Dongya, with his swiftness, managed to seize dozens, yet he was but one man. The confined space offered little room to maneuver, and with bolts assailing from every direction, he could only prioritize protecting Shengwan Lan, yanking the bed board to shield her. By the time he could have aided the others, the 4 guards had already been riddled with steel, their bodies forming a bulwark around Shengwan Shao. Despite their sacrifice, Shengwan Shao sustained a blow to his thigh, a glancing strike that fortunately spared the artery, leaving a sluggish trickle of blood. Presently, the fusillade of steel ceased, and Shengwan Ku pressed something at the window once more. A grid of iron bars emerged from the walls, ceiling, and floor, akin to the beds in Shangwan Lan's establishment. The bars were spaced just far enough apart to allow a hand to pass through, yet beyond them lay solid walls. Shangwan Ku boasted with arrogance, "Shangwan Xiao, you corpulent fool, you've always looked down on me." And frankly, Molly held little amusement. Had it not been to provoke you, I wouldn't have bothered with her. You, Shangwan Xiao sputtered, coughing up a mouthful of blood in his rage. Huh, and you, Shangwan Lan, were it not for your status as this daughter, your haughty disposition would have long landed you in the woodshed. Do not feign ignorance any longer. Is it not true that your status as the leader's daughter is the reason I have expended such effort to bring you here? In due course, the raw rice shall be cooked into a meal, and you, dear leader, will be mine. Yet, should my father learn of your current predicament, how could he ever permit you to assume the role of leader? Shangwan Lan perceived that this individual had been intoxicated by power. Meanwhile, Shangwan Ku's smile grew ever more triumphant. I shall present this rotund fool to your father, claiming he has taken you hostage in a bid to threaten him and declare himself the leader. How ridiculous! Does my father truly believe you? Not convinced. Shangwan Ku scoffed derisively. Then let us put it to the test, summoned the leader. Although he was alone, as soon as he uttered those words, for figures materialized behind him, dressed similarly to Shangwan Xiaoli's entourage and armed with blades. Judging by their swift arrival, their combat prowess appeared superior to that of the earlier unfortunate soul. Two of them proceeded to the front hall to fetch the leader, while the remaining two entered after Shangwan Ku unlocked a row of iron bars, seizing Shangwan Xiaoli and preparing to drag her away. At that moment, Shangwan Lan unexpectedly tapped Donya on the back. Donya glanced at her, but the strange look in Shangwan Lan's eyes left him perplexed. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that she might be signaling him to intervene on their behalf. After all, had he not accompanied her to rescue her? Thus, Donya swiftly lifted the bed plank and hurled it at the two guards. Taken aback by the sudden assault, the guards hastily released Shangwan Xiaoli, and the plank nearly struck her in the process. Shangwan Xiaoli was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. Dong Yi pushed the wooden board forward again, striking at the guards once more. At that moment, Shangwan Ku stepped forward and seized the board with a firm grip. Dong Yi continued to exert pressure, yet both the board and the guards remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. It seemed that Shangwan Ku, with his single arm, was capable of holding firm, indicating he was indeed a mid-level warrior. Shangwan Ku spoke. Indeed, you are a mid-level warrior. However, even if you can best the three of us, do you believe you can leave this courtyard? What are you doing, Yidong? Shangwan Lan, standing behind, scolded him with an angry expression. Shangwan Ku chuckled. Isn't he the one you invited to deal with me? Shangwan Lan replied. He came with Chower to buy cloth at my shop. You should let him leave first. It is best not to involve outsiders in our Shangwan family matters. Chapter 68. Dining alone. Having grasped these points, Dong Yi ceased to ponder the affairs of the Shangwan family and inquired with a smile. Then how should I exit? Shangwan Lan responded. When you see Chower later, tell her that I cannot assist you in making clothes this time. Take the fabric I recently recommended to her to the shop we frequently visit. Understood, Dong Yi acknowledged. Want to leave? Allow me to assist you. Shangwan Ku snapped his fingers, and a square opening appeared in the ground beneath him. In an instant, Dong Yi fell through, caught off guard and unable to grasp anything as the surroundings became desolate. Before he could comprehend the situation, he surprisingly slid out from the roof of the room where he had previously purchased the cloth. Lan, Yidong, say something. Mu Bingxiao continued to tap on the wall incessantly, having waited for nearly 2 hours. Recently, the training had accustomed Donya to move with great stealth. He approached Mu Bingxiao from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. Startled by the sudden presence, Mu Bingxiao let out a scream, nearly losing her composure, and pushed Donya away, exclaiming, You almost scared me to death. Are you quite familiar with the Shangwan Lan? Donya inquired. Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, Mu Bingxiao replied. I don't have many friends, to begin with. She is the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family and doesn't seem to mind my background. So we get along reasonably well. After a moment of contemplation, she then asked, "Where is she? Why have you both been inside for so long? I find the Shangwan family rather peculiar. It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with them in the future." Having just experienced a brief encounter with the Shangwan family, Dongye felt a sense of oddity and thoughtfully advised, "I believe it would be prudent to maintain some distance from them." Mu Bingxiao dismissed his concern, saying, "You've only met one member of the Shangwan family. Why advocate for avoiding them altogether? Besides, isn't it normal for those involved in the Dark Machine Gate to be a bit eccentric, constantly immersed in their intricate studies?" Dongye recounted the details regarding Shangwan Lan that he had been told. The cloth workshop? Mu Bingxiao recalled that she had often visited it with Shangwan Lan during her garment-making days, though she had never wanted to go due to the distance. It was only through Shangwan Lan's various temptations that she reluctantly agreed to accompany her. "Since you are aware, shall we take our leave?" Dongye expressed his desire to depart, feeling an unsettling premonition that something unexpected might occur and leave them in an unknown predicament. "Wow, a four-winged sparrow. How adorable." Mu Bingxiao's eyes sparkled like rare treasures upon sight. Indeed, the possibilities seemed limitless now. Dongye, with a sense of confidence, remarked, "Have you signed a spirit contract with it? Could you possibly gift it to me?" Mu Bingxiao was utterly enamored with the little creature and, disregarding her usual reserve, directly requested it. "It does not belong to me. It is Lu Tiannan's. I simply have yet to return it to him, and I thought to make use of it for the time being." The fabric workshop was exceedingly modest, lacking even a signboard to identify it. Were it not for Mu Bingxiao's assurance that this was indeed the workshop, Dongye would have assumed it was merely a residence. A bamboo fence enclosed an area of less than 100 square meters, within which stood 3 wooden cottages, all draped in cobwebs, suggesting they had not been inhabited for quite some time. Only the central door appeared somewhat clean, with a single set of footprints leading up to it. Upon reaching the entrance, Dongye paused. "Are the garments truly of such quality here?" Mu Bingxiao understood his apprehension. She too had contemplated leaving upon her first visit. Turning to him with a sweet smile, she reassured, "This dress I'm wearing was crafted here. It's rather splendid, don't you think? Rest assured, let us proceed." Without knocking, Mu Bingxiao pushed the door open. Inside sat an elderly woman, methodically weaving fabric. Upon noticing Mu Bingxiao's entrance, she remained silent but cast a glance behind her. It was not Shangwan Lan. Her hands hesitated for just a moment before resuming their work. "Granny, Lan couldn't he come today? Could you make him a garment?" Mu Bingxiao said sweetly. "You little girl, is he your heart's desire? Such politeness in your speech." The elderly woman chuckled, rising to assess Dongye. On a winter's night, turning with a hint of annoyance, having measured once, she found herself repeating the act. Extending her hands, the old woman shifted from her left arm to her right, suddenly halting as she glimpsed something astonishing on the back of the winter night. Unbeknownst to him, who stood with his back turned, it was Mu Bingxiao who inquired, "Grandmother, what is it?" The old woman quickly smiled, saying, "Oh, nothing at all. Seeing his back reminded me of the time over 20 years ago when I made clothes for my son." After taking the measurements, she allowed the two to rest briefly. Despite her seemingly languid movements, within less than half an hour, a brand new garment was completed. After trying it on, Winter Night received compliments from Mu Bingxiao, who found it quite charming. He, however, was indifferent to the garment itself. As long as Mu Bingxiao was pleased, that sufficed. As they donned their attire, it was time for their departure. The Lingduo District was decidedly more vibrant than the Lingduo District, bustling with life at this hour. The two entered a restaurant named Du Shi, where Mu Bingxiao intended to enlighten Winter Night on matters of etiquette. The establishment boasted 3 stories, with the third level being the most extravagant and typically less frequented. Being the daughter of a district chief, Mu Bingxiao was unbothered by the expense and headed directly to a small room on the top floor. Once seated, Winter Night twisted his neck and remarked, "Do you sense something peculiar on the back of this garment? It feels oddly heavy." Mu Bingxiao circled to inspect his back, finding nothing amiss, and chuckled. "It must be a psychological effect. You've never worn such fine clothing before. On a wintry night." I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I reflected on how every piece of clothing I once wore cost 100-fold more than this one. With a resigned self-mockery, I uttered a sarcastic remark. Indeed, where have I ever worn such fine attire? Nevertheless, I continued, let me tell you, the meeting in 2 days is of utmost significance. Whether we can rid ourselves of Liao Yu depends entirely on your performance. Mu Bing gazed at Dong Yi with eager anticipation. Speak freely, what must I do? Dong Yi, confident and composed, replied, I am well versed in the etiquette among the imperial aristocracy, though I cannot speak to your customs. Let us proceed with an open mind. Behind them, a few others hastily exclaimed, Young Master Lin, should the boss become displeased, we will have no explanation to offer. Explanation for what? Lin retorted. With me, Young Master Lin. Present, let your boss dare to lay a finger on you. Young Master Lin wandered around the room, occasionally overturning a chair or appending a table. After causing a ruckus for a while, he bellowed, Where's everyone? Where have they all gone? We are here, came the response. Lin pushed away those who attempted to restrain him, taking a few steps back to exit the room, then forcefully bursting into the next one to continue his rampage. Is he drunk? Dong Yi shook his head. Causing a scene here? Such a wasteful display of wealth. If one cannot hold their liquor, they should drink less. It's both shameful and extravagant. Chapter 69. Confronting the wrong person. I apologize, Miss Mu. We did not anticipate encountering a drunken individual, one of the waitstaff desperately explained. Another waiter immediately bowed respectfully, saying, We shall arrange for your bill to be waived at once. We hope you will be satisfied. Waived bill? Do I lack your trifling amount of money? Hurry up. Mu Bingxiao had been suppressing her temper all day, feigning the demeanor of a refined lady, while her heart was filled with anxiety about Winter Night's performance. Now, confronted with such an incident, she found it impossible to remain composed. Indeed, the two waitstaff exchanged a glance, their hearts struck as if by thunder, yet they dared not utter any further requests. After exiting the room and closing the door, one of the waitstaff departed with a light step. Observing the hurried waiter, Winter Night felt a pang of compassion and remarked, It's unnecessary. It isn't their fault. If their boss finds out, could they possibly be dismissed? Why don't you extend some sympathy towards me? Mu Bingxiao's grace was momentarily restored. Bang! The door to the room burst open once more, but this time it was not a shoe. Rather, it was the two waitstaff, tumbling in together. One clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while the other grimaced in evident pain. Could it be that the boss was so violent? Did he not even bother to assess the situation before resorting to such brutality? Yet, it was hardly appropriate to send them crashing into a dining area occupied by customers. Winter Night pondered. Upon glancing again, she noticed that the so-called young Master Lin was indeed approaching. Attempting to escape? Young Master Lin staggered forward, muttering incoherently, I tell you, today, no one leaves, we shall battle until dawn. As he spoke, he stumbled into Winter Night's room, his eyes glazed, swaying as he took a few steps inside, followed by 6 or 7 others, including a solitary waiter and some of young Master Lin's entourage. Young Master Lin, enough of this nonsense, let's make our exit swiftly. Young Master Lin, if you continue in this manner, I shall truly summon our boss. 6 or 7 individuals entered the room, each attempting to restrain young Master Lin. He shrugged off one, only to stumble forward and collapse at the feet of Mu Bingxiao. Unperturbed, he slowly rose, drooling, and suddenly caught sight of Mu Bingxiao, lunging forward while exclaiming, Oh, they have even prepared a stunning beauty for me. Mu Bingxiao remained motionless. Yet young Master Lin veered off to the side. Young Master Lin. Several voices cried out in alarm. Mu Bingxiao was a well-known patron of solitary indulgence, her reputation recognized by all who frequented the establishment, as the clientele of the 3rd floor consisted predominantly of those who could afford such luxuries. If young Master Lin were to provoke her, no amount of recompense would suffice, and he might even risk losing half his life. At this moment, young Master Lin was thoroughly intoxicated, oblivious to the fact that the figure before him was none other than Director Mu's daughter, Mu Bingxiao. Rising again, He lunged once more toward her. The two individuals behind him hurriedly rushed forward, one securing his waist while the other grasped his hands, lifting him upright. This time, Mu Bingxiao did not evade, but fortunately, young Master Lin's trajectory was more accurate, and he was deftly caught before he could reach her. The consequences of such an encounter would have been dire. "Let me go," he mumbled incoherently as the two bore him toward the exit. At the threshold, he suddenly summoned his strength to break free from their grasp, crashing heavily onto the doorstep. One of his bearers was flung outside, while the other was thrown onto an empty chair within, both sustaining considerable injuries. Young Master Lin, however, remained unperturbed. He rose once more and strode towards Mu Bingxiao, while the others leaped forward, piling atop him like a human tower, pinning him to the ground. Dong Yi observed from the side, realizing that this was a predicament beyond their collective abilities to resolve. Although the so-called young Master Lin was inebriated, he possessed the strength of an intermediate warrior and could easily subdue them all. As anticipated, with a mighty roar, young Master Lin sent the individuals atop him soaring into the air, where they collided with the ceiling before crashing down to the floor. 3 of them were rendered unconscious on the spot, while the rest lay immobilized. Young Master Lin stood once again, advancing towards Mu Bingxiao with a measured step. Aware of her own standing in this situation, Mu Bingxiao remained steadfast, contemplating, "Dare you move and see what happens?" Suddenly, she shoved the table forward, bracing it against young Master Lin's knees. Just as he attempted to embrace her, he collapsed onto the table, sending soup splattering all over him and staining Mu Bingxiao's white dress. She did not perceive Dong Ye's intervention as a rescue. Instead, she seethed with anger, inquiring, "What are you doing? Would he dare approach me even if he had 100 lives?" "Drunken madness," Dong Yi, maintaining a stern countenance, replied. "He is currently inebriated and delirious. There is no point in reasoning with him. As an intermediate warrior, his drunken state renders him unaware of his own strength. While he may merely intend to take advantage of you, there is a grave risk that he could unintentionally harm you, jeopardizing your very life. Is it truly that dire?" Mu Bingxiao was taken aback by Dong Ye's sudden severity, though she still held some skepticism. At that moment, young Master Lin managed to rise once more, his clothes stained with soup, and with a single forceful strike, he splintered the table into 4 pieces. Mu Bingxiao shuddered slightly, now convinced by Dong Ye's words. Young Master Lin was less than half a meter away from her, and she found herself paralyzed with fear, casting a pleading glance towards Dong Ye. Alas, young Master Lin leaned in, intending to kiss Mu Bingxiao. She shut her eyes and turned her head away, prompting Dong Ye to spring into action and deliver a kick to young Master Lin's face. Thud. Young Master Lin was sent crashing against the wall, leaving a small dent in its surface. Dong Ye swiftly pulled Mu Bingxiao up, and as she opened her eyes to see Dong Ye, a wave of relief washed over her. However, Dong Ye remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the corner where young Master Lin had fallen. It was not that he lacked confidence in defeating young Master Lin, but rather that a drunken man's erratic behavior could be unpredictable, and he feared for Mu Bingxiao's safety. Young Master Lin lay there for an extended period, unmoving. And seeing Dong Ye's stillness, Mu Bingxiao dared not move, remaining hidden behind him, lost in her thoughts. After a while, young Master Lin began to snore. Dong Ye felt a strong urge to deliver a punch to young Master Lin, frustrated at the unnecessary tension he had endured. Just as they took a step, young Master Lin suddenly rolled over, mumbling, "Bring me some wine, give me wine." Due to the prolonged ruckus, the commotion eventually drew the attention of the proprietor, who now stood quietly at the doorway, observing Dong Ye and Mu Bingxiao with a look of distress. Young Master Lin had truly provoked the wrong person. Others could be appeased with money, but in this case, with Mu Bingxiao involved, a reckoning was inevitable for young Master Lin, and the proprietor feared he too would not escape unscathed. The proprietor first summoned someone to procure a hangover remedy to rouse young Master Lin from his stupor, and subsequently requested the presence of Lin Tianrui, young Master Lin's father. Lin Tianrui, a renowned magnate in the Lingduo District, was affectionately nicknamed Lin the God of Wealth. His household was immensely affluent, possessing countless land deeds and innumerable treasures. Upon hearing of the situation, Lin Tianrui promptly prepared 2 chests of riches and hurried over. By the time he arrived, young Master Lin was already kneeling before Mu Bingqiao, trembling in fear, while the onlookers remained silent, awaiting her words. Naturally, everyone also took note of the imposing young man beside Mu Bingqiao, speculating about his identity. Anyone who could accompany Mu Bingqiao to the secluded 3rd tier must either be the offspring of nobility or a disciple of an extraordinary master, certainly not someone to be trifled with. Is this fear truly warranted? Dong Yi mused, observing Mu Bingqiao, reflecting on how much of a tyrant she must have been in the past. You all can handle this as you see fit. I prefer that my father remain unaware. Mu Bingqiao had yet to quell her anger and was devoid of any further inclination. Turning to Dong Yi, she said, "Let us depart. We shall address the rest tomorrow." With a sudden motion, Lin Tianrui dropped to his knees, pleading, "Miss Mu, please, do enlighten us on what to do. He is my only son." Kneeling, Lin Tianrui approached the chests, lifting the lids to reveal an array of bracelets, necklaces, and hairpins, an overwhelming assortment, rivaling that of a jewelry store. Mu Bingqiao cast a glance, her expression subtly shifting, revealing that she was indeed moved, yet devoid of the insatiable greed typically exhibited by ordinary girls. "Oh, you truly live up to your title of Lin, the god of wealth. You are undeniably affluent," Dong Yi remarked, awestruck by the dazzling display of ornaments. Lin Kaishan hurriedly remarked, "I had no idea that Miss Mu has such an extraordinary friend here. I only brought some items for ladies. But I do have exquisite brocade garments and several fine steeds. Master may choose from them later." In the cold winter night within the palace, such sycophants were particularly irksome to Dong Yi, who, filled with ire, retorted, "That will not be necessary." Upon hearing the term master, Mu Bingqiao could not help but smile and cast a glance at Dong Yi. "Oh, master?" Lin Kaishan, perceiving Dong Yi's tone, recognized that he could no longer flatter him with material possessions and swiftly altered his approach, saying, "Of course. It is certainly true that master would not be interested in my few inferior horses. Recently, I unexpectedly acquired 3 spirit beasts during a business trip. I wonder." Enough. Chapter 70. The Cunning Father and Son. Dong Yi declared loudly, "I, Dong Yi, am not so degraded as to rely on others to act on my behalf. If you believe I have disrespected your father, so be it. You may teach me a lesson. If I lose, I shall immediately take my own life here." "What are you saying, Yidong?" Mu Bingqiao thought Dong Yi had become flustered in his anger, mispronouncing even his own name. Dong Yi quickly realized he had inadvertently revealed his true name, but fortunately, no one else knew it, and they assumed he was merely nervous at Mu Bingqiao's remark. A nearby servant of Du Shi could not contain a laugh, prompting the owner of Du Shi to turn and shout at the servant, "What are you laughing at? Get out of here at once." Lin Kaishan and his son exchanged glances, while Lin Long was oblivious in his drunken state. Lin Tianrui was aware of the recent events and understood that Dong Yi possessed formidable martial prowess. Allowing him to act recklessly could potentially jeopardize their lives. Lin Long was somewhat taken aback, believing victory was within his grasp. If they lost, they could depart, leaving Dong Yi with the undeserved reputation of a victor through unfair means. Winning would not only bring him satisfaction, but also spare Mu Bingqiao from putting them in a difficult position. Lin Long stood before Lin Tianrui, declaring, "You may strike me, but you must not lay a hand on my father." Dong Yi smiled faintly, tinged with a hint of disdain. Having just witnessed Lin Long's defense of his father, she had thought him a dutiful son, only to realize it was all a ruse. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. It was time to set things right. Without further ado, Dong Yi leapt into the air, performing a somersault, her heel aimed squarely at Lin Long's forehead. Lin Tianrui was taken aback. She was indeed serious. He had hoped his son would endure this strike, leaving Mu Bingqiao without any pretext to detain them. However, he had not anticipated the sheer force behind Dong Yi's kick. Even with Lin Long's intermediate warrior physique, without any defense, he would surely meet his demise. Thus, he remained silent. Lin Long had intended to give Dong Yi a good thrashing to relieve his pent-up frustration, and naturally, He would not allow her to approach unopposed. He crossed his arms into a claw-like formation and leaned back. When Dong Ye's foot descended, it landed squarely in Lin Long's grasp. His body sank slightly in surprise at her formidable strength. With a resounding crack, the floor beneath Lin Long shattered. He pulled his arms apart, spinning Dong Yi in midair before hurling her away. Blood stained the fingertips of his 10 digits, and he noticed with alarm that Dong Ye's ankle was already oozing crimson. Her pant leg frayed and uneven. "Yi Dong," Mu Bingxiao called out softly. The proprietor, feigning concern, remarked, "Shall I summon the guards to stop them?" On a wintry night, he shot a glare at him before clenching his fists tightly, lunging forward like a fierce tiger once more. Bang! Lin Long collapsed to the ground. Anguish etched across his face. "Longer, longer," Lin Tianrui called out repeatedly as he approached. "Step aside, I have not yet lost." Lin Long forcefully pushed Lin Tianrui aside, using his hands to brace himself as he slowly stood up. With a hint of mockery in his tone, Dong Yi remarked, "No one has declared you defeated." Slap. Lin Long, in a surge of emotion, took a step forward, only to stumble again. "You are currently at a disadvantage with a leg missing. It seems rather difficult for you to triumph over me." Dong Yi continued his unrelenting provocation. "Do not take advantage of me," Lin Tianrui shouted in fury. "Ha ha." Dong Yi laughed boisterously. "I have already declared my intent to bully you. If I do not do so with sufficient fervor, I fear you might underestimate me again. Do you truly wish to persist?" Lin Tianrui's tone lowered, his rage reaching a breaking point, where even a single word could unleash his fury. "Yes, of course. Did your precious son not claim I rely on Chower? If you cannot handle me, how will you contend with the formidable forces behind me?" Each of Dong Ye's words bore a sting, revealing how much he had transformed in the short span of less than 2 months since departing from the Ice Spirit Palace. Having spoken, he surged forward once more, his gaze fixed on the fallen Lin Long, while his mind calculated from where Lin Tianrui might launch his attack. Seeing the ferocity of Dong Ye's approach, Lin Tianrui dared not hesitate any longer. He swiftly produced a black box from his sleeve, pressing one of its buttons, from which 2 slender embroidery needles were launched. Despite all calculations, Winter Knight had not anticipated the use of hidden weapons. He had expected either brute force or a stealthy magical assault, yet what he faced were concealed projectiles he carried with him. The 2 flying needles appeared parallel, but in reality, one was positioned higher than the other. In his desperation to provoke Lin Tianrui into action, Winter Knight had unleashed his full strength, only to find himself unable to retract his momentum. He could evade one needle, but not the other. Alas, midway through his charge, he fell heavily to the ground, one needle piercing the corner of the table while the other lodged itself into his chest. Mu Bingxiao dashed to his side, witnessing his complexion drain of color. She glanced at the needle embedded in the table, her brow furrowing. "Lin Kaishan, you dare to employ hidden weapons?" "It was he who forced my hand," Lin Tianrui replied, maintaining an unflinching demeanor. "Are you unaware that the use of hidden weapons is prohibited in the Longshan district?" Mu Bingxiao glared at Lin Tianrui, her frustration palpable. However, the situation was dire. "I acted out of necessity," Lin Tianrui stated, devoid of his earlier sycophantic attitude. "What of the antidote?" Mu Bingxiao dismissed his demeanor. Lin Tianrui feigned confusion. "These needles are not poisoned, and besides, they did not strike young Master Yi." Witnessing this, Winter Knight was engulfed in fury. Yet he found himself utterly drained, each breath igniting a searing pain in his chest. "Not struck? Then why am I in this state?" Mu Bingxiao only perceived one needle. A flicker of cold amusement crossed Lin Tianrui's face as he continued to feign innocence, inspecting the box in his hand before approaching the needle embedded in the table, remarking, "This is my first time using such an item. Xiaoku assured me it was not poisonous." With that, he deftly extracted the dart, pricked himself with it, drawing a bead of blood, and continued, "See, it's nothing, just like an ordinary needle." Lin Long cast a disgruntled glance at Lin Tianrui, as if to say, "You could have feigned ignorance. Why assist them in devising a solution?" Mu Bingxiao mused, "That seems to be the only recourse." She surveyed the assembly, but discerning no suitable candidate, and being a woman herself, she felt constrained. Just as she was fretting over this predicament, Dong Yi, in a weakened state, uttered, "You'd best relinquish the antidote. If I survive this day, you shall meet your end." Lin Tianrui feigned alarm, crouching down and exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, how are you faring? If you've truly been afflicted by my dart, inform me, and we shall seek assistance." Mu Bingxiao, similarly inclined, having previously assumed Dong Yi was mute due to his silence, also knelt down and anxiously inquired, "Where were you struck?" "The chest." Dong Yi strained to articulate, his voice barely audible to the two beside him. Mu Bingxiao, abandoning all pretense of modesty, directly unbuttoned his garment, revealing naught but pristine skin, devoid of any wound or trace of blood. "There's nothing here. Young Master Yi, recollect carefully. Might it be elsewhere?" Lin Tianrui, with exaggerated gestures, feigned a frantic search, his charade all too apparent. This time, even Mu Bingxiao perceived the deception, and Dong Yi, incensed, promptly fainted. "Young Master Yi, young Master Yi." Lin Tianrui was inwardly elated, yet outwardly continued to shake Dong Yi, attempting to rouse him. "Leave him be." Mu Bingxiao uttered her name swiftly and coldly, aware that those present were utterly unreliable. Rising, she declared, "I shall take him to see a doctor. You all wait for him to awaken. Miss Mu, I shall accompany you." Chapter 71. The death of Lin Tianrui. A wave of fear washed over her. Who possessed blood with such an elevated temperature? Even if thrown into a bonfire, it should not be like this. In her desperate urgency, she once again concentrated her water spirit to channel it to Dong Ye's forehead. Just as she had gathered the water spirit, Lin Tianrui and his companions hurriedly descended, carelessly barreling down the stairs and accidentally colliding with her. The flow of her spirit was disrupted, and Mu Bingxiao, filled with rage, shouted, "What are you doing?" Yet, Lin Tianrui appeared oblivious, gazing at the unconscious Dong Yi as if he had not noticed her at all. "Huh, Miss Mu, Yi Xiao is." Lin Tianrui turned, a look of confusion gracing his features, as if he had just noticed Mu Bingxiao's furious countenance. "What happened?" A nearby guard explained. "Someone inadvertently bumped into Miss Mu." "Who?" Lin Tianrui inquired loudly. "Lin Kaishan, your performance was exceptional," a voice echoed from the ground, cold and merciless, instilling dread in the hearts of those present. Though the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among the group. Dong Yi rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His facial and bodily wounds had healed. Aside from a bit of grime, he appeared as a newly ascended warrior, vibrant and full of spirit. "How is this possible?" Lin Tianrui was taken aback, having been struck by his hidden weapon. The fact that he had not succumbed immediately was remarkable. To stand intact after enduring such an assault was truly astonishing. What manner of being was he? I had proclaimed that if I were to survive this day, he would meet his demise. Dong Ye's words resonated like a demon from the depths of hell. In other circumstances, this would not have been so alarming. However, the sight of someone who appeared on the brink of death suddenly revitalized, uttering such ominous threats, instilled fear within Lin Tianrui's heart. The terror of death had caused him to forget his usual obsequious remarks, and with a voice tinged with trepidation, he inquired, "Did the flying needle not strike you? Yet your complexion moments ago, did you not claim it had missed?" "Then it indeed did not strike," Dong Ye replied with a sardonic smile, observing Lin Tianrui's bewilderment. "Were you not searching for it on my body? There are no puncture marks." "No, that cannot be. The design of the black box flying needle is exceedingly ingenious. A single needle laced with poison can seek out living beings. Furthermore, the black box needle moves with such swiftness that upon piercing the flesh, the surrounding tissue seals the wound, rendering it invisible." Lin Tianrui could not fathom where he had erred, and in a moment of desperation, he divulged the entirety of his secret weapons mechanics. "Oh, I see now. No wonder you were so audaciously inspecting my body for wounds," Dong Ye remarked with a derisive smirk, laced with mockery. The onlookers were left in disbelief, realizing the true nature of the events that had just transpired. How could Lin Tianrui maintain such an air of seriousness, nearly deceiving everyone around him? Even Lin Long, who had suffered a broken leg on the third floor, found it hard to trust his own ears. He had long perceived his father as merely a sycophant, but he never imagined him to be so adept at manipulation. Why? Lin Tianrui gradually regained his composure, letting his hand drop as the black box fell into his grasp. However, Dong Yi observed everything with clarity. The moment Lin Tianrui seized the black box, Dong Yi delivered a swift kick. Initially, he believed that a single blow would incapacitate Lin Tianrui's arm, yet to his surprise, Lin Tianrui leaned back, aligning nearly parallel to the ground, without collapsing. Lin Kaishan, you have concealed your true self remarkably well. We have known each other for nearly 20 years, and I never realized you were a warrior, remarked the solitary restaurant owner, who, at that moment, inhaled sharply, contemplating the chilling implications. Did you truly think that my ascendance to Kaishan came without any abilities? Lin Kaishan retorted with pride, judging by his earlier movements and reaction speed. It was evident he was likely a mid-level warrior, perhaps even surpassing Lin Long in martial prowess. What does it matter whether one is afraid or not? We are all bound for death regardless. Dong Ye's words echoed with audacity. At this moment, no one doubted his capability. Lin Tianrui, who was engaged in combat with him, shared this sentiment, shaking his head as he thought, my strength exceeds his, and I possess the black box's flying needles. What is there to fear? Yidong, Mu Bingxiao, filled with curiosity regarding the suddenly awakened Dong Yi, softly called out, expressing her concern. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Dong Yi heard it distinctly, smiling at her as he approached Lin Tianrui step by step. This seemingly ordinary advance caused Lin Tianrui to panic. His eyes darted around, abandoning any combat techniques, and resorted directly to the black box's flying needles. Be careful, Mu Bingxiao warned, simultaneously gathering her water spirit, intently focusing on the two combatants. Slap. With a sharp sound, Lin Tianrui frantically pressed the black box, releasing dozens of flying needles simultaneously. Dong Yi, unfazed, opened his arms wide, allowing the needles to strike him. The sound of clinking echoed as the needles hit him, some breaking into two as they reached him, while others ricocheted off the ground. At that moment, Lin Tianrui felt a surge of terror. His initial hesitance and fear multiplied, realizing that a mere word from Dong Yi could spell his doom. Not only he, but the onlookers were wide-eyed, astonished by how he could physically withstand such sharp projectiles. In a fit of madness, Lin Tianrui charged at Dong Yi, landing a punch on his abdomen. Dong Yi remained motionless, aware that Lin Tianrui's blow lacked any real strength, deliberately choosing not to evade or block. To the others, however, it appeared as if Lin Tianrui's full-force strike had failed to harm him in the slightest. They marveled at how his body had been tempered to endure such an assault. Young Master Yi is indeed a remarkable individual, murmured the owner of the establishment, whose authority was unquestioned among the crowd, further enhancing Dong Ye's formidable reputation in their minds. Lin Tianrui, retreating a step, launched another punch, still lacking the full power of his capabilities. Dong Yi effortlessly caught the blow and twisted forcefully, resulting in a sharp crack as Lin Tianrui dislocated his arm. Then, seizing him, Dong Yi delivered a swift kick to his knee, which echoed with another crack, leaving Lin Tianrui sprawled on the ground, his legs broken. Crouching on the ground amidst the winter night, Dong Yi gripped Lin Tianrui's throat, declaring, I vowed your demise, and I shall not retract that promise. Young Master Yi, the restaurant proprietor interjected, attempting to intervene. Yidong, Mu Bingxiao also called out, her feminine sensibilities stirring with compassion at the final moment. Dong Yi paused, his resolve to end Lin Tianrui's life unwavering. Exercise leniency where possible. This is a human life, the proprietor implored. Well said, Dong Yi retorted, his anger flaring. Everyone witnessed his actions. Did he consider my life when he used poison needles against me? His voice boomed with outrage, silencing the crowd. I am not an isolated case. You yourself admitted to a 20-year acquaintance, yet remained unaware of his warrior status. Who knows how many others he has harmed, or how much of his life has been a facade? Dong Yi lifted his foot, aiming to crush Lin Tianrui's skull. Suddenly, a stool hurtled from afar, intercepting Dong Yi's foot. The The stool shattered upon impact, yet Dongye's foot still landed on Lin Yi's face, albeit with diminished force, merely breaking his nose. "Who is it?" Dongye roared, recognizing the newcomer's formidable strength. Consumed by rage, he cared not who dared to obstruct him. A slender man, appearing to be around 20 years of age, with a sallow complexion and unremarkable features, approached. Dongye cast a glance at him, inquiring, "Do you intend to protect him?" The slender man shook his head. "No, I witnessed the preceding events." "Then why do you impede me? Do you truly desire his death?" The tall man retorted, "Indeed. The winter night is ablaze with fervor, and I have no desire to engage in lengthy discourse. In the midst of the crowd, with all eyes upon you, you have taken a life. Do you truly believe the ensuing matters will be easily resolved?" Previously, in a fit of rage, Dongye had not contemplated these implications, but upon reflection, he gradually regained his composure. Upon further consideration, he realized he bore no profound enmity towards Lin Tianrui. He merely disapproved of his conduct and wished to eliminate him swiftly. Noticing Dongye lost in thought, the tall man continued, "If you wish to kill him, I shall assist you. I admire your resolute approach and clear stance. Moreover, there exists a place where one can eliminate those who irk you, provided you are stronger than they." Mu Bing, pursing her lips, found herself at a loss for words. The tall man interjected, "It's quite simple, really. The restaurant has 4 supporting pillars. Should an unfortunate incident cause one to collapse, those inside who perish would bear no blame." "Ah, quite clever," Dongye remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded the young man. After a few others intervened and the conversation shifted to other topics, Dongye's ire diminished significantly. Observing Lin Tianrui's dire state, he suddenly felt that not killing him was an acceptable option. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianrui, who believed Dongye would indeed act on the tall man's suggestion, he felt that would be too lenient towards Dongye. In a sudden act of desperation, he lunged at Dongye's leg with a bite. Instinctively, Dongye delivered a kick, not exerting excessive force. With a sickening crack, Lin Tianrui's neck snapped, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. On a winter's night, Dongye shook his legs, pondering how he had not exerted himself, yet death had claimed him. "Father!" Lin Long cried out, tumbling down from the 3rd floor to the 1st, where he fell before Lin Tianrui, weeping for an extended period. Suddenly, he turned his gaze, fixating intensely on Dongye. This enmity must be avenged. With a sigh, Dongye settled into a nearby chair, reflecting on how Lin Tianrui was willing to risk his life to challenge him. A truly ruthless move. What was to be done now? He was uncertain of the repercussions of taking a life. Mu Bingxiao joined him, her expression equally troubled, inhaling deeply. "You should just kill him." Dongye did not lift his head. As a water spirit master, it was natural for Mu Bingxiao not to perceive Lin Tianrui's subtle maneuvers. He replied calmly, "There is no need for you to absolve me. Let everything proceed through the proper channels." Sighing, he continued, "Ah, those matters are trifles. Yet your act of killing may impede our meeting the day after tomorrow." Mu Bingxiao's genuine concern lay in this predicament. I had not considered that," Dongye admitted, feeling remorseful. "Young Master Yi, if you are willing, I have a plan that will ensure your safety, allowing you to do as you please." Wu Tian, the vanguard, interjected. Dongye complied with the suggestion. Wu Tian remarked, "No need for formality. You may not be well acquainted with our military's hierarchy. Vanguards and those of higher rank possess the authority to act first and report later. Are you suggesting that I serve as a vanguard in your domain, and then gradually find a solution to the matter of killing Lin Kaishan? It is not so troublesome. I am well aware of Lin Tianrui. There are 1,000 justifications for his demise. Even if you do not act as the vanguard for the army, you would still be exonerated in the end, and perhaps even rewarded." Tavichi eagerly wishes for Dongye to join his ranks, yet he candidly reveals the circumstances to him. "Ah, I understand now. If I choose to be the vanguard, I can confidently stride out at this very moment." Without objection, Takeuchi steps out the door first. "You just mentioned that you are also from the Lingduo District. How is it that I have never encountered you before?" Mu Bingxiao pursues Takeuchi as she exits. A position as a 3rd-level vanguard commander is not inferior to that of a district head, placing it on par with Mu Hua. It should not be so obscure, particularly within their bureaucratic families. Being from the same district, Mu Bingxiao ought to have at least heard of him, even if she has not met him. Her eyes gleam with curiosity as she inquires. Well, typically, one cannot meet unless there is a military engagement. One may encounter the sovereign of the domain when the army is mobilized. The prospect of meeting the sovereign of the domain piques Dongye's interest. Indeed, Brother Yi, with your capabilities, ascending to the rank of third-level Vanguard Commander should not be beyond your reach, Takuchi encourages. Brother Wu, you jest. My martial prowess is still far beneath yours. Dongye remains self-aware, acknowledging that even Brother Wu requires considerable fortune, let alone himself. Are you more formidable than Yidong? Can you also physically block flying needles? Mu Bingxiao expresses great curiosity regarding Dongye's recent display. That is merely a common skill. Once one attains the level of an intermediate warrior, the ability to physically block sharp objects becomes quite feasible. Takeda did not find anything particularly strange about it. Indeed, the essence of a warrior lies in the refinement of the body. If one cannot withstand the attacks of ordinary iron weapons even at the intermediate level, how could they possibly contend with a spirit master? Dongye chimed in. However, why did you fall victim to his needle before? Mu Bingxiao continued to inquire. It was because my attention was solely focused on attacking him, leaving me no time to defend, Dongye explained. Takeda nodded in agreement, adding, being able to resist sharp weapon attacks does not imply invulnerability at all times. Maintaining a defensive posture naturally prevents needles from piercing the body. Even a steel blade may struggle to penetrate. As they conversed, Takeda produced a short dagger from his bosom, rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, clenched his fist, and forcefully plunged the dagger into his own arm. With a clang, the dagger snapped into two pieces. Impressive, isn't it? Dongye chuckled. Mu Bingxiao nodded eagerly. Like a chick pecking at grain, you've made me want to change my career to that of a warrior. Haraha. The jest evoked a hearty laugh from both. Soon they arrived at a T-junction, where Takeda paused, glanced at the right-hand path, and turned to the two. Saying, it's getting late. My parents are waiting for me at home. How about you, Brother Yi? Wait for me at the entrance of Yuan Academy on the first day of next month? I just remembered that there is a Yuan Academy in the Longshang District, and the academy is unlikely to relocate frequently. Yuan? The two exclaimed in unison. What? Is there some inconvenience? Takeda inquired. No. I happen to be studying at Yuan Academy, Dongye replied with a smile. That's great. Then I shall take my leave for now. Takeda clasped his hands and remarked. There is still nearly a month until the first day of next month. The time is indeed early. In Chapter 73, The Heart-Controlling Hand, a water column, approximately 5 meters in diameter, erupted from the dragon's mouth, cascading into the pool below and creating countless ripples. This was the emblem of the Longshang District, marked by a towering building behind the water tower. Although it was still early morning, throngs of people were already making their way toward the high-rise. So many people, Dong Yi mused, believing that they were all attending the meeting organized by Mu Bingxiao. Naturally, today was the election day for the district chief of Longshang, which explained the considerable turnout. Mu Bingxiao gazed expectantly at the pinnacle of the building. Are you running for district chief? Dong Yi instinctively inquired. Impossible. My father is seeking re-election, Mu Bingxiao replied with a sidelong glance at Dong Yi. Then why did you bring me here? Dong Yi halted, astonished as he regarded Mu Bingxiao, feeling somewhat deceived. Today, all the prominent figures of Longshang District would be present, including some from the Ice Spirit Palace. Every word and action of these individuals would serve as a public declaration of their image and decisions, and any misstep could have lifelong repercussions. Dong Yi stroked his chin, observing Mu Bingxiao, aware that she had more to say, yet remained silent. Mu Bingxiao swallowed hard and continued. I brought you here today to inform them that my fiancé is you. Henceforth, neither the Liao family nor my father will mention my engagement to Liao Yu. Indeed, Mu Bingxiao displayed remarkable cleverness, ingeniously leveraging external pressure to compel Mu Hua to dissolve the engagement. This strategy would not only spare Mu Hua from difficulty, but also leave the Liao family with no grounds for objection. But what will you do when you find your true match in the future? Though this allowed her to free herself from Liao Yu, it inadvertently revealed to others her intention to marry Dong Yi. Dong Yi did not believe that Mu Bingxiao genuinely harbored feelings for him. Mu Bingxiao gazed intently at Dong Yi's face, and after a long pause, she sighed softly. You must perform admirably today. We cannot afford to bring shame to the Mu family. Otherwise, it would jeopardize not only my standing but also my father's position as district chief. Do you truly have such faith in me? Dong Yi pondered, though he did not dwell on it. He was resolute in fulfilling his responsibilities. Yet, he could not comprehend why Mu Bingxiao would stake such a significant wager on him. To her, Dong Yi was merely a fellow student from the same institution, with a background shrouded in mystery, having known him for less than a month. Nonetheless, Mu Bingxiao nodded firmly and declared, I believe in you. Dong Yi was taken aback. He had encountered numerous individuals after leaving the Ice Spirit Palace, yet none had trusted him so unconditionally, even when they had ulterior motives. This gesture stirred a profound sense of gratitude within him. After adjusting his attire and shaking off his apprehensions, he stated earnestly, for the sake of your unwavering trust, I will ensure that your father secures re-election today, no matter what. Mu Bingxiao smiled sweetly, linking her arm with his, and remarked, if you excel in your role, perhaps I might even consider marrying you for a position of greater stature. Is that so? Dong Yi responded casually, not taking her words to heart, as thoughts of romantic entanglements had never crossed his mind. Indeed, Mu Bingxiao replied in a voice as soft as a whisper. Upon entering the grand building, the doorman recognized Mu Bingxiao and allowed them entry without requiring an invitation. A youth, closely following behind, sought to blend into the chaos but was halted by the doorman's admonition. Sir, please wait. The boy turned around with a face etched in bitterness, reluctantly retreating as he possessed no invitation and had been discovered. Oh, don't go? At that moment, a girl clad in a blue dress approached and grasped the boy's arm, leading him back into the hall. It was Mu Chenyu. The girl in the blue dress was indeed Mu Chenyu. Dong Yi moved her lips but emitted no significant sound. Indeed, Mu Bingxiao had just mentioned that all prominent figures from the Lingduo District would be present, and Mu Chenyu would certainly not be absent. You have come as well, Mu Bingxiao said, her face beaming with delight as she greeted Mu Chenyu. Only you are allowed to come, while I am not, Mu Chenyu replied, not particularly inclined to engage with Mu Bingxiao. Unfazed, Mu Bingxiao maintained her smile and gently inquired, why did you bring him in? As they spoke, the group had entered a private area within the grand hall. Mu Chenyu cast a sidelong glance at Dong Yi and remarked, you have taken my companion. I had no choice but to randomly grab someone, lest I appear at a disadvantage. Sister, please do not jest. You are well aware of the significance of this meeting. Do not jeopardize your entire future for the sake of a moment's amusement, Mu Bingxiao urged softly, holding Mu Chenyu's hand. Mu Chenyu remained silent, making a face before turning to the boy and asking, you do not seem like a thief. You are merely curious to see what it is like in here, correct? Once you have seen enough, you should leave. Thank you, sister, the boy replied, his voice trembling slightly. Just as he was about to depart, Dong Yi firmly pressed a hand on his shoulder, yet the boy swiftly countered, attempting to apply a shoulder throw, but found himself unable to overpower Dong Yi. The already trembling body quivered even more noticeably. What are you doing? Mu Chenyu asked with slight anger. Mu Bingxiao looked at Dong Ye in confusion. Dong Ye replied, you haven't clarified this person's identity. If something were to happen later, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Mu Chenyu, visibly displeased, retorted, there's no need for such alarm. Just by looking at his face, one can tell he is an honest person. Is that so? Dong Ye stepped forward and abruptly tore off the boy's clothing. Ah! The two women simultaneously gasped and closed their eyes. Mu Chenyu, with a small fist, struck Dong Ye lightly, exclaiming, what are you doing? Quickly put his clothes back on. Suddenly, the boy fainted and collapsed to the ground. Unable to suppress their curiosity, the two women opened their eyes. What significance does this hold? Mu Bingxiao gently touched the white handprint, discovering it was as cold as ice. Such low temperatures are uncommon on a human body. What does it signify? If the spellcaster were to crush his heart right now, a surge of spiritual energy would radiate within a 100-meter radius, and very few of the occupants of this building would likely survive. Dongya stated calmly. What? The two women immediately stood up and retreated behind Dongya. Rest assured, a spiritual master would generally not employ heart control in such a manner. The greatest characteristic of heart control is that the spellcaster can execute the subject at any moment. Dongya squatted down, leaning the boy against the wall. I believe this individual must know some secret, perhaps something he has yet to disclose to the one who cast heart control upon him. Are you implying that the spell-casting spiritual master is within this building? Mu Bingxiao inquired. Clever. However, we have an important meeting today. Should we wait indefinitely for that person to find him? Fear not, for the heart control cannot endure for long. Soon enough, the youth's heart will inevitably rupture, causing a commotion throughout the entire building. Winter Knight dressed the young man warmly. Should we awaken him first? Mu Bingxiao inquired. Your skills are insufficient. You cannot save him. Winter Knight replied solemnly. Oh, I recall someone as a warrior. How come you are so well-versed in team magic? Mu Chenyu teased with a sly grin. Well, that's a different matter. Winter Knight scratched his head just as a man in his 30s entered the room. The three paused their previous actions and looked up at him, causing the man to take a step back in surprise due to their synchronized response. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he approached them with a warm smile. Shower, why aren't you coming over? The man was recognized by the Mu sisters, and based on Winter Knight's earlier analysis, they believed he was the one who had employed the heart control on the youth, thus they remained silent. This led Winter Knight to mistakenly assume they were unfamiliar with each other, prompting him to step forward and block the man's path. Who is this? The man was compelled to halt, turning his head to glance at the sisters. He is my boyfriend. He is our friend. Mu Bingxiao and Mu Chenyu spoke almost in unison, causing the man to be momentarily confused as to whether he was a boyfriend or merely a friend. He smiled, unconcerned. Then shall we all go together? However, the sisters began to bicker, with the elder remarking, Is it really necessary to emphasize this? Sister remarked, You deliberately spoke with me. Didn't you? Humph, we had an agreement, yet you still wish to compete with me. Enough, my Xiao, my Yu. Let us not bicker endlessly over trivial matters. Trivial matters? The sisters chorused indignantly, both haughtily huffing and casting their gazes aside. Come, let us ascend. Many await us. The individual seemed quite accustomed to their quarrels. Wait, Yuan Good. What brings you here? Mu Bingxiao had not forgotten the purpose of their gathering. The person surveyed the room, pausing briefly on the youth before hastily diverting his gaze, only to return to the boy once more. I am here to find you, of course. Who is that little fellow? With that, Yuan Gu pushed through the Winter Knight, approaching the youth, yet the latter stood resolutely in place, unyielding. He is already dead, Winter Knight stated. Yuan Gu visibly twitched, his lips quivering, though his tone remained composed. Dead? Then why leave him here? Did you kill him? Various signs indicated that the control technique on the boy was indeed placed by Yuan Gu. Winter Knight's lips curled slightly, refusing to let Yuan Gu pass. Yuan Gu, in this election for district chief, you are undoubtedly the strongest contender against my father. Mu Bingxiao's voice was somber and icy. The position of district chief is certainly my uncle's. I am merely a supporting character. In light of this, Yuan Mu, do you have anything further to say? Mu Chenyu interjected. The three of them took turns weaving an elaborate tale, making the non-existent seem remarkably authentic. Achieving a certain effect, Mu Yuan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, What does it matter if you know? He merely stole the True Dragon Sutra on my behalf. Even if you possess it, you lack the spiritual energy to wield it. You stole the True Dragon Sutra? Mu Chenyu gasped in astonishment. Without hesitation, Mu Bingxiao turned and sprinted toward the youth, searching him thoroughly. How outrageous! You deceived me. Mu Yuan fumed, swiftly gathering water spirit energy and retreating to the doorway. This is bad. Dong Yi dashed out in pursuit of Mu Yuan. He had never intended to attack Mu Yuan, which allowed the latter to remain unaware of the impending threat. Now, it was only when Mu Yuan sought to take action that he began to withdraw. The The speed at which the water spirit energy was coalescing was beyond Dong Ye's expectations, yet it was not too late to chase him down. Seeing Mu Yuan about to exit, Mu Bingxiao shouted, "Don't let him leave. It would be troublesome if we attracted attention," having already covered half the distance. Upon hearing Mu Bingxiao's warning, Dong Yi kicked a chair in front of him, which collided with the top edge of the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Mu Yuan, caught off guard, suddenly found himself with no escape route. As he glanced around for a way out, Dong Yi had already arrived at his side, firmly gripping his shoulder. The water spirit energy that Mu Yuan had gathered dissipated in an instant, leaving him pinned to the ground, his body growing increasingly frigid. Mu Bingxiao, having found nothing resembling the true Dragon Sutra on the youth, anxiously spoke up. Mu Yuan transformed his fury into joy, and even while being pinned to the ground, he defiantly declared, "The time for the heart control technique is approaching. You should keep your distance, otherwise, with your current feeble powers, you will merely serve as his funeral offerings." Upon hearing this, the two sisters took his words to heart, rising and retreating a few steps. Dong Yi, maintaining his composure, said, "There's no need to panic. You simply need to invoke the ice shield, and you will remain unscathed. As for myself, being a warrior, I can withstand a fair amount. However, this fourth-tier spirit master before me, who cannot harness the water spirit, is likely doomed." Mu Yuan was taken aback that Dong Yi was aware of how to counter this technique. Could he possibly be a dual practitioner of spirit and martial arts? It seemed implausible. He recognized that the heart control technique required at least a fourth-tier water spirit master, coupled with his own mid-level warrior strength in the Lingduo District. He was certainly not an inconsequential figure. He must not perish. "Yi Dong," Mu Bingxiao said, glancing at Dong Yi with a hint of distress. "Why?" Dong Yi queried, puzzled. "He is one of the 3 permanent council members of the Lingduo District, and we lack evidence of his theft of the true dragon art. If he dies, we will all face punishment." Mu Bingxiao could not take the time to elaborate further. She merely stated this succinctly, her gaze fixed anxiously on Dong Yi, fearful that he might act impulsively and endanger them all. The 3 council members served directly under the district chief, overseeing various matters within their jurisdiction. A position established within the realm of ice and snow, a fact Dong Yi was aware of. The death of any council member, unless found guilty, would place a tremendous burden of responsibility on the district chief, essentially leading to their imminent resignation. If one were to die under mysterious circumstances, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for the district chief. "Would you kindly release me?" As Mu Yuan observed the boy's body growing increasingly pale, resembling frost, he realized that the heart control technique was about to unleash its power, and fear began to grip him. Trembling, he uttered a sound of dismay. Suddenly, a faint blue wave of water spirit emanated from the youth. "Yi Dong!" Both girls exclaimed in unison, simultaneously conjuring ice shields to protect themselves. With a face full of despair, Mu Yuan watched as the water spirit gradually approached. Meanwhile, Dong Yi casually remarked, "Do you truly wish to perish?" It was only then that Mu Yuan realized he had regained control over his body. He swiftly concentrated the water spirit, and in the blink of an eye, an ice shield materialized before him, mitigating all harm. Boom, boom. Although the heart control technique was largely thwarted by the trio's defenses, a portion of the water spirit wave still extended outward, resulting in the immediate demise of several unprepared water spirit practitioners within the building. Warriors of lesser strength sustained serious injuries, and ordinary civilians were not spared. Numerous walls within the rooms bore cracks, and debris fell from them. Fortunately, the tall building, known as the most iconic structure in the Lingduo District, exhibited exceptional sturdiness, withstanding the residual force of the water spirit wave and avoiding collapse. The guards within the building quickly assembled, corralling all individuals into the first-floor hall. Outside, 3 rings of warriors stood vigilant, while a water spirit practitioner stood ready to strike, positioned just 10 meters inward. At this moment, Dong Yi and his companions were also amidst the crowd. The atmosphere was chaotic when faced with the threat of death. Individuals from all walks of life, whether high-ranking officials or the common populace, were consumed by their own concerns and grievances. This indicated that our vigilance was still lacking. A young gentleman, adorned with a feather fan and a pale visage, emerged from the crowd, speaking in a soft and measured tone. To dare speak at such a moment, inciting the ire of the district chief, could not possibly be the act of an ordinary citizen. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the gentleman bore a striking resemblance to Mu Hua. Clad in an exquisite purple official robe that surpassed Mu Hua's in intricacy. My apologies for the disturbance, esteemed Qin Ling envoy, Mu Hua hastily approached. It appears your management style necessitates refinement. The Qin Ling envoy waved his fan dismissively, rebuffing Mu Hua's overtures. Indeed, you speak the truth, Mu Hua murmured, lowering his head in acquiescence. Pray, tidy this up swiftly, we have much to attend to. The Qin Ling envoy nonchalantly strolled to a chair and seated himself. Such a diminutive envoy, yet here he was, so brazen. Dong Yi scoffed. If you can remain a little Qin Ling envoy for your entire life, I shall deem you remarkable. Mu Bingxiao deliberately emphasized the word little, her tone laced with mockery. Merely a messenger. One wonders what there is to boast about, Dong Yi sighed. Well then, you are the most formidable. Now that an unexpected situation has arisen, you must not falter further. Mu Bingxiao adopted a more demure demeanor. What is this true dragon secret you just mentioned? Why does it seem to hold such significance for everyone? Dong Yi inquired. Did you notice the stone dragon spouting water when you entered? Mu Bingxiao gestured outside. Dong Yi nodded. Indeed, I saw it. It appeared quite lifelike. In truth, it is a mechanized dragon capable of movement. Constructed many years ago by the Lingduo District in collaboration with the Anji Gate to fend off the incursions from the Fire Rock domain. The true dragon technique has the ability to awaken the stone dragon, transforming it into a mechanized dragon, and when combined with the water spirit of a spirit master, it becomes even more formidable, wielding power equivalent to that of a 7th-level spirit beast. So that is the case. The true dragon technique has always been safeguarded by the district chief of Longshang, only to be placed in this building during the time of re-election. Once the new district chief is selected, the true dragon technique is entrusted to them. But why did Mu Yuan attempt to steal it? There exists an unwritten rule in Longshang District. Whoever possesses the true dragon technique automatically becomes the new district chief, regardless of time or place. It is truly unimaginable that such an important position could be so casually obtained. Dong Yi felt it was rather frivolous. Yet the subsequent words of Mu Bingxiao altered his perspective. The true dragon technique's ability to awaken the stone dragon significantly enhances its possessor's strength and through sheer martial prowess. One could seize the position of district chief. This regulation was established to minimize the suffering and expense of the people. Thus, the district chief would undoubtedly conceal the true dragon technique carefully. How could it possibly be stolen? Dong Yi pondered and remarked. Indeed, that is why there is only an opportunity on the day of the election, when the oversight does not rest with the district chief, but with the appointed spirit envoy. Dong Yi responded softly, suggesting that this spirit envoy might be complicit, or perhaps in collusion with Mu Yuan, intentionally allowing the theft to occur. What exactly is the true dragon technique, and why was nothing found on that young man? Could it be that he did not steal it? Mu Bingxiao shook her head and said, I have never seen the true dragon technique either. I suspect it is akin to the secret arts of the dark mechanism. So, it follows that the young man must have committed it to memory. On a winter night, a sudden realization dawned upon me. It was no wonder that Mu Yuan resorted to employing the heart control technique, for he feared that I might divulge secrets to others. Indeed, it seems that Mu Yuan has already colluded with the Qiling envoy, making my father's re-election exceedingly challenging. Mu Bingxiao bit her lip, her heart filled with trepidation. There is no need for excessive worry, Dong Yi reassured her. Since he intends to offer Mu Yuan the true dragon secret, it implies he understands that without it, Mu Yuan cannot hope to triumph over your father. As it stands, Mu Yuan has yet to acquire the true dragon secret, and thus the odds remain in our favor. With the Qiling envoy personally overseeing matters, the hall swiftly returned to its original state, with everyone resuming their seats. As per tradition, prior to the elections, there would be merriment and feasting, allowing the candidates to garner support. The formal voting would commence only in the evening. Tables were adorned with a plethora of dishes, fruits, desserts, and fine wines, an astounding variety that dazzled the senses. Yao Longtian glanced at Dong Yi, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Have you not yet introduced him? Clearly, he was well aware of the relationship between Mu Bingxiao and Liao Yu. At that moment, seeing that Mu Bingxiao's companion was not Liao Yu, he could not help but inquire about the identity of this gentleman, wondering what esteemed lineage he hailed from that could possibly surpass Liao Yu. Mu Bingxiao had already prepared her response. Ah, he is Yi Dong, the vanguard of our Ice and Snow Realm's brave legion, relying on his position as the vanguard commander. He has bested Liao Yu, insisting that I remain his obedient lady. Anyone could discern the underlying complaint in her words, which were, in essence, a boast. Even Dong Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Mu Bingxiao's talent in weaving such a tale. How did she elevate him to the status of a commander? Why did you engage with Liao Yu? Why must you behave like a good girl? The three characters of Vanguard are enough to command respect from Yao Longtian. Smiling, he nodded at Dong Yi, harboring some doubts in his heart. Yet he refrained from voicing them. After all, seeing Mu Bing's triumphant demeanor seemed far from feigned.